Chapter 1. Alas, in this world, the affluent thrive while the impoverished languish beneath the neon lights. A frail man stood at the entrance of a bar, gazing enviously at the revelers within, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and jealousy. With a soft sigh, he averted his gaze and staggered into a shadowy alleyway bang. Not long after, a chilling scream echoed through the alley, followed by the voices of two men. Is he dead? How should I know? That scoundrel owes money. He deserves a brother. I think we should call the police. Call home. There are no cameras here. Let's just get out of here. As the last words faded, hurried footsteps echoed, and the alley returned to an eerie silence in the year 1485 of the Sea Circle. Just a year after the conclusion of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the remaining crew members began to disperse and cultivate their own factions. Whitebeard was busy recruiting sons, Gold Lion was engaged in gathering followers to overturn the world, and Charlotte Lingling was focused on seeking superior genes, procreating. To expand and strengthen her family enterprise, the Grand Line remained a ceaseless battleground. A robust man clad in military attire sat amidst a pile of corpses, his eyes clouded with confusion. Douglas Barrett, he murmured, his gaze filled with a sense of helplessness and unease. The once formidable warrior had perished, or more accurately, his soul had been consumed by an outsider. This intruder, named El Jong, hailed from Blue Stera, a middle-aged man who had been reduced to ruin and despair. He had not anticipated that such an absurd occurrence as transmigration would befall him, especially to a world drawn from one of the three great labor-themed anime of his past. Life, One Piece. Moreover, upon assimilating the original soul, he realized that he had usurped the body of a renowned pirate, the descendant of the devil, Douglas Barrett. Although Barrett's prowess was considered among the elite in the pirate realm, his fate had been fraught with adversity. Abandoned in his youth and thrust into the military at the tender age of 5, he had been subjected to relentless combat. Fortunately, Barrett possessed remarkable talent and was born for battle. From the moment he enlisted, he repeatedly distinguished himself, earning commendations and being hailed as a national hero. However, his extraordinary abilities also incited envy and trepidation among others, leading to his current predicament during a food shortage. Barrett's juvenile battalion, the 9th Squad of the Bullet Brigade, fell victim to an ambush, resulting in their total annihilation. Had it not been for Barrett awakening his conqueror's Haki at a critical moment, incapacitating all adversaries, he would have succumbed to his own weakness and perished. It was then that El Jong arrived, consuming Barrett's frail and youthful soul, seizing control of his body and inheriting all that Barrett possessed. I have claimed your body and inherited your legacy from this day forth. I am Barrett, and I shall ensure that this name resonates throughout the world. A complex expression flickered across Barrett's eyes. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by schemes surrounding power and wealth, leading to a dismal existence. Little did he expect that fate would grant him the opportunity to relive his life. Having been reborn, he was determined not to languish in mediocrity, but to embrace a life of extraordinary brilliance. Moreover, through the merging of memories, he was aware of the current timeline. Barrett had just turned 9 and had yet to consume the fateful devil fruit that would intertwine with his destiny. With a furrowed brow, Barrett rose to his feet. His physique was remarkably robust for a 9-year-old, rivaling that of the illustrious Dwayne Johnson from the television screens of his past life, boasting a body adorned with muscle and standing at nearly 2 meters tall. If not for his somewhat juvenile features, one might struggle to believe he was merely a child of 9. However, he was evidently weakened now, his legs trembling beneath him. I must find something to eat first, he murmured, recalling through his memories that he had gone 7 days without sustenance. His formidable strength diminished to less than. Half stumbling through the bloody terrain, Barrett began to sift through the fallen bodies in the land of endless war. Food was the most vital strategic resource, regarded by all as essential for survival. Thus, many soldiers brought rations with them to the battlefield. Before long, after rummaging through dozens of corpses, Barrett finally discovered his first morsel: a few pieces of stained flatbread and a flask of water. Unconcerned with the filth, he seated himself on the ground and devoured the food voraciously. I am alive once more, Barrett sighed with relief, feeling a fraction of his strength return. After a brief respite, he resumed his search among the fallen. Preparing to leave this grim scene in a world where strength reigned supreme, he still felt woefully inadequate. Furthermore, having inherited Barrett's body, he was resolute in avoiding the path laid out in the original narrative. In that tale, despite Barrett's formidable prowess, his life was riddled with hardship. Aside from a few fortunate years aboard Roger's ship, his existence was fraught with reckless abandon, culminating in a lengthy imprisonment, only to emerge into a tragic fate. As for the land of endless war, it held no bearing on him. Barrett gathered some provisions and casually picked up 2 long knives, unsteadily making his way toward the forest. As he walked, he munched on his meager bounty, gradually restoring his strength to about 30% under the influence of his powerful digestive system. Not long after, he ventured into a forest, and, upon discovering a concealed cave, he moved a stone to block the entrance and leaned against the rocky wall, swiftly drifting into slumber. The exhaustion from the explosive awakening of his conqueror's Haki, the melding of souls, and the prolonged battles and hunger had left him utterly fatigued. Time passed in a rustling haze, and bright moonlight illuminated the woods. A cacophony of footsteps broke the stillness outside the cave, rousing Barrett from his sleep. Instinctively, he grasped the knife at his side and peered cautiously through the crevice, observing figures clad in military attire traversing the forest, seemingly in search of something. Through his recollections, Barrett easily recognized the soldiers of his nation and some members of the Boy Scouts, evidently in search of him. Regardless of his fate, whether alive or deceased, Barrett was indeed a hero of this country, and explanation was necessary to provide a sense of closure for some. Damn it, they just won't let up, Barrett muttered under his breath, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he retreated slowly into the cave, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Before long, a duo from the Boy Scouts stumbled upon the cave's entrance, and a voice rang out, "Alec, there's a cave here that seems sealed, and it appears someone has been here. Do you think it could be that pervert?" "It's possible," another voice responded. Upon hearing their conversation, Barrett tensed, gripping his blade firmly and lowering his breath to a whisper. "Should we go take a look?" the earlier voice suggested, tinged with excitement and eagerness. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Barrett's eyes after merging with his soul. He had adapted to this world, which was far from the animated realms here. Death was a palpable reality, and power dictated the rules. In this ceaseless nation, bloodshed, betrayal, and violence were the only anthems. If those outside dared to explore the cave, he would show no mercy. Influenced by the fusion of souls, he had adopted the decisive nature of the former Barrett. He was no longer the disheartened loser from his past life. "Foolish Tilo, wouldn't it be better if we couldn't find that guy? That way, we'd have one less rival for accolades, and we could be quickly awarded medals and hailed as heroes," a voice identified as Alec remarked after a moment. "Hee." Tilo laughed cheerfully in response. "True. That guy is a total weirdo. It would be best if he were dead. Without him to steal our glory, we could swiftly receive our medals and garner more provisions." "Hee." Alec chuckled darkly. "Exactly. Let that guy perish. Well, just return and claim we found nothing. Then let's leave. Let's go." With that, the two departed, smiles plastered across their faces. Approximately an hour later, as the outside fell completely silent, Barrett finally gripped his blade and cautiously advanced a few steps, peering through a crack to ensure the Boy Scouts had vanished. With a sigh of relief, he relaxed against the rock wall and sat down. "I need to depart from this place swiftly," Barrett murmured to himself. His youthful face creased with worry. From his memories, he discerned that the forest he was in was also a battlefield. However, it was currently a time of paying tribute to the heavens, and large-scale warfare was not imminent. Nonetheless, skirmishes were inevitable, and sooner or later, he would be discovered. Once found, he would either be killed or forced to take up arms once more. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that these forests had suffered severe destruction due to prolonged conflict. There were no signs of wildlife, and food was a significant issue. As Barrett rose with a creaking sound, he cautiously moved the stone that blocked the cave, brandishing his long knife while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He treaded carefully into the depths of the forest. This battlefield had been his domain for years, and he possessed an intimate knowledge of its geography. He recalled a sheer cliff at the forest's edge, standing approximately 50 meters tall, with the ocean crashing below. It was a seldom visited place, and departing from there would be the safest option. With the moonlight guiding his way, Barrett advanced with utmost caution, soon arriving at the cliff's edge, where he began to descend. Gazing at the tumultuous sea, an overwhelming sense of valor surged within him, and an indomitable will broke free from his confines, an unseen energy coursing through his body. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were split asunder by this formidable resolve. "I have arrived." Beholding the fruits of his conviction, a smile graced Barrett's face as he looked out at the ocean, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of brilliance. After a moment, Barrett withdrew his gaze, proceeding slowly along the rocky wall. While scanning his surroundings, he aimed to locate a suitable refuge to recuperate fully before venturing out to sea. After all, he was still quite feeble. Setting sail now would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he could utilize this time to fell trees and construct a raft to enhance his safety. Before long, Barrett stumbled upon a naturally formed alcove. It was neither large nor deep, and a cluster of trees concealed its entrance, rendering it nearly undetectable from a distance, perfect for him to hide and recuperate. With a series of sharp strikes, Barrett wielded his steel knife to fell several large trees, dragging them to the cave's opposite side to form a barrier against prying eyes. Upon completing his task, fatigue washed over him, and a gnawing hunger gripped his stomach. The discontent of his growling belly compelled Barrett to drag his weary body toward the sea. He needed to replenish his strength. Food was essential, and this was precisely why he had chosen this location. After all, proximity to the ocean ensured a constant supply of nourishment. Before long, Barrett discovered a shallow pond. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water with a resounding splash. Quickly submerging himself moments later, the water took on a dark crimson hue, stained by Barrett's own blood. The once tranquil surface of the water erupted into waves as Barrett leaped out, landing on solid ground, clutching a nearly lifeless fish in his hand. A splendid catch. With a smile illuminating his face, Barrett returned to his refuge, sheathing his knife before discarding the fish's entrails. After rinsing it thoroughly, he sliced the fish into pieces and casually tossed a chunk into his mouth. "The flavor is delightful," Barrett mused as he swallowed the fish, a hint of surprise dancing across his features. He had anticipated a fishy taste from eating it raw, yet to his astonishment, the flesh was not only devoid of any unpleasant odor, but also exuded a refreshing aroma. Incredibly delicious, the exquisite taste spurred Barrett's ravenous appetite, compelling him to devour the fish with abandon in mere minutes. He consumed the entirety of the sizable catch, and only then did the gnawing hunger in his belly begin to subside. It was evident that the fish he had caught were utterly insufficient. He returned to the pond, intent on capturing more. Before long, Barrett had secured several more fish, and after consuming them all, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, subsequently sinking into a deep slumber within the cave. For 7 consecutive days, Barrett roamed both day and night, replenishing his strength through copious amounts of meat, restoring his body to its optimal condition. Only after his full recovery did he realize the sheer strength of this body. No, perhaps strong was an inadequate term. Monstrous would be far more fitting. After all, a 9-year-old child could shatter a rock with a single punch, something utterly impossible in his past life, and this was with him holding back his strength. He estimated that if he unleashed his full power, a single punch could deliver around 2 tons of force. In other words, had Barrett existed in his previous life, he would have been a superhuman. As for weightlifting champions and boxing titans, a single blow from him could easily end their lives, and this was merely a glimpse of Barrett's current capabilities. Who could say how formidable he might become with further training? Though he had not received the benefits of rumored powers or a golden finger, Barrett's very physique was akin to having an extraordinary advantage. Furthermore, the fusion of his current soul with that of his past life significantly enhanced his spiritual strength. Within just 7 days, he had gained the ability to wield the Conqueror's Haki with ease. Under the tranquil moonlight, Barrett, with a long blade slung across his back, swiftly made his way toward the sea, carrying the wooden raft he had laboriously constructed over the past week. With a forceful motion, Barrett hurled the raft into the ocean, seizing a makeshift paddle and leaping into the water with a resounding splash. He quickly swam to the raft and began to paddle vigorously. Bathed in moonlight, Barrett stood upon the bamboo raft, gazing at the gradually fading coastline, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. As time passed, 3 days slipped by, and Barrett had yet to discover an island upon which to land, driving him to the brink of despair. Damn it, when will this end? Lying on the raft, Barrett wore a face devoid of hope. 3 days of aimless drifting had taught him a harsh lesson. Without navigational knowledge or a sturdy vessel, wandering the seas was nothing short of a suicidal endeavor. At that moment, a faint sound of impact caught Barrett's attention. Turning his head, he spotted a square box floating on the water, gently resting against the raft. Springing to his feet, Barrett swiftly retrieved the box. Examining it closely, the box, measuring half a meter, was exquisitely crafted from an unknown red wood, adorned with intricate golden patterns that spoke of elegance and rarity. What could this be? Barrett mused. Placing the box on the raft, he stepped back, carefully prying it open with his knife. Satisfied that there was no immediate danger, he leaned in for a closer inspection. Inside, 2 peculiar fruits, each bearing a spiral pattern, lay quietly. One fruit was a golden hue, reminiscent of an apple, while the other was a deep crimson, resembling a banana, its unusual design captivating. Lost in one place, yet found in another. I never anticipated encountering a devil fruit here, Barrett murmured softly, his expression a tapestry of complexity. During his days beneath the rocky cliffs, he had deliberately sought out the fateful fruit that was destined to amalgamate with him. Regrettably, it seemed that his journey across realms had severed the bond, leaving him no further connection to that potent fruit. This evoked a pang of disappointment within him, for that fruit possessed extraordinary power, capable of merging with any object. Its might, whether in defense or offense, was nothing short of astounding. Moreover, Upon awakening, it could effortlessly obliterate an entire island with a single strike. Given Barrett's modern perspective, any developments he might conceive would undoubtedly surpass those depicted in the original narrative, ensuring he would emerge even stronger. Could there be a fruit that can merge? Barrett pondered, extending his hand to retrieve the devil fruit from a box, examining it with meticulous attention. The golden-hued devil fruit is adorned with intricate stripes, resembling scattered golden patterns, while the crimson devil fruit displays feathers in delicate segments. He had watched the anime One Piece, where Zoan types often resemble bananas. Logia types are distinguished by their colors and patterns, and Paramecia types are bizarre and varied, with a significantly greater difficulty in development compared to the other two categories. However, when developed effectively, the results can be astonishingly formidable, akin to the feats of Whitebeard, Gold Roger, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, who not only mastered their respective devil fruits, but also achieved greatness for themselves. Yet, he harbored a fear of encountering some truly dreadful devil fruits, reminiscent of Treble, who perpetually oozed mucus. The thought of consuming such a fruit was revolting. At this point, Barrett couldn't help but shudder, his hand trembling slightly as he held the devil fruit. It shouldn't be, Barrett consoled himself, for after all, the sea creature speculated that the superhuman fruit resembled a cantaloupe, and these two were evidently not. He placed the two fruits into a box, then removed his clothing to securely wrap the box around himself, tightly binding it to his body. Now adrift at sea, he dared not consume the fruit. After all, those with powers harbor a profound fear of the ocean. The original text made this abundantly clear. In such circumstances, consuming a devil fruit could yield nothing but the ability to fly. Any other power would be akin to courting death. Having secured the devil fruits, Barrett regained some motivation and seized the oars, swiftly paddling. The raft no longer drifted aimlessly but surged forward across the water, leaving a distinct trail. As night descended, the moon hung high, and the vast expanse of stars reflected upon the water, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the shimmering waves. However, this beautiful scene was short-lived. A thunderous crack broke through the sky, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire sea. Hailstones, each the size of a fist, plummeted onto the surface with a resounding thud. "Damn it, here we go again," Barrett muttered, swiftly leaping into the water to evade the lethal hail. He was not yet capable of enduring such a relentless barrage. This, too, was a lesson learned during his 3 days at sea. Previously, while watching anime, he had heard of the treacherous weather of the Grand Line, but he never anticipated it would be this severe. Over 3 days of sailing, he had experienced all 4 seasons, and plunging into the sea was a strategy to mitigate the impact of the hail, as it would considerably lessen the force of the blows. Fortunately, hailstorms are typically brief. Within minutes, they dissipated. Barrett quickly climbed back onto the raft, using vines to bind the logs together, and then he clung tightly to the raft. Experience told him that a tempest was imminent. True to his instincts, a fierce gust of wind swept through, raising tumultuous waves. The raft was lifted and propelled forward by the surging tide, evoking a sensation akin to modern surfing. Barrett clung desperately to the raft, doing his utmost to prevent it from disintegrating, for it was his sole means of navigation. Suddenly, the wind intensified, akin to a tempest of extraordinary ferocity, with waves rising to heights of 100 meters, as if the sea god had unleashed his wrath, transforming the surges into a veritable tsunami. How exaggerated could this be? As the winds howled, the raft was swiftly dismantled, leaving Barrett in a state of despair, clutching a solitary log and resigning himself to fate. With a thunderous roar accompanying the colossal waves, Barrett was swiftly engulfed, the violent impact sending him hurtling through the air, causing him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, the log he had secured remained steadfast. After an indeterminate period, Barrett gradually regained his senses, surveying his surroundings and discovering that he had washed ashore on an unfamiliar island. Fortunately, aside from 2 fractured ribs, he had sustained no serious injuries. Suppressing the pain, Barrett employed the rudimentary skills he had acquired in the relentless land of warfare to crudely set his broken bones. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sandy beach, breathing heavily. After approximately half an hour, the resilience of his robust physique began to take effect, and the pain from the fractures gradually subsided. Thankfully, his possessions remained intact. Barrett caressed the box bound to his body, a wave of relief washing over him. After all, even if he did not consume the devil fruits himself, their potential to cultivate power in the future was exceedingly rare. Moreover, on this island, these 2 devil fruits could very well be his lifeline. After a brief respite, Barrett rose and surveyed his surroundings, preparing to seek assistance from others like him. However, he soon tragically realized that, apart from a long knife he had left behind, there was not a single soul to be found along the beach. How cruelly disappointing. Barrett picked up the long sword with a bitter smile and slowly made his way towards the island, hoping to find kindred spirits residing there. Just as he reached the edge of the forest, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A tremor coursed through Barrett's heart as he hastily concealed himself behind a colossal tree, cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a gigantic figure towering over 30 meters loomed before him, with the head of a dragon and the body of a lizard. Its powerful claws revealed that this was none other than the fictional Tyrannosaurus Rex from the movies of his past life. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus strode with an air of unbridled ferocity, exuding its dominance as the apex predator. Barrett swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. Although he had anticipated encountering the bizarre creatures of this world, the reality of facing one was overwhelming. After all, in his previous existence, he had only seen such beings on television or as fossils in museums, which, at only a few meters tall, paled in comparison to the magnificent creature before him. The Tyrannosaurus was as swift as it was imposing, vanishing from Barrett's vicinity in no time. After witnessing the colossal beast, he dared not venture further into the jungle. Instead, he carefully retreated until he reached the edge of the beach, where he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the shock still reverberating within him. However, Barrett soon regained his composure. He was no longer the modern man he once was. The world he inhabited was no longer the familiar realm of his past. Having absorbed the remnants of the original Barrett soul, he had undergone a transformation, adapting to this new reality with remarkable swiftness. I must grow stronger. Barrett gritted his teeth, suppressing the flicker of fear within. He then set forth, cautiously exploring the island. This was a desolate isle, one among countless others in the world of pirates, and Barrett had no notion of his whereabouts. Yet, this island was decidedly peculiar. The fauna were extraordinarily colossal, rabbits towering 3 meters high, tigers stretching 8 meters in length, and an array of other gigantic beasts, all possessing remarkably formidable prowess. Even with Barrett's monstrous physique, confronting a single rabbit proved to be an arduous task, let alone the other titanic creatures. Nonetheless, this place resembled a crucible, offering Barrett the opportunity for accelerated growth. Just moments ago, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a spectacle, a colossal bear engaged in combat with a tiger. In an unexpected turn, a rabbit, seemingly dazed, recklessly charged into the fray, only to be met with the combined might of the bear and tiger, each delivering a devastating blow. The rabbit was sent hurtling through the air for several dozen meters, meeting its demise. Coincidentally, it crashed down beside Barrett after shattering several large trees. Barrett disregarded everything else and sprinted back to the beach, dragging several hundred pounds of rabbit behind him. He swiftly skinned and cleaned the catch, then kindled a fire by the shore to roast the meat. After consuming a few morsels, Barrett encountered a remarkable revelation. The creatures of this island were extraordinarily beneficial to his health. Upon finishing the rabbit meat, he distinctly felt a resurgence of physical strength, and even the fractures in his bones began to mend gradually under the nourishing energy of the meat, significantly alleviating his pain. Sensing the invigorating effects, Barrett was filled with a fervent zeal and instinctively began to train. His regimen was rather straightforward, consisting of push-ups, frog jumps, and sit-ups, conventional exercises aimed at honing his physical prowess. As a seasoned sailor, he understood that in the world of pirates, both the powers of devil fruits and exceptional combat skills were inextricably linked to one's physical condition. In the sweltering summer heat, waves of warmth surged. Breathing heavily, Barrett, bare-chested and burdened by a massive stone, poured sweat onto the beach as he executed powerful push-ups. After a considerable time, Barrett rose, the stone crashing heavily to the ground, hot droplets of sweat cascading from his robust physique onto the earth below. After a brief respite, he exhaled deeply, seized a large wooden halberd resting nearby, and strode purposefully into the sea. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves. Since arriving on this desolate island, Barrett's daily existence had revolved around rigorous training and relentless combat. In his previous life, although he was an ordinary individual, his lineage was far from common. His ancestors had produced remarkable figures, including the legendary El Bu, known for his unparalleled prowess in battle. Though the passage of time had led to the erosion of El Bu's martial legacy, remnants of his skills endured. notably the famed 36 paths of the breaking army halberd. In his former life, however, cold weapons had long been obsolete, and martial prowess was no longer the measure of strength. To prevent the family legacy from fading, his father had insisted he practice the ancestral martial arts from a young age. Yet, as the pressures of academics and life mounted, he abandoned his training during high school, allowing his once robust physique to deteriorate, ultimately becoming a disheartened middle-aged man with only the memories of his training etched in his mind. Now, in this world where martial strength was paramount, the family legacy found its purpose. After a month of training, thanks to his formidable physique and the unique fauna of the island, Barrett experienced a remarkable growth spurt, both in height and strength, doubling his physical power. He also rekindled the martial arts of his ancestry, mastering the halberd techniques with impressive precision. Moreover, under the extraordinary conditions of this world, his halberd skills transcended the limits of his previous existence, unleashing waves of potent energy with each strike. The only regret was his lack of a proper halberd, forcing him to rely on a wooden substitute, which had shattered numerous times over the month. As Barrett's movements quickened, the wooden halberd could no longer withstand the strain and broke again, the splintered head flying several meters and generating a towering wave. Sighing, Barrett paused, gazing at the broken weapon in his hand with a wry smile. Never mind, I shall seek food first and craft a new one later. With that, he discarded the fragmented wooden halberd, picked up a long knife from the ground, and marched determinedly into the forest, for this too was part of his training. Aimed at honing his combat skills and securing sustenance, Barrett ventured into the forest, meticulously searching for rabbits. After all, given his current prowess, he found that apart from the rabbits, he was no match for anyone else on this island. Barrett, with a keen eye and attentive ears, searched diligently for a considerable time, but found no trace of a rabbit. It seemed that the day would not yield any game. The absence of a rabbit left Barrett feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he dared not venture deeper into the forest and could only meander around the periphery before gradually withdrawing with his long knife in hand. Just as he stepped out of the woods, a rustling sound emerged. A massive black python, measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, coiled its body, propping itself up and fixing its brown vertical pupils intently upon Barrett. Goodness, this was sheer luck. Barrett muttered a curse under his breath, gripping his long knife with vigilance, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal python. He harbored no belief that the creatures of this world adhered to the same instincts as those of Earth. After all, which serpent would strike at an immobile target? Though the fauna of this realm may not possess the intellect of humanity, their cunning was undeniably sharp, relying on the subtleties of breath for their sensory perception. The hissing black python flicked its tongue, swaying its head as if contemplating the most effective means to launch a lethal assault on Barrett. Barrett remained acutely vigilant, harboring no illusions that the enormous python would spare him. As anticipated, the python swiftly swung its massive head and opened its gaping maw, lunging fiercely towards Barrett with remarkable speed. Fixated on the python, Barrett made a split-second decision the moment the creature attacked. He propelled himself off the ground, shattering a stone beneath his feet. In a deft maneuver, he pivoted and struck forcefully at the serpent's head with his longsword. The blade collided heavily against the python's neck, emitting a shower of sparks, while the weapon itself suffered a significant notch. Barrett was propelled several meters away by the recoil. The colossal python let out a painful roar, its body writhing incessantly. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it stirred up a tremendous gust of wind, swiftly aimed at Barrett. This is not good. It's too fast. Barrett found himself utterly unable to evade, forced to withstand the impact. With a resounding crash, he was sent sprawling several meters away. Coughing, Barrett propped himself up with his blade, swiftly rising to his feet. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal python. The serpent's slitted eyes glinted coldly, its tongue flickering in and out, revealing no haste to strike. Was escape an option? Barrett gazed into the cold, vertical pupils of the giant python. As fragments of memories from his past life resurfaced in his mind, scenes of forbearance towards others and subservience to those around him, a wave of fear surged from the depths of his heart, urging him to flee. Yet, at that very moment, the python launched another assault, its gaping maw aimed directly at Barrett. In an instant, a formidable will emanated from Barrett, a formless torrent that struck the serpent with unparalleled ferocity and grandeur. The python faltered, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. Even its jaws, wide open, momentarily forgot to close. Having been granted a second chance at life, Barrett felt that his journey had only just begun. He could not possibly fall here. In this lifetime, no one shall dictate the course of my existence. Barrett's eyes glimmered with a chilling crimson light, devoid of any trace of cowardice. With a powerful thrust, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and plunged into the serpent's maw. The giant python's fangs shattered upon impact, and the excruciating pain jolted it awake, eliciting a pained roar as it writhed violently on the ground. Yet, soon the creature's struggles diminished, an overwhelming torrent of blood gushing forth, instantly staining the earth crimson. After several arduous minutes, Barrett emerged from the serpent's jaws, panting heavily. His body drenched in blood, and his complexion somewhat pale, betraying a hint of weakness. However, amidst the bloodstains on his face, a confident smile graced his features, transforming his demeanor entirely. It became apparent that conquering oneself is the path to ferocious advancement, breaking through personal limits. In the realm between life and death lies profound terror. Yet it also presents an opportunity. Barrett's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Just moments ago, as he conquered his fears, the power of his conqueror's Haki surged, greatly enhancing his physique. With a deep sigh of relief, Barrett dragged the corpse of a serpent, striding purposefully towards the shoreline. The exertion he had just endured was immense, having pushed his limits to the brink of exhaustion. As time flowed, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the sandy beach of an unnamed isle, under the hazy moonlight, Barrett suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Compared to the original tale, Barrett was not particularly imposing, yet his form had become more proportional. He now stood nearly 3 meters tall. His bare upper body was adorned with countless scars, and his flowing golden locks danced in the wind, exuding a sense of defiance and rugged charm. The hunting time has arrived, Barrett murmured. In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the beach. This was one of the fruits of his year-long endeavors. A movement technique he had developed by synthesizing memories from his past life with the martial philosophies inherited from his family, akin to the Marine Soru. Soru is one of the 6 forms of the Marine technique, primarily characterized by high-speed movement, achieved by rapidly stepping on the ground multiple times within 0.36 seconds to generate explosive counterforces, propelling oneself at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. In his family's legacy, only the techniques of fist and weapon training were passed down, with no methods for swift movement. To avoid any shortcomings in the future, Barrett endured considerable hardship over the past year, nearly exhausting his legs in the process. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. After much trial and error, he finally mastered this technique. Additionally, after a year of arduous training, Barrett had reached a proficient level in utilizing Soru. Although he might not rival the elite of the Marines or the world government, he could adeptly control his direction, steering clear of obstacles like trees. Over the past year, his physique had multiplied in strength, and the family techniques of polearm and fist had gradually interwoven into a cohesive mastery. Compared to his former self before arriving on the island, he was now capable of battling 5 foes simultaneously. Yet, this progress had led him to a limit. As an invisible barrier hindered further advancement, Barrett felt a sense of helplessness in this regard, resorting to continuous combat with the beasts of the forest to hone his fighting skills and experience. On several occasions, he had come perilously close to death, but the brink of mortality often yielded considerable gains. Each narrow escape brought significant breakthroughs in his combat techniques. The insight into Soru had come during a life-and-death struggle with a giant bear. With a thunderous crash, Barrett entered the woods, seeking out his old adversary. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to the slumbering giant bear beneath the tree, the very creature that had inspired his understanding of Soru. The enormous bear, measuring over 10 meters in length, was sent flying several meters by the force of the blow, erupting in an angry roar. Its fierce gaze locked onto the diminutive figure of Barrett, reflecting a hint of frustrated humanity and irritation. "Come, great bear, let us have some fun," Barrett chuckled lightly, beckoning the bear with a finger, his eyes sparkling with provocation. A flicker of reluctance crossed the bear's eyes, yet it resolutely charged forward. For it knows that if it refrains from combat, the humans before it could annoy it to the brink of death. Very well then. As Barrett beheld the colossal bear charging towards him, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes, akin to flames dancing with fervor. The relentless battles over the past year had bestowed upon him an inexplicable thrill for combat. With a resounding clash of fists, an invisible shockwave emanated from the encounter, sending leaves and stones spiraling into the air. The bear's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of gravity. It could distinctly sense that Barrett's strength had indeed surged, transforming from a feeble adversary a year prior to a formidable equal now. Yet, upon encountering the fiery intensity of Barrett's eyes, a shiver coursed through its massive frame, as if haunted by unwelcome memories. With a mournful howl, the bear rolled its eyes and clutched its paw, lamenting and casting reproachful glances at Barrett, as if accusing him of being excessively ruthless in their sparring, showing no mercy to the bear. Barrett, taken aback by the bear's audacity, felt the fervor in his gaze swiftly dissipate, returning to normal. "You lazy creature, rise. I am not here to engage you in battle today," he jested, moving to sit beside the bear. After a year of life-and-death encounters, Barrett and the bear had forged a friendship, becoming well acquainted with each other's temperaments. The bear was a quintessential homebody, preferring to lie down whenever possible. As long as it faced no threat, it would remain indifferent even to other creatures relieving themselves nearby. Upon seeing Barrett settle down, the bear exhaled in relief and immediately rose to drag forth a lifeless tiger, one that was utterly beyond revival. The tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length, was immensely formidable, and even in death, it exuded an aura of regality. "This is the beast you vanquished," Barrett exclaimed in astonishment. Recognizing the tiger as an adversary, one that had nearly claimed his life on several occasions, the scars upon his body largely attributed to this formidable foe. The bear shook its head, gesturing toward the depths of the forest, its eyes betraying a flicker of fear. "Do not worry, my friend. One day, I shall take you on an excursion into those depths." Barrett gazed intently in the direction indicated by the colossal bear, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He understood that the bear spoke of the sovereigns of the forest. This island was vast, teeming with gargantuan creatures. Deep within the woods lurked several rulers, namely a titanic elephant, a fearsome Tyrannosaurus rex, a massive silverback gorilla, and a gigantic crocodile. These were revelations that Barrett had procured at the peril of his own life. 2 months prior, Barrett had reached the zenith of his strength, mastering the art of shaving with remarkable finesse. However, his burgeoning confidence led him to disregard the bear's warnings and boldly venture into the heart of the forest. Upon entering, he was met with the formidable might of a gorilla, who sent him flying with a single blow, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, the bear had followed closely behind, rescuing him from the depths of danger. In the aftermath, the forest erupted in several fierce battles, and driven by reckless curiosity despite his injuries, Barrett edged closer to observe, ultimately deducing the identities of the rulers. The bear rolled its eyes, its expression a portrait of disbelief. Barrett chuckled softly, not bothering to engage in futile debate. Arguing with a bear was clearly a sign of insufficient intellect. He then remarked with a playful tone, "Lazy bear, are you hoping I'll assist you in roasting this tiger?" Upon hearing this, the enormous bear eagerly nodded, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. "Come on, then. Let us proceed." Barrett laughed, his own appetite for the tiger meat having lingered for quite some time. Moreover, this tiger was a dominant force in the region, its energy undoubtedly potent, providing significant benefits to his physique. According to his memories from a previous life, tiger bones were exceptionally beneficial for bone growth, enhancing both hardness and strength, particularly in this extraordinary world of titanic beasts. As the bear drooled profusely, it dragged the massive tiger behind Barrett, who led them out of the forest. The animals along their path sensed the bear's formidable presence and swiftly retreated. Before long, the duo arrived at the beach, where both Barrett and the bear set to work. The bear focused on gathering timber to construct a colossal roasting rack, while Barrett busied himself with skinning and cutting the tigeress meat. Soon, a roaring fire blazed on the sand, with large chunks of tiger meat sizzling on the makeshift grill, exuding an enticing aroma that kept the bear, seated beside the grill, transfixed and drooling. Observing the bear's antics, Barrett chuckled again, raising his long knife, ready to carve off another piece of tiger meat. However, as he exerted force, the knife shattered in his hands, leaving Barrett momentarily stunned as he gazed at the broken blade. The faint sound caught the bear's attention, prompting it to turn and see Barrett lost in thought over the fractured knife, emitting a questioning woo-woo. "It's nothing, just a broken knife. I didn't react in time." Barrett replied with a light laugh, and then, using the broken blade, he managed to cut off another piece of tiger meat for the grill. The bear glanced at the broken knife in Barrett's hand, its large eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. It remembered this knife. It was the very one Barrett had wielded during their initial battle, with several notches inflicted by the bear itself. Subsequently, the great bear gently patted Barrett, its massive paw gesturing expressively. Barrett soon comprehended the meaning behind the giant bear's intentions, stating that after feasting to satisfaction, he would present him with a blade. Barrett forced a wry smile, never anticipating that he would find solace in a bear one day. Yet, a flicker of warmth blossomed within him. In his previous life, after the failure of his business, those around him distanced themselves. In this life, having been abandoned since childhood and raised amidst deception and betrayal, he had not felt such sincerity for a long time. Humans are inferior to beasts. Barrett quietly contemplated, then patted the giant bear and cheerfully declared, "I shall entrust my blade to you." The colossal bear nodded its head vigorously, a smile illuminating its bear-like visage. At midnight, under the brilliance of the high-hanging moon, the vast expanse of the starry river shimmered, as if flowing in every direction, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. A man and a bear reclined on the sandy shore, gazing up at the celestial tapestry above. Within Barrett's eyes danced reflections of myriad images, fleeting shadows that flitted by like a galloping horse through blooming flowers. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, its brilliant light momentarily illuminating Barrett's face. Upon closer inspection, one could see two crystalline tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Father, Mother, I am sorry," Barrett murmured, his gaze filled with longing. In his previous life, he had felt no indebtedness to anyone, yet he bore an immense sense of guilt towards his parents. "You nurtured me in my youth. I shall care for you in your old age." He understood this sentiment, yet had never truly fulfilled it. It was only after being betrayed and living a life akin to that of a dog, when his parents had given him their meager savings and mortgaged their ancestral home to alleviate his burdens, that he awoke to the realization that, despite their incessant nagging, his parents were the most sincere and concerned individuals in his life. Good fortune and beautiful moments are ever mindful of you. Alas, it was all too late. Barrett's expression was somewhat somber, a hint of sorrow involuntarily gracing his visage. Woo-woo, perhaps sensing Barrett's melancholic mood, gently nudged him with its massive paw, its large eyes reflecting a flicker of curiosity. Hee. Barrett wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, chuckling softly as he patted the giant bear. "Do not worry, dear bear. I am quite well. Were you not going to take me to retrieve the blade? Let us venture forth now." Upon hearing this, Woo-woo's face immediately brightened with a smile, and it swiftly rose to its feet, eagerly urging Barrett to accompany it in the quest for the sword. Barrett rose with a cheerful demeanor, intrigued by the mention of the long sword by the giant bear. The giant bear, filled with excitement, gestured animatedly along the way, elaborating on the vastness of his treasure trove and the myriad of wondrous treasures it contained. Barrett was equally cooperative, listening with a cheerful smile, while his curiosity about the great bear's treasure grew increasingly intense. Soon, the great bear led Barrett to its domain, a vast cavern. At the entrance, a small bear, about 1 meter tall, was playfully frolicking, appearing blissfully carefree. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, the great bear emitted a low growl, causing the little bear to cease its play, turn its gaze towards the great bear, and joyously rush over, nuzzling against the great bear's leg with soft whimpers. The great bear gently stroked the little bear with its paw and, with a proud glance at Barrett behind it, emitted a couple of affectionate sounds, indicating that this was indeed its offspring. Barrett was at a loss for words. He wished to express that at his current age, he was merely a cub among humans. However, to argue with a bear clearly indicated a lack of wisdom, so he promptly shifted the conversation. "Great bear, are you not supposed to lead me to obtain a knife?" Upon hearing this, the colossal bear cast a disapproving glance at Barrett and then gently patted the little cub, growling softly to signal it to play on its own. The cub, albeit reluctantly, glanced back at the great bear but did not refuse, departing to frolic near the entrance of the cave. Once the cub was gone, the great bear ushered Barrett into the cave, though not particularly deep. The cave was remarkably spacious. Despite its dimness, Barrett's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the surroundings. As they entered, the great bear let out a triumphant roar and extended its paw to indicate the right side of the cave. Barrett turned his gaze to the right, where a chaotic assortment of items lay scattered: gold, boxes, peculiar stones, and some strange leather. It was evident that these were the treasures of the colossal bear. Barrett was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that a bear would gather such items. Yet, these objects seemed utterly useless to him at present. Irritably, he remarked, "Great bear, did you not summon me to see the knife? These things hold no value for me." In response, the massive bear emitted a disgruntled growl, casting a displeased glare at Barrett before striding over to the pile of items, diligently pawing through them with its claws. Barrett, intrigued, followed suit without causing any disturbance, merely observing with keen interest as the colossal bear rummaged through a heap of miscellaneous items. Before long, the clutter was strewn about haphazardly, and a 3-meter-long box was unearthed. Upon seeing the box, a glimmer of delight flickered in the bear's eyes. With a casual swipe of its paw, it cleared the debris atop the box. And with a powerful grip, it lifted the entire box, gesturing towards Barrett with a wave of its paw as it made its way towards the entrance of the cave. With a curious expression, Barrett followed the colossal bear out of the cave. Upon exiting, the giant bear set down the box and let out a low growl, gesturing for Barrett to open it. There was a hint of pride in its demeanor. Barrett disregarded the colossal bear and turned his gaze towards the exquisite box. The box, adorned in a deep crimson hue, was intricately engraved with patterns reminiscent of chrysanthemums, clearly indicative of a family crest. As he beheld the ornate craftsmanship, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Barrett. Anything housed within such a magnificent vessel must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Barrett stepped forward to unveil a box, within which lay a long blade, entirely adorned in a deep purple-black hue. Beneath the exquisite sword rested a sleek black sheath, glimmering with a metallic luster. This blade bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Tang sword Barrett had encountered in a previous life, albeit considerably longer, measuring over 2 meters in length. The sword was intricately engraved with delicate floral patterns, exuding an air of elegance. The blade itself gleamed brilliantly, emanating a chilling aura of coldness. As Barrett gazed upon the magnificent black-purple sword, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Barrett extended his hand to grasp the long blade, which glimmered as it captured a fleeting ray of light, emitting a crisp hum, as if it possessed a life of its own, striving to break free from Barrett's grip. Once I depart, I shall find you a suitable master. Sensing the resistance of the blade, a flicker of regret crossed Barrett's eyes. Although he was adept with the sword, he was far more proficient with the halberd and his fists. To him, the sword served merely as an instrument for cutting meat and felling trees. And in the realm of combat, it was less effective than bare hands. Barrett gently closed the box, causing a rolled piece of leather to slip out. Surprised, Barrett picked up the leather, which was modest in size, densely inscribed with an array of text and small illustrations. Barrett is not illiterate. During the relentless wars, although the bullet squad was treated as cannon fodder, there were still individuals who taught literacy, and he naturally learned to read. He glanced at the leather, which contained a legacy from the swordsmanship of the Shimatsuki family from Wano country. The one who preserved this lineage was named Shimatsuki Kaiharu, and the sword forged by him was called Shizui. This sword measures 2.68 meters in length and is comparable in craftsmanship to the renowned Great Sword of 21 Techniques. However, due to its excessive length and its sentient nature, no one in Wano could wield it. Consequently, Shimatsuki Kaiharu was compelled to leave Wano in search of a worthy master for Shizui. Yet, his actions clearly violated the laws of Wano, leading to him being pursued by samurai. Ultimately, after being captured, he secretly pinned his experiences and the lineage, placing them within the box that contained Shizui. He then cast the box into the sea, and after many tribulations, it eventually drifted to this island, where it was retrieved by a bear fond of collecting treasures. After perusing the leather, Barrett couldn't help but sigh. If his memory served him correctly, in a few years, when Orochi assumes power, the Kazuki clan would meet a disastrous fate, and the other noble families of Wano would suffer immensely. Apart from his long-gone master Zaro, those remaining would find that living was worse than death. However, despite knowing the outcome, Barrett had no intention of intervening. Setting aside his own abilities, he had no interest in the troubling matters of Wano. Nevertheless, the legacy of swordsmanship could impart valuable techniques, serving as a splendid complement to his combat skills and enhancing his understanding of this world. With this thought in mind, Barrett involuntarily smiled, then rolled up the leather and, cradling the box, expressed his gratitude to the bear. "Thank you, great bear. I truly cherish this gift. When time permits, I shall bring my children over, and I will prepare some barbecue for you." As he spoke, Barrett bowed deeply to the bear. The bear waved a paw dismissively, though its gaze remained fixed on the box, a hint of longing evident in its eyes, silently vowing to bring its family along for future meals. Observing the bear's reluctant demeanor, Barrett chuckled lightly. "Great bear, there is still plenty of tiger meat. Why not bring the little bears along for another feast?" Upon hearing this, the bear's eyes brightened, and with two excited growls, it dashed towards the two bewildered cubs, effortlessly scooping one up under each paw, and gestured to Barrett to climb onto its back. Barrett, without hesitation, leaped onto the back of the giant bear, and together they raced towards the beach with astonishing speed. After approximately 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the shore, where they set up a framework and ignited a fire, commencing a new round of festivities. In the world of One Piece, the art of swordsmanship encompasses numerous schools, among which Wano country boasts the greatest variety, predominantly led by the 6 prominent families, the Kazuki, Kurazumi, Shimatsuki, and others. Each school's swordsmanship lineage is considered a closely guarded secret within Wano, and even those who become vassals of these families are seldom entrusted with the core tenets of their martial arts. The legacy that Barrett had acquired was evidently extraordinary, as it not only chronicled the evolution of the Shimatsuki clan's sword techniques, but also provided insights into various schools. In gratitude for this favor, should circumstances permit in the future, I shall spare the life of one of your descendants, Barrett mused, letting out a deep sigh as he set aside the leather. To be frank, he held little interest in any of the families within Wano and had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. However, the teachings of the Shimatsuki clan had broadened his horizons and offered him valuable perspectives on swordsmanship, which complemented his combat skills. Despite not being a paragon of virtue, Barrett felt compelled to take action. A sense of moral obligation gnawed at him, lest he be haunted by an unresolvable dilemma. After a brief interval, he carefully stowed away the leather and picked up the newly crafted wooden spear, wading into the water. Although the myriad styles in One Piece varied, the foundational movements of swordsmanship were strikingly similar, categorically encompassing 8 basic actions: sweep, chop, flick, slash, graze, thrust, stab, and pierce, reminiscent of the 8 methods of the Tao in ancient China. Moreover, the blades in One Piece predominantly resemble the Tang sword, known for its heavy slicing and chopping, emphasizing power and simplicity compared to spear techniques. The foundational spear techniques comprise 13 forms, defined by actions such as lift, lock, intercept, thrust, hook, and so forth, amounting to 48 methods with infinite variations, including press, lean, search, elevate, collapse, hang, and more, each contributing to a complex repertoire of movements. Barrett, inheriting the teachings of Elbu, had mastered the basic spear techniques, which were mandatory training. His family's breaking army 36 spear techniques utilized a dual-sided spear, also known as the Fangtian Huaji, which, after Elbu's refinement, emphasized both finesse and strength, incorporating elements of cutting, chopping, slashing, and grazing. The swordsmanship legacy left by Shimatsuki Ryuma placed significant emphasis on the foundational techniques, deeply resonating with Barrett as he played in the water, splashes cascading around him, the cold light gleaming brilliantly. After acquiring the inheritance, Barrett's daily training became increasingly rigorous, and each day on the island was filled with greater fulfillment. Cultivation and combat became the sole themes of his existence. In addition to his training, he diligently pondered the other forms of the 6 styles of the Navy, utilizing the memories from his past life to prepare for the future learning of the return of life. In his previous life, while watching anime, Barrett had always perceived the 6 styles as a deceptive pitfall. However, as the narrative of One Piece delved deeper, he realized that the 6 styles were far from simplistic. Rather, it was the inadequacy of the characters that diminished the overall caliber of these techniques. Otherwise, figures like Carp and Zephyr, who were pure martial arts masters within the Navy, represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Additionally, the emergence of CP0 showcased increasingly formidable opponents, blending Zoan abilities with the 6 styles and Haki, creating an overwhelming force. Furthermore, based on discussions among fans from his previous life, each technique of the 6 styles holds significant importance. The iron blocks and paper drawing correspond to the armament Haki and observation Haki, and mastering them greatly aids in the future awakening of both forms of Haki. Shave and Moonwalk offer rapid movement and aerial combat capabilities, respectively, providing substantial advantages in subsequent battles. The finger pistol can be executed with different fingers to enhance their hardness, thereby augmenting one's own strength. Likewise, the Gale Foot can strengthen the leg muscles, increasing overall power and preventing an imbalance that could lead to weaknesses. Though Barrett possesses a legacy, he is acutely aware of the perils that this world harbors and naturally aspires to eliminate any weaknesses. He dedicates considerable effort to mastering physical techniques, and remarkably, He devotes up to 21 hours each day to training. Following the fusion of his soul, his mental fortitude has reached extraordinary heights. He requires merely 3 hours of sleep each night to fully restore his state. Furthermore, bolstered by a substantial intake of meat, his body's recuperative abilities are exceptionally robust, alleviating any concerns that the rigors of intense training might compromise his physical condition. Thus, Barrett leads a life that is both monotonous and intriguing. Barrett diligently trained each day, immersing himself in memories of the 6 styles of the Navy from his past life. Ultimately, with his formidable insight and the identity of a time traveler, he spent a year deciphering the 6 styles, gradually mastering them. Although he could not yet wield them with complete proficiency, he had validated the methodology, and all that remained was to deepen his practice. As he aged, his physique grew in tandem, his height soaring to an impressive 3.5 meters, and his strength significantly increased. He had harmonized both spear techniques and fist techniques, rendering him far more powerful than he had been a year prior. The great bears he had once struggled against were now no match for him, and he had even engaged in contest with the forest apex predators. Though he still could not defeat them, he no longer felt helpless. He had even ventured into the sea to battle sea kings, honing his skills through these encounters. However, growth often comes with a price, and Barrett learned this lesson the hard way. During his first foray into the ocean, he encountered a sea creature approximately 30 meters in length. After overcoming numerous trials, he managed to slay it, but not without sustaining severe injuries, ultimately dragging himself back to shore. Yet, there was a silver lining. In the battle with the sea creature, he inadvertently consumed a substantial amount of its blood, resulting in a remarkable surge in his physical abilities. Upon regaining consciousness, he found that both his strength and physique had doubled, filling him with elation. Consequently, he again plunged into the sea in search of more sea creatures, but after consuming their blood, he found that the effects were not as potent as before. Nevertheless, he discovered that bathing in the presence of sea kings could still enhance his physique. While the effects were modest, combined with rigorous training, this significantly accelerated his path to becoming stronger. From that day forward, he forged an unbreakable bond with the Sea Kings. In the year 1490 of the sea-round calendar, countless messenger seagulls soared across the world, stirring up waves upon the ocean. On an unnamed island, Barrett observed the multitude of flying seagulls with a sense of curiosity. He retrieved a coin he had obtained from the Great Bear and tossed it towards one of the messenger seagulls. The seagull understood his intent, grasping the coin in its beak, and a newspaper fell beside Barrett. As he received the newspaper, all the seagulls that had been circling above him suddenly took flight, leaving Barrett momentarily speechless. Barrett shook his head with a smirk and picked up the newspaper. Upon opening it, he noted that the headline boldly proclaimed the date, January 8th, year 1490 of the Oceanic Era, announcing the murder of Admiral Zephyr's family. It was said that the perpetrator was a pirate whom Zephyr had once captured but spared. Sparing the admiral, Barrett scoffed upon reading the news, finding Zephyr's actions profoundly foolish. Such decisions would only lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, it was evident that this incident was orchestrated by someone, for why else would the family of an admiral residing in Marineford fall victim to such a fate? After casting a glance at the newspaper, Barrett turned his attention away, discarding it carelessly as he returned to the shore to resume his training. However, as he approached the water's edge, he suddenly noticed 2 figures on the surface, a middle-aged woman and a 2-year-old child, both adorned with conspicuous bloodstains on their clothing, clearly indicative of severe injuries. Barrett hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately approached. As a modern individual, it was patently impossible for him to remain indifferent upon witnessing such sights. Barrett turned the bodies of the 2 individuals, noticing their distended abdomens, clearly indicative of excessive consumption. Without hesitation, he grasped each of them, carefully controlling his strength as he gently pressed upon their bellies, gradually inducing the expulsion of seawater. After a brief moment of coughing, the woman awakened first, her eyes snapping open as she urgently cried out for her child, "My child." Coincidentally, at that moment, the child also began to stir, though appearing somewhat dazed. A portrait of fear etched upon his face. "Luke, my child." Upon hearing the sound of her child's cough, the woman disregarded everything else and embraced the child tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Barrett watched the tender bond between the mother and her child, a wave of envy rising within him. Yet, upon noticing the blood seeping from their backs, he felt compelled to interrupt their nostalgic exchange, gently admonishing, "My dear sister, if you and your child do not seek treatment soon, You may find yourselves destined to meet in the depths of despair. The abrupt voice of Barrett jolted the woman back to reality as she beheld her child's blood-soaked garments. In a fit of panic, she released the little boy and fell to her knees, bowing her head in desperation, pleading, "Sir, I implore you, save my child." Such is the tender heart of a parent. Witnessing the woman's actions, Barrett felt a stir of emotion within him. He gently lifted her up and said, "Sister, I possess no medicine, only rudimentary remedies. Whether your child survives depends upon your resolve. Please, sir, it matters not to me. Just save my child," the woman exclaimed, her voice trembling as she clutched Barrett's hand, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Sighing softly, Barrett knelt beside the boy, placing him on a stone he often used for his exercises. He unfastened the boy's clothing, revealing a long scar that marred nearly half of his small body. Gasping at the sight of the wound, Barrett quickly retrieved the needle and thread he used for his own injuries, along with a bamboo cup filled with clean water, into which he sprinkled some sun-dried salt. He placed the needle and thread within and handed a wooden stick to the woman. "Sister, I lack proper medicine. The salt water-soaked needle and thread will cause considerable pain when stitching the wound. Allow the child to bite down on this stick, otherwise he might injure his tongue. And you must hold him still." "Understood." Without hesitation, the woman took the stick, gently prying open her son's mouth and placing it between his teeth. The boy, dazed, complied without resistance. Seeing the child's condition, the woman fought back tears, her eyes reddening as she held him down, saying to Barrett, "Sir, you may begin." A mother is indeed formidable. Observing the woman's expression and the blood seeping from her back, Barrett quietly lamented, then resolutely grasped the needle and thread to commence stitching. As he inserted the needle, the boy, overwhelmed by the sharp pain, cried out, causing the stick to tumble from his mouth. The woman, quick to react, swiftly thrust her arm into the boy's mouth, raising his pale face to look at Barrett, softly urging, "Sir, I will keep him still. Please continue stitching. You are a good mother." Barrett was deeply moved by the woman's actions, offering a sincere compliment before swiftly resuming his work. The sight of Barrett's rapid movements brought a flicker of hope to the woman's waning spirit, a smile breaking through her pallid face as she clung to the belief that her child would survive. Once the boy regained his senses, he realized he was biting his mother, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood. Tears streamed down his face as he battled the pain, slowly loosening his grip. The poignant scene of mother and child unfolded before Barrett's eyes, evoking both envy and awe within him. He quickened his pace, and in a matter of minutes, the boy's wound was fully stitched. Upon completion, both the woman and her son succumbed to unconsciousness. Barrett did not hesitate. He swiftly rinsed the needle and thread with saline, assisting the woman in turning over. With a firm tug, he tore open the fabric of her back, revealing a myriad of scars, both deep and shallow, crisscrossing in a chaotic pattern. It was hard to fathom how she had endured such torment. Upon seeing her wounds, Barrett let out a soft sigh and promptly set to work stitching them together. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had meticulously closed all the gashes on her body. Subsequently, Barrett moved both individuals onto the hide of a tiger and used saline to cleanse their injuries, eliciting pained grimaces from the unconscious pair. He then administered a small amount of the blood of a sea creature to each. Their survival now rested upon fate. Observing the battered duo, Barrett sighed deeply and turned toward the forest. As evening fell, the gentle moonlight bathed the ground, and the woman in a state of unconsciousness began to stir. "Congratulations. You have survived," Barrett spoke softly upon hearing her movement. He was somewhat astonished by her awakening and couldn't help but admire the resilience of individuals in this world. Given the extent of her injuries, in Blue Star, not only would she have struggled to endure such pain, but even reaching a hospital would have been uncertain. However, it was evident that this world was markedly different. The woman did not immediately respond. Instead, panic flickered across her face. Upon seeing the small boy sleeping beside her and feeling his breath, a great weight seemed to lift from her heart. She then gently addressed Barrett, "Sir, thank you for saving us. It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part. You have shown me the greatness of maternal love," Barrett replied with a smile. The woman cast a soft glance at the boy beside her and resolutely stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure my husband repays your kindness." Hee, Barrett chuckled lightly. "Sister, let us set aside other matters for now. Come, have something to eat. You have lost much blood and need to replenish your strength. The meat from the local fauna is quite nourishing." "Thank you, sir." The woman expressed her gratitude, foregoing any further niceties as she slowly made her way to sit by the fire. "Here, sister, try this," Barrett said, slicing off a piece of meat with a broken blade and cheerfully offering it to her. "Thank you," she replied, as if she had been famished for ages, eagerly devouring the lean meat. Seeing this, Barrett said little, merely offering piece after piece of meat to the woman. However, it wasn't long before she consumed dozens of pounds of meat, leaving Barrett utterly astonished. "Sir, I apologize. I require sustenance to replenish my energy, hence my considerable consumption," the woman explained, a hint of embarrassment coloring her pale cheeks. "It's quite all right. No need for concern." Barrett waved his hand and, after averting his gaze, proceeded to slice several dozen pounds of meat for roasting. The woman sat nearby, exuding an air of formidable presence, while the exposed wounds on her body gradually began to heal. It appeared that I had rescued someone extraordinary. Observing this, Barrett squinted, privately speculating about the woman's identity. Soon, the aura surrounding her dissipated. She glanced at the grilling meat, licked her lips, and, blushing, inquired, "Sir, may I have some more?" "Heh," Barrett chuckled lightly. "It's no trouble. I prepared plenty today, so feel free to indulge." With that, Barrett cut the meat into generous portions and handed them to the woman, then returned to slice more meat for another round of roasting. What a kind soul he was. The woman watched Barrett as he quietly attended to his tasks, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her. She then devoured the meat with great urgency, needing to recover swiftly for her own security. As time passed, the woman consumed over 100 pounds of meat, her complexion becoming more vibrant. Barrett noted with clarity that all her wounds had healed, leaving only faint scars. However, he refrained from inquiring further or divulging his name when she asked. Instead, he cleverly shifted the topic, having deduced that the woman likely utilized a form of life restoration, a technique exclusive to the Navy and the world government. He remained silent. After satisfying their hunger, Barrett carried a large stone into the sea, slowly engaging in his training. It was quite late for such exertion. The woman pondered Barrett's dedication but chose not to question him, instead picking up a broken knife from the ground to cut a small piece of meat for roasting. 3 hours later, a young boy awoke, and the woman and the boy shared a tender moment, tears welling in their eyes. After consuming a bit of food, the boy fell back into a drowsy slumber in the woman's embrace. 6 hours had passed. Was this training not detrimental to Barrett's health? As she observed him still training in the sea, a wave of concern washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to caution Barrett. Gently placing the boy down, she approached him at the water's edge and called out, "Sir, such training could harm your body and leave lasting injuries." "Dear lady," Barrett replied, "my physique is unique. This level of training is inconsequential." Upon hearing the woman's voice, Barrett responded loudly before immersing himself back into his training. The woman, realizing her attempts to dissuade Barrett were futile, let out a soft sigh and returned to the side of the young boy, soon drifting into slumber. The next day, the sound of something slicing through the air jolted the woman awake. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Barrett practicing with his spear. Rising promptly, she added some dry twigs to the fire, igniting the flames, and proceeded to slice several pounds of beast meat with a broken blade, placing the pieces on a grill to roast. Before long, the enticing aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. Barrett, catching a whiff of the delightful scent, glanced back in surprise before resuming his training. 3 hours later, he finally ceased his exertions and approached the grill. As he sat down, the woman promptly offered him a generous portion of meat, smiling as she remarked, "Sir, it is truly rare to encounter a young man as diligent as you." Barrett replied with a chuckle, "You flatter me. My efforts are merely for self-preservation." Accepting the roasted meat, he began to savor it heartily. Observing his response, the woman narrowed her eyes in delight and inquired, "Sir, if you wish to grow stronger, why not join the Navy? They offer structured training and guidance from seasoned experts." In response, Barrett regarded the woman with a knowing smile and asked playfully, "Sister, I take it you are part of the Navy?" "Indeed," she affirmed, nodding. "I can serve as your recommender. Once you enlist, you could directly enter the headquarters. I assure you of this." "Thank you for your kind offer. But I prefer a more liberated lifestyle," Barrett replied with a smile, shaking his head as he continued to devour the meat. Noting his refusal, the woman furrowed her brow and gently asked, "Sir, do you harbor any misconceptions about the Navy?" Barrett furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed, responding with a hint of indifference, "Sister, you are overthinking. I simply wish to live freely, without the desire to join any organization. Sir, allow me to extol the virtues of the Navy, the woman persisted, seemingly oblivious to Barrett's discontent, her words flowing relentlessly, as if his reluctance to enlist were a grave transgression. As her incessant chatter continued, Barrett remained silent, calmly savoring his grilled meat. Once she had finished her tirade, Barrett regarded her and spoke softly, "Sister, I appreciate your goodwill, but is the Navy truly as splendid as you portray? What you perceive is merely a fragment. Much of it is but a facade. In many regions, the streets are strewn with corpses and cannibalism prevails. In other areas, wars rage incessantly, where children of merely 5 years are coerced into military service and thrust into combat." Barrett spoke softly, as if recounting a mundane tale. Yet with each revelation, the woman's complexion grew increasingly pallid. She sensed the veracity of Barrett's words. "Sister, let us not discuss anything else but the recent incident involving the family of General Zephyr. Do you believe this occurrence to be mere coincidence?" Observing the woman's waning color, Barrett continued, "Is it not a coincidence?" Upon hearing this, the woman trembled slightly, her speech becoming tentative and lacking in confidence. "Coincidence?" Barrett scoffed. "Sister, do you know where the family of General Zephyr resides?" "Marinvondo," the woman replied without hesitation. Indeed, Barrett lamented that Marineford was indeed the stronghold of the Navy, arguably the most fortified location within its ranks. It is rather absurd that a family member of Admiral Zephyr, one of the Navy's most powerful figures, could meet their demise in Marineford. Is this not a mere coincidence? The woman's complexion was pale, her eyes vacant, devoid of any trace of focus. Barrett's words struck the woman's heart like a hammer, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Observing her demeanor, Barrett sighed gently. "Sister, sometimes being an ordinary person is quite commendable." "Sir, I apologize. I am actually Reinhardt, the wife of Zephyr." The woman regained her composure, a tinge of sorrow gracing her face, her tone laden with despair. "Ah, my dear sister, I truly apologize. My earlier words were merely an expression of sentiment and not intended to defame General Zephyr." Barrett feigned surprise, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. In truth, after Reinhardt had sacrificed her life, he had harbored some suspicions, yet he never anticipated that he had saved the wife and children of Zephyr, who had perished in the original narrative. "It matters not, sir. I must thank you for saving our lives." Reinhardt waved her hand dismissively. Then, her gaze dimming, she continued, "Sir, upon reflection, what you said may indeed hold truth. Perhaps it is precisely because some cannot accommodate Zephyr that they would target us. Could you assist me further in analyzing this?" She looked at Barrett with earnest eyes. Barrett, taken aback, admitted to feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had not expected Zephyr's wife to seek his counsel. However, upon meeting Reinhardt's sincere gaze, he pondered briefly and, drawing from some insights of Haki, spoke. "Sister, General Zephyr is a true naval officer. Yet, the justice he upholds does not align with the ideals of the world government. After all, the world government is not as just and upright as he envisions. His actions would inevitably harm many interests, and others would surely seek to harm him. After your incident, do you think General Zephyr would become disheartened, resign from his position as admiral, and retire to his homeland?" Indeed, Reinhardt nodded firmly. "And if Sengoku and the others bound him with camaraderie, persuading him to become a naval instructor, do you believe General Zephyr would remain?" Barrett inquired further. "Yes." Reinhardt hesitated for a moment, but recalling Zephyr's deep sense of loyalty, she nodded once more. "Indeed, spouses who share their hearts know each other best," Barrett mused quietly. He then calmly dropped a bombshell. "What I mean is, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, along with Vice Admiral Garp and others, are aware of the truth regarding you and your son, yet they choose not to inform Zephyr." "Do you believe that? How can that be?" Upon hearing this, Reinhardt seemed to be struck by a powerful blow, rising abruptly, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How can it not be?" Barrett replied coolly. "Sengoku is known as the strategist. Kong is the admiral, Suru is the chief advisor, and Garp can insult the celestial dragons without consequence. Do you think their intellect is lacking? Perhaps initially they were unaware. But after the incident, their wisdom would have led them to some conclusions and discoveries. However, because the Navy requires Zephyr, they would certainly choose to conceal the truth for the sake of the Navy. How could they do such a thing?" Reinhardt, not foolish, quickly grasped the implications of Barrett's analysis. For the sake of the Navy, sacrificing Zephyr was a trivial matter. Barrett's words fell like the final straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Rein's complexion ashen, unable to bear the weight of the moment, and she collapsed to the ground, lost in a daze. Alas, I do this for the good of your family. If Zephyr does not withdraw from the Navy, you will inevitably face such matters again. Barrett regarded Rhine, silently lamenting within. After a prolonged silence, Rhine gradually regained her composure, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke somberly. I cannot allow Zephyr to remain in the Navy. It is filled with deceitful individuals. With his temperament, should he be provoked by any incident, he is bound to commit some grievous act. Barrett's heart trembled at her words. He was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that Zephyr's wife understood him so well. As if she were prophesying, pinpointing his fate. Was Zephyr's destiny not precisely as she had described? Due to the murder of his student by pirates, who were subsequently incorporated into the world government, Zephyr ultimately defected from the Navy, wreaking havoc, tarnishing his reputation, and inciting the Navy's animosity. His 3 disciples would see him to his grave. Akaina would dig the pit, Kazara would take action, and Aokiji would erect the tomb. Before Barrett could fully process this revelation, Rhine continued to mutter to herself, but if I urge Zephyr to leave the Navy, he will surely resist. That is his lifelong belief. What am I to do? Her voice bore a trace of bitterness, and contemplating Zephyr's nature filled her heart with despair, causing her to hang her head and weep softly. Mommy, don't cry. At that moment, the little boy awakened, gently patting his mother's back with his small hands. Rhine jolted, quickly wiping away her tears, and smiled at her son. Luke, Mommy was just blinded by the sand. Mommy, I will protect you from now on, the boy said, gazing at his mother for a while before speaking slowly. Luke, you truly are thoughtful, Rhine replied, her voice choked with emotion as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Barrett did not disturb the two. He merely observed them in silence, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. And a tear unknowingly found its way to the corner of his eye. Sir, what troubles you? After an indeterminate period, Luke fell into a deep slumber once more. As Rhine's voice reached Barrett's ears. It's nothing. Barrett casually wiped away the tear, smiling as he remarked, Sister, your son is quite perceptive. You jest, sir. It is only after this ordeal that Luke has become more understanding. As Rhine spoke of Luke, a tenderness and affection glimmered in her eyes. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. Perhaps Luke has indeed found fortune in misfortune, Barrett reflected. He had witnessed Luke's earlier demeanor. It seemed as though this brush with death had awakened a maturity in the young boy's mind. At such a tender age, his thoughts had grown remarkably composed. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual. I only wish for him to grow up happily, without enduring so much, Rhine said. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Luke, a flicker of heartache passing through her eyes, her tone laced with relief. Barrett remained silent, understanding Zephyr's situation, as his own parents had faced similar circumstances in their past lives. During his childhood, despite the family's hardships, they ensured he was shielded from suffering and toil. After a moment, Rhine turned to Barrett and inquired, Sir, may I trouble you to devise a means for Zephyr to recognize the true nature of the Navy, so that he may withdraw from it? Actually, the solution is rather straightforward, yet it will unveil the darker facets of the Navy and the world government. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Barrett hesitated for a considerable time before responding. To be candid, he was reluctant to confront the Navy. Having read the original narrative and understood the complexities of the Navy and the world government. However, upon reflection, as long as he did not aspire to be a mere pawn, he would undoubtedly find himself opposed to both entities. Within the Navy, the most formidable figure was not the powerful Carp, nor the tactician Sengoku, but rather the future instructor Zephyr. His presence had cultivated numerous elites within the Navy. Should Zephyr depart, the Navy might seek alternative instructors, but replicating Zephyr's impact would be exceedingly challenging. Given Zephyr's esteemed reputation, his rank as a general, his formidable strength, and his exceptional teaching methods, few could rival him within the Navy. Thus, facilitating Zephyr's exit would inadvertently diminish a significant portion of the Navy's strength, aiding both Zephyr's family and himself. Indeed, let him see the truth. Zephyr's departure from the Navy should not lead to regret. Rhine nodded resolutely. Very well. Once Luke has recovered, we shall leave this place. Barrett assented with a nod. Good. Rhine cast a glance at the slumbering Luke, offering a gentle nod in agreement. Barrett uttered no further words, but instead turned to face the ocean, beginning his training while bearing the weight of stones. 6 months later, on an unnamed isle, the sun shone brightly upon the sandy shores. Rhine earnestly expounded upon the principles of life restoration, elucidating the conditions and methods of cultivation. Shanks emphasized that the essence of life restoration primarily lies in mastering one's own energy, allowing oneself. Barrett sat attentively beside her, His interest piqued by the prospect of life restoration, a skill regarded as miraculous within the realm of pirates. Mastering the management of one's own vitality and the rapid consumption of energy could significantly enhance his life force. This vitality directly drew parallels to the monkey family from the original narrative, as well as the resilience of naval officers compared to that of pirates. As for the name Shanks, it was merely a manifestation of Barrett's whimsical nature, a spontaneous utterance. Ryan spoke at a deliberate pace, yet with meticulous attention to detail. Ensuring that every nuance was comprehensible to Barrett, she meticulously covered how to harness bodily energy and the methods of rapid digestion for self-restoration. Repeatedly confirming Barrett's understanding before progressing to the next step, Barrett exhibited no impatience. Having such a dedicated teacher is indeed a rare opportunity. As a traveler from another realm, he possesses a profound cultural foundation from his past life, alongside the martial heritage of his family. While his comprehension may not be exceptional, it is certainly commendable. Furthermore, under Reinhardt's guidance, his understanding of the concept of life restoration has deepened significantly. This is not the first time Reinhardt has imparted his wisdom, following their previous conversation. He had already provided Barrett with valuable insights. Over the past 6 months, with Reinhardt's mentorship, Barrett has made substantial progress in the 6 forms, correcting numerous errors along the way. Reinhardt has also unveiled some secrets of the 6 forms, such as harnessing the energy generated from iron blocks to temper one's bones, thereby enhancing their strength. It is said that this method was developed by Zephyr himself. However, this technique is notoriously painful during practice, a fact that Reinhardt has made a point to communicate to Barrett. Barrett was well aware of Zephyr's rigorous training methods and was resolute in his decision to embrace them. Fully cognizant of Zephyr's formidable combat prowess, although not on par with Carp, Zephyr's capabilities were nonetheless of an exceptional caliber within the pirate world. Had it not been for his own temperament and past experiences, his future might have unfolded in a less dismal manner. However, as Ryan astutely pointed out, this method of tempering was indeed somewhat extreme. The pain experienced was undoubtedly comparable to that of a level 10 agony. Barrett hesitated to subject other parts of his body to this ordeal and chose to commence the training with his fists. Yet, given his robust physique, each training session left his fists swollen. Fortunately, his unique constitution allowed for a swift recovery, with the swelling subsiding after rest, which intrigued Ryan significantly. It must be noted that not all are cut from the same cloth, despite Ryan's comparatively lesser strength and inability to wield the dual-color Haki. His teaching prowess was certainly on par with Zephyr's, possessing an astute eye for detail. Whether concerning spear techniques or the 6 styles, Ryan provided invaluable guidance. And over the course of 6 months, Barrett's overall strength surged dramatically. According to Ryan's assessments, Barrett's current capabilities were akin to those of an elite brigadier general from the headquarters. Barrett's growth brought genuine joy to Ryan, perhaps embodying the profound satisfaction a teacher derives from nurturing exceptional students. Shanks, I have shared the entirety of Life's return with you. Now, I shall propose a unique method, though it remains untested by anyone. Are you willing to give it a try? Ryan said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Barrett. All right, Ryan, please share your thoughts, Barrett replied cautiously, instinctively drawing back slightly, hesitant to give an outright affirmation. He recognized that glimmer in her eyes. It reminded him of a hunter's gaze fixated on its coveted prey. Ever since Ryan discovered his unique physique, which allowed for rapid recovery, she had concocted a myriad of peculiar ideas, such as the fusion of 3 techniques: Gale Step, Sheer, and Moon Step. By harnessing the impact of Gale Step and amalgamating it with Sheer and Moon Step, he could achieve a brief state of flight, exceeding even the pinnacle of speed. However, the practice of this technique nearly left Barrett's legs in ruin. Yet, the skill achieved through this triad was undeniably exquisite. After countless explosions and integrations, Barrett successfully developed the 3-in-1 technique, allowing him to soar swiftly at low altitudes, surpassing the speed of using sheer on solid ground. Nonetheless, this skill was also tremendously taxing on his stamina. Even at full exertion, he could only sustain it for a mere several minutes. Nevertheless, within those fleeting moments, he could traverse dozens of kilometers, outpacing even those possessing the abilities of flying creatures. As his strength grew, this technique would only become swifter, a veritable divine skill, albeit one only accessible to his exceptional constitution, thus earning the shameless title of a stone's throw from heaven. Rest assured, Shanks, you remain unaware of my capabilities. I would never bring you harm, Ryan said with a cheerful smile. Regarding Life's return, I have long harbored a notion Mastering the art of life restoration necessitates perfect control over one's own organs, allowing one to digest and thus rejuvenate oneself. So, why not harness digestion to enhance one's strength? Initially, I experimented on my own, yet found that digestion did not yield an enhancement of energy. It was only through our collaboration on a stone's throw from heaven that I realized the energy derived from the controlled digestion through life restoration is primarily restorative in nature, making it challenging to amplify physical strength. However, with your physical attributes, you could first harden your fists with iron blocks, then employ life restoration, followed closely by the iron blocks. Do you believe the fusion of these two energies could yield a training effect? Ryan, are you some kind of devil? Barrett rolled his eyes. Well aware of the toll from hardening his fists against iron blocks, he dared to attempt it only once a day, each session leaving him haunted by the experience. Now, Ryan's proposed method seemed even more outlandish. If he were to sharpen himself in such a manner, he couldn't help but wonder if it would lead to catastrophe. Even if it didn't result in an explosion, he would undoubtedly be engulfed in continuous agony as the two energies collided. Shanks, I have shared the method with you. It could accelerate your path to strength. Whether to employ it is your choice. I shall now go check on Luke. With a cheerful smile, Ryan finished speaking and turned to join Luke, who was exercising on the other side. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Barrett felt a surge of determination. Although Ryan's methods were often unconventional, it was undeniable that under Ryan's guidance, he had indeed grown significantly stronger. After a moment of contemplation, Barrett gritted his teeth and made his way directly to the barbecue area. After all, practicing this technique required a substantial supply of meat. Approximately half an hour later, Barrett had grilled over 100 pounds of meat, all cut into convenient pieces for consumption. Barrett consumed the meat, attempting to control his stomach for digestion, gradually becoming acquainted with the return of life. Not far away, Ryan observed Barrett's actions, squinting slightly as she murmured to herself, "You lucky boy, consider this a repayment for saving your life." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Little Luke, beside Ryan, paused his training and looked at her with curiosity. "Luke, I'm not saying anything in particular. It's just that soon we will be leaving. And I feel a bit happy about it," Ryan said, gently ruffling Luke's hair with a tender smile. Yet, deep within her eyes lingered a profound sense of reluctance. As Luke gazed at his mother's face, tears unknowingly filled his eyes, and he said in a daze, "Mom, can we please not leave? Can we stay here and continue living?" Ryan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated her son would plead for her to remain. But upon seeing his tear-streaked face, she gently embraced Luke, softly saying, "Luke, we must go find Dad. We are a family, and we cannot allow him to suffer alone." "Mom, why don't we just secretly take Dad away?" Luke murmured, holding on to his own conviction. Ryan whispered, as if speaking to Luke but also reminding herself, "Then, you must train diligently, Luke. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself, just like Brother Shanks." "Brother?" Luke looked at Ryan, puzzled and bewildered. With a chuckle, Ryan turned to Barrett, who was training, and leaned closer to Luke, whispering, "Let me share a secret with you. Shanks is actually only 14 years old." "Ah." Luke stared at Barrett, who stood over 4 meters tall, his small face reflecting sheer astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the older brother he had always referred to was merely 14. "Shanks has grown this tall through hard training, you know." Before Luke could fully comprehend, Ryan's cheerful voice filled his ears once more. "Mom, please guide me in my training." Luke suddenly broke free from his mother's embrace and bowed deeply to Ryan. "Haha, I can be quite strict, you know. Mom, I will work hard." A month later, on the nameless island, Big Bear announced, "I must take my leave. When I return next time, I will bring you to stroll in the heart of the forest and let the gorillas roast meat for us." Barrett gently patted the colossal bear, bidding farewell before his departure. Though a smile graced his lips, profound reluctance lingered in his eyes. After all, this was his first friend since arriving in this world. The mighty bear let out a low growl, its face reflecting a sense of dejection, tears shimmering in its eyes. Over the course of 5 years, the bond between man and beast had deepened into a profound friendship, and Barrett's departure weighed heavily on the bear's heart. "Ha, Great Bear, I am leaving now. But I promise to return and visit you." Barrett turned, tears glistening in his eyes, and laughed heartily as he departed. He did not linger for lengthy farewells, for he held a firm belief that one day he would return to reunite with the colossal bear. The mighty bear stood tall, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, reminiscent of an ancient beast in its prime. Its massive paw waved vigorously in farewell to Barrett. "Ha, I shall return." Barrett did not look back. He laughed heartily and raised his right hand, vigorously waving it as he gradually vanished before the giant bear. Ryan and Luke, upon seeing Barrett return to the beach, hurried over, their faces filled with concern. After all, the roar of the giant bear had echoed throughout the entire island. "Shanks, are you all right?" Ryan asked anxiously. Luke, equally worried, gazed at Barrett, his small face displaying clear tension. "Don't worry, Sister Ryan. I'm fine. That roar was made by my friend. He was bidding me farewell," Barrett said, ruffling Luke's hair with a gentle smile. "Wow, Brother Shanks, you're amazing," Luke exclaimed, his eyes widening in admiration, recalling how the roar had nearly frightened him senseless. "Ha ha. Little Luke, if you train diligently, you too will be able to make such formidable friends in the future," Barrett chuckled, continuing to touzle Luke's hair. "Yes," Luke nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Ryan smiled softly, watching them. Although her acquaintance with Barrett was brief, she found great benefit in their conversations and through their exchanges. She had come to understand him well enough not to mind her son's closeness to Barrett. After a pleasant chat, Barrett spoke up. "Sister Ryan, shall we set off?" Ryan nodded, taking Luke's hand as they boarded a small boat together. The boat was modest in size, resembling the fishing vessels Barrett had seen in his past life. He had spent over 6 months crafting it, undertaking considerable carpentry work, and after numerous failures, he had finally managed to achieve a rough success. Under the bright sky, a small boat raced swiftly across the ocean, its speed remarkable. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the sky, and the clear heavens were instantly shrouded in dark clouds, the atmosphere turning ominously gray. "Shanks, it's a hurricane. We must leave here at once, or the boat will be destroyed." Ryan's urgent voice rang out. "I understand, Sister Ryan. Hold on tight," Barrett replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he leaped into the sea with a splash, swimming beneath the boat before lifting it into the air. "We're flying." On the small boat, Luke clutched his mother tightly with one hand while firmly grasping the vessel with the other. He felt the fluctuations of the air and lifted his gaze towards the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. Barrett, straining under the weight of the boat, exerted every ounce of his strength to navigate through the heavens, tracing a graceful arc that propelled them several kilometers in mere minutes. However, at that moment, a fierce wind arose, severely hampering Barrett's maneuvers and drastically reducing their speed. Suddenly, a hurricane surged forth, conjuring towering waves that reached heights of several meters, as if heralding the apocalypse, threatening to overturn the very heavens and earth. Witnessing this, Barrett let out a tremendous roar, summoning every bit of his strength to shatter the limits of his speed, with resounding bursts echoing through the sky. Yet, human endurance has its boundaries. Barrett's explosive effort rapidly depleted his energy, leaving his legs nearly numb as the colossal waves approached. With a thunderous crash, the immense waves struck the boat. Barrett spat out a mouthful of blood, his head swirling in a haze before he succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, he groggily awakened, blinking his eyes open to find himself enclosed within a glass apparatus, his body entirely nude and adorned with an array of tubes. With great effort, Barrett attempted to move, only to be met with the startling realization that he possessed no strength whatsoever. Raising his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered, not far from him, Ryan and Luke similarly confined within glass contraptions, their eyes tightly shut, still in slumber. "Where am I?" Barrett exhaled deeply, his face etched with confusion. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, prompting Barrett to quickly shut his eyes and feign sleep. Given his current predicament, it appeared he had been captured by someone who was using him as a test subject. "Doctor, Kaido has been apprehended and will be delivered tomorrow." "Understood." Almost immediately, a murmur of conversation reached Barrett's ears. The brief exchange sent a jolt through him. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the world of pirates, renowned as the strongest creature in existence, was also a beloved figure among countless fans. With his formidable prowess, he was often referred to as the mightiest teacher by the fervent admirers. Although the current Kaido may not possess the strength he would later attain, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with, let alone captured. Contemplating the situation, Barrett formed a hypothesis. Given the time and environment, it seemed he was situated in a laboratory operated by the world government. After all, only the world government possessed the capability to capture Kaido and conduct experiments on him. Damn it, if I manage to escape, I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. I will write my name backwards if I do not. A glint of cold light flickered in Barrett's eyes, and a seething wrath consumed him. He never imagined that he would one day be reduced to an experimental subject, subjected to the horrors of human trials. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless, unable to resist. Tubes snaked from his body, relentlessly siphoning his blood while simultaneously infusing him with some enigmatic fluid that sustained his life. The two processes seemed to exist in a precarious balance, robbing him of strength yet preventing his demise. He needed to regain some of his vitality. Barrett contemplated, with his eyes closed, slowly regaining control over himself in accordance with the process of life's restoration. After a considerable time, he gradually regained some strength. Once the laboratory returned to a state of tranquility, he discreetly removed 2 blood extraction tubes, thus disrupting their equilibrium. The peculiar liquid seemed specifically designed to nourish humans, brimming with vitality. In a brief span, Barrett experienced a significant replenishment of his physical energy. However, he refrained from acting hastily, instead opting to gradually restore himself using the extraordinary liquid. Notably, he discovered that this unique substance greatly benefited his body, as he felt his physical condition subtly improving with each moment of absorption. Such a fortuitous circumstance was not one Barrett intended to squander. He stealthily enhanced his own capabilities like a quail in the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate duration, a resounding roar erupted, followed by a tremendous crash that reverberated throughout the laboratory. "Quick, provide support. Kaido has broken free." Outside, chaos ensued with hurried footsteps and urgent shouts. Upon hearing the commotion, Barrett abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that an exceptional opportunity had presented itself. With a swift motion, he tore away the blood extraction tubes, leaving only the tube connected to the peculiar liquid. After absorbing a substantial amount of the extraordinary substance, he finally detached the remaining tube. With a sudden exertion of strength, he shattered the glass container, and immediately, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory. "Hurry, there's trouble in the lab," a voice shouted from outside. In quick succession, a cacophony of hurried footsteps followed. Barrett's gaze was icy as he swiftly approached the containers housing Reinhardt and Luke. With a forceful strike, he shattered the containers, effortlessly tearing away the blood extraction tubes from both individuals. However, given Luke's tender age and his lack of Barrett's extraordinary physique, he became exceedingly frail, his vitality appearing alarmingly diminished. Barrett, unwilling to linger, promptly smashed the container nearest to Luke and connected the nutrient tube from the experimental subject to Luke's body. After a minute or so, Luke's life force gradually began to revive, prompting Barrett to exhale a sigh of relief. Luke, at that moment, the unconscious Reinhardt awoke, disregarding his exposed state as he instinctively pulled Luke into his embrace. Barrett quickly turned away from the mother and child, addressing Sister Rhine. "Luke is fine. Focus on your recovery. I shall retrieve a couple of garments." Upon finishing his words, Barrett swiftly departed. Realizing Luke was unharmed, Rhine became acutely aware of her own predicament, her cheeks flushing crimson. However, understanding the gravity of their situation, she set aside her embarrassment and hastily composed herself. Shortly thereafter, Barrett procured several pieces of white cloth, wrapping one around his body before hurriedly returning to Ryan and her child. With his back turned, he handed the cloth to Ryan, urging her to wrap herself up quickly, as chaos ensued outside, and he intended to lead them to safety. Acknowledging that this was not the time for modesty, Ryan, still blushing, nodded and swiftly enveloped herself with the cloth, simultaneously removing the tubes from Luke's body and using the fabric to securely bind him to her. Just as Ryan completed her task, the laboratory's main door burst open, and a multitude of Navy soldiers stormed in. "Kill them. This matter must not be exposed," shouted a naval officer upon spotting Barrett and the others. With a disdainful snort, Barrett stepped forward to shield Ryan and her child, his gaze piercing as it locked onto the advancing Navy. A palpable aura of dominance emanated from him, and in an instant, his conqueror's Haki activated, unleashing a formidable, intangible energy that engulfed the entire laboratory. The charging naval soldiers were struck by his overwhelming mental force, their wills shattered by his commanding presence. In mere moments, a significant number succumbed to the intense pressure, rolling their eyes back and losing consciousness. Conqueror's Haki. Behind Barrett, Ryan wore an expression of disbelief. She had never anticipated that Barrett possessed the qualities of a true sovereign. Conqueror's Haki. How could that be? The officer at the forefront gasped for breath, his face a mask of horror and despair, unable to comprehend why a mere experiment from the laboratory would exhibit such power. However, Barrett afforded him no time for contemplation. With a swift movement, a single finger pierced through the naval officer's throat. The officer, clutching his throat in shock, could hardly believe that he had been slain by an experimental subject. Witnessing Barrett's decisive action in dispatching the naval officer, Ryan was left stunned, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with incredulity. Barrett's gaze was icy, scarcely acknowledging the naval officer, as he merely turned to Ryan and said, "Sister Ryan, it is time for us to depart." Oh, Ryan murmured, casting a sorrowful glance at the deceased sailor. However, she felt little sympathy. She had never anticipated that the darkness Barrett spoke of would manifest so swiftly and in such a personal manner. In that instant, the convictions she held dear crumbled entirely. Barrett cast a glance at Ryan, uttering no further words, and swiftly dashed out of the laboratory. Observing Barrett's departure, Ryan, naturally apprehensive, hurriedly followed suit. The laboratory was nestled within a cavern, entirely forged of steel, with a labyrinthine layout. Both Barrett and Ryan were unfamiliar with the paths, evading the Navy as they made their way to an empty room. Upon spotting the naval uniforms within, Barrett suggested, "Sister Ryan, let us don the Navy's attire for our convenience." Ryan nodded in agreement, quickly locating a suitable naval officer's uniform and adorning herself with it. She then bound Luke onto her back with a white cloth and used a cloak to conceal him, transforming into a striking figure. Barrett found himself in a predicament. Standing at nearly 4 meters tall, it was a challenge to locate a suitable military uniform. Ultimately, he donned a somewhat fitting marine outfit, which clung tightly to his form, accentuating the bulging muscles of his upper body. His trousers, now resembling capris, were constricted to the point of discomfort, creating a comical appearance paired with his expression of exasperation. Upon witnessing Barrett's predicament, Leah couldn't help but laugh. "Leah, let us depart from this place. We can laugh as much as we wish afterwards," Barrett remarked, feeling both helpless and bemused by the insensitivity of the world around him, where mirth could arise even amidst peril. Hearing Barrett's words, Leah's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing that this was indeed not the moment for laughter, she then inquired, "What shall we do about Shanks?" "Leah, you must have been a naval officer in the past, correct?" Barrett asked. "Yes," Leah nodded affirmatively. "Then it is fortuitous. Summon the authority you wielded as an officer to have someone escort us out," Barrett suggested with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Leah's demeanor shifted, exuding the presence of a genuine naval officer. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the room, followed by violent tremors. Another resounding boom echoed, and the ground beneath them began to fracture, splintering into cracks. "Leah, we must flee." Barrett was taken aback, swiftly regaining his composure as he grasped Ryan's hand, urging him to hasten out of the room. At that moment, the entire laboratory was in disarray, with countless naval researchers desperately fleeing for their lives. Barrett and his companion dared not follow any further, instead opting to flee in another direction. Upon reaching a room devoid of any Navy presence, they gradually slowed their pace. "Cursed world government, release me." Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted, prompting Barrett and his companion to halt abruptly. "Shanks, I believe I heard a voice," Ryan said uncertainly, glancing at Barrett. "I heard it too," Barrett nodded. "Let us investigate. Perhaps he knows a way out." Ryan agreed with a nod. As they approached the source of the sound, it became increasingly distinct, though the temperature in the vicinity also began to rise. Cursed world government. Soon, they arrived at an iron door, and the curses became more pronounced. Yet, the heat intensified exponentially, causing Ryan to stop at a considerable distance. Only Barrett, with his robust physique, dared to draw closer, though he was soon drenched in sweat. "Is anyone inside?" Barrett called out loudly from outside the iron door. A voice from within expressed astonishment, followed by curses directed at the world government. "If you have the guts, kill me then. I am not one of the world government's lackeys. I was captured as well." "I escaped amidst the chaos," Barrett replied. "You truly are not one of their minions?" The voice from inside brimmed with skepticism and profound doubt. "No," Barrett affirmed. "Do you know the way out from in there? If you do, I can release you. I know the way. Just let me out, and I will guide you." The voice inside fell silent for a moment before making a decision. "Remember to keep your word." With a forceful thrust of his foot, Barrett unleashed a sweeping kick against the iron gate. A 2-meter arc of energy struck the door with a resounding thud, leaving a white mark upon its surface. Yet the gate remained utterly unaffected. "What manner of metal is this?" Barrett exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Given his current strength, he could easily breach a steel door with just a few kicks, but this iron gate was evidently not forged from steel. Hey there. Did you not notice the mechanism beside the gate? If you pull it down, the door will open, came a resigned voice from beyond the door, acknowledging the impact. Barrett, momentarily stunned, glanced at the lever beside the gate and sheepishly rubbed his nose. Approaching the lever, he grasped it with one hand and pulled with all his might. With a thunderous rumble, the iron gate swung open, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. The temperature outside surged dramatically, causing Barrett to retreat several meters before he could steady himself and peer inside. Beyond the gate lay a sealed chamber, ablaze with flames that flickered ominously. Emerging from the fire was a frail youth, standing approximately 170 to 178 meters tall, with a shock of white hair. A peculiar pattern adorned his left eye, and a pair of black wings unfurled from his back, where a vibrant flame danced. The boy, strikingly handsome, yet seemingly no older than 12 or 13, stepped forward. Lunaria, Abel, Ember, Barrett thought as he beheld the boy stepping from the inferno, recalling one of the three calamities from the original tale, Ember, originally named Abel. He belonged to the Lunaria tribe, a lineage capable of wielding fire, remnants of a divine race from 8 centuries past, renowned for their formidable strength. The celestial dragon folk regarded them as a thorn in their side, leading to their near extermination, with bounties of 100 million berries placed on any sightings. The relentless pursuit had decimated the Lunaria population, leaving Abel as one of the last of his bloodline. The original narrative had mentioned that Abel was saved in his youth by Kaido. Through their discussions, he came to believe that Kaido could overthrow the celestial dragons, ultimately choosing to ally with him, leading to his infamous status as one of the three calamities. You are a Navy officer, the boy said, his brow furrowing with a hint of fear as he caught sight of Barrett's naval attire, his reddish-brown eyes narrowing. Fool, if I were Navy, why would I save you or ask for directions? Not everyone enjoys being bear like you, Barrett shot back, glaring at Abel with irritation, taken aback by Barrett's words. Abel quickly covered himself, his face flushing with embarrassment. Could you possibly lend me a piece of clothing? With a sigh, Barrett tore a piece from his own garment and tossed it to Abel. Cover yourself with this. We can discuss matters once we are outside. Thank you, Abel exclaimed, hastily wrapping the torn fabric around his lower half as he moved closer to Barrett. Do you know where the treasure vault of this base is? They have taken something of mine. As Abel approached, Barrett spoke up. Having had all of his purple night and devil fruits taken away, he naturally yearned to reclaim them. Furthermore, with Kaido wreaking havoc outside, the base was utterly deserted, making it the perfect opportunity to seize something for himself. I am uncertain if that is the case. Are you not eager to step outside? Abel furrowed his brows, looking at Barrett with a hint of confusion. I am not in haste, Barrett replied with a light chuckle. First, take me there to have a look. I have a companion waiting outside. Do not be surprised upon seeing him. Abel nodded in understanding and followed closely behind Barrett. Soon, Barrett rejoined Rhine, while Abel concealed himself behind Barrett, hesitant to reveal his face. Shanks, the entire front has collapsed. We cannot possibly escape now. Rhine paid little heed to Abel, his expression fraught with urgency, his tone laden with concern. Is it still possible to exit? Barrett glanced at the obstructed path, furrowing his brow as he turned to Abel. He had not anticipated that in the blink of an eye, their route would be completely blocked. Behind Barrett, Abel peeked ahead, furrowing his brow as he remarked, let us first proceed to the treasury. I shall also survey the other exits. Then lead the way, Barrett nodded, pulling Abel forward to guide them. Abel shot a glare at Barrett but refrained from further comment, meticulously observing his surroundings. Rhine, witnessing Abel's monstrous demeanor, appeared utterly astonished. Follow me. Abel disregarded Rhine, accustomed to encountering such expressions from others. After surveying the area, he set off down a particular path. Sister Rhine has departed. Barrett said little, merely patting Rhine before following Abel closely. Once Rhine regained his senses, he swiftly caught up with the two. Abel led Barrett and Rhine through a series of twists and turns, and they soon arrived at the entrance of a room. This must be the treasury, Abel remarked, as he reached out and felt along the side, eventually locating a lever. With a firm pull, the iron door creaked open. How did you know how to open the door? Barrett cast a surprised glance at Abel, astonished that a prisoner could be so well acquainted with this place. I have been confined here for some time, dragged around, which is why I am familiar with it, Abel replied in a remarkably calm tone, though the resentment in his eyes was unmistakable. We can discuss this further once we are outside, Barrett said, giving Abel's shoulder a reassuring pat before striding into the room. Abel paused momentarily, sensing that Barrett might be privy to his circumstances. Exhaling deeply, Abel followed him inside, while Ryan remained outside, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The room Abel had led them to truly resembled a treasure trove, containing not only a significant amount of sea tower stones and gold, but also 3 boxes, 2 of which belonged to Barrett, and the last, a small white box measuring only a few inches. Barrett hurriedly approached, swiftly opening the box containing the devil fruit. To his relief, he discovered that the fruit remained inside, prompting a long sigh of relief. Curiously, he then opened the adjacent white box, revealing an oddly shaped banana that immediately captured his attention. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected bonus. Barrett swiftly closed the box and, in the storeroom, casually seized a slender cord to bind the 2 boxes together securely around himself. Finally, he opened the box of Zai, gazing at the shimmering cold light emanating from it, and whispered, "Old friend, I require your assistance." With that, Barrett extended his hand to grasp Heish, and with a sharp sound, the Zai emitted a resonant blade song, unleashing Barrett's Conqueror's Haki, which instantly sent objects in the room flying. Conqueror's Haki. Abel, present in the room, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that someone he had casually met possessed such formidable Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps, he thought, feeling the overwhelming presence of Barrett's Haki and observing his imposing figure, a notion began to stir within him. Outside, Ryan also sensed Barrett's Conqueror's Haki and, assuming something was amiss, peered in at Barrett, who was gripping Zai. In an instant, understanding dawned upon her. Barrett had previously informed her about Zai, acknowledging it as a cursed blade. Now that Barrett had taken hold of it, she felt powerless, only able to watch him with concern. "Please, be quiet." In Barrett's eyes, a flicker of crimson light danced as a swirling stream of darkness surged above his head, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Zai seemed to sense an impending pressure, accompanied by 2 crisp sounds of blades clashing. He sheathed his brilliance, adopting a demeanor of remarkable restraint. A hearty laugh erupted from Barrett, his Conqueror's Haki intensifying beyond measure, as if he were poised to upheave the very fabric of reality. He became even more formidable. Perceiving the amplified potency of Barrett's Conqueror's Haki, Abel endeavored to withstand it, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a brief moment, Barrett ceased to unleash his Haki, casually gathering some gold and placing it at his pant leg, before leading Zai to the side of the weakened Abel, inquiring, "Young man, where do we exit from here?" Taking a deep breath, Abel pointed towards the window in the room and replied, "Do you see that? That window is real. It provides a glimpse into the outside world." "Is there no other way?" Barrett asked, glancing around the room with a furrowed brow. "None. When we arrived, I thoroughly surveyed the area. All exits have collapsed, and the pathways are completely obstructed. We can only escape by breaking through there," Abel said, his expression darkening, a glimmer of reluctance evident in his eyes. "Break through there?" Barrett took a few steps forward, peering through a window no larger than a fist, gazing into the dimly lit exterior. Yet, on the horizon, a glimmer of light began to rise, signaling the transition between day and night. "Is this the darkest hour of the day?" Barrett mused to himself. As he observed the scene outside, a crimson light flickered in his eyes. It seemed as though the purple night sensed Barrett's fervor, resonating with the sharp sound of blades, causing his aura to swell dramatically, the sharp energy swirling chaotically within the confines of the room. Sensing Barrett's extraordinary presence, Abel hastily retreated outside the door, his gaze alighting upon Barrett's figure, which radiated an extraordinary brilliance. He felt an instinctive awareness that Barrett possessed the power to shatter this cage and allow him to once again gaze upon the sky. "It offers hope, yet plunges me into despair. I have returned from the depths of hell, only to be beckoned back. If this is the case, then I shall dismantle everything, break free from these shackles, and tear apart this prison." Barrett whispered softly, taking a few steps back, raising the long blade in his hand. "We, the living, are free men. Who dares to stand above us?" Barrett's voice grew increasingly thunderous, culminating in a powerful roar, his aura becoming even more formidable. Breaking the army. Barrett's formidable presence coalesced into a singular force as the violet night descended from above, delivering a powerful strike. A blade of black radiance surged forth, imbued with unparalleled momentum, crashing against the window. With a resounding boom, the iron wall was shattered, revealing a gaping hole. Barrett gazed at the rising sun and the gradually brightening sky, panting heavily as he leaned against the black rock, a faint smile gracing his lips. Abel and Ryan stood there, staring blankly at Barrett. Slowly, Tears welled up in Abel's eyes. The long-lost blue sky filled him with a sense of freedom. "We are free men. Who dares to stand above us?" Abel murmured, his gaze slightly unfocused as he looked at Barrett, the words piercing his heart like an arrow. After a brief pause, Barrett sheathed his purple dagger at his waist and turned to the two, stating, "It is time for us to depart." Abel and Ryan snapped back to reality, hastily rushing to Barrett's side. They glanced outside and realized they were perched atop a cliff. With urgency, Abel suggested, "Shall we descend now?" Barrett disregarded him, and amidst Abel's astonished gaze, he seized one with a hand and leaped into the air, soaring upwards with a swift motion, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Hey, this could lead to death. In the midst of his descent, Abel felt himself plummeting rapidly, the rushing air sweeping past his ears. And he cried out in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, entirely devoid of the imposing grandeur that he would later exhibit in the face of calamity. Barrett harbored some doubts about whether he had mistaken the identity of the person before him. Yet he dismissed such thoughts and exerted all his energy to invoke the technique of distant shores, arriving at the seaside in an instant. As Ryan touched down, he cast a glance at the somewhat dazed Abel and turned his attention to searching for a vessel. "Hey, wake up. We need to find a boat to leave this place," Barrett said, exasperatedly patting Abel's face, who appeared lost in thought. "Could you not have mentioned this earlier?" Abel replied, coming back to his senses, his expression steeped in a deep sense of grievance. "Brother, if you have time to spare, you might as well use it to find a boat to escape." Barrett shot back immediately and turned to continue his search for a ship. Their landing spot was secure, devoid of any combat, yet there were no boats in sight. Abel quickly realized that the paramount concern was not trivial matters, but rather the urgency of their departure. Shortly thereafter, Ryan discovered a small boat, and the three of them swiftly boarded, paddling away with great haste. On the island, within the experimental base, Kaido wielded his spiked club with reckless abandon, trampling through the facility and dispatching anyone who dared to obstruct his path with a single blow. Upon reaching the treasure vault, he beheld the shattered iron wall and erupted in a furious roar. "Who dares to take advantage of me?" A colossal dragon soared through the skies, unleashing a searing breath upon the island, a massive energy sphere emanating a cataclysmic aura crashing down upon the laboratory. The lab was obliterated, the island quaked, and cries for help and wails echoed through the air. Witnessing the destruction of the laboratory, the dragon hovering above the island finally ascended with satisfaction, gradually vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, the trio of Barrett, having escaped, was fervently paddling their boat. However, the tremors of the island had generated a shockwave, conjuring a colossal wave that threatened to engulf them. "This can't be real," Abel exclaimed, his face paling as he realized that just as they had narrowly escaped, they were now faced with yet another life-threatening ordeal. Ryan remained silent, tightening his grip around the boat's edge, his body trembling yet unable to quell the fear within. "Hold on tight," Barrett warned, his expression darkening as the monstrous wave drew nearer. Fortunately, there were no violent storms this time, and although the boat was not large, Barrett decisively leaped into the water, mustering all his strength to lift it high above the waves, swiftly evading the impending catastrophe. Thankfully, this time it was not nature's wrath that claimed them. Barrett, despite exerting himself to the utmost, managed to avoid the surging ocean. However, upon returning to the boat, he succumbed to unconsciousness, having overexerted himself throughout the day. As night fell, the forest resonated with the haunting cries of beasts, and a tantalizing aroma wafted into Barrett's nostrils. "Ouch, that hurts." Barrett rubbed his head and slowly opened his eyes. Before him, a roaring bonfire crackled as it roasted an unknown piece of beast meat. Abel, Ryan, and Luke, who had awakened at some point, silently gnawed on the meat, their expressions somewhat forlorn, completely oblivious to Barrett's awakening. Clearing his throat, Barrett coughed a couple of times and seized the sizzling, juicy meat, taking large bites. The three seemed to snap back to reality as they observed Barrett devouring the meat, their faces lighting up with smiles as if they had found their anchor. "Brother Shanks." Upon seeing Barrett awake, Luke appeared quite exhilarated. "Woo-woo, little Luke, you are awake." Barrett took a bite of the beast's flesh, gazing at Luke with a smile. Luke, feeling elated, nodded enthusiastically as he watched Barrett devour the meat, and found that the morsel in his own hand regained its flavor, prompting him to indulge in hearty bites. Barrett glanced at Luke with a faint smile, choosing not to engage further with him. Instead, he turned his attention to Abel, continuing to eat the meat as he spoke. "I am aware of your circumstances. We shall have a private discussion later." Abel nodded in agreement, engrossed in his meal of beast meat. Subsequently, Barrett inquired of Ryan, Sister Ryan, "Do you know our current location?" "I do not," Ryan replied, shaking her head with a hint of melancholy. "When we first arrived on the island, we investigated and found it uninhabited, save for ferocious beasts." "How long have I been unconscious?" Barrett pressed on. 3 days, Ryan indicated with her fingers. 3 days. "During your journey here, did you come across any islands or ports with inhabitants?" Barrett persisted. "There seemed to be one, but I was halted before I could set foot on it," Ryan said, frowning as she gestured toward Abel, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Abel stiffened at Ryan's words, burying his head deeper, exuding an air of dejection. "Sister Ryan, it was prudent of him to prevent your landing on the island. For either of you. Once you set foot ashore, you would inevitably attract attention, drawing the Navy and the world government." Barrett cast a fleeting glance at Ryan, taken aback by her vet after all they had endured. Did she not realize that in the eyes of the Navy and the world government, she was as good as dead? Ryan paused, momentarily stunned by Barrett's words, and with his reminder, she grasped the critical truth. She truly was ill-suited for public presence, rendering her silent. However, Barrett's statement startled Abel, who abruptly raised his head to look at Ryan, comprehending that the woman beside him, like himself, was someone who could not afford to be seen in public. "Sister Ryan, do you recall how far that island is from us?" Barrett disregarded the two, calmly consuming his meat while speaking with an air of utmost composure. "Not far from us, a small wooden boat could reach the destination in half a day." As Ryan estimated. "Indeed." Barrett nodded in agreement, stating that it would be perfect to make the trip tomorrow, fulfilling the promise made. Ryan, with a complex expression, nodded without further inquiry, quietly resuming his meal of beast meat. For a moment, the group once again descended into silence. Barrett said little, merely focusing on consuming the beast's flesh, utilizing the sustenance to expedite his recovery to peak condition. Half an hour later, Ryan cradled Luke in slumber, while Barrett rose to pat Abel, who was lost in contemplation, before striding into the forest. Abel paused momentarily, then quickly followed suit, hastening to catch up with Barrett. The two walked in silence, one following the other, until they had distanced themselves significantly from the campfire. It was then that Barrett suddenly halted and uttered, "Lunaria. How do you know?" Upon hearing the name Lunaria, Abel's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body trembling with shock. "I am aware of your objective, and fortuitously, my own aims do not conflict with yours. However, I find myself currently lacking in strength as I am in the process of gathering power. Will you consider aligning yourself with me in the future?" Barrett's tone was unremarkable, yet his words exuded a subtle dominance that evoked a sense of acquiescence. "I have no aspirations, I merely wish to survive." Abel fell silent, the flames in his eyes flickering uncertainly, ultimately shaking his head. "Do you not wish to return to the Red Earth continent? Have you forgotten the enmity of generations?" Barrett spoke in hushed tones, yet to Abel's ears, it resonated like a bombshell, incessantly reverberating within his soul, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. "Who are you? How do you know these things?" Abel's voice quivered with fear, unmistakably shaken. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that we are kindred spirits. One day in the future, I shall lead you boldly onto that land." Barrett fixed his gaze upon Abel, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "Alternatively, I could make that continent vanish, lost to the annals of history. Therefore, reveal to me your decision." Barrett gazed intently at Abel, his piercing eyes captivating, complemented by words imbued with authority that left Abel in a daze. After a considerable pause, Abel knelt on one knee, resolutely meeting Barrett's gaze. "I have met the boss," Abel declared, "and from this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly assist you until you lead me to obliterate that land. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Witnessing Abel's pledge of loyalty, Barrett could hardly contain the joy swelling within him. After all, the strength of the Calamity was unparalleled among the ranks of the Pirate King, and most importantly, their loyalty ran deep. Once they chose a master, betrayal was nearly unheard of. In the original tale, many traitors emerged from Kaido's crew. Yet only the Calamity remained steadfastly by Kaido's side, which elucidates Barrett's keen desire to recruit Abel. Barrett helped Abel to his feet and whispered, "My true name is Douglas Barrett, but for now, you may call me Shanks." Abel, without further inquiry, simply nodded in silent acknowledgement. Subsequently, Barrett produced 3 devil fruits, gesturing toward the first 2 he had acquired earlier. "These 2 are fruits I encountered previously. Their nature remains a mystery to me. The third one was obtained from a laboratory, and its classification eludes me as well. However, it appears to belong to the Zoan category. Yet, I cannot discern the specific creature. You may choose one now and gamble on your fortune, or wait until we ascertain their properties before making a selection. Upon witnessing Barrett reveal the 3 devil fruits, Abel felt a jolt of astonishment. The rarity of these fruits is well known across the world. He was deeply moved by Barrett's regard for him. After a careful examination, Abel noticed that the crimson devil fruit seemed to beckon him, exuding an irresistible allure. Compelled, he picked it up and took a bite, only to have his expression contorted in shock. How does it taste? Barrett gazed at Abel with curiosity. While reading the original work, he had been quite intrigued by the flavor of the devil fruit, which was merely described as unpalatable. Yet no one had delved into the extent of its distastefulness. Now, faced with the individual in question, he naturally wished to inquire further. Unpalatable, Abel remarked, furrowing his brow. In an instant, Abel's form underwent a rapid transformation. His black wings expanded dramatically, morphing into crimson appendages adorned with flickering scarlet flames, interspersed with streaks of pure white. Within moments, Abel transformed into a colossal avian creature, soaring through the sky and casting a vibrant red hue across the heavens. The magnificent bird, resplendent in its fiery red plumage, bore the head of a rooster, a serpent-like neck, and a tail of myriad colors, all ablaze with crimson flames. It raised its head high in the sky, exuding an air of regal grandeur. Goodness, I regret this decision. Barrett gazed skyward, his face etched with anguish and regret. In this moment, even the most foolish among us would comprehend that Abel had consumed the rarest of the devil fruits, a mythical Zoan type, potentially the legendary divine bird. The phoenix. Thank you, boss, Abel said moments later, reverting to his human form and bowing respectfully to Barrett. At this juncture, the crimson wings upon his back dissipated, returning him to his original state. However, his stature had notably increased, and an inexplicable red rune now adorned his forehead, imbuing him with an air of nobility and enhancing his already striking appearance. Why on earth did I not test this beforehand? Barrett was consumed by envy and regret, his heart heavy with longing. This fruit was not only a mythical beast variety, but also possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's appearance. Should he partake of it, his rugged visage might transform him into a veritable male deity. Brother, what powers does this fruit possess? Barrett inquired, suppressing his astonishment and tinged with a hint of bitterness. The bird fruit, a mythical beast type in the form of the vermilion bird, Abel replied, a broad smile illuminating his face, filled with profound satisfaction and a deep sense of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Barrett would bestow such a precious fruit upon him. Perhaps the name Abel no longer suited him. He had emerged from the depths of despair, reborn anew. From this moment forth, he should ascend to the heavens, becoming the sovereign of the skies, igniting the firmament with the fury within him and incinerating the lofty deities. Henceforth, he would be known as Gene. Upon hearing it was the 4 symbols vermilion bird, Barrett felt a pang of sorrow, nearly moved to tears, wishing to slap himself for his misfortune. Yet, the fruit had already been consumed, leaving him with no recourse but to stifle his regrets and feign nonchalance as he patted Abel on the back, declaring with great bravado, "Let us exit the forest. To scorch the heavens? Rest assured, Gene will accomplish it." Abel observed as Barrett slowly receded into the distance, a charming smile gracing his lips as he embraced his new name. The following day, on an unnamed island, the sun blazed fiercely and waves of heat surged. "You are all ill-suited for the island. I shall venture forth alone to gather information. Remain here and avoid any approaching individuals," Barrett instructed. A small canoe was anchored in a secluded spot by the shore, where Ryan and the others sat quietly beside Barrett, attentively listening to his account. The 3 nodded in agreement. Upon concluding his words, Barrett leaped gracefully into the air, soaring effortlessly before alighting upon the island in a secluded spot. After a casual adjustment of his attire, he strode towards the town within the island, his bare torso adorned only by his flowing hair. Soon, through inquiries, Barrett discovered that they were situated in the first half of the Grand Line, on an island known as Yucca Island, close to Alabasta. However, due to Yucca Island's remoteness, news brought by the seagulls was scarce, rendering the intelligence he could gather exceedingly limited. Barrett did not inquire further. Instead, he hastily purchased a nautical chart, several garments, and a few iron masks with the gold he had obtained from the laboratory's treasury before swiftly departing. Upon seeing Barrett return to the ship, The three of them immediately surrounded him. Shanks, did you gather any information? Ryan asked urgently, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Sister Ryan, let us leave this place first. Barrett replied, using in or to push against the rocky wall with considerable force, propelling the vessel away from the island. After rowing for a while, he finally set down the oar and produced the nautical chart, handing it to Ryan. Sister Ryan, here is the nautical chart. We are currently in the Alabasta Sea. Take a look. We shall proceed directly to Alabasta. This island is relatively isolated, making it difficult to acquire any news. Barrett then revealed the clothing and masks he had purchased. Here are the garments and masks I acquired. We should seek an uninhabited island to change our attire. Gather some provisions, and then head straight for Alabasta. Before anyone could respond, Barrett fixed his gaze on Ryan, his expression grave. Sister Ryan, have you made your decision? I cannot guarantee success in this endeavor, as the naval forces are formidable. Should you be exposed, your fate alongside Admiral Zephyr could be perilous. Nearby, Jin's eyes widened in astonishment at Barrett's words, his gaze fixed on Ryan, shocked to learn of her connection to an admiral. What surprised him even more was that his captain seemed to be plotting something significant, leaving him with a flickering expression of uncertainty and a hint of excitement. Luke, upon hearing that his mother might face death, looked at Ryan with tear-filled eyes, his small face etched with sorrow. In response, Ryan fell silent for a moment before embracing Luke and gently addressing Barrett. Shanks, may I know your true name? After a long pause, Barrett sighed and replied, Douglas Barrett. Barrett, may I ask you for a favor? Ryan gazed at him, her tone laced with a sense of earnest request. Speak your mind. Barrett paused for a moment, gently nodding. If the outcome is unfavorable, I hope you can look after Luke. Suddenly, Ryan knelt on both knees, bowing before Barrett. Mother Luke, having matured considerably after enduring several trials, could no longer restrain his tears upon seeing his mother, crying out as if entrusting her with his final affairs. Meanwhile, Jean, with red-rimmed eyes, turned his head away, for such matters are most likely to pierce one's heart. Barrett gazed at Ryan, his heart overwhelmed with awe. The magnificence of maternal love was vividly exemplified in that moment. As for Zephyr, he felt a tinge of jealousy and admiration. Although Ryan may not possess conventional beauty, her profound affection for Zephyr was enough to stir deep emotions. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Barrett sighed softly as he helped Ryan to her feet, solemnly promising, This is a request from a mother. I shall honor it. Thank you. Ryan expressed her gratitude, then drew the weeping Luke into her embrace, gently soothing him. If Mommy is no longer here, you must listen to your brother Barrett from now on. Mommy, Luke cried out in despair. Luke, Ryan's voice rose slightly, tinged with a hint of sternness, before she held him tightly once more, tenderly saying, I cannot allow your father to live in confusion. If I do not intervene, given his nature, it is only a matter of time before something unfortunate occurs. So you must understand, my child. Perhaps due to his tender age, Luke was at a loss for words to counter her, and could only bury his face in Ryan's arms, weeping inconsolably. Barrett and Jean gazed quietly, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, as they walked together to the bow of the ship, patiently waiting. After a considerable time had passed, Luke, exhausted from his weeping, nestled into Ryan's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Ryan gently called out to Barrett, Barrett, could you come over here for a moment? Barrett glanced back at Ryan and rose to approach her. Barrett, I would like to hear your thoughts, Ryan murmured, cautious not to disturb Luke. Sister Ryan, may I inquire if you have any acquaintances in the journalism field? Perhaps someone capable of live broadcasting? Barrett ventured. The communications industry in this world is indeed highly advanced. However, only the world government and the Navy have adeptly harnessed the power of public opinion. The subsequent two instances were counterproductive, with Roger exploiting them to usher in the era of piracy, while the Marineford War ultimately left Whitebeard in a precarious position, triggering a global upheaval that led the Navy and the world government to gradually curtail live broadcasts. Yet, at present, both entities still indulge in their advantages, albeit without comprehensive live streaming. Barrett intends to seize this opportunity to initiate the world's inaugural live broadcast, lending a hand to the unfolding events. I do not know anyone. I am stationed at Naval Headquarters, primarily residing in the family quarters, and I am only familiar with a handful of individuals, Ryan replied, shaking her head. Never mind. We shall discuss this further in Alabasta. If we are to pursue this, let us do so thoroughly. I do not wish for Luke to lose his parents at such a tender age. Barrett raised an eyebrow, although he had anticipated this outcome. A flicker of disappointment still coursed through him. He had no choice but to seek alternative solutions. "Barrett, I must trouble you," said Ryan, slightly bowing with an expression of apology. "It's nothing." Barrett waved his hand dismissively and picked up a nearby nautical chart, handing it to Ryan. "Sister Ryan, please examine the chart and ascertain the course. We will devise our plans once we reach Alabaston." After receiving the chart, Ryan scrutinized it attentively and soon determined the route to Alabaston. Barrett and Jean, both robust laborers, resumed their busy tasks. Under the powerful strokes of the two superhumans, the vessel glided through the waters like an arrow, rivaling even the largest ships in speed. 4 days later, the quartet arrived at Alabaston. However, to avoid drawing attention, they opted to land on a deserted island nearby. That night, they kindled a large bonfire, gathering around it as a substantial piece of wild boar meat sizzled and crackled over the flames, releasing tantalizing aromas into the air. Barrett sliced a few pieces of meat and handed them to the 3 individuals before speaking. "Sister Ryan, June, I will depart alone tomorrow to scout the path ahead. You both will remain here on this island and wait for my return." "Boss, why don't I accompany you?" June set down the meat, fixing his intense gaze upon Barrett. Throughout their conversation, he had discerned that Barrett's plan was to inflict considerable damage on the Navy. For someone like him, who harbored grievances against the Navy, it was quite distressing to be left out of such an endeavor. "No," Barrett replied, shaking his head. "You are already a target for a bounty. The priority now is to train and strengthen your abilities. Your identity must remain concealed. If it is revealed, we will have to flee for our lives." Hearing this, June felt somewhat dejected, gnawing on the beast meat. He recognized the truth in Barrett's words. His identity was a taboo, one that could not withstand the light of day. Only the strong possessed the right to autonomy. Barrett comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. "I understand, boss," June nodded vigorously. Then, Barrett turned to Ryan. "Sister Ryan, just in case, I would appreciate it if you could guide him during my absence, ensuring he swiftly masters the 6 styles. Rest assured, Barrett, I am quite adept at teaching." Ryan responded with a cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling as she regarded June's sister. "Ryan, I will be relying on you," June said, rising to bow respectfully to Ryan. "It's no trouble at all." In Ryan's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. Upon encountering that familiar gaze, Barrett instinctively recoiled. Memories of the terror that had dominated his life for the past 6 months flooding back. He cast a sympathetic glance at Jean, fully capable of imagining the profound anguish that awaited him in the days to come. After exchanging a few more words, Barrett seized the cover of night, embarking alone in a small boat along the route indicated by Ryan, destined for Alabaston. After hours of rowing, he arrived at Alabaston under the cloak of darkness. Upon catching sight of the city, he abandoned his small vessel, traversing the distance with ease as he entered Alabaston under the night sky. The moon hung high, illuminating a tranquil scene where the city of Albana seemed to be enveloped in a deep slumber, as if all its inhabitants had succumbed to sleep. Cloaked in black, with a dark mask obscuring his face, Barrett soared through the night, moving with the silent grace of a shadowy specter. Moments later, he descended outside a lavish estate, the mansion of Kenny, a notorious merchant in Alabaston. Kenny was infamous for his extensive dealings in arms, slavery, narcotics, and gambling, embodying the essence of a true villain, loathed by countless souls who yearned for his demise. Yet, Kenny was not without his wits. Fully aware of the multitude wishing for his downfall, he had shrouded himself in layers of deception. Nearly every city in Alabaston bore his mark, his whereabouts elusive and ever-changing, rendering him nearly impossible to track. Moreover, Kenny's profound fear of death had led him to employ numerous bodyguards, many of whom were highly skilled fighters, without extraordinary martial prowess. It was nearly inconceivable to eliminate him. In this regard, Kenny was quite astute. He refrained from provoking those with exceptional strength and maintained cordial relations with the naval authorities, often receiving gifts from notorious pirates, making him a quintessential opportunist. Barrett took nearly 2 months to ultimately ascertain his position. Of course, Barrett was not motivated by a sense of justice, but rather by the intelligence regarding Kenny. According to his investigations, Kenny had connections to the dark world and could establish contact with one of its sovereigns. This was precisely what Barrett sought. Through Kenny, he aimed to connect with Morgans. Only in this manner could his narrative continue to unfold. Otherwise, he would merely perform a solitary act in Alabasta, swiftly subdued by the machinations of the world government. It was time to ascend and take a closer look. Barrett soared into the air, gliding gracefully like a moonwalker above the estate. The manor below was ablaze with light, Every corner guarded by watchful sentinels, every 3 paces a lookout, every 5 a post, creating an impenetrable defense. Yet, this only strengthened his conviction that Kinney resided within this very estate. So afraid of death, Barrett murmured softly, his body gliding through the air before gently alighting upon a grand tree outside the estate, where he beheld the entirety of the manor laid out before him. Barrett scrutinized the estate meticulously, endeavoring to ascertain Kinney's residence. However, after half an hour of vigilant observation, he had yielded nothing. A tumultuous urge to charge forth and unleash a wave of his formidable presence surged within him. Yet, recalling the diligent investigations of the past 2 months, he resolved against raising any alarm, opting instead for a prudent approach. For should Kinney escape, the time lost in pursuit would be incalculable. As time passed, an hour slipped by, and Barrett remained immobile, akin to a crouching crocodile, alertly surveying the manor in hopes of uncovering a trace of evidence. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black suit emerged from a room on the left side of the estate. Yet, the peculiar gait of the individual did not escape Barrett's attention. He recognized it as Kinney's Achilles heel. Kinney had an insatiable appetite for women, particularly those who were untouched. Judging by the appearance of the person who had just exited, it was evidently a woman, which was precisely why Barrett had chosen to lie in wait. "I have found you," he murmured. Barrett's lips curled into a cold smirk as he leaped forward, swiftly arriving at the doorway of the room where Kinney resided. Before the 2 guards at the entrance could utter a word, Barrett's hands moved in unison, resembling a pair of pistols, and in an instant, he pierced through their throats. As their bodies crumpled to the ground, Barrett stepped into the room, casting a chilling gaze upon the naked man sprawled on the bed. "Mr. Kinney," he remarked with a frigid smile, "I have been searching for you for quite some time." The man, in his 50s, with thick brows and prominent eyes, bore some gray in his hair and exhibited a face lined with numerous wrinkles. His somewhat corpulent figure radiated an air of affluence. Indeed, this was the Kinney Barrett had sought for 2 months. However, at this moment, the wrinkles on Kinney's face had multiplied, and his expression conveyed a sense of bewilderment. "Rest assured, Mr. Kinney," Barrett continued, "I have no intention of killing you. We can have a proper discussion." Barrett, with a smile, casually took a chair and sat down boldly before Kinney. Just then, several bodyguards burst into the room, their weapons ominously trained on Barrett's back. "Mr. Kinney, are you all right?" the lead bodyguard exclaimed anxiously. "Mr. Kinney, perhaps it would be best to have them leave. The matters we wish to discuss cannot be made public." Barrett remained remarkably composed, seated before Kinney without the slightest tremor in his posture. He appeared utterly indifferent to the gun pointed at his back, as if it were not aimed at him at all. "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with this gentleman." Observing Barrett's unflinching demeanor, Kinney recognized the man's extraordinary nature and gestured for his companions to exit. "Very well, Mr. Kinney." The group holstered their weapons and gradually vacated the room. "How shall I address you?" Once the bodyguards had departed, Kinney inquired politely of Barrett. "Shanks." Barrett replied with a smile. "Mr. Kinney, I shall be straightforward. I have heard that you possess the contact information for the Underground King. I hope you might assist me in this regard, if you would be so kind." "Indeed." Kinney nodded. "I do have the contacts, but their demands are rather steep, and I cannot afford to offend them lightly. Without sufficient incentive, reaching out to them would be tantamount to courting disaster." "Naval 6 styles, iron block," Barrett chuckled. "And I merely wish for you to procure one individual's contact information. Upon obtaining it, not only will you enhance your acquaintance with an Underground King, but I shall also provide you with a complete account of the iron block's training methods." "Whose contact information do you seek?" Kinney inquired. "Morgan's," Barrett replied with a grin. "I possess a matter that would pique his interest greatly. I can make inquiries, but whether it bears fruit or not, you must provide me with the iron block's training method." After a moment's hesitation, Kinney acquiesced. After all, as a closely guarded secret of the Navy, the 6 styles were still highly coveted in the first half of the Grand Line. Furthermore, following the downfall of rocks a few years prior, the Navy's 6 styles had gained even greater renown. To obtain such knowledge, one would need to either join the Navy and earn it through military merit or chance upon a defector for guidance. Attempting to acquire it through auction would be sheer folly, as the auction houses dare not sell it, given the world government's stringent prohibitions. "Very well. You may summon someone to fetch paper and pen. You contact them, and I shall write." In this exchange for iron blocks training, Barrett felt no moral burden. Ultimately, the loss would be borne by the world government and the Navy, while he would profit. Such a lucrative deal would be foolish to forego. "Bring someone." Kenny immediately called out. Soon, a group armed with guns burst into the room. Sir, are we to take action? The leader directed his weapon at Barrett, speaking harshly. Mr. Kenny, I must inform you that I possess a rather irritable temperament. The first instance may be deemed a misunderstanding, yet the second I might interpret as provocation. Barrett rose and turned sharply to regard the bodyguards who had burst in. The conqueror's Haki surged forth. A formidable aura emanated from Barrett, as a formless energy propelled towards the intruders, overwhelming them. Within moments, the bodyguards succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The conqueror's Haki, Kenny, standing behind Barrett, was utterly astonished by the scene before him. His corpulent form trembled incessantly as he stammered to speak. Mr. Kenny, possessing considerable insight, caught Barrett's attention, prompting him to cease emanating his conqueror's Haki and turn in surprise. He had not anticipated that Kenny, who had long resided in paradise, would possess knowledge of such a formidable power. Exhaling a heavy breath, Kenny cast a timid glance at Barrett and softly remarked, Sir, you jest. My recognition of Conqueror's Haki is merely a serendipitous occurrence. However, since you are indeed the legendary sovereign, I trust you would not renege on your word. I shall promptly reach out to my connections. I believe my benefactor would be more than willing to assist. I appreciate your help, Mr. Kenny. Barrett resumed his seat, quietly awaiting the outcome. Kenny retrieved his phone bug and promptly dialed a number. Soon, a deep voice resonated through the device. Kenny, do you seek me out for a transaction? Esteemed Mr. Umut, I possess a cache of arms valued at approximately 500 million, and I require your assistance. Kenny articulated with utmost caution, his tone imbued with humility. Such a trivial matter? Umut's voice carried a hint of displeasure, clearly irritated by Kenny's intrusion. Your Excellency, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I intend to offer you these arms worth 500 million as a gift, though I humbly request a contact number for one individual. Kenny's body trembled slightly, adopting an even more submissive demeanor. Barrett observed keenly, yet harbored no disdain. Every strong individual possesses their own way of life, just as the weak have their own means of survival. Given Kenny's meager abilities, his ascent to his current position surpasses that of many others. You should have mentioned it earlier. If you seek anyone's contact information, I will certainly provide it, Umut exclaimed with hearty laughter, as the weather shifted from sunny to overcast. Morgans, Kenny murmured softly. Never heard of him. Umut mumbled in response. I'll have someone look it up and share the contact details with you shortly. Thank you, esteemed Umut. I shall arrange for the delivery now, and I would appreciate your assistance in receiving this small token of gratitude, Kenny replied. Your thoughtfulness is noted. Await my news. Umut responded. After concluding the call, Kenny set down the phone, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and exhaled deeply, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. After a brief moment of composure, Kenny addressed Barrett. Sir, I must trouble you to wait a moment. No need for such formality, Mr. Kenny. Please bring me some paper and a pen. I will provide you with the training methods for the iron block. Barrett chuckled. Thank you, sir, Kenny replied, his face alight with excitement as he hurriedly dashed off in nothing but his undergarments to fetch the writing materials. Moments later, Kenny returned with paper and pen, presenting them to Barrett. Barrett took the paper and pen, writing earnestly and with great detail, meticulously documenting the cultivation steps and precautions, ultimately taking half an hour to complete. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kenny expressed, regarding the method for cultivating the iron block as a treasure, carefully storing the paper in an iron box, which he then locked securely. It seemed prudent to minimize the use of the 6 styles. Barrett couldn't help but murmur to himself, observing that the 6 styles were not as casually learnable as portrayed in fan fiction. Before long, Kenny's communicator rang. Upon answering, a sharp voice emanated from the device. This is Morgans. I hear Mr. Kenny wishes to speak with me. Morgans, Kenny began, it is not convenient to discuss details over the phone, but if you are available, I invite you to Alabasta. I assure you, this matter will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. However, Kenny was abruptly interrupted by Barrett. Who are you? And what sensational news do you possess that could astonish the world? Why should I believe you? Morgans's tone was laced with disdain and arrogance, filled with skepticism towards Barrett's inquiries. This concerns the Black Arm. If you cannot come, I will have no choice but to contact others. Barrett chuckled lightly, exuding an air of confidence that Morgans would acquiesce. From the insights gleaned from the original text, it is evident that Morgans is not a timid individual. He possesses considerable audacity and rarely shies away from reporting on anything. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the status of an underground kingpin, wielding control over the news channels. Wait for me. I shall arrive in Alabaston within 3 days. I trust you will not deceive me, for the repercussions would be exceedingly grave. On the other end of the line, Morgans fell silent for a moment, his tone shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Mr. Morgans, I seek merely to forge a friendship with you. In our inaugural collaboration, I assure you that I will not mislead you. I only hope that when the time comes, you will not hesitate to report out of fear that the matter is too significant. Barrett chuckled lightly, employing a touch of provocation. After all, once the matters concerning the Zephyr family were revealed, they could potentially trigger a cascade of unforeseen events. Humph. There is no news that I, Morgans, would shy away from exposing. Indeed, as Barrett had anticipated, given Morgan's relentless pursuit of news, he would never relinquish a story of such magnitude. I eagerly await our first encounter, as well as your momentous announcement. With that, the call ended, the sound of a soft beep marking its conclusion. Barrett set down the phone and turned to Kinney, saying, Mr. Kinney, I appreciate your assistance today. Furthermore, I advise you to leave Albana for a while, as the forthcoming events will not bode well for you. Understood, sir. I shall immediately arrange for my departure and relinquish this estate to you. Kinney responded decisively. The notion of abandoning a grand estate was not one he took lightly. Yet from the earlier conversation between Barrett and Morgans, he recognized the gravity of the situation. This was far beyond his realm of involvement. Although relinquishing the estate was painful, it would allow him to extricate himself from this predicament, effectively preserving his own interests. Thank you, Mr. Kinney. Barrett squinted, taken aback by Kinney's unexpected decisiveness and his ability to make swift choices. He couldn't help but regard Kinney with greater esteem. Should Kinney possess sufficient strength, the vast seas might soon welcome yet another formidable figure. Alas, what Kinney lacked was precisely the most crucial of powers. No, no, Kinney waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the masked Barrett, a wave of regret washing over him. What had once seemed a lucrative deal had swiftly transformed into a hot potato. Sir, I shall take my leave now, Kinney inquired cautiously, seeking Barrett's approval. Do you require assistance, Mr. Kinney? Barrett inquired. No, Kinney replied, hastily retreating from the room. Soon, the outside world erupted into a flurry of activity as Kinney directed his subordinates to act swiftly. Within half an hour, tranquility was restored to the estate. It is about to commence. I can only wish you good fortune. Barrett stepped out of the room, gazing up at the serene moon in the sky, sighing softly. As for the matter concerning Rhine, he could have executed his plan long ago. However, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. He desired to incite chaos in the world, allowing him to navigate through the turmoil with Jean. Initially, he had no intention of escalating matters to such a degree. But upon witnessing the overwhelming bounty placed on Jin's head, his ambitions shifted. He sought to exploit this situation to keep the Navy and the world government preoccupied, thus diverting their attention. Yet, this course of action transformed Rhine and her son's potential danger into an inevitable one, significantly heightening the uncertainties they would face. This filled Barrett with profound guilt. Nevertheless, he chose to side with Jean, for they were united in their endeavors. Nonetheless, he meticulously refined his plan, striving to mitigate the dangers faced by Rhine and her child, while enhancing their chances of survival. 3 days later, at Kinney Manor, Barrett, adorned with a mask, sat quietly in the estate, patiently awaiting an arrival. Suddenly, a dapper albatross, clad in formal attire and sporting a top hat, descended gracefully before him. It was Morgans, one of the future sovereigns of the underworld. You are the one I seek, Morgans began, his tone tentative upon noticing Barrett's masked visage. It is a pleasure to meet you, future president of the news agency, Barrett replied with a smile. Let us dispense with trivialities and discuss the significant news you mentioned. Morgans's demeanor was notably aloof, a flicker of dissatisfaction evident in his eyes, as he appeared somewhat perturbed by Barrett's masked appearance. After all, as an individual deeply entrenched in the world of journalism, he yearned to witness the unvarnished truth of every person and situation. Ah, sir, please follow me, Barrett invited. Barrett, indifferent, smiled and waved to Morgans before leaping gracefully to the tree where he had previously concealed himself. Although Morgans was perplexed, he nonetheless flapped his wings and approached Barrett. Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, Barrett immediately pointed to the grove on the estate and whispered, Morgan, look at that person. Is this not big news? Is that the wife of Admiral Zephyr? Morgan followed the direction of Barrett's gaze, his expression shifting from confusion to profound shock, his eyes igniting with fervor. His voice trembled with excitement. The resurrection of Rhine was, indeed, monumental news for him. You are correct. That is Rhine, Zephyr's wife, Barrett affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. Rhine's presence in the grove was a deliberate arrangement following his phone call with Morgan. This had to be significant news. Morgan, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to rush down and take photographs. However, before he could act, Barrett seized him. Sir, I understand your passion for your profession, but the big news I mentioned is not merely this. Furthermore, should Rhine's identity be revealed, her only options would be to flee or meet her demise. If Admiral Zephyr discovers your involvement, even the most temperate individual would not spare you. Morgan glared at Barrett, ready to voice his indignation, but was met with Barrett's words. You are absolutely right. Once her identity is exposed, she indeed has no other alternatives. At this, Morgan shuddered, swiftly suppressing his excitement. With his understanding of the Navy and the world government, he knew that if Rhine were to be exposed, she would undoubtedly become a target. If Zephyr were to endure such a loss again, he could very well descend into madness. So, sir, do you desire this news? And are you bold enough to orchestrate a live broadcast to unveil an even greater story? Perhaps we could title it The Darkness of the Navy, Barrett proposed, his tone laced with temptation. Are you suggesting we incite chaos within the Navy? Morgan squinted, quickly grasping the implications. He stared intently at Barrett, waves of astonishment surging within him. He had not anticipated Barrett's audacity. Such an event, once broadcasted live, would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation, triggering unforeseen consequences. Moreover, one certainty lingered in Morgan's mind. Once this affair commenced, regardless of the outcome, the Navy would suffer the loss of a formidable general or potentially gain another adversary. While the news was indeed substantial, the risks were equally daunting. You are indeed astute, sir, but do you dare to proceed? Barrett could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. He had never anticipated that the bird would perceive so deeply, striking at the very essence of the matter. Morgan's fell into silence, for this situation was indeed overwhelmingly significant for him. Setting aside the reputation of the Navy, the loss of a general, an embodiment of the world's utmost martial prowess, would have dire ramifications. Should there be even a single casualty among them, the world government would undoubtedly seek accountability, and he could not evade his share of the blame. This news was undeniably monumental, yet to be candid, I truly lack the courage. The cascade of consequences stemming from this incident is far too grave for me to bear. After a considerable pause, Morgan finally spoke, a flicker of reluctance and self-mockery shimmering in his eyes. Barrett was taken aback by the revelation. He never anticipated that Morgan would hesitate to divulge this matter. However, he quickly came to terms with it, for Morgan was not yet the future president of the news agency, nor the underground king. Given his current position, he truly could not bear the weight of such actions. Since you cannot proceed, I will acquiesce to your desire to expose the news about Rhine's survival. Provided you agree to 2 conditions, Barrett stated. What are they? Morgan inquired, his voice steady. Barrett responded, first, I need you to inform 2 individuals before I can publish the newspaper. Second, I require a device capable of extensive live broadcasting. Which 2 individuals? Morgan inquired in a subdued tone. Zephyr and Haki. Upon hearing these names, Morgan was initially perplexed, but soon connected the dots, gasping in realization. Admiral Haki was the first to discover the assault on Zephyr's family, the first to arrive at the scene for rescue, and the first to eliminate the assailant, whom Zephyr regarded as a benefactor. However, with Rhine still alive, the notion of this so-called benefactor was now open to scrutiny. You must understand, if you proceed with this, once it becomes known, you and the Navy will become mortal enemies. If they capture you, execution is inevitable. Do you not feel remorse? Morgan contemplated the chilling implications. This endeavor would lay bare the Navy's transgressions, inciting chaos within their ranks, causing his voice to tremble. Ha! Barrett laughed heartily. A man of valor does not waver in his resolve. It is merely a matter of life and death. The conqueror's Haki sensed the latent aura Barrett inadvertently revealed. Barrett recognized that the man before him was a sovereign of the seas, and with such boldness and profound wisdom, as long as he did not meet an untimely end, his name would surely resound across the oceans in the future. Collaborating with such an individual, though fraught with peril, promised significant newsworthy events and perhaps even an added layer of protection. I assure you, I will procure the equipment within 2 days. However, this device has limitations and can only facilitate broadcasting in select regions. Morgan, his mind racing, swiftly resolved to invest early. Furthermore, while he could not report this monumental story himself, he was eager to witness the potential uproar it could ignite. Not a problem, Barrett nodded, placing no excessive demands. For given the current circumstances, achieving this much was already commendable. This is a secure phone bug. Once you're ready, you can notify me at any time, and I will contact Haki and Zephyr for you. With that, Morgan produced a white phone bug and handed it to Barrett. To a fruitful collaboration. Barrett answered the phone bug, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask, hinting at a flicker of anticipation. 5 days later, in the evening, at Marineford, Luke Zephyr sat alone on his bed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at a photograph of his wife and child. Suddenly, his personal phone bug rang. Who could it be at such a late hour? Zephyr cautiously tucked the photograph into his bosom and activated the phone bug. Moses. This is Zephyr. Hee, General Zephyr, greetings. A peculiar laughter echoed through the line. Who are you? Speak plainly, Zephyr responded in a low tone. Hee, General Zephyr. Such a temper won't do you any favors. I have a piece of news that might pique your interest. Do not involve me in pirate affairs. I have already stepped back from the front lines, Zephyr retorted irritably, preparing to hang up. General Zephyr, if you wish to remain ignorant of the news regarding Rhine, then feel free to end the call. The voice on the other end grew urgent upon sensing Zephyr's intent to disconnect. What? How do you know about Rhine? Zephyr sat up straight, his eyes ablaze with intensity, his formidable aura causing the furniture in the room to tremble. I have met Lady Rhine in Alabasta. Your contact details were provided by her. However, why she chose to contact me instead of reaching out to you directly remains a mystery. That is impossible. I saw their bodies with my own eyes, Zephyr whispered in despair, tears cascading down his cheeks. One cannot ascertain the truth without witnessing it firsthand. The voice continued, moreover. Lady Rhine instructed me to convey that you must not disclose this to anyone. She trusts no one in the Navy but you. Are you suggesting? Zephyr's eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting as his gaze flickered with trepidation. I cannot say more, only that if you arrive too late, it may indeed be a matter of life and death. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zephyr clutched the phone bug tightly, his expression darkening. Though straightforward, he was no fool. After all, a fool could never rise to the rank of a general. Yet, he had been so engulfed in the sorrow of his wife and child's tragic demise that he had never paused to ponder the details. Now, confronted with the harsh truth, many inconsistencies became apparent. For instance, why, as a general, were his family members residing in Marineford when they were attacked? Why had he been the last to learn of the incident? And why, by the time he became aware, had all the pirates responsible for the assault on his family already been executed? Breathing heavily, Zephyr's eyes glowed crimson as he let out a low growl. I do not know. Do you not know either? As Zephyr swiftly rose to his feet, he strode purposefully towards the port of Marineford. After a period of contemplation, he had clarified his thoughts and found himself increasingly convinced by the unfamiliar phone call. Approximately an hour and a half had elapsed since Zephyr's departure, and at the Marineford port, another warship sailed into the sea under the moonlight. Meanwhile, within the Marineford headquarters, in the office of Sengoku, he placed the Din Mushi down with a complex expression that oscillated between joy and gloom, creating an oddly unsettling atmosphere. After a lengthy moment of reflection, Sengoku retrieved his dedicated Din Mushi. BR, Moshi. Is there something of great importance, Sengoku? The voice from the Din Mushi was somewhat lethargic, clearly having just been roused from slumber. Brother Sora, I apologize, but I have something of utmost importance to share with you. Sengoku replied earnestly, Rhine is alive. Who is Rhine? Sora asked, slightly bewildered, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Are you saying Rhine is still alive? Indeed, I have just received this news. Is the information accurate? Sora's sleepiness vanished, his tone turning grave and serious. It comes from the news agency. Reportedly, they are preparing to print newspapers, which will be dispatched worldwide by tomorrow, and possibly even tonight. Sengoku stated solemnly. Does that mean everything we witnessed was a fabrication? Sora growled. If Rhine is truly alive, why has she not returned to headquarters? Does she not trust us? Perhaps Rhine has her own reasons, Sengoku responded quietly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Huffing and puffing, Sora's voice came through the Din Mushi, his breath ragged and disordered. Sengoku, what should we do? After a considerable pause, Sora's voice returned. I believe we should inform Zephyr now and work together to bring Rhine back. We must also alert the higher-ups if we attempt to move Rhine without proper coordination. The Navy will resist fiercely. There may still be some leeway with Zephyr. After a moment's reflection, Sengoku analyzed. After all, we have already harmed him once. Sora fell silent, not uttering a word, and Sengoku, too, refrained from interrupting, allowing a heavy silence to envelop the room. Sengoku, General Zephyr departed over an hour ago, and Vice Admiral Asachi set sail just 10 minutes ago. Just then, a naval officer entered the office to report to Sengoku. With a loud bang, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, standing up excitedly and shouting, "What? Are you saying that Zephyr and Asachi have already gone to sea?" The naval officer was taken aback, not having the chance to respond before an enraged voice erupted from the den mushi. "Sengoku, you fool. Hurry and follow them, or it will all be too late." "I understand, Brother Sora," Sengoku replied urgently, then turned to the naval officer, shouting, "What are you still doing? Get the ship ready at once." The naval officer, startled, hastily exited the headquarters office, with Sengoku swiftly trailing behind, his cloak billowing in the wind. The following day at dawn, countless seabirds soared across the globe, their presence disrupting the tranquility of the vast ocean with a singular piece of news. In the New World, within uncharted waters, a colossal pirate ship adorned with a skull and crossbones was navigating the unknown sea. At the forefront of the ship stood a man, a long sword at his side, donning a red-trimmed straw hat, his nasal hair resembling a mustache, intently gazing ahead. This man would come to be known as the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Beside Roger stood a dashing blonde gentleman, spectacles perched on his nose, also bearing a long sword at his waist, a flask of liquor in hand, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. This individual was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, Roger's right-hand man and future Pirate King. Rayleigh observed the world, noting that among the ambitious, some were already losing their composure. Roger's voice, deep and grave, echoed his seriousness. "I say, Captain Roger, they have their paths, and we have our choices. Shouldn't we take pleasure in striking a blow against the Navy?" Rayleigh took a swig of his drink, a charming smile gracing his face, utterly unfazed. "Ah, I almost forgot I'm a pirate." Roger paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, snatching the flask from Rayleigh and taking a hearty swig. "You scoundrel, you've drained it all." Rayleigh retrieved his flask, taking a couple of gulps only to find it empty, glaring at Roger in indignation. "Ha ha ha, don't be so stingy," Roger retorted, laughing heartily, before pulling Rayleigh into an embrace, gloating, "Now that you've mentioned it, do you think that rascal Carp will still have the spirit to pursue us?" "Unlikely," Rayleigh mused, stroking his chin, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. "That fool will likely head straight for Alabasta, especially considering it's Zephyr." "Indeed, the ocean has lost another formidable contender," Roger remarked, his gaze fixed ahead, his deep-set eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Simultaneously, in the New World, the visionary figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard were echoing similar sentiments regarding the imminent departure of Zephyr. A select few astute individuals sensed the scent of conspiracy, retreating into the shadows and dispatching scouts to Alabasta for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, in the naval headquarters, within the marshal's office, the room was illuminated by the gentle rays of the sun streaming through the windows, casting light upon two figures present. Seated in the main chair was a robust, middle-aged man with bronze skin, his prominent brows and large eyes exuding an aura of authority, his hair standing upright like steel needles, and his mountain-like mustache complemented his black suit, adorned with the naval justice cloak, rendering him both imposing and dignified. This individual was none other than Marshal Steelbone Kong. Opposite him sat a striking beauty, the naval chief of staff, Admiral Crane. Appearing to be in her 30s, she possessed a porcelain complexion, almond-shaped eyes, and a delicate nose. Beneath her white shirt, her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the damp, elegant naval justice cloak, bestowing upon her a unique allure. However, at that moment, the countenance of both high-ranking naval officials was shadowed with gloom, their expressions decidedly unfavorable, indicative of their troubled spirits. "Admiral Crane, what do you propose we do now?" Kong inquired. After the departure of War Country, he had reached out to the naval staff early that morning, meticulously recounting all the events that had transpired. He conveyed all the findings from his and War Country's investigation following the incident involving the Zephyr family. Upon hearing this, Admiral Crane was taken aback. The tragedy that befell the Rhine mother and child had crossed her mind, yet she had been unable to investigate further due to constraints. She never anticipated the depth of the circumstances surrounding it. "Marshal Kong, there is little we can do at this point. We must focus on damage control and remain pragmatic. If this matter is exposed, the Navy's reputation will plummet, instilling fear among the ranks of our military academies and eroding public trust. She analyzed with clarity. She was realistic, not attempting to salvage Zephyr, for she understood that from the moment he chose to depart alone, the Navy had lost a great general. The priority now was to preserve their reputation. You are correct. Safeguarding the Navy's reputation is paramount, Kong acknowledged, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If the details surrounding Zephyr were made public, chaos would ensue, causing widespread apprehension within the Navy. No one would dare to enlist, facing not only the threat of pirate retribution, but also the treachery lurking from within. Admiral Crane, what course of action should we take now? He pressed on. Marshal Kong, we have no choice but to bring the matter to light, to admit our errors openly. We must execute those involved in a public display, making it clear that there are indeed corrupt elements within our Navy. However, we will show no leniency towards them. This could also serve as an opportunity for a thorough cleansing of the Navy, as there are far too many unsavory characters among us. Crane's eyes sparkled with wisdom, a fierce determination gracing her otherwise beautiful visage. This will severely undermine the Navy's morale. Kong furrowed his brow, and the higher-ups will never allow such a course of action. No, Marshal Kong, you are mistaken. He shook his head, asserting that as long as we manage our strength appropriately, the world government will acquiesce, and they must. The Navy serves as the FAAD of the world government. If that FAAD is tarnished and loses its credibility, chaos among pirates will ensue. A Navy stripped of its reputation will be unable to suppress such turmoil, leading to widespread disorder and a threat to the world government itself. Although this approach may render us significantly weakened in the short term, it will at least salvage our reputation. In the future, the Navy will see a continuous influx of recruits, strengthening its might. Please wait here for a moment. I need to consult with the 5 elders. After a brief contemplation, he took the din mushy and exited the office. Sister Rhine, this is the only way I can assist you. He gazed out the window, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features as he murmured softly. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to the office with a grave expression and addressed her. Advisor Crane, the higher-ups have consented. You were correct. There are indeed a few too many parasites within the Navy, and this matter is entrusted to you. Additionally, please notify Sengoku and Garp to exert their utmost efforts in capturing Asachi, striving to eradicate this issue at its inception. Understood, Admiral. Crane nodded in affirmation, then inquired. What about Zephyr and Rhine, Admiral Kong? How shall we handle them? Kong fell silent, his tone heavy and hoarse as he replied. Zephyr and Rhine will be dealt with by CP0. Crane's pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from the world government, issuing a kill order. However, she quickly regained her composure and urgently spoke. Admiral Kong, Zephyr and Rhine must not be harmed. Don't you sense that there is an unseen hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes? If we act against Zephyr and Rhine, we will fall into a true trap. Moreover, do you believe CP0 alone can restrain Zephyr? If they fail and he escapes, we will then have to contend with a Zephyr consumed by vengeance against the Navy. How shall we face that? Indeed, Advisor Crane, you are right. Even if we cannot reinstate Zephyr within the Navy, we must absolutely avoid pushing him to the opposing side. Upon hearing Crane's analysis, Kong broke out in a cold sweat. He knew all too well how formidable Zephyr was in his prime. Should their ambush fail, the Navy would face unimaginable losses against a vengeful and frenzied admiral. You go ahead and inform Garp and Sengoku. I will contact the 5 elders immediately to prevent any actions against Zephyr. Kong contemplated the situation and promptly issued orders to Crane. Understood. Crane saluted and swiftly departed from the marshal's office. Once Crane had left, Kong immediately took out the telephone bug and began communicating with the 5 elders. After Kong's analysis, the 5 elders resolved to revoke the execution order against Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who was sailing rapidly across the sea, and Rhine, hiding in Alabasta, remained oblivious to the fact that their dear friend Crane had averted a disaster for the couple at headquarters. Simultaneously, this also thwarted some of Barrett's plans. 3 days later, in the port of Albana, a warship slowly approached the shore. Look, why is there a naval warship? Indeed, what brings the Navy to Albana? Has a great pirate appeared? At the port of Albana, nearly everyone halted their tasks to observe the slowly docking warship, engaged in discussions. Look, it's Blackarm Zephyr. At that moment, a middle-aged man in the port pointed towards the bow of the warship. The crowd turned to gaze at the vessel, where a purple-haired, middle-aged man stood at the bow. Clad in a naval coat and possessing a stern visage, he emanated an air of immense authority. This man was none other than Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Goodness! Why is the Admiral here? We must flee. If Zephyr catches us, we will be confined to Impel Down. Brother, ever since Zephyr lost his wife, he has been hunting pirates too. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We should hurry. Zephyr's arrival incited a wave of panic at the port, with countless small-time pirates discreetly distancing themselves from the vicinity. Ryan, now is not the time. In a corner not far from the port. Barrett gently grasped the excited Ryan and shook his head. But I truly miss him, Ryan whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears as she watched Zephyr disembark and search frantically. Sister Ryan, please wait a moment longer. Soon you will see him. If you go out now, Admiral Zephyr will undoubtedly not leave the Navy. And he may take you back with him, which would cause the same troubles you faced before. Are you confident you can keep Luke safe this time? Barrett's words struck like a heavy hammer, targeting Ryan's vulnerable spot. The last encounter had been fortuitous, meeting Barrett, but what about the next time? Ryan gradually ceased her weeping, gazing at Barrett, and softly remarked, Barrett, Zephyr has arrived. Let Jean bring Luke over. Your plan should be set in motion now. Oh dear Ryan, are you certain you wish to bring Luke along? Barrett let out a gentle sigh, acutely aware of the transformation in Ryan. Throughout this period, Ryan had remained by his side, and he had disclosed to her the plan to deliberately make her appear. Despite his efforts to conceal his intentions, Ryan had sensed the shift, and her demeanor towards him had undergone a profound change, no longer exuding the trust she once had. Take me with you. We are one family. We cannot be separated, Ryan stated with a calm tone, yet her words were laced with an inexhaustible wariness towards Barrett. Having endured so much, she had learned to think critically. During her time with Barrett, she had discerned that he was exploiting her, which caused her considerable distress. Eventually, she noticed that Barrett would often make clandestine phone calls. Although she was unaware of their content, as time passed, she could feel an impending sense of pressure, as if a storm were brewing. This realization shattered her trust in Barrett, and naturally, she was unwilling to entrust Luke to him. As the days passed, she found herself regretting her earlier decision to enlist Barrett's help in persuading Zephyr to leave the Navy. However, there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. Luke and Jean remained together, and there was no path for her to retract her decision. Very well, I shall inform Jean at once. Barrett said little, merely nodding gently as he took out his communicator to contact Jean, instructing him to bring Luke over. After completing his practice, he could distinctly sense the palpable sigh of relief emanating from Ryan beside him. Aware of Ryan's state, Barrett couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. He understood that after this encounter, even if Ryan were to survive, their paths would likely never cross again. What a pity to lose such a distinguished mentor. Once trust is shattered and the heart becomes guarded, the prospect of rekindling that connection becomes nearly impossible. Approximately half an hour later, Jean arrived with Luke in tow. Just as Luke was about to rush towards Barrett, Ryan seized him, pulling him back to stand a cautious distance of several meters behind Barrett, eyeing him warily. Jean, clad entirely in black and wearing a mask that concealed his face save for his eyes, was a custom designed by Barrett, crafted to obscure his identity as a member of the Lunaria clan. Yet, from the glimmer of his exposed eyes, Barrett discerned his confusion. Gently patting Jin's shoulder, he lowered his voice, saying, "She is not one of us. Shouldn't we be concerned about her?" Jean furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you going to take action?" Barrett raised an eyebrow, gazing at Jean. "I cannot. Ryan is, after all, my mentor," Jean replied with a rueful shake of his head. Despite their differing paths, he felt deep gratitude for the genuine guidance Ryan had provided during this time, making it evidently impossible for him to harm her. "Then why do you speak of her at all? She is also my mentor." Barrett cast an irritable glance at Jean. Although he had contemplated taking a life, as a modern individual, he found it impossible to harm his mentor. "Why not just knock her out and take her away?" Jean suggested. "You must be jesting. After all this planning, you want me to abandon it now? Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Barrett chuckled, observing Jean. The shift in plans was entirely for his sake. And now he was suggesting to incapacitate Ryan and make off with her. Forget it. Barrett waved his hand dismissively, casting a heavy gaze towards Ryan in the distance. With a deep sigh, he reflected that given Ryan's temperament, even if they relinquished their current pursuit, complications would inevitably arise in the future. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity for survival, allowing her to attract attention. As long as they both emerged alive from this ordeal, many of the calculations would be alleviated. You should head to the ship and wait for me. Once this matter concludes, I will reunite with you, and we shall make our swift passage to the new world." Jean, with a face full of complex emotions, nodded and bowed deeply to Ryan before departing. Before long, another warship approached the harbor of Albana. Watching the vessel draw near, Barrett's lips curled into a slight smile. Turning to Ryan, he remarked cheerfully, "Sister Ryan, it seems the Navy holds you in high regard. Another warship has arrived." Startled from her conversation with Luke, Ryan raised her gaze to the docked ship. Upon seeing the figures disembarking, she instinctively covered her mouth, gasping softly, "What is he doing here?" As Asaki stepped off the ship, Ryan's expression shifted to one of confusion. She recognized Asaki from the newspapers, recalling that he was the first to come to her and Luke's aid after their incident. Noticing Ryan's bewilderment, Barrett's tone turned serious. "Sister Ryan, heed my advice. Unless I am mistaken, this individual has come to kill you. It would be wise to remain vigilant." At his words, a tinge of sorrow crossed Ryan's face as she nodded solemnly, understanding that Barrett had no reason to deceive her at this moment. She then inquired, "Shall we go now?" Barrett shook his head, picked up the white telephone, and walked to the other end to dial Morgan's number. Soon, the call connected, and Barrett inquired about how long it would take for General Zephyr to reach the port. Has it begun?" Morgan's chuckled on the line, responding that General Zephyr would arrive in 20 minutes. "Very well, let us commence our plans in 5 minutes, Barrett remarked with a smile. This is truly unprecedented news." Morgan's laughed heartily, adding with a hint of regret that he could not participate in person. "Aren't you already involved?" Barrett replied with a beaming smile. "Indeed, I shall prepare." "Such an exhilarating event must be shared," Morgan said before abruptly ending the call. Barrett also took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then returned to Ryan's side. He bowed deeply and said, "Sister Ryan, I sincerely apologize. I have indeed taken advantage of you this time. However, please believe that I never intended to harm you. Therefore, I ask for your trust one last time. I shall do my utmost to ensure the safety of both you and your child." Ryan pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. Before long, 15 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. Barrett raised his head, gazing intently at Ryan, and asked solemnly, "Sister Ryan, are you certain you wish to take Luke with you?" Ryan fell silent, but the precocious little Luke spoke up, "Brother Barrett, you need not say more. I want to be with my mother." After saying this, Luke took Ryan's hand, ready to move forward. Barrett replied, "Regardless of everything, I must thank you for saving us twice. However, after this, we shall be even." Ryan picked up Luke, removed her hat and mask, and slightly bowed to Barrett before turning to walk ahead. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is bestowed by fate. Sister Ryan, Luke wishes you both good fortune." Barrett gazed intently at Ryan, who slowly emerged before the crowd, letting out a soft sigh. Wasn't she the woman that Vice Admiral Asachi had been searching for? "Quickly, report to the Admiral." As Ryan cradled Luke, her presence immediately caught the attention of the Navy personnel who were inquiring around, causing them to rush towards their commanding officers. Simultaneously, screens across much of the world displayed the unfolding scene at the Albana port. What was happening? Why had this image suddenly appeared? Who was that woman? Countless onlookers gathered to witness the live broadcast, with Ryan becoming the focal point of attention. Suddenly, two massive sword energies surged toward Ryan. With a swift movement, Ryan dodged the attack, evading the lethal energy that crashed into the city wall behind her, resulting in a thunderous roar. In that instant, Asachi leaped forward with incredible speed, positioning himself in front of Ryan, declaring fiercely that she was the most nefarious criminal and must be killed without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, numerous Navy soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire, unleashing a flurry of bullets. Ryan could only hold Luke close, evading the onslaught with swift maneuvers. "That is the wife of Admiral Zephyr." At that moment, Barrett, concealed within the crowd, shouted, his voice resonating throughout the port. "How could this be? The Navy is attacking the family of their own admiral. How can they claim to uphold justice?" Upon hearing the outcry, soldiers and civilians alike were struck dumb, their faces awash with disbelief. "Marine Headquarters, Marineford. This cannot be true. How dare Vice Admiral Asachi? Find the Marshal. We demand justice. Let us go." Numerous Navy personnel, upon witnessing the footage from the square, were left in utter shock, their faith crumbling as they grappled with the reality of the attack on a comrade's family. Who would dare to join such a navy? Countless soldiers rushed towards the Marshal's office, seeking the truth and demanding accountability, while others seized the chaos to flee with their families. Similar events unfolded across various Navy divisions, with some commanders leading their troops away, while others resorted to brutal suppression. In summary, the faith within the Navy shattered, with many choosing to retreat to their homes, while others turned against the Navy, becoming pirates. The leadership of the Navy and the world government became frantic, akin to ants on a hot pan, desperately trying to sever the live broadcast. A wave of exuberance erupted among the pirates, who cheered and celebrated. Countless civilians rushed to spread the news, and at that moment, the Navy's reputation plummeted to its nadir. Meanwhile, in Albana, Barrett's roar granted Ryan a moment of respite as he greedily clutched Luke, inhaling the air. Countless soldiers turned in unison to gaze at Asachi. With blades in hand, Asachi emanated an aura of ferocity, his wolf-like eyes scanning the surroundings with unrestrained fervor, searching for Barrett's whereabouts. Barrett, not lacking in wit, swiftly departed after his shout, refusing to linger at the scene. Frustrated by the absence of the suspect, Asachi seethed with anger, bellowing at his soldiers. "What are you staring at? This woman is the criminal. That man is spouting nonsense. General Zephyr's wife has long since passed. Move immediately." "General Asachi, perhaps you should contact General Zephyr for confirmation before proceeding with the arrest," suggested a voice among the ranks. Indeed, it would not be too late to confirm. The naval officers hesitated, lowering their weapons, hesitant to act, and began to voice their concerns. Asachi cast a fierce glance at his subordinates, yet, under the watchful eyes of many, they dared not advance, merely glowering at Ryan as he deliberately produced a communication device. Observing the inaction of Asachi's troops, Ryan felt a momentary slackening of tension, allowing herself a brief respite. "You could have lived, so why must you return?" Yet, in that moment of relaxation, a figure swiftly appeared beside her, their voice icy as if it were the harbinger of doom. With a swift thrust, a blade pierced through Ryan's body, simultaneously transfixing Luke. "Ah, Asachi." Zephyr, arriving just in time, witnessed the scene, his eyes bloodshot with fury. With a powerful kick, he created a deep crater in the ground, transforming into a bolt of lightning, his right fist cloaked in darkness. In a fit of rage, Zephyr unleashed his entire might, delivering a thunderous punch to Asachi's head, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Almost immediately, Zephyr reappeared as a blur, pressing Asachi's head into the earth with such force that the ground collapsed within a 100-meter radius. With his loved ones brutally slain, Zephyr succumbed to madness, pummeling Asachi with relentless fury, the very ground beneath them rumbling as if it were an earthquake. Asachi, grievously wounded and utterly defenseless, could only emit pain cries. Arriving a moment too late had driven Zephyr into a frenzy, tears of blood streaming down his face as he poured all his strength into each blow, transforming the area into a vast chasm. "General Zephyr won't spare us, will he? This is terrifying. Will this island sink?" The soldiers who had just engaged were paralyzed with fear, some so frightened they lost control of their bladders. "You fools. The woman isn't dead yet. Go fetch a doctor." At that moment, Barrett, masked and amidst the crowd, shouted, "Ah, the general's wife is alive. Hurry, call a doctor." "I'll go. I'll fetch the medicine." The dazed crowd sprang back to life, rushing to summon doctors and retrieve medicines, bustling with renewed fervor. "Sister Rhine, we wish you the best of luck." Barrett cast a glance at the mother and child, Rhine, who had received medical attention, and, no longer interested, discreetly slipped away amidst the crowd. He boarded the vessel that had long been prepared, setting sail for the new world alongside Ash. Simultaneously, the live broadcast was entirely terminated. Yet, the shocking events, whether it be the assassination of naval families by Asachi or Zephyr's subsequent frenzy and brutal display of combat prowess, left an indelible mark on the minds of all. Nonetheless, Barrett had achieved his objective. The reputation of the Navy plummeted, and following these events, Zephyr could no longer remain within its ranks, leaving the Navy and the world government in a state of turmoil. Not long after Barrett's departure, Sengoku arrived at Albana, his gaze falling upon Zephyr, drenched in blood and seated in a deep pit among a heap of dismembered flesh, a wave of shock washing over him. He had never witnessed such a bloodied version of Zephyr before, and this was a first for him. "Zephyr, are you all right?" Sengoku inquired with concern. Zephyr paid him no heed, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his very soul, remaining motionless atop the remnants. Seeing Zephyr in such a state, a flicker of guilt crossed Sengoku's mind. If only he had arrived sooner. "General Zephyr, the lady is alive," a Navy soldier shouted as he approached the edge of the pit. Upon hearing this, Zephyr snapped back to reality, leaping from the pit with a thud, his gaze fixed intently on the soldier as he trembled and stuttered. "You just said the lady is alive." The soldier, petrified by Zephyr's intensity, collapsed to the ground, unable to articulate a word. "Zephyr, remain calm," Sengoku urged, hastily moving to Zephyr's side and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He then crouched down and gently asked the soldier, "Private, did you just say Rhine is alive?" The soldier exhaled a heavy breath and nodded vigorously. Upon hearing that Rhine and her child had survived, Zephyr appeared to have all his vitality drained, tears welling in his fierce eyes as he hung his head, weeping uncontrollably. A man does not shed tears lightly, it is merely that he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. Sengoku, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Rhine and her child were safe, Zephyr's character would ensure he would not be driven to oppose the Navy, marking a fortunate turn amidst the misfortune. "Zephyr, let us go see Rhine and Luke," Sengoku suggested, patting the weeping Zephyr and extending his hand to help him up. Zephyr remained silent, rising on his own and making his way towards Rhine and her child, with Sengoku following closely behind, a bittersweet smile on his face. A group of Navy personnel, upon witnessing Zephyr, bloodied and surrounded by remains, fell silent, retreating a considerable distance. Clearly, Zephyr's earlier ferocity had left a profound impression on their minds. "Thank you for saving my wife and child," Zephyr unexpectedly halted, bowing deeply to the crowd. General Zephyr, you are too kind. It is our duty," came the reply from one of the officers. "Indeed, General, there is no need for such formality." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Zephyr would express his gratitude, and smiles began to illuminate their faces as they chattered animatedly. Nearby, Sengoku observed this scene with a knowing smile, secretly relieved. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere shared with Albana, Barrett found himself in a predicament, grappling with the most irrational of naval heroes, Garp. At this moment, Garp was still in his prime, his head full of dark hair, exuding a youthful vigor, and his strength was unparalleled. However, it was precisely due to his formidable power that he acted with reckless abandon. "You youngsters, remove your masks so I can ascertain whether you are pirates. If not, I shall allow you to depart." At this moment, Garp, with one hand pinching his nose and the other tossing a colossal bomb, gazed at Barrett and Jean with an air of audacious arrogance. Barrett wore a look of disbelief, never expecting to encounter Garp here, let alone be threatened in such a manner. It seemed he had truly fallen into a streak of bad luck. "Uncle, we are not pirates. Any pirate who crosses your path would surely take a detour." Barrett offered a compliment, albeit with sarcasm. "Ha ha, you speak the truth, young man." Garp laughed narcissistically, carelessly picking his nose and flicking a lump of it onto Barrett's mask with a casual snap of his fingers, producing a sound that echoed through the air. Witnessing this, Jean glared furiously at Garp, ready to spring into action. "Uncle, this is going too far." Barrett intervened, suppressing the surge of rage within him as he calmly regarded Garp. My apologies," Garp said nonchalantly, wiping his hands on his clothing. Though he attempted to feign an apology, his demeanor conveyed no genuine contrition. Barrett, incensed by Garp's behavior, retorted sarcastically, "Indeed. With the authority of the government, you dictate what's black and white. No wonder even the families of your colleagues are not spared." "Exactly. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that even the family of a Marine admiral could be slain," Jean added, casting a scornful glance at Garp and the soldiers surrounding him. "What's going on here, you brats?" Garp suddenly ceased his frivolity, fixing his gaze intensely on Barrett and Jean. "Come on, put the handcuffs on me, declare me an extreme criminal, and then proceed with my execution." If the wife of a Marine admiral can be deemed an extreme criminal and killed without hesitation, what is it that you cannot do? Upon witnessing the situation, Barrett felt emboldened and extended his hand towards Garp. "Let me join in as well. Two accomplishments can certainly be more substantial. After all, the Navy is as predictable as ever. Everyone knows that we simply had the misfortune of encountering them." Jean also extended his hands, his face adorned with mockery. "Do you really think you dare to apprehend us?" Behind Garp, a rear admiral shouted fiercely, casting a cold glare at Barrett and his companion. "We have already surrendered. If you do not seize us now, you can fabricate any charges you like. Choose the most severe one. That will enhance your accolades." Barrett, unyielding in his conviction, continued to taunt. "You," the Navy rear admiral fumed, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Barrett. "Enough," Garp bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Both the rear admiral behind him and Barrett, along with Jean, were momentarily shaken. Moreover, Barrett astutely recognized that this was the Conqueror's Haki. The conjectures of his previous life as a Marine had indeed proven correct. Karp possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Bolton stepped back. Karp instructed the rear admiral behind him. "Yes, Admiral Karp." Bolton replied respectfully, bowing slightly as he retreated behind Karp. "Young man, I acknowledge my earlier misstep, but I would like you to clarify what you meant by your earlier statements." This time, Karp's apology was profoundly sincere, devoid of his previous flippancy. Barrett wished to depart early and, assuming the role of an observer, remarked, "Uncle, you must have seen that we just came from Albania, where your navy is embroiled in internal conflict. A lieutenant general killed a woman and a child, and some claim they were the wife and child of Admiral Zephyr. Subsequently, Admiral Zephyr emerged, utterly enraged, and mercilessly attacked that lieutenant general, causing the port to collapse, prompting many to flee, ourselves included." "You were saying a lieutenant general murdered Zephyr's wife and child?" Karp's expression hardened, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Bolt, standing behind him, mirrored his disbelief. Staring blankly at Barrett, "Uncle, I have no reason to deceive you. Should you visit Albania, you can inquire with anyone and confirm the truth," Barrett stated. "This is serious." Karp muttered, his countenance turning grave. "Karp, we must hasten to investigate," Bolt urged. "Uncle, may we take our leave now?" Barrett inquired. "Young lad, I apologize for the earlier incident, but should you choose the path of piracy and I happen to apprehend you in the future, I shall show no mercy," Karp replied, gesturing for the ship to clear the way. "Uncle, I am merely 14. It is far too early for me to set sail. However, when I do venture out, do not be surprised if I manage to land a blow on you," Barrett retorted audaciously as the ship drifted several meters away from Karp's warship. "You insolent brat. Should our paths cross again, I will ensure you experience the might of my loving iron fist," Karp bellowed, while casually picking his nose. Barrett watched as Cap receded into the distance, and he couldn't help but pat Jean beside him, whispering, "Jean, did you feel it today? The pinnacle of power in this world." Reflecting on the helplessness he experienced earlier, he clenched his fists. This sense of frustration weighed heavily upon him. "I will train with relentless determination." Jean also tightened his grip, his face concealed beneath the mask, radiating a sense of defiance. Today, Cap had merely unleashed his aura, rendering him nearly immobile, which filled him with a profound sense of resentment and a desire to grow stronger swiftly. "Let us first venture to the New World and seek out the Roger pirates. On their ship, we shall acquire the knowledge and skills we yearn for." Barrett contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to adhere to the original narrative, spending 2 years aboard Roger's ship. The vessel was teeming with formidable individuals, housing some of the world's most elite powers. Regardless of the domain, both he and Jean could receive invaluable guidance, significantly accelerating their growth. After his encounter with Karp today, he suddenly realized that schemes and machinations paled in comparison to overwhelming strength, akin to the character Kaido from the original tale. Luffy, in his reckless pursuit, ascended to the ranks of emperors, effortlessly claiming territories with merely a beacon, with no one daring to contest him. Conversely, observing Doflamingo, a similarly gifted prodigy who awakened his Conqueror's Haki at a tender age, one could see that despite his exceptional fruit abilities, he squandered an inordinate amount of time on conspiracies, resulting in a painfully slow growth of his power. He was first crushed by Kaido, reduced to a mere pawn, and ultimately met his demise at the hands of Luffy. Barrett's circumstances over the past 2 months mirrored Doflamingo's to a great extent, with his progress stagnating, far from the swift advancement depicted in the original story. It is noteworthy that the original Barrett was capable of holding his ground against the king of the underworld by the age of 15, while he now approached that age without having mastered either armament Haki or observation Haki, leaving a considerable gap in his prowess. Adjusting his mindset, Barrett sensed a slight enhancement in his Conqueror's Haki. "I'll follow your lead," he remarked. Jean nodded, and after their encounter with Karp, his perspective had shifted. He understood that strength was the ultimate truth, coupled with the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement under Rhine's mentorship over the past 2 months. He recognized the significance of guidance in fostering accelerated growth. Having made their decision, the two began their individual training aboard the ship. However, the training regimen was limited to spear techniques and physical combat, while their stamina exercises required ingenuity. Barrett swam by dragging the ship, while Jean soared into the sky to pull it. Their vessel was a medium-sized ship, perfectly suited for their training needs given their combined strength. as they cultivated their skills. They also engaged in battles with pirates they encountered. Thus, 5 months swiftly passed, and both their strengths saw remarkable enhancement. Barrett has mastered all 6 forms, seamlessly integrating them into his own unique martial arts and polearm techniques, making his overall strength comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral in the Navy. Over the past few months, he has diligently followed Ryan's advice, honing his fists against iron blocks and through the process of life repayment. Despite the pain, his fists have begun to acquire the essence of iron. Moreover, Barrett generously imparted this method to Jean, who, akin to his original counterpart, initially trained with dual blades. Barrett, not one to withhold knowledge, not only shared the sword techniques of the Frost Moon clan with Jean, but also introduced him to the art of the Purple Knight. With his innate talents, Jean successfully subdued the Purple Knight, experiencing a remarkable advancement in his swordsmanship. He has also not neglected his physical training, employing the technique of grinding his bones against iron blocks to refine his fists. However, he innovatively based his claw techniques on finger strikes. Barrett was more than willing to assist, sharing some martial philosophies from his past life. After 5 months of continuous reflection on battles and training, Jean has shaped several claw techniques, enhancing his overall prowess to a level akin to that of a division commander. Due to the nature of his abilities, he shamelessly named his technique the Divine Claw Fist, much to Barrett's disdain, which was evident in his expression. One evening, on an unnamed island, Barrett sat beside Jean, who was voraciously devouring meat. Barrett inquired, "Jean, we've been adrift at sea for 5 months. Do you think we are truly in the New World? When will we encounter Roger?" "Captain, don't ask me. I'm no sailor. But I am quite certain we are in the New World. After all, how many times have we asked for directions? Surely you must have some idea," Jean replied, rolling his eyes while continuing to eat, preparing for another round of life repayment. Sighing, Barrett lamented, "Why don't you learn about navigation? At the very least, it would make our aimless drifting more bearable." "Captain, I spent my childhood running for my life. After turning 12, I've been following you daily, training relentlessly. When would I have the time to learn navigation? Being literate is already a feat for me," Jean retorted, exasperated. Rolling his eyes once more, he added, "Besides, don't you need only 3 hours of sleep each day? You have plenty of time. Why not learn navigation?" "What a joke. I am a captain. What would it look like for me to study navigation? Besides, my schedule is just as packed as yours." Upon hearing this, Barrett appeared as if he had been struck by lightning, exhibiting signs of immense agitation. His schedule was packed to the brim, leaving no time for the study of navigation. More importantly, aside from literature pertaining to his cultivation, any other reading induced a throbbing headache, let alone the peculiar symbols associated with maritime navigation. "What nonsense!" he retorted with irritation, choosing to ignore Barrett and instead focusing on honing his fists. Barrett, rendered speechless, sensed that Jean had been led astray by his words. Thus, he transformed his frustration into strength, devouring meat heartily while intermittently training his fists. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Barrett, bare-chested, secured one end of a rope to himself and the other to the boat, commencing his swim to tow it. Jean, at the bow, diligently practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship, as advised by Barrett, who urged him to master the basics, drawing inspiration from the Frost Moon clan's techniques, ultimately forging his own path to achieve greater heights. Jean held unwavering faith in Barrett, receptive to the methods he proposed. After months of rigorous training, Jean had made remarkable progress in every aspect. He was prepared for battle. Suddenly, Barrett leapt onto the bow, seizing a halberd crafted from pure iron, his gaze piercing forward like that of a hawk. "Understood, Captain." Jean swiftly rose, gripping his sword, Purple Knight, and positioned himself beside Barrett, both staring ahead. Before them loomed a colossal ship, adorned with a flag depicting a skull and crossbones, barreling towards them. Boom! The pirate ship unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. A volley of cannonballs surged toward them. With agility, Barrett swung the halberd, cleaving through the air to slice the incoming projectiles, the explosive sounds resonating around the vessel. Their ship was merely an ordinary craft, not forged by a master artisan nor composed of the legendary atom wood, offering little more than the strength of a typical merchant vessel. Though the cannonballs did not strike their ship directly, the blasts erupted nearby, causing the vessel to tremble and creak ominously, its structural integrity nearly at its limit after months of skirmishes. A few more explosions would surely spell disaster. "Damn it, Jean, go aboard their ship," Barrett called out, unwilling to allow Jean to take such a risk. With a swift arc of his halberd, he charged towards the enemy. Jean transformed, wings unfurling, and with a whoosh, sliced through the air, following Barrett onto the pirate ship. Kill them! Charge! As they landed, a throng of pirates brandishing cutlasses surged forward. With a cold smirk, Barrett unleashed his most effective technique to eliminate the rabble, Conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, an invisible wave surging forth, enveloping all within its reach. The advancing pirates staggered, rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained standing. The trio, taken aback by Barrett's composure, were expressions of dread, having never anticipated that a mere raid on a small vessel would lead them to confront someone possessing Conqueror's Haki. Sir, I am the captain of the crocodile pirates. Perhaps we should call it a day? The bald leader among them, evidently resilient to Barrett's aura, stepped forward. Wielding a massive cutlass, shielding his companions from the overwhelming pressure, allowing them a moment to breathe. Let us see if you can withstand this. Barrett let out a cold laugh. The ship was on the verge of being blown to pieces, and he was filled with an overwhelming rage that had no outlet. How could reconciliation even be considered? He unleashed a surge of Conqueror's Haki even more potent than before, causing the 2 men behind the bald man to faint, leaving only the bald man himself struggling to hold on. Several hundred meters away, a pirate ship adorned with a flag depicting a skull with a mustache was sailing at great speed. Such formidable Conqueror's Haki. At the bow of the ship stood a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat, gazing at the dispersed clouds in the sky, softly reflecting on the moment. This vessel was none other than the Roger pirates, the very crew Barrett and his companions had been seeking. And the man at the helm was none other than Captain Roger himself. "Shall we go take a look?" asked Rayleigh, the blonde-haired first mate. As he stepped to Roger's right, his tone casual. "The captain should go and see. I've been itching for a fight." Next, a burly man wielding axes and wearing sunglasses approached Roger's left side, exuding a fierce battle spirit. This man was none other than Spark Jabba, who would later be known as the left hand of the Pirate King. "Haha," Roger laughed heartily. "In that case, let us go take a look. A person with such powerful Haki must be extraordinary. I too wish to see. Brothers, adjust the sails and prepare for battle." "Yes, Captain." The crew of the Roger pirates responded in unison, skillfully maneuvering the ship towards Barrett and his companions. Meanwhile, Barrett continued to exert his Conqueror's Haki against the bald man, while Jean embarked on a treasure hunt. When he returned to the deck with a sack full of riches and saw Barrett still at play, he irritably remarked, "Boss, even with Conqueror's Haki, you can't play like this. Look, you've nearly turned him into a fool." Hey. Barrett smiled apologetically, retracting his Conqueror's Haki while gently patting the nearly exhausted bald man. "This is the first time I have encountered someone capable of resisting my Conqueror's Haki. I hope you can forgive me." However, Barrett's words acted as a final blow, and a flicker of indignation crossed the bald man's face. His eyes rolled back, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing into unconsciousness. Just then, an even more domineering wave of Conqueror's Haki surged skyward, crashing upon the pirate ship. The vessel creaked and splintered under the oppressive force. Why is this Conqueror's Haki so potent? Jean was instantly drenched in cold sweat. For an extended period, he had been tormented by Barrett's Haki, which normally rendered him powerless. Yet, this unexpected surge was far more overwhelming, inflicting tangible harm and causing his heart to race. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Barrett, unwilling to concede, unleashed his most formidable Conqueror's Haki. The 2 forces clashed in midair, neither yielding to the other. Black and crimson lightning crackled in the atmosphere, while an immense shockwave stirred the waters, forming a vast whirlpool. Caught between the 2 overwhelming presences, Jin's vision faded to white, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Jean, if you wish to grow stronger, you must awaken your Conqueror's Haki and become the true king of the skies. Contemplate your dreams. Contemplate your enemies." Barrett's encouraging voice resonated in Jin's ears. "My dreams, my enemies." Jean forced himself to muster strength, murmuring softly, "Celestial dragons, Mariewa, the red line. I must grow stronger to exact my vengeance. I will become the king of the skies. My fate is mine to command." With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura emanated from Jean, and a third wave of Conqueror's Haki surged into the heavens. The collision produced a cacophony as the other 2 Haki forces were partially dispersed. However, Jin's Conqueror's Haki was fleeting, and as he exhausted his mental fortitude, he swiftly fell into unconsciousness. "Brother, congratulations to you." Barrett swiftly retracted his Conqueror's Haki and approached Jean. casting a satisfied smile upon the sight of the unconscious figure. For a long time, Barrett had deliberately honed Jin's abilities using his own conqueror's Haki, in the hope that one day Jin would awaken to this formidable power. After all, in the world of One Piece, the further one ventures, the more perilous it becomes. Those who have not awakened their conqueror's Haki cannot truly be deemed strong. Fortunately, Jin found himself fortuitously positioned between two overwhelming manifestations of conqueror's Haki, with the other party seemingly aware of the situation and intentionally regulating their Haki to match Barrett's. It was precisely at this serendipitous juncture that Jin experienced his awakening. From this perspective, the individual who released their conqueror's Haki is undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse. After all, Barrett's own Haki is no trifling matter. Within these seas, few can rival him solely based on the might of their conqueror's Haki. Who could it be? Barrett, filled with curiosity, hoisted Jin onto his back and leaped into the sky, where he beheld a pirate flag adorned with a mustachioed skull fluttering proudly. At the bow of the ship stood three figures. Ah, the fateful encounter! Upon recognizing the three individuals at the helm, Barrett chuckled, astonished that after months of searching for the Roger pirates, he would find them here, inadvertently aiding Jin in awakening his conqueror's Haki. "Hey, brother, come down and chat," Roger called out, waving his hand exuberantly from the ship's bow. In an instant, Barrett activated his ability, traversing the distance with Jin on his back and landing aboard Roger's vessel. The sheer speed of Barrett left everyone on the ship astounded. Even the formidable trio of Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were taken aback. "Greetings, everyone," Barrett smiled warmly as he offered his salutation. "Hello there, young man," Rayleigh replied, narrowing his eyes and gently resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates," Roger said, patting Rayleigh on the back, his face beaming with delight as he turned his gaze toward Barrett. "Captain Roger, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Barrett, and this here is Jin. We have been searching for you for several months." Barrett candidly expressed that he had no intention of concealing the truth. And even if he wished to, it would be impossible. After all, Roger's observation ability was not inferior to that of the Conqueror's Haki. Listening to the voices of all things was no trivial matter. If he were to lie, it would only serve to earn him disdain. "Haha. Then I shall extend to you an invitation to join our pirate crew," Roger declared with a smile. "Will you teach us to become stronger?" Barrett retorted with curiosity. "Here, you shall learn all that you wish to know," Roger replied. "Then we accept," Barrett affirmed decisively, bolstered by Roger's assurance. "Haha." Roger laughed heartily. "Brothers, today we shall feast to celebrate the joining of Barrett and Jin. Welcome to the Roger Pirates." The crowd erupted in joyous laughter and enthusiastic cheers. In the waters of Barca, aboard the ship of Roger, two young children were bound to a post, one with fiery red hair and the other with a nose to match. Both were merely 7 or 8 years old, stark naked. The child with red hair was named Shanks, destined to become one of the 4 emperors, renowned as the most formidable man in the future. The red-nosed boy was Buggy, a man blessed with the luck of a conqueror. Should life deceive you, do not despair, nor rush to judgment. It was the 7th day since he had embarked on this journey with Roger's crew. Due to his deliberate efforts to establish camaraderie, he had become well acquainted with Shanks and Buggy within 2 days. By the 3rd day, they were calling each other brothers. The 4th day saw them sleeping side by side. And on the 5th day, they began to execute their plans. The 6th day brought rain, but on the 7th, the skies cleared. He had cunningly bound Buggy and Shanks to the post, embarking on his small amusement. Indeed, Shanks appeared to be slightly smaller in stature. While Buggy had merely grown a bit, his physique lacked the necessary impact. He should have been more robust to enhance his presence. Shanks, on the other hand, could benefit from some stretching to increase his height. Behind Barrett stood a group of rugged men, having weathered many storms: Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Taro, and other formidable figures, who observed the 2 boys as they engaged in their discourse. "Are you devils?" Shanks and Buggy exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as they heard the comments directed at them. In unison, they shouted back at the onlookers. Barrett, with a single bounce, silenced them, saying, "You have no idea how crucial this will be for your future. If you encounter beautiful girls someday and they find you lacking, what will you do? Heed the wisdom of your elders." Baki and Shanks shivered, bowing their heads in humility. "Indeed, you ought to take a leaf out of Barrett's book. Cease your incessant thoughts of battle and treasure hunting, and instead learn the virtues of love and savor the essence of life." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, transforming into a mentor of emotions. Life is undeniably precious. Barrett wholeheartedly concurred with Rayleigh. Love, however, holds even greater value. Rayleigh raised his head with pride. Thus, Mr. Rayleigh, let us engage in battle. Only those of formidable strength are worthy of love. Barrett immediately grasped his halberd, his gaze fixed intently on Rayleigh. Rayleigh's lips twitched in regret, lamenting his decision to engage with Barrett, truly a case of self-inflicted discomfort. He would have preferred to find solace in a drink. I wanted to. Upon hearing the mention of battle, Jin, who had been silent until then, suddenly sprang forth, wielding 2 long blades, eyeing Rayleigh and Roger. Brothers, we are on the ship. The others observed Barrett and Jin, their lips twitching in amusement. Since their arrival aboard the ship, the two had either been challenging each other or training relentlessly. Barrett is relatively better. Occasionally, we can still engage and play together. However, Jin is a fervent training enthusiast and a battle fanatic. Whenever he is out of sight, he is undoubtedly honing his skills, and when a fight arises, he is invariably the first to leap into action. Mr. Rayleigh, I have noticed your lack of forthrightness. Every time I seek a duel with you, you evade me. Are you feeling lonely and desolate, spending your days alone without a companion, and indulging in reckless pursuits that may harm your health? Barrett sheathed his halberd and cast an exasperated glance at the evasive Rayleigh. For a long time, he had yearned to engage in combat with Rayleigh, Roger, and Jabba to ascertain just how far he stood from the world's elite warriors. Yet, the 3 prominent figures aboard the ship either dodged or avoided him, leaving him in utter frustration. Ha ha, Rayleigh sliding down the pole. What a fitting description. Upon hearing Barrett's jibe, the crowd erupted in hearty laughter. You little rascal, do I, Rayleigh, the epitome of manly beauty, need to slide down any pole? Rayleigh retorted, his face flushed with indignation. TCH. Barrett scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Rayleigh. In my hometown, someone like you is typically kept as a sugar baby, colloquially referred to as a silver gun. Waxhead. Good for looks, but useless otherwise. The crowd burst into another round of laughter. Even the bound Shanks and Buggy turned red-faced from stifled mirth. You little brat. I challenge you to a duel. I, Rayleigh, am in perfectly fine condition. 3 days without getting out of bed is nothing to me, Rayleigh exclaimed, his face crimson and his voice thick with fury as he glared at Barrett. With you? You'd need medicine within 10 minutes. Barrett replied dismissively, wearing a look that seemed to say he found it utterly amusing. The laughter continued to echo through the air. Rayleigh, seething with anger, pointed a trembling finger at Barrett. You just want to fight, don't you? Let us find an uninhabited island, and I'll show you what it means to be a real man. Captain, pave the way to an island. Let us witness the true essence of manhood together. Barrett had been waiting all this time for that one line. Ha ha ha. Let us take a look at the true man, Rayleigh. Roger laughed heartily, directing the helmsman towards the uninhabited island. Mr. Jabba, let us have our own match as well. At that moment, the once-vanished Jin sprang forth, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Jabba. Get lost. Go find Buggy and Shanks, Jabba replied, wearing sunglasses and puffing on a cigar, waving his hand impatiently, resembling a mafia boss. The 2 of them are too small. I want to see if Mr. Jabba is indeed a true man, in stature and substance. Jin, undeterred, initiated a provocation. What the hell? Jin's mouth was as venomous as it could be. The crowd looked on in disbelief, surprised that Jin, usually silent and focused on training, was not to be underestimated. Roger, hurry up and find the island. No one should stop me. I must take down this little punk. I am not like Rayleigh, a soft man. I am undeniably a true man, much larger than him. Jabba seethed with rage, cursing vehemently. Damn it, Jabba. With that little worm of yours, how dare you show your face? You should be ashamed. Rayleigh, caught in the crossfire, immediately retaliated. You, Rayleigh, with your pretty boy looks. My dragon could easily send you flying hundreds of meters with a mere flick. Jabba, now fully engaged, ceased smoking. You, with your needle-like prowess, a dragon? You should fear being blown away. Rayleigh scoffed, mimicking Barrett's earlier movements almost identically. Rayleigh was highly adept at mimicking gestures and expressions, inciting Jabba to huff and puff in fury. I have a suggestion. Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. Why not tie you both up like Shanks and the others, and let everyone raise their hands for a vote? What do you think? At that moment, Barrett suddenly jumped in, raising his hand to propose. Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily froze, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Rayleigh and Jabba, clearly intrigued by Barrett's suggestion. Shut your mouth. Rayleigh and Jabba shivered under their scrutinizing gazes, turning to glare fiercely at Barrett, shouting in unison. I was merely making a suggestion. Under the watchful eyes of these two top-tier warriors, Barrett felt an immense pressure, awkwardly retreating with a forced smile. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed heartily. You two have moments of fear. Captain, between us brothers, dare you claim you wouldn't be scared being stared down by both of them? Besides, you're not as powerful as they are. So best stay out of it. Barrett cast a sidelong glance at Roger, his mouth twisted in a most infuriating manner. You know, if we linger on this island a few more days without correcting that mouth of yours, we might just refuse to leave. Witnessing Barrett's disdainful expression, Roger's temper flared, veins pulsating prominently on his forehead. Damn it, Barrett, your words are utterly venomous. Indeed, it seems he has once again provoked trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to face a thrashing one day. He truly has a knack for inciting animosity. Others, observing Roger's fury, began to voice their opinions. Humph, as for you lot, I wouldn't fear a group beating. Bring it on, one and all. If I don't give you a taste of my strength, it would be an affront to these hands of mine. Upon hearing the discourse, Barrett promptly sought out the nearest island on the map. Captain, I believe we should remain here for half a year. Captain, I think the ship could sail even faster. Barrett's provocation, coupled with his exceedingly infuriating expression, incited the wrath of the crowd. Every individual aboard was eager to deliver a sound thrashing to Barrett. Barrett, having ignited the ire of the crowd, had achieved his objective and ceased his provocations. However, his restraint did not quell Jin's fury. Upon witnessing Barrett's imminent acquisition of numerous battles, Jin's eyes blazed with intensity as he boldly declared, I believe you are not only lacking in skill, but even your birds are inept. You are all a mere assembly of dregs. As he spoke, Jin pointedly directed his remarks at Roger, exclaiming, especially you, Captain, at over 30 years of age, with nose hair split in two, and still without a wife. Could it be that you have squandered too much and are now grounded? Jin unleashed his scorn like a barrage, inciting resentment among all. Except for the two youngsters, everyone else was eager to engage, yearning to reach their destination swiftly to release the pent-up frustrations within. Meanwhile, Shanks and Buggy, bound together, exchanged glances, both sensing that Barrett and Jean were being foolish in their reckless quest for demise. In the waters of Barca, the nameless island stands with Barrett facing Rayleigh, while the remaining crew members of the Roger pirates observe from the opposite side, their expressions filled with resentment as they glare at Barrett in the arena. Rayleigh, your face is going to be swollen in no time. Just leave me some space. Roger gritted his teeth and spoke. Uncle Rayleigh, I've prepared a rope. Once we knock this scoundrel out, we'll bind him like a bird, Shanks exclaimed with fervor, brandishing a rope he had somehow procured. Uncle Rayleigh, I've also brought a crab claw. We'll use it to play with the bird once we capture it. Bucky, with his bright red nose, brandished a crab claw as thick as an adult's arm, his face alight with anticipation. Bucky, Shanks, I must tell you, your future is shrouded in darkness. Barrett gazed at the objects in the hands of Bucky and Shanks, his face paling in disbelief. He never anticipated that these two youngsters could harbor such grudges, particularly Bucky, who seemed to have procured a crab claw from some unknown source. Could such a claw truly be employed for that purpose? It could easily snap with the slightest mishap. The mere thought sent a shiver down Barrett's spine as he cast a furtive glance at Bucky. Bucky, let me tell you, today's humiliation shall be repaid tomorrow. You are still young and must think of your future. Beware that one day, your little bird may take flight unexpectedly. In response, Bucky hastily covered his modesty while discreetly concealing the crab claw behind his back, awkwardly exclaiming, Barrett, I was merely jesting. Fear not, we shall support you, Bucky. That idea of yours is rather clever. The claw would indeed serve well for such playful antics. The others, witnessing Barrett's moment of trepidation, eagerly chimed in, relishing the chaos. Barrett, the boy has a point. We should certainly give it a try. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of excitement dancing on his face. First Mate Rayleigh, I may still be young, but should you dare to proceed, mark my words, I will reclaim what is mine in due time. Barrett cast a fierce glare at Buggy, his expression clouded with frustration. He could not fathom the convoluted reasoning that led Buggy to consider using a crab claw against him. Humph, enough of this idle chatter. Come forth. Let me witness whether you possess the audacity to challenge me. Rayleigh smirked, his aura swelling with intensity, radiating an overwhelming desire for battle. Barrett's expression was one of earnest excitement, for he stood before the future king of the underworld, the most formidable pirate upon the vast ocean. At this moment, Rayleigh was in the prime of his life, both physically and mentally at the pinnacle of his capabilities, his strength unfathomable. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Rayleigh. Barrett unfastened his outer garment, revealing a suit of black armor adorned with rough patches of iron plating. He slowly unbuckled the black iron plates and carelessly tossed them over 10 meters away. With a resounding crash, the armor struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. This spectacle left the members of the Roger Pirates momentarily stunned, their faces contorted in disbelief. Was this fellow a monster? How could such a heavy apparatus be worn continuously? Buggy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the weight of such an item being donned by a human. Shanks looked on with a dazed expression, equally incredulous. Discreetly hiding the rope he had been holding. Buggy, Shanks, the captain's burden exceeds even this, Gene interjected, his ever-smiling visage inducing a sense of unease. With two loud thuds echoing, Barrett released the weights from his legs. The crew turned to see two small bags, not particularly large. Yet the sound upon their impact suggested they were anything but light. How heavy? Buggy exclaimed, curiously approaching the bags and attempting to lift one, only to find it immovable. Ha! Gene chuckled. That bag is filled with heavy metals, each weighing a ton. With your lackadaisical approach, it will take you at least a year or two to lift it. Are you joking? One crew member shouted. How much does that armor weigh? Shanks inquired. His curiosity piqued. 15 tons, Gene replied, a hint of regret in his voice. It's a pity we lack the means to acquire the Navy's weight-bearing equipment. Otherwise, with the captain's current physique, he could support at least 20 tons. Jin's expression elicited twitches at the corners of Shanks and the others' mouths, as they felt compelled to exclaim that 15 tons was already an extraordinary feat, young man. Pushing your body to such extremes will lead to numerous hidden injuries, ultimately hindering your progress, Rayleigh cautioned, his demeanor gravely serious. After several days of interaction, Rayleigh and his companions had come to greatly respect Barrett and his companion. Mr. Rayleigh, there's no need for concern. My body is exceptional and can withstand it, Barrett assured. Barrett broke into a grin, his muscles on his forearms noticeably larger. At least 10% more robust than usual. This was the result of his relentless dedication and the arduous process of honing his strength against iron. Initially, he focused solely on perfecting his fists. However, after reaching a plateau with that endeavor, he shifted his attention to his arms. It has been nearly 3 months since then, and he has made some commendable progress. Mr. Rayleigh, I am ready to take action. Barrett's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor since his arrival in this world. He had never encountered a true powerhouse. He had long been uncertain about his own strength. That is why he yearned to engage in combat with the likes of Rayleigh, to discern the extent of the gulf that lay between himself and these elite warriors. Come on, Rayleigh declared, drawing his long sword from his waist, his expression turning grave. As one of the foremost titans of the world, he could keenly perceive the unique aura emanating from Barrett, indicative of a formidable force. This realization stirred within him a subtle thrill, a distinctive exhilaration that belonged to the realm of the strong. In an instant, Barrett vanished from sight, while Rayleigh swiftly drew his sword, producing a resounding clash as he blocked Barrett's rapid thrust. Rayleigh remained perfectly still, a testament to the immense strength he possessed. Haha, mister. Rayleigh, do exercise caution. Barrett was filled with exhilaration, acutely aware of the immense pressure surrounding him. In a fleeting moment, his halberd transformed into a multitude of dark streaks, launching an assault towards Rayleigh. Unfazed, Rayleigh raised his blade in retaliation. The clash between their weapons sent shards of trees and stones flying, as the razor-sharp energy of their strikes obliterated everything in their vicinity. Some objects were cleaved into fragments, while others were reduced to mere rubble. The intensity of the battle leaving onlookers astounded. Yet, no matter how fierce and cunning Barrett's halberd became, Rayleigh thwarted every attack with ease. Unbeknownst to him, Barrett bore numerous wounds, each a testament to the ferocity of the encounter, while Rayleigh emerged with merely 2 superficial cuts on his attire, sparing his flesh. Exhilarating. This is the prowess of the ocean's paramount warriors. In Barrett's eyes, the spirit of battle intensified, erupting into hearty laughter, his aura exuding a robust and formidable presence. Not bad, kid, he remarked. Rayleigh, with a subtle smile, felt a touch of pride in being referred to as a top-tier powerhouse by Barrett, even though he had yet to attain the legendary status of the future king of the underworld. Mr. Rayleigh, be cautious, annihilation awaits. Barrett stepped aside, gripping the halberd tightly. The muscles in his arms swelled, causing his garments to tear asunder. His golden locks danced in an invisible breeze, and his eyes widened in astonishment, presenting an image reminiscent of a demonic deity. He leapt high into the air, wielding the halberd with an overwhelming aura, striking down towards Rayleigh with formidable force. Rayleigh's countenance grew serious as he sensed the immense power behind this attack. Gripping his sword with both hands, he soared into the air, executing a vertical slash that unleashed a wave of black blade energy spanning dozens of meters. Wherever the blade energy traversed, the vegetation withered away. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, generating a violent shockwave that flattened the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Barrett was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In stark contrast, Rayleigh landed lightly, his breath slightly disturbed, yet he emerged unscathed, his garments intact. Is this the essence of a top-tier warrior? Observing Rayleigh's calm demeanor, Barrett murmured to himself, his eyes igniting with an even more fervent glow. Young one, it seems this battle has indeed been lost on my part. At that moment, Rayleigh's unassuming voice resonated throughout the arena. How could this be? Barrett was clearly sent flying for dozens of meters. Is Mr. Rayleigh merely being polite? Perhaps he is attempting to console Barrett. Those of lesser strength looked on with expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Mr. Rayleigh, a loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. There is no other interpretation. Barrett furrowed his brow as he gazed at Rayleigh, a feeling of dissatisfaction welling up within him. He was not the type to accept defeat gracefully, fully aware of the disparity between himself and Rayleigh. No, Rayleigh had indeed lost this battle. He had harnessed a power that Barrett did not possess. At that moment, Roger stepped onto the scene and spoke, his laughter echoing through the air. Barrett laughed heartily, then fixed his gaze upon Captain Roger. What do you mean I lack it? Mr. Rayleigh possesses it, and it is a result of his own cultivation. Thus, it constitutes a part of his strength. If it is indeed a component of his power, why should he refrain from utilizing it? If the battle holds no significance simply because I do not possess it, then what is the purpose of striving? Losing an effort is one thing, but lacking such power is something I can learn. However, you cannot impose restrictions. Upon hearing Barrett's words, both Roger and Rayleigh, along with the onlookers, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting as they regarded Barrett with newfound admiration. Our captain is truly impressive. I aspire to emulate Barrett, they thought. Jean and Shanks exhibited expressions of awe, instantly regarding Barrett as a mentor in their lives. Fools, aren't pirates supposed to seek treasure? Buggy scoffed from the side, pulling out a treasure map he had procured from an unknown source, diligently studying it. Young man, I owe you an apology. This time, I was in the wrong. After a while, Rayleigh sincerely bowed to Barrett. And I as well. Roger followed suit, bowing alongside Rayleigh. I forgive you both, Barrett replied with a broad smile. Through their interactions over time, he discovered that Roger and Rayleigh's personalities were largely consistent with their depictions in the original narrative, open-minded and generous. They treated those they acknowledged with great kindness and were amiable even towards common folk, refraining from unnecessary bloodshed. However, they were not without flaws, having committed acts of murder and theft as befitted their roles. Ha ha, Roger bellowed. Brothers, in honor of Barrett's words, let us hold a feast. At the mention of a banquet, the crowd erupted in cheers. Some gathered alcohol, while others ventured to the sea to catch fish. Meanwhile, Buggy remained secluded beneath a tree, quietly engrossed in the treasure map, occasionally emitting a strange giggle that left Shanks and Jean bewildered. Barrett approached Rayleigh and Roger with a smile, inquiring, Mr. Rayleigh, you must have utilized Haki, the color of armament, just now, correct? Are you interested in learning it? Rayleigh took down his gourd, took a swig of liquor, and gazed at Barrett with a grin. Indeed, Barrett did not hesitate, nodding directly. To claim otherwise would indeed be foolish. Ha ha. Roger laughed heartily, remarking on Barrett's forthrightness. Captain, being straightforward is the hallmark of a true man. Barrett cast a sidelong glance at Captain Roger, questioning, you aren't inclined the other way, are you? Roger, taken aback, looked bewildered by Barrett's implication. Just then, Rayleigh, who had just taken a sip of his drink, inadvertently sprayed Roger's face. Laughing heartily, Roger is indeed inclined that way. Barrett! Roger shouted in anger, gripping Barrett tightly and growling. I am straight, unequivocally straight. If I were not, I would simply have you in my mouth. Barrett turned pale, surprised by this revelation about Roger, and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, Captain, you are straight. I was mistaken. Pfft, ha ha ha. Rayleigh, watching the spectacle, laughed uproariously. Humph, Roger snorted, releasing Barrett and sitting beside Rayleigh. He seized Rayleigh's gourd and took a swig, addressing Barrett. With your physical prowess, you have already met the conditions for awakening Haki. What remains is merely the method. Once you acquire it, you can awaken swiftly. We shall rest on this small island for a few days, during which I will have Rayleigh teach you both armament Haki and observation Haki. Why me? Rayleigh grumbled as he snatched back the gourd, clearly displeased. Your teaching skills are exceptional, Roger asserted, a touch of shamelessness in his tone. That is indeed true. Barrett nodded in agreement. Recognizing Rayleigh as one of the esteemed masters in the world of pirates, a veritable paragon of the teaching of the 3 types of Haki. Without delving into the past, one can observe that Shanks, the future emperor, is a student of Rayleigh, along with the later King Luffy. All of Rayleigh's prot-gs are formidable powerhouses. Although this is partly due to the innate talent of his disciples, Barrett himself possesses exceptional potential. Rayleigh took a swig of his drink, casting a glance at Barrett, and spoke, "All right, I concede, Mr. Rayleigh, whether herding 1 sheep or 2, it would be more prudent to drive them all together, including the flames. When we reach the next island, we shall share the treasures equally," Barrett proposed with a smile. "I agree. After the feast, you shall accompany me," Rayleigh replied decisively. Then fixed his gaze on Barrett and affirmed, "We have an agreement. The treasures will be split evenly." Barrett was indeed aware of the treasure. When he and his companion boarded the ship, both Barrett and his mate hoisted a substantial sack of riches, causing the eyes of the impoverished onlookers to glisten with envy. "Mr. Rayleigh," he remarked, "do you truly believe I am the kind of miserly individual who would deny you? I shall gladly share half of it with you at this very moment." Barrett, filled with discontent, rose and called out to Jean, who was engrossed in studying the treasure map with Buggy. "Jean, come here quickly." "Understood, Captain," Jean replied, hastening to Barrett's side. "What is it, Captain?" "Buggy mentioned that there was treasure on the island, and they were currently deciphering the treasure map. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Go fetch half of our treasure and present it to Mr. Rayleigh. This shall be our token of apprenticeship, as Mr. Rayleigh has agreed to teach us Haki." "Certainly," Jean exclaimed, even more exhilarated than Barrett. In a flurry, he dashed back to the ship, retrieved a hefty bag of treasure, and returned to sit beside Barrett. "Mr. Rayleigh, this is for you." Jean placed the treasure before Rayleigh, unveiling the contents of the bag, where golden jewelry gleamed brilliantly. Most importantly, nestled within was a devil fruit. The devil fruit had been acquired by Barrett and Jean during their time adrift on a pirate ship. Based on Barrett's assessment, it was likely of the Zoan type, a classification that piqued little interest in him. Jean had already consumed a devil fruit, and while packing, had placed it alongside the treasure. He had previously kept 2 others in his possession. "Barrett, this is quite something," Rayleigh and Roger exclaimed, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the devil fruit. They had not anticipated Barrett and Jean to be so generous as to present even a devil fruit. "Mr. Rayleigh, there is a saying in our homeland, once a student, forever a father. The token of apprenticeship, known as shushio, must adhere to tradition. A substantial shushio is required to be accepted by a renowned master. For a world-class figure like Mr. Rayleigh, this offering is indeed modest." Barrett, grasping Jin's arm, knelt before Rayleigh and respectfully proclaimed, "We pay our respects to our master." Jean, imitating Barrett, followed suit in this display of reverence. Rayleigh observed the two, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. By nature, he was free-spirited and unbound, having mentored many yet never truly taken a disciple. However, the actions of Barrett and Jean deeply moved him. After a moment of contemplation, he raised one of them with a hand and, with a grave expression, declared, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciples. I shall impart all that I know to you." "Thank you, master." Barrett and Jean respectfully bowed. As descendants of the dragon, the reverence for teachers and the pursuit of knowledge are ingrained in their very essence. Otherwise, he would not have saved Rhine's life previously. "Riley, congratulations," Roger remarked with a tinge of envy. "Look at all your treasures. Wouldn't you consider sharing some with me? I could safeguard them." "Sure, but you must also contribute." "I'll leave the mastery of Conqueror's Haki to you," Riley replied, adjusting his glasses and smiling at Roger. Upon hearing Riley's words, Barrett felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest, fearing Roger might decline. In this era, when it comes to the utilization of Conqueror's Haki, Roger ranks among the top 3. If Roger were to teach its application, mastering it would be a mere formality. "No problem," Roger replied without hesitation, his agreement resonating with ease. "Jean, bring the remaining treasures to the captain." Hearing Roger's consent, Barrett immediately instructed Jean to fetch the rest of the treasures. In comparison to the mastery of Haki, these material possessions were trivial. Understood, boss. Observing Barrett's excitement, Jean recognized the significance of what Roger would impart. With a swift stride, he returned in less than a minute with the treasures for Roger. Subsequently, the group settled together as Riley produced a devil fruit and handed it to Roger. Take a look at this fruit. Roger accepted the fruit, scrutinizing it for a moment before tossing it back to Riley with a smile. This is a zoan type. Cat fruit, leopard form, quite a commendable devil fruit. Keep it. This is of no use to me, but it will be immensely beneficial for you in the future. Riley casually passed the devil fruit to Barrett. Master, this is a gift for you as a token of my apprenticeship. Barrett smiled Riley, surprised by Riley's generosity. Showing no interest even in a devil fruit. Consider it a gift from me to you. Now take it. Riley took a swig of his drink, waving his hand dismissively. Barrett said no more, tucking the devil fruit into his bosom, then turned to Roger and inquired, Captain, have you ever seen the devil fruit encyclopedia? Indeed. Roger nodded, affirming that the ship possessed the devil fruit encyclopedia. If you wish to see it, I shall fetch it for you shortly. Thank you, Captain, Barrett replied with a bow. There's no need for that. Roger waved his hand dismissively. Seizing Rayleigh's gourd, he took a swig of alcohol before addressing Barrett. Now that you have bestowed your treasures upon us, I trust you want to plunder the innocent folk on the next island? Roger spoke with a casual tone. Yet Barrett sensed two ominous presences fixed upon him. How could that be? The common folk possess no riches. Barrett waved his hand dismissively. He held no interest in ordinary folk, finding it far more expedient to rob pirates instead. With a smile, he pointed toward Captain Buggy, who was engrossed in studying a treasure map. Master, Buggy possesses a considerable number of treasure maps, given his youth. What will he do if he encounters danger during the treasure hunt? We could serve as his bodyguards and charge a standard fee. Haha. Roger and Rayleigh paused for a moment, then turned to look at Buggy, who was collaborating with Shanks on the treasure map. And they couldn't help but burst into laughter together. Although Buggy may not be diligent in his training, he possesses an extraordinary talent for treasure hunting. Even at a young age, he has delved deeply into the study of treasure maps and currently possesses several of them. One must not lay a hand on one's companions, Roger said, stifling a laugh and feigning seriousness. Not at all. I merely enjoy the study of treasure maps, while serving as a bodyguard in the meantime. After all, we are brothers. Barrett spoke with a grave demeanor, as if he were genuinely preparing to assume the role of a bodyguard. Upon hearing his words, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances, their lips twitching in acknowledgement of Barrett's audacity. At that moment, Buggy and Shanks stealthily made their way towards the forest. Roger could not help but remind Barrett, Buggy is on the move. As a bodyguard, shouldn't you follow and see what he's up to? Jean, let us depart. Barrett was not idle either. He pulled the dazed Jean along, quietly trailing behind Baki and his companion. Roger, should we not also take a look? I have a strong feeling that Baki, that young lad, is indeed quite reliable when it comes to matters of treasure. After Barrett and the two others departed, Rayleigh quietly remarked to Roger, Do I really need to go? Roger muttered in response, activating his observation Haki, which enveloped the entire island in a vast and all-encompassing aura. Rayleigh twitched at the corners of his mouth. He felt somewhat foolish for having followed along when such a convenient ability as observation Haki existed. He then proceeded to activate his own Haki, focusing his attention on the four individuals. Baki and Shanks cautiously ventured into the jungle, closely followed by Barrett and Jean. Barrett's heart raced with excitement. In his previous life, he had been particularly fond of treasure hunting shows, dreaming of the day when he could strike it rich overnight. Little did he expect that, though his past aspirations had not come to fruition, he would still have the chance to experience such an adventure in this life. Accompanying Baki on a quest for treasure, Baki, accompanied by Shanks, meandered along, soon halting beside a sheer cliff. Baki, is this treasure map a fabrication? How could the destination be atop a precipice? Is there truly treasure to be found on a cliff? Shanks exclaimed, his voice laced with exasperation as he surveyed the steep drop. Cease your shouting. Allow me to examine the treasure map once more, Baki retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Shanks before meticulously studying the map. After a moment, Baki fixed his gaze upon the cliff and resolutely declared, The treasure lies above. Shall we ascend to investigate? Have you lost your mind? Shanks replied, eyeing the towering cliff with skepticism. Do you truly believe that our physical forms are capable of scaling such a height? No. Baki cast a glance at the precipice, then at his own and Shank's diminutive frames. His face awash with despondency. "Hey, Bucky, does Shanks need assistance?" At that moment, Barrett and Jean materialized, approaching Bucky and Shanks. "What brings you two here?" Upon their sudden appearance, Bucky and Shanks exclaimed in unison, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. "The captain noticed your departure and sent us to safeguard you," Barrett said with a cheerful grin. Jean nodded in agreement beside him. Within the encampment, sensing the sudden arrival of Barrett and Jean, Roger's lips twitched as he glanced at the barely contained laughter of Rayleigh, exclaiming with feigned annoyance, "Rayleigh, your two apprentices are quite unruly. Didn't you instruct them to act as bodyguards?" Rayleigh retorted with a smirk, gazing at Roger with amusement. Roger was left speechless. At the edge of the cliff, Bucky cast a wary glance at Barrett, speaking with a menacing tone. "Are you here to seize my treasure?" Barrett, with narrowed eyes, smiled innocently. "What do you mean by seize? In any case, you cannot ascend. Once you depart, I shall investigate it myself." Bucky extended his hand to block Barrett's path, asserting, "No, you must not ascend. This is what I have discovered after much research. The captain has stated that we must not lay hands on our companions." Shanks similarly raised his hand to obstruct Barrett. "I never claimed I would ascend now. I shall do so after you leave. After all, we can fly and are not concerned about wasting time." Barrett, with his arms crossed and a beaming smile, gazed at Bucky and Shanks. Upon hearing this, Bucky and Shanks were momentarily rendered speechless. They could not possibly remain here indefinitely. Once they departed, Barrett and Jean would return to claim the treasure, rendering it no longer a theft against them. "Shanks, my treasure is gone," lamented Bucky. "Next time, we shall search the seas," Shanks replied. The two exchanged a glance, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance, and embraced each other, their eyes brimming with tears. Their weeping took Barrett and Jean by surprise. Barrett had never anticipated that these future emperors of the sea would be so vulnerable in their youth, bursting into tears without any preamble. Such talent for drama wasted indeed. However, this left them both quite perplexed. Barrett finally spoke up. Hey, enough of this. You too. I never said I wouldn't take you along. Why on earth are you crying? Is that true, Barrett?" Bucky and Shanks instantly released their hold, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Barrett, who, in unison, exclaimed, "Oh, you two are rather adorable." Observing their expressions, Barrett found a hint of endearment in their demeanor and couldn't help but reach out, playfully pinching each of them. Bucky and Shanks, with an air of irritation, brushed Barrett's hand aside and simultaneously exclaimed, "Who is adorable? We are pirates." "Ha ha." Barrett and Jean observed their antics, bursting into raucous laughter. "Do not laugh." Bucky and Shanks once again spoke up, glaring furiously at Barrett. I merely chuckled, inviting them. "Come on, hit me." Barrett continued to provoke, playfully beckoning with his fingers, his expression utterly infuriating, a quintessential troublesome child. Jean could no longer bear the sight and chose to sit aside. Having spent considerable time with Barrett, he was well aware of just how vexing Barrett could be. Those with even a slight lack of resilience could easily be overwhelmed by his sharp tongue. "You scoundrel!" Haki, filled with rage, was about to charge at Barrett for a one-on-one confrontation. "Haki, do not act impulsively. You are no match for him. Our primary focus must be the treasure," Shanks interjected, quickly restraining Haki. Upon hearing the mention of treasure, Haki managed to regain his composure, but upon glancing at Barrett's imposing figure, a shiver involuntarily coursed through him. "Barrett, the captain has instructed us not to lay a hand on our comrades," he stammered, swiftly retreating behind Shanks, trembling as he cast a wary glance at Barrett. Bucky's astonishing maneuver left the three present utterly dumbfounded, and even the two individuals covertly observing from the camp were compelled to spit out their drinks. "Bucky, your audacity is truly lacking," remarked Jean, seated beneath the tree, his lips twitching in disbelief. After spending so many days together, he had initially thought Bucky to be a man of courage, only to discover he was, in fact, a coward. Barrett was rendered speechless. After spending some time together, he initially thought that the portrayal of Bucky in the original work was exaggerated, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be true. "Bucky, you scoundrel! How dare you shield yourself behind me?" Shanks bellowed, pulling Bucky in front of him with irritation. "Barrett won't kill you. What are you so afraid of?" Barrett added, "Your courage is woefully lacking, Bucky. You must practice it more in the future." Not intending to bully the two youngsters, Barrett playfully ruffled Bucky's hair and said, "Jean and I will take you both up with us, and the treasure will be equally divided among the four of us. What do you think?" "I agree." Shanks replied decisively, nodding his head. Bucky stood hesitantly in place, shifting from foot to foot. He glanced at this and that, his intentions unmistakably clear, without uttering a word. He wished to claim it all for himself, leaving the rest to ponder their course of action. Observing Bucky's demeanor, Barrett could not help but chuckle. Bucky epitomized the archetype of insatiable greed, a blend of naivety and a penchant for playfulness. Shanks, let us ascend and divide the spoils up there. Barrett disregarded Buggy entirely and turned to Shanks, saying, all right. Shanks nodded, well aware of Buggy's thoughts, having been companions since childhood. Buggy was taken aback, completely blindsided by the fact that the two had chosen to exclude him from their plans. He hurriedly shouted, you can't do this. The treasure map belongs to me. Well, who's to blame for wanting to keep it all to yourself? Shanks retorted with irritation. Let us go, Shanks. If he has the courage, he should climb up on his own. Barrett disregarded him, embracing Shanks as they gracefully ascended into the sky, stepping lightly, as if gliding on the moon's surface. Upon witnessing this, Baki, with tears streaming down his face, embraced Jean tightly, exclaiming, Master Jean, I am willing to accompany you. Jean, unable to refuse, lifted the sobbing Baki into the air. Soon, the group discovered an opening in the cliffside. Baki, still in Jin's grasp, pointed towards the entrance and shouted, that is the very location indicated on the treasure map. Barrett and Jean swiftly soared towards the cave's entrance. Within the camp, a treasure truly exists, Riley exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha, who could have known? Roger laughed heartily. The four descended, their hearts brimming with excitement as they approached the cave. The cavern was not deep, yet after a few steps, a stone door barred their passage. Quickly, let us see if there are any mechanisms, Barrett said, a surge of enthusiasm igniting within him. He felt akin to the protagonists of treasure hunting films from his previous life, encountering layer upon layer of traps, discovering treasures, and experiencing a tumultuous journey that gives birth to legendary tales. The only lament was that the heroes in those films always had beautiful companions by their side. While he found himself alone, Barrett cast a glance at the four individuals in the cave, shaking his head in disappointment as he fervently searched for the switch. The other three looked on, bewildered by Barrett's peculiar behavior. Is Barrett losing his mind? Jean inquired, nudging Barrett. How would I know? Jean rolled his eyes. Observing Barrett rummaging around in the cave, his expression hidden beneath the mask, yet equally perplexed. He had accompanied Barrett for quite some time and had partaken in numerous treasures plundered. However, witnessing Barrett in such a state was a first for him. Wasn't he this door simply meant to be pushed open with force? What kind of mechanism could it possibly possess? Baki, unfazed by the complexities around him, confidently approached the door and pushed it open with considerable force. The stone door swung wide, and he mockingly exclaimed, Barrett, you fool. It opens with just a gentle push. There's no need for any mechanisms. With that, Baki stepped through the grand entrance, laughing unabashedly. Barrett, momentarily taken aback, felt a twinge of indignation at the sight of Baki's self-satisfied grin. Clenching his fists, he strode over to Baki and delivered a couple of playful punches to his head. Scolding, you imbecile. Don't you realize that the thrill of treasure hunting lies in the journey? You've completely diminished the experience. With that, Barrett marched inside with purpose. Bastard. Baki shouted through misty eyes as he rushed after Barrett. Jean and Shanks exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation before following suit into the chamber. The interior was not particularly spacious, resembling a cave of around a dozen square meters. It housed a stone pedestal upon which rested a chest, accompanied by a sword rack displaying a lengthy blade. The sword measured approximately 2.3 meters, with a dark spine and a white edge, resembling the straight-bladed tang knife known as Purple Knight. The hilt was a deep brown, intricately engraved with delicate patterns that glimmered under the faint light, showcasing a sharp, icy gleam. This is the sword I desire. You can keep the treasures. Jean stepped forward and grasped the hilt, unleashing a series of ringing sounds as he swung the blade. What a magnificent weapon! Barrett couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the sight of the sword. Shanks, too, gazed enviously at Jean, wishing for it himself. However, upon considering the sword's considerable length in contrast to his own stature, he found himself dispirited, lowering his head. Treasure, treasure. Only Baki seemed indifferent to the sword's allure. Seizing the moment while the others were captivated, he pried open the solitary chest within the cave. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating the previously dim cavern. The trio was momentarily mesmerized by the blinding golden glow emanating from the chest, turning their heads to behold the source, momentarily dazed. The chest was substantial, reminiscent of the prop boxes Barrett had seen in circuses during his past life. With such a trove of treasures laid before them, even Shanks, who had little experience with wealth, was taken aback, while Barrett and Jean felt a surge of avarice. Yet, having matured and possessing clear aspirations, they quickly regained their composure. Shanks, too, emerged from his brief stupor. Amidst them, only Haki had fully immersed himself in the chest, reclining atop the treasures, embracing them with abandon. Haki, why don't we leave the treasure to you? You can stay here and live a life of luxury among these riches, Barrett jested, observing Haki's indulgence. Shanks and Jean exchanged bemused glances before turning their attention back to Haki. Fine, if that is what you all say, I shall remain here. Haki was wholly immersed in the realm of treasures, wholeheartedly agreeing with Barrett's words without a moment's consideration of the consequences. Upon hearing Haki's response, Barrett and his companions were utterly astonished, never expecting Haki to genuinely acquiesce. Haki, you truly intend to remain here? Barrett squinted his eyes and pressed on with his inquiry. Haki, you will perish if you stay alone. Shanks shouted vehemently. No, you merely desire my treasures. Haki leaped in front of the chest, arms outstretched, vigilantly staring at the three individuals, clearly entranced by the allure of treasure. Observing Haki's demeanor, Shanks and Jean were taken aback. Just as Shanks was about to approach, Barrett grasped his arm, subtly shaking his head. He had witnessed a similar situation with Ryan, though Ryan's motives were for Luke, whereas Haki's were for wealth. In such circumstances, anyone who drew near would inevitably become his adversary. Thus, narrowing his eyes, Barrett addressed Haki, stating, Haki, we shall relinquish the treasure. You may remain here to guard it. Haki remained unfazed, his vigilance unwavering as he observed the trio. Shanks, Jean, let us step outside first. Barrett led the anxious Jean and Shanks away from the cave. My treasure. Once the three figures had vanished, Haki was instantly besieged by madness, lunging into the large chest. Barrett arrived at the foot of the mountain accompanied by Shanks and Jean. Barrett, why didn't you bring Haki? He's in danger up there all alone. Shanks questioned as soon as they landed, his face filled with concern. Jean also looked at Barrett, puzzled. Have you not noticed that Haki is in a precarious state? Barrett replied calmly. Clearly, he has been ensnared by the allure of treasure. Anyone who approaches him at this moment would become his target. If we forcibly subdue him and take him away, we will become sworn enemies, constantly on guard against each other, drifting further apart. How could this be? Shanks cried, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow. What should we do now? Jean began to grasp the gravity of the situation, recalling Haki's earlier demeanor. They realized that if they forcibly took Haki, Barrett's prediction might indeed come true. Shanks gazed at Barrett with hope, as if he had become their guiding light. Shanks, stop crying, Barrett said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. This isn't insurmountable. Let Haki stay up there for a couple of days. Let him feel hunger. We can use this opportunity to temper his greedy nature. Turning to Jean, Barrett continued, Jean, go back to the camp and inform the captain about what is happening here. Have them come and set up camp. While they are on their way, we'll host daily feasts, tantalizing Haki from afar. After a few days of hunger, he will understand that treasure is not the ultimate solution, at least not when it comes to filling his belly. Yes, let us make him ravenous, Shanks said, finally smiling. Glaring at the cliff above. All right, I'll go inform the captain and the others. Just as Jean took to the sky, a hearty laugh echoed from nearby. Jean, there's no need to go. We've already arrived. As the words left his mouth, Roger led the way, followed closely by Rayleigh and Jabba, with the rest of the crew carrying meat and wine, all grinning broadly. Barrett, your plan is sound. Let that little rascal Haki go hungry for a few days, Roger said as he settled down in front of the three. Rayleigh and Jabba followed suit, taking their places beside him. The trio was momentarily taken aback at Roger's sudden appearance, perplexed by how he knew what they were discussing. However, Barrett quickly deduced that Roger had likely been using observation Haki to monitor them. Captain, when did you arrive? He inquired, as Jean and Shanks obediently sat beside Barrett. Haha. Roger laughed. We've been here since there were only the three of you. We just arrived and overheard your conversation. You're doing well. That rascal Haki definitely needs some discipline. Let us starve him for a few days. Indeed, it was concerning that Haki, so young, had become so avaricious, now completely beguiled by the promise of treasure. If they did not rectify his path now, it would surely lead to significant trouble in the future. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Indeed, let's starve him for 3 days. When he descends, we shall allow him to exchange treasures for sustenance. We can continue this for a month or 2. I am curious to see whether he will come to prefer riches over food. Jabba, with a darkened expression, clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at the cliff above. He felt quite displeased, for after all, Baki had been training in martial arts, closely following him. This recent maneuver by Baki felt like a sharp slap to Jabba's face. Barrett and the others exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with grief for Baki. They were certain that following this experience, Baki's affection for treasure would undoubtedly diminish. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. After the banquet, Rayleigh led Barrett and Jean deep into the island, away from the camp. Once the 3 had gathered around a fire, Rayleigh turned to them and spoke. Barrett, Jean, now that you have chosen me as your mentor, I shall earnestly guide your training from this point forward. Let us first discuss Haki. Haki is divided into 3 types. The first is armament Haki, which enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities. Armament Haki is further categorized into 4 stages: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. The first stage is easily achievable given your current physical condition. Observe closely. As Rayleigh spoke, he demonstrated, enveloping his right fist in a layer of black, showcasing the manifestation of armament Haki. Is this armament Haki? Barrett and Jean observed with a sense of astonishment as Rayleigh's fist darkened. The second phase is known as entanglement. Pay close attention to my blade. Subsequently, Rayleigh drew his long sword, the armament Haki swiftly enveloping it. Barrett and his companion fixed their gaze upon the long sword, unblinking. Soon, under Rayleigh's domineering aura, the blade transformed into a deep black, shimmering under the moonlight. The second stage demands continuous practice and extensive combat to enhance the quantity of the armament Haki, enabling it to entwine seamlessly. Consequently, your offensive capabilities will become immensely formidable. Rayleigh retracted the long sword and casually extended his hand towards a nearby stone, unleashing a palm strike from a distance. With a resounding boom, the stone shattered into fragments. This exemplifies the third stage, Haki emission. This phase necessitates accumulation through relentless battle and exertion, honing the thickness and quality of the Haki. Simultaneously, Rayleigh's voice resonated. He then clenched his fist, enveloping it in Haki, and presented it before Barrett and his companion, inviting them to discern the distinction between this Haki and the previous hardening. It is flowing. After a meticulous observation, Barrett and Jean discerned that the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Rayleigh's fist seemed to possess a life of its own, constantly undulating. Rayleigh retracted his Haki and, with a smile, remarked, "You are indeed correct. This is the final stage of armament Haki, known as internal destruction. In certain circles, it is referred to as flowing cherry blossom. Its destructive power is immense, and one must attain a certain level of mastery in Haki before it becomes attainable." Barrett and Jean nodded in understanding. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and continued. The second type of Haki is called observation Haki, which is what Barrett previously inquired about concerning Roger. Observation Haki allows one to profoundly sense the aura of their surroundings. It enables the user to detect enemies beyond their line of sight or anticipate their movements, which can be described as the power of hearing. As long as one is alive, the body emits unique sounds, and by attuning to these sounds, one can predict an opponent's next actions and whereabouts. With diligent training, the range of this ability can be expanded. As far as I know, observation Haki is also classified into 4 levels, and upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one may develop special abilities that can be broadly categorized into 2 branches. First, the ability to hear the hearts of others and listen to the voices of all things. Second, the ability to foresee the future. Roger's observation Haki awakened one of these branches, allowing him to hear the voices of all things with remarkable breadth. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Barrett refrained from arguing. As a traveler from another world, he was well aware that observation encompassed more than just these 2 abilities. It also included emotional perception, commonly referred to as mind reading, as well as the capacity to see through objects. However, Rayleigh was not entirely incorrect. In the original narrative, the most frequently described aspect of observation Haki is indeed the ability to foresee the future, which proves immensely beneficial in combat, and many individuals possess this awakening. Conversely, the ability to hear the voices of all things offers comparatively less advantage in battle. Throughout the One Piece saga, it seems that only Roger has awakened this ability, marking a unique twist of fate. As for other derived abilities, currently only one figure, Princess Otoheim, has awakened emotional perception, albeit concealed beneath the ocean. Others are either still in the process of training or have yet to be born. Isn't that invincible? Exclaimed Jin, his mind swirling as his perspective broadened, leaving him somewhat dazed. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Not quite. While observation Haki is formidable, one must also possess the physical agility to respond accordingly. Otherwise, even if you know where an attack is aimed, you may still be unable to evade it. Thus, to become a true powerhouse, mastery of Haki, physical prowess, swordsmanship, or martial arts are all indispensable. Barrett and Jean nodded solemnly, acknowledging that Rayleigh's words held considerable truth. The essence of battles among the strong indeed lies within these concepts. Once one party finds itself at a disadvantage, defeat becomes inevitable. Now that Master has discussed observation and armament Haki, it must be time to delve into Conqueror's Haki. Barrett inquired. In the original narrative, Conqueror's Haki was initially referred to as a tool for eliminating weaklings, only later being redefined during the Wano arc, where it was showcased as a magnificent technique known as Conqueror's Coiling. However, Barrett was not well versed in this. He had only witnessed Kaido's education of Luffy before his own journey commenced. Yet, adhering to Oda's characteristic style, it was evident that Conqueror's Haki encompassed more than what was superficially presented, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to learn more. Rayleigh nodded and began to explain that Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of royal prowess, divided into 4 tiers. Typically, a novice level of Conqueror's Haki can intimidate opponents without physical confrontation, rendering weaker foes unconscious. However, such a capability alone does not suffice to illustrate the true might of Conqueror's Haki. It cannot be cultivated through training, but rather depends on the innate strength of one's spirit. At higher levels, Conqueror's Haki can inflict tangible damage, a feat easily accomplished by Roger, who also employed a unique technique known as Conqueror's Coiling to engage adversaries. Nonetheless, this remains a distant prospect for you, as achieving Conqueror's Coiling necessitates a formidable physical and mental fortitude, alongside a rapid enhancement of one's armament Haki. As for the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, among those I am aware of, only Roger has attained it, and I am uncertain of its specifics. However, there is no need for concern. In time, Roger will train you in Conqueror's Haki and impart this method to you. Both Barrett and Jean nodded in agreement. Well, you have a fair understanding of the 3 types of Haki now. I shall now impart the techniques for cultivating armament and observation Haki, striving for your early awakening. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and commenced his detailed explanation on the mastery of Haki, demonstrating his prowess as a master teacher, rivaling that of Rhine's previous instruction. As Rayleigh elucidated the concepts, Barrett nodded frequently. Before encountering Garp, his original plan had been to acquire the cultivation methods for the 2 types of Haki through the underground market and, alongside Jean, find a secluded place to train, occasionally causing trouble for the Navy and the world government. However, after meeting Garp, whose strength left him feeling utterly powerless, his mindset shifted. Rather than engaging in schemes, he resolved to focus on rapidly increasing his strength. Once he attained a significant level of power, he would pursue his desired endeavors. Rayleigh spoke slowly, meticulously detailing various aspects, which allowed both Barrett and Jean to grasp the information with clarity and depth, and they listened intently. As a traveler, Barrett had long been acquainted with the concept of Haki, and with Rayleigh's meticulous explanations, he swiftly grasped the essentials. Jean, equally gifted, would not have ascended to the status of the calamity in the original narrative, compelling even Big Mom to lower her pride in recruitment. However, Rayleigh made distinctions. He elaborated on Busashoka Haki with greater detail, while regarding Kinbunchika Haki, he stated, required training. This inevitably reminded Barrett of the rigorous training Rayleigh had imposed on Luffy, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. This was understandable, for Busashoka Haki can be likened to the martial arts of his previous life, which seamlessly integrated movement and stillness. Throughout combat, one must continually introspect on their own strength until mastery is achieved. To awaken Kinbunchika Haki, it was akin to practicing the iron shirt technique. After enduring enough blows, awakening would naturally follow. As for deeper realms beyond the initial threshold, it depended entirely on one's diligence. A master may guide one to the door, yet the path of cultivation rests upon the individual. Whether one becomes a dragon or a snake hinges solely on oneself. Much like Buggy and Shanks in the original tale, both taught by the same mentor. One thrived through sheer strength, while the other relied on fortune. Having elucidated the methods of cultivating the 2 types of Haki, The rest was left for them to ponder. Rise early tomorrow. I shall instruct you further, enabling you to awaken Kinbunshiku Haki swiftly, Rayleigh declared before meandering away. Boss, shall we return or continue our training here? Jean inquired after Rayleigh's departure. Why leave? Let us train here and strive to awaken our abilities sooner, came the resolute response. Barrett responded with a nod. Following Riley's method, and closed his eyes to contemplate the mastery of armament Haki. Observing this, Jean quickly settled his mind to study the same technique. For a moment, tranquility enveloped the forest once more. Meanwhile, Buggy was laboriously dragging a chest of treasures towards the cave entrance, shouting loudly towards the steep cliff below, Barrett, Shanks, Jean. I'm willing to share the treasure with you. Hurry up and come down to take me away. I'm so hungry. The following day, on the small island, two figures clashed in a clearing, exchanging blows in a fierce combat that echoed throughout the island. These two were none other than Jabba and Barrett. With a resounding thud, they each launched a punch, their fists colliding, causing Barrett to be pushed back several meters, while Jabba took a step back as well. Kid, I didn't realize your martial arts were so formidable. Why not join me from now on? Jabba exclaimed, astonished to discover that Barrett was not solely reliant on his weaponry, but possessed considerable physical prowess as well. Uncle Jabba, I've already taken on a master. Besides, we're on the same ship, aren't I just following along with you? Barrett replied, rubbing his fist and smiling at Jabba. Uncle Jabba, please demonstrate armament Haki. I wish to experience it. With that, Barrett activated the shave technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he launched a punch towards Jabba. You're quite cunning. Resorting to a sneak attack, Jabba sidestepped, evading Barrett's fist, and retaliated with a right hook enveloped in a dark aura, striking Barrett in the abdomen. With a thud, Barrett was sent flying several meters, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the impact exhilarated him. He could sense an energy within him being awakened, his cells rapidly invigorating. Uncle Jabba, bring it on. Barrett once again launched an assault, swiftly arriving beside Jabba, and unleashed a flurry of punches. His fists descended like a torrential downpour, yet Jabba remained undaunted, enveloping his hands in a layer of Haki, fiercely countering Barrett's onslaught. The two exchanged blows relentlessly. However, it was evident that Jabba was driven by a desire for vengeance. Each strike landed squarely on Barrett's face, and before long, Barrett's visage resembled that of a battered swine. Although Barrett was battered severely, he appeared remarkably exhilarated. He could sense that the power within him was on the verge of being suppressed to its utmost limit, and with just a bit more effort, it would explode forth. Almost there, so very close. Barrett's momentum intensified, his movements quickening as he relentlessly swung his fists, delivering blow after blow upon Jabba. Since you're still a tad lacking, allow me to assist you, Barrett declared. With a keen eye, Jabba discerned Barrett's peculiar state and engaged in combat with him. His intentions were twofold, to unleash his own pent-up frustration and to aid Barrett in awakening his Haki. Jabba's armed Haki became increasingly darker and more formidable. His punches no longer merely aimed at Barrett's face, but deliberately targeting his entire body. The resounding thuds echoed like a blacksmith forging metal as Jabba meticulously refined Barrett, shaping him into a robust entity. Their battle unfolded with ferocity, Barrett battered and bloodied, while Jabba's garments were torn asunder, the clash resembling a life-and-death struggle. Captain, Uncle Rayleigh, is it truly safe for them to fight like this? Shanks, standing nearby with Rayleigh and others, expressed his concern, his youthful visage etched with anxiety. Shanks, remember this. Having chosen the sea, one must be prepared for the specter of death. Moreover, Barrett is currently in pursuit of his own strength, Roger responded, affectionately ruffling Shanks' hair with a calm demeanor. Jean, did you hear that? To grow stronger, one must endure numerous life-and-death battles, honing oneself in the process. Soon, you will face Jabba, who shares the same resolve, Rayleigh remarked to Jean beside him. Master, I understand. Jean nodded, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on the ongoing clash, embodying no hint of retreat. In the arena, as the battle escalated, Barrett's wounds deepened, yet his spirit soared ever higher. Just a little more, just a little more. Barrett was engulfed in a state of extreme madness, each strike delivered with ferocity and immense force, pummeling Jabba relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, Jabba's face bore the marks of bruises. Yet he remained defiant. He sensed that the energy within him was teetering on the brink of a breakthrough, just a fraction away from transcending his limits. Jabba, have you been carried off like a bird? Barrett roared, mustering all his strength, yet his fist lacked any real power. With a fierce kick, He aimed directly at Jabba's groin. The impact was startling. Jabba, taken aback, instinctively lowered his hands to block, the tremendous force propelling him back several meters. "You scoundrel! Are you intent on crippling me?" Jabba bellowed, his face a mask of fury as a tempestuous aura surged from within him. With a jet-black arm, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Barrett, the violent force creating a whirlwind that sent debris flying. This was it. This was the very sensation he craved. Barrett, filled with exuberance, danced with his fists, and as he threw a punch, a layer of black film rapidly coalesced around his fist. When their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave was unleashed, flattening everything within a radius of several dozen meters. Ha! Barrett laughed heartily as he charged forward, his fists and arms instinctively cloaked in the black Haki. All he desired was to fight, to engage in battle with unrestrained fervor. Jabba, witnessing the Haki enveloping Barrett's arms, couldn't help but grimace. He had expected Barrett to cease his onslaught after awakening his Haki, yet he became even more ferocious. "Damn it. I'll make that scoundrel buy me some fine cigars afterward," Jabba cursed inwardly as he advanced, and the two exchanged blows with relentless intensity, neither yielding an inch. Their fierce clash obliterating the area around them. Barrett had indeed awakened his Haki. Indeed, it appeared that Barrett, now possessing awakened Haki, was formidable enough to hold his own against the formidable Jabba. It seemed that another strong ally had joined their ranks aboard the ship. The onlookers, captivated by the fierce battle, couldn't help but express their astonishment. "Jean, it seems Jabba will be unable to fight you today." Observing the fierce combat, Rayleigh chuckled, patting Jean on the back. "Let South find another place. I shall accompany you in battle." "All right, master." Jean, excited by Barrett's remarkable transformation, felt a surge of enthusiasm upon hearing Rayleigh's words. He too wished to awaken his Haki. The combat efficacy was simply unparalleled. "Haha, let us go." With that, Rayleigh led Jean to another part of the island, where another one-sided brawl was unfolding. As evening descended upon the nameless island, chaos reigned. The Roger pirates were immersed in revelry, with countless individuals dancing wildly around a bonfire, drinking fine wine, and singing boisterously. However, not far away, two battered figures, Barrett and Jean, were devouring unknown sea beast meat, having been thoroughly pummeled. "Boss, I heard from Jabba that your Haki awakened by skipping the first stage, enabling you to wield it with mastery. Is that true?" Jean, enviously eyeing Barrett, who was similarly battered, couldn't hide his admiration. Yet, while Barrett had awakened his Haki, Jean had not. "Indeed, that is the case. It likely stems from my rigorous physical training," Barrett affirmed, chewing on the beast meat. After all, the strength of one's Haki is closely tied to one's physical prowess. The stronger the physique, the more potent the Haki. His physique was indeed peculiar. At the moment of awakening, it had triggered another force within him, merging seamlessly with his newly awakened Haki, allowing him to instantaneously transcend the first stage. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that this power was extraordinarily unique. In the moment of emergence, an uncontrollable thought of brutality surged within him, reminiscent of the ominous aura described in the original text as residing within Barrett. However, there existed a distinction. Following his fierce battle with Jabba, the ominous energy and the Haki had fully amalgamated, augmenting the weight of his dominance. Thus, despite having only just awakened his Haki, his current level of authority was comparable to that of several officers aboard the ship. As he spoke, Barrett patted Jean and solemnly declared, "Today, you witnessed my battle with Mr. Jabba. I can assure you with certainty that Mr. Jabba did not exert his full strength. He likely utilized only about half of his power, while I nearly exhausted all my capabilities. Therefore, we must persist in our rigorous training." "Understood, boss," Jean nodded, deeply resonating with this sentiment as he, too, had felt the impact today. Although Rayleigh was not particularly adept in physical combat, he had effortlessly overpowered Jean, leaving him with no means of retaliation, while Rayleigh had merely suffered a few tattered garments. "Now eat up. After you finish, replenish your energy with life, for we must train again tomorrow." Barrett seized a chunk of beast meat and devoured it with great enthusiasm. Jean, unwilling to be outdone, joined in, voraciously consuming his own piece while skillfully rolling the sizzling, oil-dripping meat that filled the forest with its enticing aroma. "How delightful it smells. I yearn to partake as well." Just above them, several meters away, Baki, who had been hungry for over a day, lay at the cave entrance, greedily inhaling the savory scent wafting up, his stomach rumbling audibly. and drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Barrett, Shanks, Jean, where are you? I no longer desire treasures. Haki's feeble wail echoed. His small face streaked with tears of regret. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, fierce battles erupted daily on the island, with Barrett and Jean relentlessly challenging the members of the Roger Pirates. Their presence instilled fear in the crew, prompting them to hastily retreat, thwarting the duo's aspirations for continued combat. However, after 3 days of relentless fighting, both had significantly enhanced their strength. Jean, after enduring considerable punishment, awakened his armament Haki, while Barrett's mastery of the same art had become remarkably proficient, and his combat skills advanced at an astonishing rate. Yet, they both lamented the fact that, despite the numerous battles, their observation Haki remained dormant. As the Roger Pirates prepared to depart, their 4-day stay on the island had reached its limit. Unlike other pirate crews that sought to seize territories and gradually expand, the Roger Pirates ventured forth with a purpose: to uncover the lost century of history. Barrett, aware of the unfolding narrative, had no intention of dissuading them. For even if Roger were inclined to listen, the absence of his ambition to ignite the great pirate era would render the world stagnant, thereby offering no advantage to Barrett's future. Let us depart. Barrett patted the still somewhat reluctant Jean, then leaped onto the pirate ship. Jean nostalgically glanced back at the island before following Barrett aboard. Set sail. Roger bellowed once everyone was on the ship. Set sail. The crew echoed, their voices filled with fervor. Wait, Captain, wait. Just then, Shanks dashed to the bow, shouting loudly at Roger. Captain Roger, we forgot Buggy. Everyone paused, exchanging glances, and soon realized that Buggy was indeed absent from the ship. Where's Buggy? That fool doesn't he know we're about to set sail? Roger roared, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Beside Roger, Shanks was momentarily stunned, his face contorting with anger as he yelled, You idiot! Don't you remember Buggy is still up on the mountain? The crew instantly grasped the situation. Buggy was indeed guarding the treasure atop the mountain. Roger sheepishly tapped his head and laughed. My apologies, I forgot. You fool! Shanks shouted. Ha ha ha. Shanks, after all this time with him, you just now realized Roger is a fool? Someone chimed in. Indeed, Roger has been foolish more than once. Seeing Roger's embarrassed demeanor, the crew burst into unabashed laughter, reveling in his misfortune. Shut up, Roger roared, his anger flaring as he directed his ire at Barrett and Jean. You two idiots. If it weren't for your constant challenges creating chaos, I would not have forgotten such an important matter. Get moving and bring him down here. Barrett and Jean, who had been enjoying the spectacle, were momentarily taken aback by Roger's outburst. However, they did not refuse. They were also curious about Buggy's current state. They took off into the air, heading towards the treasure cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they were struck dumb by the sight of Buggy. After 3 days without food or water, Buggy was slumped against the treasure chest, on the verge of death. Damn, I've never seen someone so greedy. He's nearly dead, but still clinging to his treasures, Barrett remarked helplessly. Buggy's obsession with treasure is as fierce as our desire to grow stronger. Boss, I'll take Buggy back first. If not, this guy will surely perish, Jean declared, scooping Buggy up and soaring into the sky. Barrett, speechless, gazed at the pile of treasures, letting out a resigned sigh. Well, as a friend, I can't hinder your passion. With that, Barrett closed the treasure chest, hoisting a box of riches and taking to the skies. When he returned to the ship, a crowd had gathered around Buggy, worry etched on their faces, with Shanks appearing particularly teary-eyed. Is Buggy dead? With a sudden jolt in his heart, Barrett hastily advanced with the treasure in tow. As he drew closer, he sensed that despite Buggy's weakened state, there remained a flicker of life, a vitality that was gradually intensifying. Yet, the reason for his continued unconsciousness remained a mystery. Could it be due to the treasure? Barrett's eyes darted as he bellowed for everyone to make way, proclaiming that he possessed a method to rouse Buggy from his slumber. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily retreated. With a resounding thud, Barrett placed a chest brimming with treasures upon the ground and called out to Buggy, urging him to awaken, for his riches had arrived. The onlookers were left speechless, turning their gazes towards Barrett. Shanks, too, stared at Barrett with wide eyes, his expression rife with resentment. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Buggy slowly opened his eyes. The sight of Buggy awakening left everyone in stunned silence. Shanks nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief as he gazed at Buggy. Roger and the others shared a moment of incredulity, pondering how, despite the dire circumstances, The notion of treasure still lingered in their minds. Barrett held his head high with pride, a smile adorning his face as he addressed Buggy, saying, "Buggy, it was I who rescued you, hence I shall claim half of the treasure. What do you think?" The crowd collectively regarded Barrett with the same thought resonating in their minds. How utterly shameless. To their astonishment, Buggy, upon hearing the word treasure, reacted with extreme intensity. Leaping up in a state of panic, his expression one of vehement rejection as he shouted loudly, "No, I do not want the treasure. It is all yours." The onlookers were left bewildered, pondering whether Buggy had lost his sanity. At that moment, Taro, stroking his chin, remarked, "It is quite possible. In my hometown, there was a child who went mad due to overwhelming stress." Barrett stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing their conversation, Shanks was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears as he embraced Buggy. Shanks, Baki, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping bitterly in Shanks' embrace. Roger and the others turned their gazes towards Taro and Barrett. Their meanings unmistakable. "You two have made someone cry. Now what will you do about it?" "Barrett, why don't you go and offer some comfort?" Taro, being a seasoned veteran, swiftly aligned himself with Roger and the others, adopting a tone of inquiry. "Taro, you are indeed something else." Barrett was momentarily taken aback, scowling as he gave a thumbs up to Taro. He realized that in comparison to the audacity displayed, he was significantly outmatched by these seasoned players. Subsequently, under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, Barrett approached the embracing couple and inquired, "Bucky, Shanks, I understand that your love is true and that you intend to marry in the future. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, your affectionate embrace leaves our captain and the other single souls in quite an awkward position. Who is getting married?" Baki and Shanks swiftly separated. Their faces flushed as they glared at Barrett, who was met with an indignant roar. "Barrett, explain to me what it means to be a single dog." "I have 2 children. Who the hell is a single dog here?" "I have 3 wives." Upon hearing this provocative terminology, Roger and his companions encircled Barrett, their faces brimming with fury, fists cracking ominously, ready to unleash a collective assault. Even the esteemed Master Riley, with his glasses, could not help but gleam with intensity. "Captain Gudong, I merely," Barrett began, but was abruptly interrupted by Roger's booming voice. "Brothers, let us teach this bastard a lesson until he can no longer fend for himself. Eru, you have truly crossed the line." Upon hearing the words, Barrett's hair stood on end as he leaped into the air, pointing at Roger and cursing vehemently. "You scoundrel." "Ha ha," Roger responded, utterly unfazed by the insult. The onlookers, glancing at Roger, could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. "I am Golden Roger, not some pathetic fool." Enraged, Roger swiftly appeared behind Barrett and delivered a powerful kick to his shoulder. Boom. Before Barrett could react, he was sent flying towards Jabba. "You dare label me a lonely dog? Prepare to face the consequences." Jabba sneered, summoning a layer of Haki in preparation for Barrett's approach. "You black bear, don't act recklessly." Barrett shouted, witnessing Jabba's Haki formation, and hurriedly attempted to gather his own, but it was far too late. "How dare you call me a black bear?" Jabba's expression darkened, reinforcing his Haki as he launched a heavy punch at the incoming Barrett. Boom. Barrett was once again struck, this time hurtling towards the only fishman on the ship, Sambel. Fishman karate, 15,000-pound fish strike. Sambel took a stance, his massive fist aimed directly at Barrett's head. Upon seeing the colossal fist, Barrett's pupils constricted as he focused intently on Sambel's punching trajectory, quickly entering a heightened state of awareness, controlling his body with all his might. Barrett twisted to the right just as Sambel's punch struck to the left. "Has he awakened his observation Haki?" Sambel muttered, "but to evade my punch. Your newly awakened Haki is still insufficient. Gel base fist, 20,000 pounds. Sambel stepped forward, conjuring a torrent of water that surged forth as if alive, following his punch directly towards Barrett. Boom. Barrett barely had time to react before being struck and sent flying towards Rayleigh. "Though I may not be a lonely dog, I cannot provoke the wrath of the masses. Prepare for a beating." Rayleigh stepped forward, gripping his unsheathed sword, and with a resounding boom, he slammed Barrett onto the ship's wooden deck. "My brothers, let us repay enmities and grievances in kind." Taro bellowed, the first to rush to Barrett's side, delivering a punch to the downed figure. "Taro, curse your ancestors." Barrett's furious roar echoed through the air. "Charge," he commanded, intent on vanquishing his foes. Soon, he was engulfed by the crowd, with the shadowy figures of Roger and Jabba joining the fray. Stealthily maneuvering were Buggy and Shanks. While even Rayleigh and Jean occasionally landed a blow, the others were no exception. During their time on the island, Barrett had relentlessly sought them out for battles, and they had longed for the opportunity to retaliate. Now, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, every individual yearned to strike him with fervor. Barrett, refraining from retaliation, seized the opportunity to refine his nascent observation Haki amidst the crowd. His prior accumulation of experience proved sufficient, whether it was observation Haki or armament Haki. He merely needed the right catalyst. Now, with that catalyst disrupted and facing a barrage of assaults, he could not entirely evade the bruises and contusions. Yet, these encounters hastened the advancement of his observation Haki, quickly solidifying it at the preliminary stage, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the attacks he endured. On the periphery, Jin observed Barrett's mastery of observation Haki, his eyes turning a shade of envy. He bellowed at Eru, Black Bear, and an assembly of solitary souls, challenging them to unite against him. Without hesitation, Jin plunged into the fray, delivering a kick aimed at Roger, followed by Jabba, Rayleigh, and Sandbell, resolutely charging into the throng like a madman. "I am neither Eru nor Black Bear," he declared. In that moment, he incited the wrath of the crowd, drawing their hostility toward himself. Within mere seconds, his face was battered into a grotesque mask, nearly shattering his own visage, and his entire form swelled from the onslaught. Upon encountering Barrett, a chill ran down his spine, and he silently commended Jean with a thumbs up. In this world, it seemed that only Jean could provoke an assault from Roger and his crew, a feat worthy of pride when recounted. Meanwhile, Shanks and Buggy stood beside him, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why one would seek conflict when all was well. Fortunately, Jean endured considerable hardship, awakening his observation Haki under immense pressure. Perhaps due to his inherent racial talent, Jin's mastery of observation Haki developed with remarkable speed, surpassing Barrett's in mere moments. Once Jean had firmly established his abilities, reaching a proficiency close to the intermediate level, Roger and his companions felt refreshed and decided to cease their efforts. Barrett was consumed by envy and jealousy. "Brother, to celebrate this joyous day, let us feast," Roger exclaimed with laughter that resonated with exuberance, as if a great weight had been lifted. "Long live the captain!" The crowd shouted, each one invigorated and in high spirits. Barrett and Jean, donning pig heads, exchanged a knowing smile. Though they had endured a beating, their gains were equally substantial, and they joyfully prepared to feast in celebration. Meanwhile, in the South Sea, on Lucali Island, a small village was greeted by the arrival of a colossal naval warship. "The Navy is coming. Run!" The children playing at the port cried out in terror, recalling their mother's warnings that the Navy was far more fearsome than pirates. They hastily fled the docks, quickly informed the village chief. "Go alert Mr. Zephyr. Organize the villagers. We must resolutely protect our home from the Navy." Some adults chatting by the seaside turned pale, shouting as they departed, as if the Navy were a primal beast of destruction. On the warship, 2 men and a woman stood at the bow, each adorned in cloaks of justice, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yet, despite this formidable appearance, all 3 wore faint smiles tinged with melancholy, enveloped in a heavy silence. These 3 were Admiral Sengoku, the naval hero Garp, and Chief Staff Crane. "Little Crane, how many times has it been?" Sengoku inquired, his voice laced with sorrow. He never anticipated that one day the once respected figure would be regarded as a fearsome monster to be avoided at all costs. "I've lost count," Crane replied with a wry smile. "Every time we approach a village, the common folk recoil in fear. Moreover, no admiral in the Navy dares to set sail, fearing for their loved ones. Many have submitted their resignations, seeking to leave the Navy. And that's not all," Garp chimed in gloomily. "The base in the New World has fallen. Numerous Navy personnel have turned to piracy. That place has become a haven for pirates. Perhaps you are unaware," Sengoku said with a self-deprecating smile. "In recent months, it's not just the New World. Even the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas are descending into chaos. The world government is in a state of panic. The Gorosei have issued a strict order to Admiral Akainu to rectify this situation post-haste. But what can we do to restore order? Our soldiers are too afraid to march forth, continually abandoning their posts. The vast Navy is on the brink of collapse, and we are utterly powerless to suppress the pirates." Sengoku's voice rose, his features contorted in frustration, as if venting his pent-up emotions. "Humph, those swine. What good is their panic now? When they were involved in their underhanded dealings, where was their fear?" Garp scoffed. his disdain for the world government evident as he spoke freely without restraint. Sengoku, usually cautious, nodded in agreement. Garp is right. They are indeed a pack of swine, who once looked down upon the Navy and made life difficult for us. Now that trouble has befallen the Navy, those bubble-headed fools dare not step out of Mariawa. All held captive by the Gorosei. Isn't it amusing? Kapu and he paused, gazing at Sengoku in astonishment. It was well known that Sengoku had previously been a staunch loyalist of the world government, and yet here he was, denouncing the celestial dragons as swine. Sengoku shrugged and said, "Do not look at me like that. It's not just me. Even Brother Kong has been cursing them." However, this time Brother Kong reached several agreements with the Gorosei. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been sent to find Zephyr. What agreements? He inquired curiously, while Kapu turned to Sengoku as well. Clearing his throat, Sengoku began, "First, they will provide us with 3 years' worth of military funding in advance for the reconstruction of the Navy, and thereafter, the military budget will be 1.5 times the previous amount, dispersed punctually. Second, they consented to a thorough cleansing on our part, granting us a free pass. The public execution that he mentioned last time is approved for live broadcast. Third, regarding the position of Admiral, we will have the initiative. As long as the Navy headquarters approves and CP0 finds no issues, the Gorosei will grant their acknowledgement." "Is this real? They actually agreed to these conditions?" Kapu exclaimed incredulously, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. He was not alone in his astonishment. He remained silent for a moment before asking Sengoku if something had transpired that compelled the Gorosei to offer such generous terms. "At least half of the allied nations in the New World have withdrawn," Sengoku nodded, replying in a hushed tone. "Thus, the Gorosei are genuinely alarmed this time. Otherwise, they would not have proposed such favorable conditions. However," he continued, "this also presents an opportunity for the Navy. If we manage this well, we can thoroughly eradicate the corrupt elements within and reclaim power for ourselves." He chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with sagacity. "Therefore, we must bring Zephyr back. Only then can we reverse the Navy's decline." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "Are you prepared to disclose the truth?" he asked. Sengoku fell silent. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Kapu's expression darkened. He was not foolish, merely reluctant to confront the situation. The current state of the Navy could indeed only be salvaged by Zephyr's return. But at the same time, Zephyr's tranquility would also be shattered. Listening to his 2 dear friends plotting against another dear friend was disheartening for anyone, especially as this was someone they had previously deceived. After a prolonged silence, as the warship approached the shore, Kapu finally broke his silence, exclaiming, "Sengoku, I do not care what you plan to do, but remember, Zephyr is our brother. You have already schemed against him once. I do not wish for a second occurrence. Or else do not blame me for turning against you." With that, Kapu leaped from the ship, striding away without regard for their expressions. Sengoku understood that Kapu was not foolish, merely reluctant to ponder the matter. He glanced at Sengoku before departing the warship himself. "Perhaps I should engage less in scheming and embrace more sincerity." After a considerable time, Sengoku leaped from the warship and strode purposefully towards the quaint village. The arrival of Sengoku and his companions plunged the previously serene and harmonious village into unprecedented chaos. The women and children took refuge within their homes, while the men brandished pitchforks, hoes, and kitchen knives, standing resolutely at the village entrance. A middle-aged man with violet hair took a bold stance at the forefront, his piercing gaze fixed ahead. "They have come. The Navy is here." A trembling villager pointed towards the village entrance. "There are only 3 of them. We need not fear. Look at how many of us there are." As the villagers turned to heed the voice, their anxiety eased upon recognizing only Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. Zephyr, upon seeing his old friends, momentarily froze. Yet, recalling the misfortunes that had befallen his family at the hands of the Navy, his expression darkened. He addressed those behind him, urging, "You must leave now. The trio approaching is formidable. A vice admiral, a naval strategist, and a celebrated hero of the Navy. Their strength is immense. Mr. Zephyr, we will not abandon this place. It is our homeland. If we flee, our families cannot escape the clutches of the Navy's villains. Please, let us remain." Zephyr faltered. Reflecting on his past as an admiral, a wave of discomfort washed over him, and he silently nodded in acquiescence. The 3 approached the village entrance, their hearts heavy with emotion as they gazed at their former comrades. Just as they were about to speak, an elderly man, frail and weathered, stepped forward, glaring at them with indignation. Navy, we implore you to leave. Our village does not welcome scoundrels. The old man, the village chief, bore a visage etched with wrinkles. Having watched Zephyr grow up, upon learning of Zephy's plight, his animosity towards the Navy was profound. The three stood momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with sorrow. The chief speaks the truth. Our village of Roby does not welcome the Navy. Indeed, we do not welcome villains. The chief's bold declaration ignited a wave of fury among the villagers, all glaring angrily at Sengoku and his companions. Zephyr raised a hand to calm the crowd, his gaze steady as he addressed the trio. Navy, you have heard. Please depart from our village. We do not welcome any Navy personnel. Zephyr, we have come to invite you back to the Navy. Do you not? Sengoku began, but was abruptly interrupted by the chief. Navy, have you not harmed Zephyr enough? Do you seek the eradication of his family before you will relent? The world knows your true nature. You only wish to kill Zephyr and his kin. Sengoku and his companions fell silent, and Zephyr merely gazed at them with a stranger's eyes. After a moment, Garp met Zephyr's gaze earnestly and said, Zephyr, do you believe I am here merely to reminisce? I do not believe you. You have deceived me before, Zephyr replied, shaking his head. From the moment I became aware of everything, we can only regard each other as acquaintances. The bond between us has vanished. Therefore, I ask you once more to leave. Kapu trembled slightly, his eyes reddened as he glared at Zephyr. What if I choose not to leave? Sengoku and Tsuru hastily restrained Kapu. Then we can only confront each other in life and death. Zephyr's aura surged violently, his eyes wide open as he fixed his gaze upon Kapu. Thick layers of Haki enveloping his iron fists. Let us engage in battle. Kapu forcefully shook off Sengoku and Tsuru, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swiftly wrapped his fist in Haki, an overwhelming aura swelling to its zenith, poised to strike at Zephyr. You all retreat back to the village. Zephyr bellowed, dispersing the onlookers. Mr. Zephyr, please be cautious. The villagers, recognizing the ferocity of Kapu, understood that he was not someone they could provoke, and quickly retreated to the safety of their homes. Kapu, Sengoku, and Tsuru cried out, attempting to intervene. But Kapu offered them no opportunity. He swiftly launched an attack, his right fist charged with cataclysmic force aimed at annihilating Zephyr. Zephyr, unwilling to back down, stomped the ground, unleashing his full strength in a punch directed at his former friend. Just as their fists were about to collide, Kapu suddenly laughed, retracting his fist, dispersing all defenses, and thrusting his chest forward to meet Zephyr's punch. Zephyr was taken aback, completely unprepared for Kapu's unexpected withdrawal, yet he could not retract his strength in time. The impact of Zephyr's punch landed heavily on Kapu, who had shed all defenses, causing him to spit out blood and be sent flying several dozen meters away. Sengoku and Tsuru were stunned, staring blankly at the airborne Kapu. Zephyr was also momentarily shocked. He had not anticipated that Kapu would so willingly endure his blow. Coughing, Kapu struggled to rise, his complexion pale, and staggered back towards Zephyr. Why? Zephyr asked, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he looked at Kapu. This is what I owe you as a friend, Kapu replied. Whether you believe it or not, I only learned about your family's situation later. However, I could not uncover the true culprit, nor did I dare to inform you. So I chose silence. You owe me nothing. Since we have come to reminisce, follow me. After a brief silence, tears glimmered in Zephyr's eyes as he turned and walked towards the village. Ha ha, very well. Kapu laughed heartily, quickly catching up to Zephyr. Sengoku was overjoyed and was about to step forward when Tsuru pulled him back, saying, Sengoku, you cannot go. Did you not hear that Zephyr only called for Kapu? If you approach now, not only will Zephyr become furious, but so will Kapu. As a strategist, Sengoku was no fool. He recognized that Kapu's sincerity had moved Zephyr. But it was solely Kapu who had that effect. Little Tsuru, are we to simply wait here? Sengoku whispered. I do not know. When you all concealed all information and united everyone to deceive Zephyr, you should have anticipated this day. Hawk gazed at Sengoku, his eyes betraying a hint of reproach. Alas, Sengoku sighed, we did not wish for this outcome. Our intention was to apprehend the true culprit and allow Zephyr to deal with him. However, interference from above rendered the matter unresolved, and as Zephyr holds significant importance as a general in the Navy, we were compelled to keep it concealed. Surely, the perpetrator cannot be those individuals from Mariewa. Hawk exclaimed, astonished, as he looked at Sengoku. Indeed, and yet not entirely, Sengoku replied. Through investigations conducted by myself and Commander Kong, we discovered that the culprit is a steward from a prominent family, not a celestial dragon. However, This steward enjoys considerable favor within that family. Thus, when we managed to identify him, the family intervened to protect him. Why would he target Zephyr? Hawk furrowed his brow. Zephyr's straightforward nature often ruffled feathers. Yet, he was a general. Surely no celestial dragon or other entity would dare risk everything to harm Zephyr's family. Sengoku elucidated. This is indeed tied to Zephyr's character. He has always preferred to capture rather than kill pirates, leading to the revelation of many secrets, including that of the steward from Mariehua. Are you implying that the pirate crew he supported was dismantled by Zephyr, thus jeopardizing his substantial interests? Hawk inquired, his brow furrowing deeper. What pirate crew? They were nothing more than a large-scale slave ship, Sengoku retorted angrily. The crew he supported specialized in capturing and selling slaves, both for his own gain and for that group of swine above. Hawk fell silent, contemplating this revelation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Sengoku, if you wish for Zephyr to accept you, I advise you to disclose everything to him. Otherwise, he shall never forgive you. With that, Hawk strode purposefully toward the village. Xiaohu, do you not fear incurring Zephyr's wrath? Sengoku called out anxiously. I am not seeking Zephyr. I merely wish to reminisce with Sister Rhine and check on Luke. You should return to the warship for now. Hawk's voice echoed back to Sengoku. Upon hearing Hawk's words, Sengoku's expression darkened as he realized that, despite holding the highest rank, he was the least favored. With no other choice, he reluctantly turned back toward the warship, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly. In May of the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, the long quiet Navy experienced a profound upheaval. The Navy conducted a worldwide broadcast from Marineford, publicly executing the corrupt elements within its ranks to reaffirm its righteousness and regain a measure of public trust. Subsequently, they dispatched Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Garp to jointly oversee the G5 base in the New World, signaling the Navy's resolute intent to suppress piracy. Finally, the Navy headquarters established an elite training camp, appointing Admiral Zephyr as the chief instructor and Rear Admiral Rhine as the deputy instructor, issuing a recruitment order to the world, with countless seagulls dispatched to deliver the news far and wide. In the New World, aboard the Roger Pirates ship, Barrett held a golden-yellow devil fruit in his hand, his expression filled with confusion. This was one of the two devil fruits he had encountered early on. One had been consumed by ash, resulting in the manifestation of the four extremities of heaven, while he had retained the other. However, in Roger's Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits, there is no record of this particular fruit. Within the compendium, he only discovered one, the ancient breed of the mammoth, which is one of the three calamities of drought mentioned in the original work and was previously obtained from the Navy laboratory. As a result, he felt somewhat guilty towards Kaido, not only having taken his flame calamity, but also having appropriated the fruit of drought. The question remains, should he consume it or not? Barrett clutched the devil fruit, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. As a mere sea dweller, how could he not yearn for a potent fruit? One that could wield the power to devastate the heavens and freeze the earth? For instance, the Barrett of the original tale was formidable, harnessing the powers of the combined fruit to unleash a cataclysmic transformation akin to a legendary deity, embodying the might of a single-punch hero, obliterating all in his path. Moreover, the three admirals were nothing short of walking calamities. Wherever Akiji tread, ice would follow, unwittingly ushering in a new ice age. Akaina scorched the ground beneath him, leaving molten craters in his wake, while Kizaru, the laziest yet fastest of them all, unleashed dazzling beams of light with effortless grace, showcasing a plethora of spectacular techniques, effortlessly embodying the pinnacle of ostentation, inciting envy in all who beheld him. Yet, what Barrett truly coveted was the thunder fruit, renowned as the mightiest among natural types. Or perhaps a mythical Zoan like the phoenix. One can hardly forget Enel, the seemingly feeble antagonist in the original narrative, whose entrance was marked by a spectacular display of lightning, his thunder god technique spanning the very heavens, offering a striking visual experience that enveloped the screen. The abilities of the thunder fruit significantly enhanced one's observation Haki, a power that could only be described as tyrannical. Should he acquire it? Barrett was confident that he would unveil a brilliance unique to his grasp of the strongest natural fruit. However, the most astonishing was the phoenix fruit consumed by Jin. Since devouring it, Jin's innate racial abilities had been fully awakened, his physique dramatically enhanced, his recovery speed surpassing even Barrett's, with flames of an astonishingly high temperature. Were it not for the fear of exposure, Barrett speculated that even the likes of Rayleigh or Roger might struggle to withstand such power. Yet, What left Barrett utterly astounded was Jin's velocity. After consuming the phoenix fruit, Jin outpaced him effortlessly, with only Kizara possibly able to rival him. In private, Barrett had chastised himself countless times over this misfortune. Alas, before Barrett could fully lament his situation and stow away the fruit, Jin burst in, brandishing a newspaper. In a moment of distraction, Barrett was knocked into the fruit, inadvertently scraping off a small piece, which he instinctively swallowed. Staring at the now incomplete devil fruit on the table, panic surged through him as he frantically clawed at his throat, hoping to regurgitate it and salvage the situation. Though he had pondered whether to consume the fruit, he had not anticipated doing so in such a manner, nor did he wish to gamble on its abilities. Particularly when he might not find the thunder fruit again after reaching Skypiea. The notion that only weak users possess weak powers was nothing but a boastful fallacy. Setting aside the inherent disparities between fruits, consider the capability of a swimming fruit. What could one accomplish other than floundering aimlessly, utterly devoid of utility? Boss, what is going on with you? Jin inquired, observing Barrett's peculiar actions with a look of utter confusion. Damn it, Barrett was on the verge of tears at that moment. He felt as if the entire world was infused with malice. You must have consumed the fruit of a demon. Jean glanced at the small piece of the demon fruit that had fallen on the table, curiosity prompting him to look towards Barrett. It's still your fault. Barrett shot a glare at Jean, and beneath the tumult of his emotions, a formidable and domineering aura emanated from him. In an instant, the ethereal silhouette of a divine bird materialized behind Barrett. This majestic creature, crowned and with 3 taloned feet poised in midair, held its head high, exuding an air of pride and supremacy. The bird seemed to have traversed through the annals of time, embodying an ancient and overwhelming presence that was almost suffocating. Startled, Jean trembled and pointed shakily at the figure behind Barrett. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down his spine, and he experienced an indescribable sense of heart-stopping reverence, akin to standing before a sovereign. Upon hearing this, Barrett furrowed his brow, and the apparition behind him vanished. In that brief instant, he too had felt an unusual influence, as if an inexplicable will was encroaching upon his thoughts. Barrett closed his eyes, attuning himself with utmost concentration. After several minutes, he opened them, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that this devil fruit was so extraordinary. It was, in fact, the mythical Zoan type, the 3-legged golden crow. Boss, what kind of fruit did you consume? Just now, I felt an unsettling tremor in my heart, Jean remarked, gazing curiously at Barrett. The ethereal shadow had indeed startled him. The mythical Zoan, golden crow form, Barrett replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jean, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Although he had not obtained the fusion fruit from the original tale, this devil fruit was undoubtedly far more potent. It is known that mythical Zoans are even rarer than their Logia counterparts. Furthermore, this particular devil fruit was not a mere civilian form like Chopper's, but the legendary being from the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom, the supreme sovereign, the 3-legged golden crow, the true deity of the sun. According to the mythological accounts from his past life, Barrett understood the exceptional nature of the 3-legged golden crow. As Pangu separated heaven and earth, it manifested from the solar star, becoming its ruler, the sovereign of countless stars, a predestined emperor, and the eternal demon monarch. Moreover, the 3-legged golden crow possessed an inherently robust physique, being the only entity capable of contending with the ancestral sorcerers in physical form. Its solar true fire could scorch mountains and boil seas, rendering it invincible, with speed unmatched throughout the primordial realms, capable of traversing great distances in the blink of an eye. Yet, it remained uncertain just how much of the demon emperor's power this devil fruit could embody. Mythical Zoan, Jean exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He recognized the fruit Barrett had consumed and was aware of its origins, yet he never expected Barrett to possess such formidable luck. Stumbling upon 2 mythical Zoans, each more powerful than the last. Keep your voice down, Barrett cautioned. Barrett shot a displeased glare at Jean. He did not wish for the news of his consumption of the devil fruit to circulate so prematurely. Boss, I regret it. Jean gazed at Barrett with a hint of envy. Initially, he had taken pride in devouring the vermilion bird fruit, but he soon realized that there were always greater heights to reach and more formidable powers to possess. Regret is of no consequence. Barrett cast a glance at Jean and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, besides, have you forgotten how boastful you were before consuming the phoenix fruit? It hardly weakened you. Hey, boss, let's discuss serious matters. Jean replied with an awkward smile, feeling somewhat bashful. Although he had not showcased his true abilities in front of others, Barrett had witnessed them firsthand. Ever since he ingested the phoenix fruit, Jin's physique had undergone a significant transformation. Even in his human form, his speed was astonishingly swift. Currently, only Rayleigh and Roger on the ship could match him in a full-force contest, while the others lagged considerably behind. Even Jabba and Barrett were no exceptions. I have consumed a devil fruit. Please keep it a secret. Barrett's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I understand, boss, Jean responded with a sheepish grin. Having spent months with Barrett and strayed far from the original narrative, fully grasping the art of concealing one's true prowess. Subsequently, Jean produced a newspaper and handed it to Barrett. Here, boss, take a look for yourself. Is this today's paper? Upon seeing the information in the newspaper, Barrett's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated that Zephyr would return to the Navy, bringing history back to its starting point. Moreover, due to his involvement, Ryan had also taken on the role of an instructor. Boss, what shall we do now? Jean inquired. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at Barrett. Ryan was thoroughly informed about the situation concerning the two of them. Should Ryan divulge their information to the Navy, their future would undoubtedly become perilous. After all, Barrett's machinations in Alba had left the Navy in utter disarray, spawning a multitude of pirates and nearly causing its disintegration, thus forging an irreconcilable enmity. If Ryan were to relay their information to the Navy, their peril would escalate significantly. Barrett set down the newspaper and, after a brief moment of silence, furrowed his brow and inquired of Jean, "Have you noticed the bounty on the two of us?" "No," Jean replied, shaking his head. "Since our induction into the Roger Pirates, we have yet to encounter the Navy. As newcomers, they are unlikely to recognize us as members of the Roger Pirates." Barrett pondered for a moment before gently patting Jin's shoulder. "The Ryan family has rejoined the Navy. I suspect they must have been coerced in some manner. Thus, our information is vulnerable to scrutiny, and it won't be long before our secrets are exposed, bringing everything to light. At that point, both the world government and the Navy will be relentlessly pursuing us. I fear that even the captain may not be able to safeguard us, and we could inadvertently implicate the Roger Pirates as well. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity while the Navy is still in disarray to depart and seek a sanctuary where we can diligently enhance our strength. Once we have attained a certain level of power, anyone who wishes to confront us will have to weigh their own qualifications carefully. Boss, should we leave discreetly or inform Master and the others?" Jean inquired. "Let's opt for a clandestine departure, knowing Master and the captain once they learn of our plans. Their characters would not allow us to leave unaccompanied. Moreover, we are quite close to Luca Island, and with our speed, we can reach it in no time." Barrett shook his head, having come to understand Roger and his companions during their time together. The crew of Roger was known for their deep bonds of loyalty. Once they became aware of Barrett's true circumstances, they would undoubtedly refuse to let them depart. Consequently, the Roger Pirates might find themselves subjected to relentless pursuit, especially considering that Barrett had nearly brought ruin to the Navy. Jin nodded silently, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy, revealing a sense of reluctance. Although only 2 months had passed since he boarded the ship, Roger and his crew had made him feel genuine affection, a stark contrast to his life of constant evasion. "Captain, I must take my leave," Jin lamented as he stepped out of the room, a sense of despondency enveloping him. It was evident that he felt his own strength was insufficient. Observing Jin's forlorn demeanor, Barrett let out a deep sigh. It appeared that only strength held true value in this world. Barrett chuckled at himself, taking the remaining devil fruit and devouring it in large bites. He did this not only to eliminate the evidence, but also out of concern that if he did not consume the entire fruit, his powers might fluctuate. After all, in the anime, most characters tend to finish the whole fruit. Cough, it tastes absolutely dreadful. Once he finished, Barrett quietly grumbled to himself, sitting in the room as he gradually acclimated to his newfound abilities. After a while, Barrett extended his fist, which was engulfed in golden flames, radiating an intense heat. Sizzle. Barrett extended his finger and poked the table, which promptly emitted wisps of black smoke, creating a hole within mere seconds. He then retrieved his trident, enveloping it in a layer of Haki before attempting to channel his abilities to transfer heat to the weapon. Soon, the trident radiated intense heat, turning a deep crimson. "What manner of flames are these?" Barrett mused, furrowing his brow. After a brief examination, he discovered that his abilities, while enhancing his physical form, rendered his flames rather mundane, lacking in both temperature and extraordinary qualities. It is worth noting that the Golden Crow, a legendary demon emperor, resided in the sun, where the flames were notoriously formidable. Perhaps it is due to the recent meal, he sighed. Barrett let out a deep sigh, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He found himself lamenting the timing of his decision to consume the devil fruit. Had he done so sooner, he might have developed his abilities over the years, if not to the point of awakening, at least to a level of proficiency. Not to mention, his physical prowess would surely have surpassed its current state by more than a fold. In the dead of night, Barrett and Jean stealthily exited their quarters, taking advantage of the moonlight as they ascended into the sky. Riley, why did you not intervene? They may have their reasons for departure. Perhaps. I look forward to our next meeting. Indeed, I too anticipate our next encounter. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, two towering figures approached the bow of the ship, conversing as they watched the two figures vanish into the night. In the stillness of midnight, the entirety of Luca Island fell silent, the only remnants of life being the bright lights of the town and the chorus of croaking frogs. Barrett and his companion did not hasten into the town. Instead, they explored the outskirts, seeking a secluded spot to pass the night. An hour later, deep within the forest of Luca Island, Jean gnawed on a piece of meat while inquiring of his leader, "Where shall we go next?" "To Leah Island." Without hesitation, Barrett spoke up. Leah Island is a medium-sized isle, yet it remains uninhabited. The island is fraught with peril, its periphery teems with ferocious beasts, while its heart is shrouded in mystery. Characterized by fierce winds, volcanoes, and relentless thunderstorms, with various celestial phenomena occurring incessantly. Generally, few dare to set foot on the island, and even those who do seldom venture into its center. After all, the bizarre atmospheric conditions can be fatal for the unprepared. However, for Barrett and Jean, as long as they exercise caution, the risks are manageable. Moreover, it serves as an exceptional training ground, particularly for the two who have consumed devil fruits. Leah Island presents itself as a natural arena for honing their skills. The explosive magma can temper their fiery abilities, and the harsh environments offer them invaluable experiences. Here, they can swiftly develop their powers amidst life and death challenges, enhancing their vitality, while the island's formidable beasts provide ample opportunity to refine their combat techniques. Most importantly, the island is seldom visited, making it an ideal location to gather rare minerals, such as the exquisite ores for weapon forging, including crimson gold and sea sand. As well as crimson gold, Oregon Barrett intends to seize this opportunity to collect resources for crafting his own weapons. "Boss, are you referring to the island that Master mentioned?" Jean furrowed his brow and said, "Master warned that the conditions on that island are extremely harsh, and any lapse in attention could lead to injury. Are you certain you wish to go there?" Barrett nodded confidently, stating that they were consuming the essence of mythical beasts. He emphasized that the key to rapid development lay in vitality, and to enhance one's own life force swiftly, one must continually confront various challenges to activate it. His choice of the island was precisely due to the harsh conditions of Leah Island. "Very well, we shall proceed to that island," he declared. Seeing Barrett's unwavering determination, Jean did not elaborate further and simply nodded in agreement. Having spent several months with Barrett, Jean had come to understand his temperament well. Once Barrett resolved to undertake a task, he would pursue it relentlessly, impervious to any attempts at persuasion. Moreover, Barrett's decisions were often imbued with remarkable foresight. While they might initially seem implausible, they invariably yielded significant rewards in the end. Take, for instance, their previous endeavor to locate the Roger pirates. Despite months of searching, Jean had contemplated giving up, were it not for Barrett's persistent insistence. Ultimately, their discovery of the Roger pirates brought forth unimaginable benefits. Not only did he master the 3 forms of Haki, but he also made substantial advancements in martial arts and swordsmanship, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Barrett's wisdom and vision had garnered Jean's complete trust. He resolved that whatever Barrett decided, he would wholeheartedly endorse. Barrett ceased to speak further, indulging in large bites of meat. After all, having flown at high speed for over an hour, his physical stamina had been significantly depleted. Early the following morning, Barrett and Jean procured a reasonably sturdy vessel at the port, along with essential supplies, and set sail directly for Leah Island. After a fortnight, the two arrived at their destination. Once ashore, they collaboratively dragged the boat to the beach and sought a relatively secure spot on the island to conceal their vessel. "Jean, the days ahead will present us with challenges that lie between life and death." Barrett stood beside Jean, gazing intently at the center of Rygene Island, his eyes filled with depth and excitement. "I understand, boss," Jean replied, a grin spreading across his face, devoid of any fear. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters, in the office of the Admiral, Kong, Karp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Ryan were all gathered together. Kong placed a document on the table. Lifting a photograph of Barrett from the Endless Nation to present to the assembly, his sharp gaze locking onto Ryan as he solemnly inquired, "I wish to ask you. Regarding the incident in Albana, was it this Douglas Barrett who was responsible?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their anxious eyes towards Ryan, their expressions tinged with worry. Fearing that Ryan might falter and withhold the truth. Given that Kong had spoken the name, it was evident that some understanding had already been reached. "I'm sorry," Ryan replied, her body stiffening as she looked at Barrett's youthful visage in the photograph. She glanced around, noticing the concerned faces of her companions. Realizing that the matter regarding Barrett could no longer be concealed. Silently, she offered an apology in her heart. Then, she nodded at Kong, conceding that he was indeed the one responsible. However, she added, "Admiral Kong, to be honest, I am still unclear about the specifics of how he accomplished it. It feels as though everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated." The four men, Karp and the others, were momentarily taken aback, their thoughts growing increasingly unsettling. A chill creeping down their spines. "Ryan, according to our investigation, this Barrett has saved you twice. Moreover, during the events in Albana, you were continually by his side. How could you not understand how he executed his plans? You are not attempting to shield him, are you?" Kong furrowed his brow, casting a doubtful look at Ryan. Upon hearing Kong's words, the others grew concerned once more, their anxious gazes fixed upon her. "Admiral Kong, since you have investigated this thoroughly, there is no need for me to conceal anything," Ryan responded. "To be honest, I am still somewhat bewildered about how he devised his plans. I cannot fathom it at all. By the time I realized I was being manipulated, I had no choice but to comply, unable to escape or refuse." "Do you know this Barrett well?" Kong's tone softened upon hearing Ryan's explanation. Since her words aligned closely with their findings, it indicated that Ryan was not being deceitful. "I do not know whether his name is genuine. The first time he introduced himself, he called himself Shanks. All I know is that he is merely 14 years old, a master of the 6 styles, and a swordsman of remarkable skill. Despite having been by his side for so long, he remains an enigma to me. In terms of intellect and strength, I am no match for him." Ryan fell silent for a moment, a bitter expression gracing his face as he spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment, primarily due to Barrett's age and formidable prowess. An air of gloom also settled upon Kong's face as he intoned, "Ryan is indeed correct. Barrett is merely 14 years old. Originally, he was the captain of the Bullet Squad from the nation of Endless Warfare. After a battle at the age of 10, Barrett vanished, only to re-emerge at Punk Hazard, where he seized the opportunity amidst Kaido's chaos to rescue a fugitive named Abel. His second appearance was in Albana, where he masterminded the Albana incident at the tender age of 13. Recently, it has been reported that he, alongside a youth named Gene, joined the Roger Pirates 2 months prior, both of whom have taken on Rayleigh as their mentor and have mastered the 3 types of Haki. Gene, possessing zone-type abilities, can soar through the skies, and together, they exhibit strength comparable to that of a Navy Vice Admiral, if not superior. Most concerning is the fact that on the very day our Navy released information, Barrett and Gene vanished from the Roger ship, their whereabouts unknown. This indicates that Barrett is not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly astute and cunning. Should we allow such a dangerous individual to mature unchecked? He poses a significant threat to the world and to the Navy. Kong's voice grew increasingly grave, his demeanor serious. Thus, we must act swiftly to apprehend Barrett. As the assembly absorbed Barrett's history, their faces reflected palpable shock, and Ryan quietly exhaled in relief. Although Barrett had previously exploited her in Albana, he had also saved her on 2 occasions. Such kindness cannot merely be repaid. Under duress, she had divulged some information about Barrett but harbored no desire for his capture. "Kong, while Barrett indeed poses a grave danger, we cannot issue a bounty," Crane analyzed after a moment. "The 2 actions Barrett undertook are not ones we wish to publicize, particularly the Albana incident. If word of it spreads, the precarious situation we have painstakingly crafted may face collapse." The others nodded in agreement, and Sengoku interjected, "I concur with Crane. Barrett has not previously been subject to any bounties, and with his departure from the Roger Pirates, a sudden bounty would appear exceedingly abrupt. This world is rife with intelligent individuals and ambitious schemers. If the details of the Albana incident were to come to light, it would undoubtedly be exploited. Therefore, calm. This matter should be handled discreetly by CP, tasked with covertly locating and apprehending Barrett. The others nodded in consensus. Ryan, do you have any insights regarding Barrett? After a brief silence, Kong's gaze turned to Ryan once more. Kong, you hold me in too high regard. With Barrett's cunning, if I could anticipate his next move, I certainly would not have nearly perished in Albana, Ryan replied, her expression tinged with wry humor. Kong, please refrain from targeting Ryan. Both Zephyr and Ryan are now training officers. What more could you possibly be concerned about? Kong repeatedly posed questions to Ryan, which immediately ruffled Karp's feathers. His piercing gaze fixed disapprovingly upon him. Kong, you are well aware of Ryan's disposition. She is not one to harbor deep thoughts, so please do not trouble her further. Sengoku chimed in. Marshal Kong, the new recruits at the elite training camp, who have yet to arrive, are all coming for Brother Zephyr. Is this truly the best course of action? Kuina added softly. Zephyr and Ryan exchanged glances of gratitude towards the trio. I did not. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Kong replied, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. He then placed 2 devil fruits upon the table, beaming as he addressed Zephyr and Ryan. Zephyr, Ryan. Here are the 2 devil fruits I promised you. Thank you, Marshal Kong. Zephyr and Ryan bowed in unison. Sengoku and Kuina shared an amused glance. This was one of the conditions they had fought for on behalf of Zephyr's family. Kong, what sort of fruits are these? Just to clarify, they cannot be of inferior quality. Luke is my apprentice, Karp interjected while nonchalantly picking his nose. The others turned their attention towards Kong as well. Zephyr, do not heed Karp's words. One is an ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its Tyrannosaurus form, and the other is a Paramecia-type phantom fruit. Kong retorted sharply at Karp before returning his beaming gaze to Zephyr and Ryan. Kong, this seems rather perfunctory. The ancient type is passable. But what on earth is this phantom fruit? How can you even present such a thing? Karp expressed his displeasure. Zephyr's expression dimmed slightly. He too felt Karp's words held some truth, as the phantom fruit seemed of little value. Sengoku and Kuina also wore displeased expressions, casting glances of discontent towards Kong. Kong appeared awkward and somewhat aggrieved. He longed to explain that securing one ancient type was already a hard-fought victory. Just as he was about to articulate his defense, Ryan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Marshal Kong, are you certain that devil fruit is indeed the phantom fruit? Kong nodded, somewhat dazed. The others exchanged puzzled looks with Ryan. Then it is settled. We shall accept these 2 devil fruits. With Kong's nod, Ryan's enthusiasm surged. Sister Ryan, do not be hasty. If Kong cannot manage this, I shall venture to the Holy Land and procure a better one for you. Karp insisted eagerly, mistakenly believing Ryan was settling for less. Indeed, Sister Ryan. We will find a way to exchange it for you, Kuina added fervently. Sengoku and the awkward Kong nodded in agreement. Zephyr, however, regarded Ryan with a tinge of concern. Feeling the weight of their attentive gazes, Ryan beamed, her heart warmed, and explained, Everyone, please do not underestimate this devil fruit. If it were not for Luke's frail constitution necessitating the enhancement provided by a Zoan-type devil fruit, I would wish to give this one to him. This devil fruit is indeed formidable. After speaking, Ryan playfully winked. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. It was evident from her expression that she was not concealing her desires, but genuinely wished for the devil fruit. Sister Ryan, might you enlighten us about this devil fruit? Asked Crane, curiosity evident in her tone. The others, intrigued, turned their gaze towards Ryan. There are no stipulations that prevent a clone from materializing or attacking. Ryan replied with a mysterious smile, posing the question back to them. The attendees were no fools. Upon hearing Ryan's words, they quickly realized their thoughts had been constrained by the previous user of the phantom fruit. They collectively gave Ryan a thumbs up, and she chose not to elaborate further. In front of everyone, she took a bite of the devil fruit, her contorted expression eliciting warm laughter from all present. Subsequently, a call was made, and the CP organization of the world government sprang into action, swiftly formulating a plan to capture Barrett and Jean. In the New World, on Lyria Island, a volcanic eruption shook the center, with countless massive fireballs erupting from the volcano, soaring into the sky. Black smoke enveloped the heavens, and for several kilometers around, the ground was scorched with boiling, fiery lava, crackling ominously as it unleashed its searing heat. A few hundred meters away from the lava, Barrett and Jean stood, breathless and disheveled, staring at the molten flow. Boss, are you sure you can handle this? Jean inquired, concern etched across his face as he looked at Barrett. whose body was reddened from burns. Their misfortune was palpable. They had barely had time to acclimate, having only arrived a week prior when the volcano erupted without warning, providing them with no opportunity for preparation. Jean, having consumed the devil fruit a few months earlier, fared slightly better. While the heat of the flames was not as intense as the lava, it was not far off. Moreover, his speed and observation Haki surpassed Barrett's, allowing him to avoid a direct hit. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, he had sustained little harm. However, Barrett was not as fortunate. Having just consumed the devil fruit and yet to harness its powers, his luck had turned wretched as he was struck by a surge of lava. Had it not been for his robust physique and the fire abilities bestowed by the mythical Zoan fruit, he would have either perished or been left incapacitated. As it stood, he was gravely injured, his body covered in burns and exuding a faint scent of cooked flesh. His once flowing golden locks had been reduced to short strands, and his garments hung in tatters, with several bones fractured from the impact of the lava. Yet, despite his dire condition, he remained intent on further exploring the experience of the molten flow. Jean, don't worry about me. This is the perfect opportunity for honing my abilities. Barrett endured the searing pain of his burns as he approached the molten lava, discovering that not only did the exposure enhance his physical prowess, but it also escalated the intensity of the flames. Moments earlier, he had been struck by the lava, causing a rapid surge in the temperature of the fire and significantly bolstering his resistance to it. This newfound strength granted him a fleeting opportunity to break free from the lava's grasp. Very well, I shall procure some meat, he declared. Jean offered no further objections and soared into the sky, well aware of Barrett's temperament, rather than attempt to persuade him. It was more prudent to fetch sustenance to aid in his recovery. The trial commenced at this very moment. After Jin's departure, Barrett refrained from employing any defensive techniques, gritting his teeth as he advanced step by step toward the precipice of the lava. The scorching heat nearly threatened to desiccate him. Yet, he sensed that the temperature within his control was gradually rising. Upon reaching 100 meters from the lava, Barrett was compelled to halt, for even at this distance, the heat was alarmingly intense, far exceeding his capacity to endure. Barrett could only relinquish his forward momentum, attuning his senses to the temperature of the moment, thereby enhancing the warmth he could summon. As time swiftly passed, several hours elapsed, and the bright moon, accompanied by a myriad of stars, arrived, illuminating the earth with its silvery radiance. Barrett slowly opened his eyes, a look of surprise gracing his face. His suspicions had been correct. To elevate the temperature of the fruit, one must indeed experience it personally for a quicker enhancement. In just a few short hours, the temperature of his own flames had risen once more. Truly, there are no shortcuts for the strong. Gazing at the volcanic crater several hundred meters away, Barrett's gaze turned resolute. He intended to familiarize himself with the patterns of the volcanic eruptions before embarking on his cultivation within the volcano. After a brief moment of contemplation, Barrett turned to leave, locating Ash beside a small grove a few hundred meters away. At that moment, Ash was tending to a crackling bonfire, roasting a piece of unknown beast meat. The meat sizzled and oozed fat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Already ravenous, with hunger gnawing at him, Barrett could not help but swallow repeatedly, the sound echoing in his throat as he approached Ash with quickened steps. "Boss, have a piece first," Ash said with a smile, slicing off a portion of meat and offering it to Barrett. Barrett, unceremoniously, seized the roasted meat and began to indulge, having expended considerable energy and sustained grave injuries. He desperately required nourishment to restore his vitality. Observing this, June, with a cheerful demeanor, sliced off a piece of meat and inquired, "Boss, how did you find your training this time?" "Quite satisfactory, I must say, a modest improvement," Barrett replied with a smile. "June, I've been meaning to ask you, just how intense is the flame of your race? I noticed you seemed rather unfazed earlier." "Boss, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. However, the magma during the day can indeed inflict harm upon me, perhaps due to my consumption of the vermilion bird fruit," June elucidated while savoring his meal. "Can your race's innate flames elevate in temperature?" Barrett asked with curiosity. "Unfortunately not. If our flames had the capacity to intensify, our race would not endure such a wretched existence," June lamented, shaking his head, a trace of sorrow and bitterness etched across his face. Barrett paused for a moment. Jin's words rang true. If Lunaria could indeed elevate the temperature of flames, then the affairs of the celestial dragons would be of no concern, and there would be no need for anonymity or to hide in the shadows. "Fear not, for in the future, I shall reclaim what is rightfully ours alongside you." Barrett gently patted the shoulder of Jean, offering a soft word of comfort. Jean nodded emphatically, tears streaming down his face as he devoured the meat voraciously. 3 months later, on Leah Island, the sky was filled with a cacophony of thunder as countless silver serpents of lightning danced wildly, striking the designated area with relentless ferocity. The air was alive with the crackling sounds of thunder, and the ground bore the scars of deep craters, uneven and pockmarked. Boss, are we truly going to harness the power of lightning for body forging? I can't shake the feeling that this is somewhat dubious. It seems all too easy to meet our demise with a single misstep. Jean gazed apprehensively at the dense bolts of lightning, his throat working as he swallowed nervously, revealing his palpable fear. Barrett, too, felt a pang of anxiety as he observed the tumultuous storm. After all, the method of lightning forging was merely something he had gleaned from reading novels in his past life, and its reliability remained uncertain. Yet, considering that this world was inherently extraordinary and that he had fortified his physique with the golden crow fruit, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of not attempting it. Jean, there are no shortcuts for the strong. Barrett suppressed the rising panic within him, brandished his halberd, and approached the edge of the thunderous realm. He pointed the weapon towards the sky, preparing to summon a bolt of lightning to ascertain its potential to refine the body. Given his current physique, he reasoned that a single strike of lightning could hardly bring him to his demise. Soon enough, a bolt of lightning was drawn forth, striking Black Che, and a powerful surge of electricity coursed through Barrett's body. The current crackled around him, invigorating his cells and sending a wave of exhilarating sensations throughout his entire being. Barrett could sense that, under the stimulation of the electric current, his cells were becoming active, and his physical strength was gradually increasing. Behind him, Jean watched intently, ready to swiftly pull Barrett away if he showed any signs of distress. Indeed, my intuition was correct. As the current dissipated, Barrett exhaled deeply, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He then turned to Jean and said, "Jean, I was right. Electricity can indeed enhance physical strength. Come, give it a try." Jean's obsession with becoming stronger was no less fervent than Barrett's, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped closer to Barrett and summoned a bolt of lightning towards himself. Barrett sheathed his halberd and ventured directly into the thunderous realm. He sensed that the recent bolt of lightning had inflicted little harm upon him, barely depleting his stamina. Nevertheless, he exercised caution, taking only a few steps without delving deeper. Before long, Jean, feeling the benefits of being struck by lightning, observed Barrett entering the tempest and, without hesitation, followed suit, joining him in their tranquil cultivation. An hour later, Jean emerged from the stormy zone, weariness etched upon his face. He cast a glance at Barrett, who remained shrouded in the electric brilliance, and after a brief respite, soared towards the periphery, intent on procuring some beast meat. As time flowed unceasingly, 2 years slipped by unnoticed. Deep within the heart of the thunderous expanse, an endless flurry of electric light flickered, with crackling currents resonating like a symphony of chaos, the silver brilliance almost blinding. At the center of the storm, Barrett and Jean were in a constant state of expansion, the clash of their blades ringing out like musical notes, harmonizing with the thunder's roar, as if composing a new opus. After a brief interval, the two separated, their upper bodies exposed as they strolled amidst the relentless electricity. Struck by lightning, they remained unfazed, embodying the essence of thunderous emissaries. "Boss, I sense that the lightning here has ceased to affect me," Jean remarked. After 2 years of cultivation on the island, he had temporarily shed all disguises, his white hair and black wings, standing nearly 3.5 meters tall, adorned a strikingly handsome face, tinged with a hint of regret and melancholy. "Since it has lost its efficacy, let us venture towards the volcano. There, we shall encounter greater trials and tribulations." Barrett nodded thoughtfully. After 2 years, he had grown to approximately 4.5 meters in height, and his appearance had matured significantly. Although he lacked the striking handsomeness of Jean, he possessed a commendable ruggedness. Under his deliberate control, his physique was well proportioned, and his stature, unlike in the original narrative, was no longer clumsy or disproportionate. Regrettably, his lightning abilities were somewhat diminished. If only they were stronger. As he exited the thunder zone, Jean cast a wistful glance back. Indeed, it was quite a pity. Barrett pressed his lips together. Over the past 2 years, through the crucible of lightning, both individuals had significantly enhanced their physical prowess, their dominance skyrocketing. Jin's mastery of armament Haki had reached the second stage, and his observation Haki had advanced remarkably to an advanced level. His conqueror's Haki, bolstered by frequent sparring sessions with Barrett, had also attained an intermediate level. As for his swordsmanship, he was nearing the pinnacle of a sword master. Under Barrett's deliberate and inadvertent guidance, Jin's devil fruit powers had developed rapidly. His flames were no longer merely a vibrant red. They now exhibited a bluish hue amidst the crimson. Jin's control over the fire was exceptional, with temperatures approaching that of magma. Not only was the heat intense, but it also possessed a restorative quality, gradually aligning itself with the legendary Southern Brightleaf Fire. Jin shamelessly referred to his flames as the Southern Brightleaf Fire, which elicited Barrett's disdain for quite some time. As for Barrett, after 2 years of being struck by lightning, he had solidified his armament Haki at the pinnacle of the second stage, just a step away from external manifestation. His conqueror's Haki had reached an advanced peak, while his observation Haki lagged slightly behind, only attaining an intermediate level. His development of the devil fruit was also remarkable. Drawing upon the memory of the golden crow from his past life as a magical reference, he continuously honed his abilities amidst the thunder, achieving a speed that could match Jin's. The temperature of his flames rose swiftly. Although he had yet to reach magma levels, he was not far off. And his flames were increasingly pure, emerging as golden. Now, infused with the majesty of thunder, they were more domineering, subtly embodying the essence of true solar fire. He too shamelessly referred to it as the true solar flame. In light of this, Jin would certainly not miss any opportunity for disdain. Let us proceed to the volcano. Barrett patted Jin and headed towards the volcano. Jin retracted his gaze and quickly followed. The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, they arrived at the foot of the volcano. "Boss, are you certain you want to enter the volcano for training?" Jin asked, his expression grave as he gazed at the billowing black smoke. "Indeed," Barrett nodded. "Not just for me, but for you as well, to elevate the temperature of our flames. Entering the volcano for training is currently our best option." With a beaming smile, Barrett reassured Jin, "Rest assured, given our current strength, training inside will pose no issues. Instead of worrying about that, you would be better off procuring some beast meat. It will aid in recovery if we sustain any injuries." "That makes sense," Jin replied with a smile. "In that case, you can begin your training first, while I gather some beast meat and pay a visit to an old friend in the forest. It will also allow me to gauge my own strength, as combat can indeed refine one's skills. Indeed, while the brink of life and death harbors great terror, it equally presents profound opportunities for growth." Barrett nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Jin's words were indeed accurate. Besides rigorous training, one must endure countless battles between life and death to truly become a formidable warrior. "Take care of yourself, boss. I shall bring food over later," Jin remarked, before soaring into the sky without a hint of hesitation, heading towards the forests of Liao Island. "It is time for me to embark on my own harrowing journey of survival." Barrett took a deep breath, and a plume of black smoke erupted beneath his feet as he strode purposefully towards the volcano's mouth. Barrett lowered his gaze into the depths of the volcano, where the magma bubbled and churned with a soft gurgling sound, casting a crimson hue upon the base of the mountain. The searing heat relentlessly scorched the surrounding rock walls, and occasionally, stones plummeted into the molten abyss, vanishing with a resonant splash. Barrett descended to the depths of the volcano, gliding with a moonwalk while skillfully evading the thick smoke that enveloped the air. A wave of intense heat surged forth, and despite his significantly enhanced resistance to flames, he could not help but experience a searing sensation. Barrett tightened his fists and plunged his hand directly into the molten lava. Moments later, a searing sensation coursed through his arm, eliciting a slight sting of pain. After a few minutes, he withdrew his arm, meticulously gauging the temperature he had just encountered. However, despite the passage of time, the temperature he could command remained unchanged. Damn it, one must embrace madness to survive. Gazing at the undulating lava, Barrett gritted his teeth, removed his halberd, and placed it upon a stone platform. Enveloping himself in the blazing sun's flames, he stepped boldly into the molten abyss. The lava bubbled and churned, seemingly drawn to him, continuously surging towards Barrett, rapidly engulfing him until only his head remained above the surface. The hissing of the lava's heat inflicted considerable pain, causing Barrett to gasp for breath as his strength dwindled in the face of this fiery trial. Yet, he could distinctly sense that through the encounter and resistance against the lava, his mastery of the golden crow fruit was gradually advancing, his physique and the intensity of the flames steadily strengthening. Though the enhancement was modest, it provided him with a sense of relief, for there was still room for growth. After several minutes, Barrett leaped onto the stone platform, breathing heavily, his stamina nearly depleted, his body scorched and reddened by the molten fire. It seemed he could only proceed at a slow pace. After a brief respite, Barrett grasped the glowing halberd and soared out of the volcano's mouth. That evening, Jean arrived as promised, leaping into the volcano after Barrett's arrival. After Barrett utilized the restoration of life and regained a measure of strength, he soared towards the forest, wielding his halberd. In the ensuing days, both Barrett and Jean followed this routine, spending increasingly prolonged periods amidst the molten lava. Their mastery over the fruits of their labor deepened, and their combat skills advanced rapidly. 6 months later, Jin's flame temperature equaled that of the lava, rendering further training in the volcano less beneficial. Consequently, they abandoned the volcanic trials and ventured into the heart of the forest, embarking on an endless series of battles. Contrary to Barrett's actions, he refrained from further battles, dedicating himself entirely to elevating the temperature of his flames, remaining in the volcano for profound cultivation. A year later, on the island of Leah, amidst the forest, as Barrett ventured into the jungle, a cacophony of deafening roars resonated throughout the entire island. Barrett squinted, as he felt a hint of pressure from the roaring sounds. The endless jungle resembled a luminous black hole, not only unceasing, but also harboring countless deadly perils. How intriguing! The corners of Barrett's mouth curled upward, a glimmer of interest illuminating his face as he refrained from hastily seeking out Jean. Instead, he prepared to test the fruits of his labor over the past year. During this time, his strength had ascended once more, through the trials endured within the volcano. His golden crow fruit seemed to have reached a plateau. The temperature of the true sunfire had leveled with that of the magma, rendering any further enhancement impossible. However, the arduous training of the year had not only significantly bolstered his physique, but also greatly augmented his armament Haki. Although he had yet to attain the advanced level of externalization, the integration of his own ominous energy had propelled him to the pinnacle of intermediate armament Haki, rendering its density several times greater than that of others at the same level. Moreover, with each volcanic eruption, his observation Haki had advanced to an elevated state. While it did not quite match Jin's, the gap was negligible. As for his spear techniques, he had ingeniously fused his family's legacy with the strengths of his devil fruit, creating a plethora of formidable moves. By his estimation, his overall prowess now rivaled that of a marine elite vice admiral. Barrett, attuned to his surroundings, gradually made his way toward the heart of the forest. He sensed that the roar which had earlier instilled a sense of unease within him emanated from that very center. After traversing a short distance, Barrett halted, his gaze sharpened like lightning as it fixed upon the right front. There lay a colossal python, its body a deep crimson hue, thick as a barrel, coiling itself as it raised its triangular head, coldly staring at Barrett. "I shall not allow you to disrupt my stride," Barrett murmured, slowly drawing his halberd from his back. The aura of his Haki swiftly enveloped the weapon, deepening its color. Breaking army, flamefall. Barrett swung his halberd with great force, striking towards the colossal serpent. A black and gold streak, approximately 3 meters in length, accompanied by a searing heat, soared towards the creature. The roaring serpent, caught off guard by the audacity of the diminutive adversary, commenced its advance, thrusting its head against the halberd's arc. With a sizzle, the weapon collided with the serpent's head. There was no violent clash of sound. Before the creature could utter a cry, its head was cleaved in twain, the intense heat of the halberd melting it away, leaving only a portion of its body writhing on the ground. Barrett, with a serene countenance, carefully sheathed his halberd and continued his journey toward the heart of the forest. Moments later, he arrived at the forest's core, gripping his weapon firmly, acutely attuned to his surroundings through the power of observation Haki. There it is. Guided by his heightened senses, Barrett swiftly detected the source of the oppressive aura that loomed over him. From the dense underbrush to his left, a pair of icy eyes fixated upon him. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. With a single bellow, the trees of the thicket were shattered by the shockwave, while the grass was torn asunder, revealing the moist, fresh soil beneath. A colossal figure emerged thereafter, a fearsome head, formidable armor, powerful limbs, terrifying claws, and a robust tail, resembling a crocodile to an uncanny degree. Yet, this creature towered over him at least 10 meters high, akin to a small mountain. "I found you." Barrett licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features. The aura emanating from the crocodile mirrored precisely what he had sensed earlier. But now the pressure it exerted upon him was significantly greater. "All right, my formidable friend. Let us see if you can validate the progress I have made over these past years." With a mighty roar, Barrett charged forward, halberd in hand, transforming into a blur as he swiftly closed the distance to the crocodile. Barrett leaped into the air, wielding immense strength as he brought down his spear. Golden flames intertwined with his Haki, enveloping the weapon as it descended heavily upon the crocodile. Roar! The crocodile bellowed in fury, a layer of darkness enveloping its claws to block Barrett's spear. Bang! The clash of the spear against the claws produced a violent impact, generating a powerful shockwave that flattened the surroundings for several meters. The flames that adorned the spear were dispersed, and the trees nearby were instantly reduced to charred remains, while the ground beneath Barrett's feet melted slightly. Haki, how intriguing! Observing the crocodile's mastery of Haki, Barrett felt not a hint of concern, but rather an overwhelming joy. Roar! With a deafening roar, the crocodile appeared enraged, opening its massive jaws to reveal its menacing teeth as it lunged toward Barrett. Big fellow, you won't be able to devour me. Barrett leaped gracefully, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the crocodile, with both hands firmly grasping the halberd. Golden flames swiftly entwined around its shaft. With a whoosh, a surge of black and golden flames erupted from the halberd, transforming it into a weapon of black and gold. The inferno of the breaking army. Barrett was engulfed in flames as he leaped high into the air, gripping his halberd tightly. He struck down towards the crocodile's head with a powerful thrust. The crocodile roared ferociously, its entire head turning black as it forcefully charged at Barrett. With a thunderous crash, the flames of the halberd erupted, the blade striking heavily upon the crocodile's head. Black and red flames exploded outward, scattering in all directions. The intense heat transformed the surrounding area into a sea of fire, the ground morphing into molten rock. The crocodile roared again, its primal instincts sensing danger, as its foreclaws rapidly encased themselves in a layer of armor, turning jet black. With a determined effort, the crocodile sprinted across the molten terrain, desperate to escape. If you manage to flee, how shall I survive in the days to come? Barrett's figure flickered as he positioned himself in front of the crocodile, the halberd once more igniting with a circle of obsidian flames. The inferno dragon of the broken army. In the blink of an eye, Barrett swung dozens of spears, their gleaming tips converging to form a colossal black and golden dragon of flames, stretching over 10 meters in length as it roared towards the crocodile. The enraged crocodile let out a deafening roar, its head turning a deep black as it charged fiercely at the condensed dragon of blades. A thunderous explosion erupted, more intense than before, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept across the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Countless trees were affected, igniting into a raging inferno. The dragon coiled within this fiery domain, transforming the vicinity into a blazing realm. The crocodile howled in agony as a deep gash, several meters long, was carved into its head. Under the searing heat, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the flesh was cooked to perfection, and a rich aroma wafted through the forest. As the delicious scent filled the air, Barrett swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the crocodile, brimming with avarice. The enraged crocodile bellowed, its forepaws enveloped in a fierce aura, angrily striking at Barrett. You dare extend your claws? Then let them remain. Barrett grinned menacingly as the halberd ignited with black flames. He sidestepped deftly to evade the snapping jaws of the crocodile, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon the flailing claw. The combination of intense heat and the halberd's keen edge severed the crocodile's claw in an instant, causing it to thud heavily to the ground. The colossal beast let out a tortured roar, its body writhing in agony as its massive tail lashed out wildly, sending flames and scorched debris flying in all directions. The forest was ignited in multiple places, transforming the vicinity into a sea of fire within mere moments. This is a splendid place. It must not be destroyed, Barrett murmured. Breaking army, Flameblade. With a swift motion, he seized the halberd firmly in both hands and brought its blade crashing down upon the crocodile's neck, unleashing a powerful surge of black and gold energy that erupted upon impact. Sensing the danger, the crocodile quickly activated its defensive aura, summoning tremendous strength. Die? Barrett's gaze sharpened, a formidable aura emanating from him, as if to upheave the very heavens. With a surge of strength, he bore down against the immense force of the crocodile, pressing its head down and generating a tremendous energy at its neck. With a resounding crack, the halberd could no longer withstand the weight, shattering alongside the crocodile's skull. The remnants of the halberd, still potent, fell heavily to the ground, causing a thunderous explosion that sent tremors through the earth. It became evident that he must forge new weapons upon his return. Gazing at the broken halberd in his hand, A flicker of resignation crossed Barrett's face. This iron spear had been crafted years ago, yet it had met its demise today. Such a splendid location. How could it be so easily ruined? Subsequently, as he surveyed the intensifying flames surrounding him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Gripping the remnants of his halberd, he slashed horizontally, swiftly extinguishing the source of the fire. Minutes later, only remnants of the battle remained: the collapsed ground, charred earth, scattered wood and stones, and the carcass of the colossal crocodile, exuding an enticing aroma. Boss. At that moment, Jean descended from the heavens, enveloped in crimson and white flames, landing before Barrett. Observing the figure that had just touched down, Barrett's eyes narrowed. Although Jean had not grown taller, compared to a year prior, he now radiated a fierce aura. His bare torso bore numerous scars, the most striking being a lethal wound that stretched from his left chest to his waist. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking further. He sensed that Jin's presence, while slightly weaker than his own, was still formidable. Come, I shall treat you to some barbecued meat. Barrett merely smiled gently and patted June's shoulder. Haha, good. June laughed heartily as he and Barrett gradually descended from the sky. Moments later, the two found themselves seated upon a massive rock, one of them devouring a piece of crocodile meat with great enthusiasm. Boss, you have slain this giant crocodile, leaving only one ruler in this forest. Should we not take the opportunity to eliminate it as well? June said with a cheerful grin, savoring the roasted meat. No need. This place is splendid. A fitting arena for the trials of our future team. Without formidable opponents in the trial grounds, how can we instill a sense of pressure in them? Barrett chuckled lightly. Boss, are we preparing to leave? June paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure, his gaze towards Barrett brimming with excitement. Yes. Do you not think it feels a bit sparse with just the two of us? Barrett replied with a smile. Moreover, this island holds little more that can challenge us. We must venture forth to witness the true stronghold of this world, to forge a vessel that rightfully belongs to us, as we sail towards glory. Ha 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 ha. June laughed heartily. So, boss, what shall we name our pirate crew? There's no rush. Barrett shook his head and chuckled, stating that at this moment, what we truly require is companionship. Without navigators to guide us across the vast ocean, we would be lost. Without sailors, our vessel could not venture far, and without a chef, we would be left with nothing but that wretched roasted meat. Thus, we are in dire need of companions. Indeed, Jean declared, taking a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Once we find a chef, I swear I shall never touch roasted meat again. Haha, Barrett laughed lightly, taking a substantial bite of the same meat. Before long, we shall bid farewell to this wretched roasted fare. Farewell, Jean exclaimed, raising the piece of beast meat in his hand and shouting, before devouring it with great enthusiasm. Showing no signs of reluctance towards the roasted meat, Barrett laughed heartily as he mimicked the same action, voraciously devouring the roasted meat. Half an hour later, they had consumed nearly half of the gigantic crocodile's several tons of flesh before finally pausing. Boss, take a look at this fruit. Suddenly, Jean produced a devil fruit and handed it to Barrett. Where did you acquire this? Barrett asked, his expression one of astonishment as he received the fruit. 3 months ago, I took down another tyrant and stumbled upon it while departing. Jean shrugged nonchalantly. How come I couldn't find it? Barrett's lips twitched. Jean's demeanor was excessively nonchalant. He then examined the devil fruit closely. It was a silvery black fruit, resembling a cantaloupe, adorned with circular patterns that intertwined and spiraled upward. After a moment, a look of delight spread across Barrett's face. This devil fruit was none other than Bellamy's spring fruit, the mad worshipper of Don Quixote da Flamingo in the original story. This fruit was formidable. The explosive power generated by its spring compression was immensely strong, only lacking in its extensibility compared to the yet-to-be-awakened Nika fruit. Nevertheless, it was exceptionally suited for a master of physical combat. In the original narrative, Bellamy had not developed it poorly, but when compared to Luffy's protagonist Aura, he fell significantly short. Moreover, Bellamy was merely a small-time thug, lacking in both physical strength and combat skills. It was somewhat regrettable that the ideal candidate for this fruit had already pledged allegiance to Doflamingo at this point in time. Barrett then handed the spring fruit to Jean with a smile, saying, Jean, this is a paramecia-type spring fruit, possessing great potential and highly compatible with martial arts practitioners. You should keep it safe for now and find a suitable owner for it in the future. Understood, Jean nodded, accepting the devil fruit. He then inquired, so boss, where are we headed next? After a brief silence, Barrett replied, we shall head towards Luca Island, keeping an eye out for our bounty posters along the way. If we find none, we can take a merchant ship from Luca Island to explore the four seas. There are some remarkable individuals there. I just wonder if they have formed their own pirate crew by now. The four seas? Shouldn't we prioritize finding a navigator and a cook? Besides, how could there be strong individuals in a place like the four seas? Jean muttered. Ha ha ha. Barrett laughed heartily at this. Jean, have you forgotten that our captain and master hail from the four seas? Additionally, Marine Admiral Zephyr, the Marine hero, the Fleet Admiral, and numerous high-ranking officers all originate from the four seas. It is not weak, it is merely heavily suppressed by the world government, leading to limited exposure. Once given the opportunity, their strength will not pale in comparison to anyone else. As he spoke, Barrett fixed his gaze on Jean, his tone turning serious. Jean, one can possess pride, which will prevent anyone from bending our spines. However, one must never harbor arrogance, for that will lead to self-deception and, inevitably, one's downfall beneath their own hubris. Therefore, one should never underestimate anyone, for it may very well be the individual you once dismissed who delivers the final blow. Upon hearing this, Jean nodded solemnly. Let us depart. With Jean's understanding, Barrett smiled with satisfaction. In the original narrative, Jean, perhaps influenced by Kaido, exhibited a remarkably proud demeanor, yet deep within, he harbored a tinge of inferiority and cowardice. However, now, in the company of Barrett, Jean is no longer the same. Having awakened the conqueror's Haki, the remnants of his former timidity have been eradicated, leaving him more self-assured, albeit still exceedingly proud. He holds little regard for anyone who does not surpass him in strength. This attitude became apparent to Barrett aboard Roger's ship, though he did not anticipate that over time Jin's pride would only intensify. Barrett did not wish for his brother's pride to devolve into arrogance, hence his admonishing words. All right, Jin nodded, soaring alongside Barrett towards the edge of the forest. Moments later, they arrived at a wooden cabin, Jin's humble abode. Boss, wait a moment. I need to change my clothes. Jin hastily informed Barrett before disappearing into the cabin. Brother, trust me, one day I shall present you to the world in all your glory, Barrett murmured. Gazing at the cabin, he was well aware of the garment Jin intended to wear, merely a disguise to obscure his true identity. Yet, their current strength was insufficient, and Jin had no choice but to remain hidden. After a short while, Jin emerged from the cabin, a wry smile on his face as he produced the eternal compass and handed it to Barrett. It seems the compass is malfunctioning. Do you remember the way to Luca? It's been over 3 years, and even with a sharp mind, I can't recall the path. Barrett paused momentarily, gazing helplessly at Jin. He had not anticipated that the permanent compass purchased on Luca Island would turn out to be a counterfeit product, deteriorating after merely a few years. What should they do now? Jin mirrored Barrett's expression of dismay. What else can we do? Let's first inspect the ship. Barrett sighed. A few minutes later, the two men hoisted the vessel they had concealed for 3 years out into the open. Upon seeing the condition of the ship, their faces turned ashen. The vessel, hidden for so long, had succumbed to corrosion in numerous places and could hardly withstand tumultuous waves. Lacking the skills to repair it, they could only stand there, helpless. Boss, should we just fly instead? Jin suggested, staring at the decrepit ship, feeling utterly defeated and contemplating abandonment. Fly? What if we encounter storms? Barrett shot Jin a disapproving glare. Unfamiliar with the surroundings of Blade Island, if they took to the skies without a vessel, they might find themselves caught in some natural calamity. After all, they were navigating the Grand Line, where bizarre weather phenomena could arise at any moment. If they had no place to land, their predicament would turn dire, especially since both were hopeless swimmers, terrified of the water. What then? Jin asked, his eyes wide with concern. Let us just toss the ship into the sea and see what happens, Barrett sighed resignedly. He then approached the vessel and, with considerable effort, carried it toward the water. Jin took to the skies, transforming into the magnificent vermilion bird, flapping his wings to generate warm gusts of wind that gradually pushed the ship away from the shore. Once it reached deeper waters, he ceased flapping and returned to the beach to stand beside Barrett, both of them watching intently to see if the ship would sink. After several minutes, relieved to see that the ship remained afloat, Barrett smiled and said, Jin, let us board the ship. With that, Barrett became a fleeting shadow, swiftly leaping onto the bow of the vessel. Jin followed closely, landing beside Barrett, and cheerfully inquired, Boss, where shall we head next? Let the currents guide us, Barrett shrugged, moving towards the mast to prepare the sails. Jin smacked his forehead, recalling their previous escapades, akin to two aimless flies buzzing about. Yet back then, Their ship had been freshly crafted, and Barrett had not yet consumed a devil fruit, unlike this dilapidated vessel that could hardly brave the waves. He had been cautious while flapping his wings earlier, fearing the ship might be destroyed, leaving the two landlubbers with no choice but to fly. The sun shone brilliantly, radiating its glorious light over the vast ocean. In the uncharted waters, Barrett stood at the bow, gazing eagerly toward the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been sailing for a week. Yet the two individuals remained oblivious to their whereabouts, only aware that they were still traversing the Great Sea route. The inclement weather revealed their plight, as their vessel, having endured numerous tempests, was suffering increasingly severe damage, making the prospect of sinking inevitable. What left them speechless was the apparent misfortune that accompanied them. After a week had passed, they had encountered neither inhabited islands nor pirates. Barrett could only send Jean out each day to scout the surroundings, searching for any signs of land or the presence of pirates and other ships. Barrett remained behind, guarding the nearly sinking foothold. "Captain, I have spotted a vessel. It is a pirate ship." Before long, Jean returned from the horizon, his face alight with a long-forgotten excitement. "Where is it?" Barrett also expressed his joy with a radiant smile. Approximately 20 kilometers to our west, the vessel was sailing westward. Jean stood at the bow of the ship and pointed towards the west. "Wait a moment. I shall retrieve our belongings, and then we shall depart directly." Barrett hurriedly dashed into the cabin, shouldering the belongings he had packed in advance, and raced back to the bow of the ship. "Brother, lead the way. We must depart," he urged as they reached the front. "Captain, are we abandoning the ship?" Jean asked, bewildered by Barrett's demeanor. "What nonsense! Do you not believe that if another storm strikes, this vessel will surely meet its demise?" Barrett retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Jean. "Indeed. Then let's go, Captain," Jean nodded, soaring into the sky, with a pair of golden wings unfurling from Barrett's back in swift pursuit. After a thorough search lasting half an hour, they finally spotted a pirate ship anchored near a small island, and excitement surged as they flew towards it. However, upon reaching the island's heights, their expressions darkened. Deep within the island, flames erupted into the sky, clearly indicating that something dreadful had transpired. "Captain, it appears this group is not of the virtuous kind," Jean remarked grimly. Having grown more empathetic towards life through his prolonged association with Barrett, particularly regarding the plight of innocence. "Heh," Barrett replied with a chilling smile. "Then let us ascertain just how malevolent these individuals truly are." With that, Barrett transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the inferno, while Jean gracefully flapped his wings, leaving a fleeting white trail in the air as he followed closely behind. Moments later, they landed one after the other at the edge of a village, only to find it in ruins. The ground was littered with corpses, soaked in blood that had turned the earth dark. Witnessing the scene before them, a coldness enveloped Barrett. Jin's face mirrored his solemnity. Though he considered himself no saint, he could not fathom such inhumanity and indiscriminate slaughter. "Ha! I didn't expect there to be a woman here. You demons shall surely meet your end," she proclaimed defiantly. "Whether we perish or not is uncertain, but I assure you, you will not witness it," came the retort from within the chaos. "Beast, away with you. I am dying." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a small room not far from the village entrance. Barrett immediately released his observation of the room's location, his figure flickering as he forcefully kicked open the door with a resounding thud, stepping into the chamber. Inside, there stood a man and a woman. The man was bare-chested and exceedingly unattractive, while the girl, though youthful, possessed long golden hair and striking blue eyes brimming with tears. Her delicate and exquisite face was marked by a tumult of panic, anxiety, anguish, and indignation. Both individuals gazed at Barrett's entrance with expressions of utter bewilderment and astonishment. "What you just said is incorrect. You will be killed, and she will witness it." Barrett gazed impassively at the man, his form shifting as a single finger pierced through the man's throat. The man clutched at his neck in disbelief, staring at Barrett with wide eyes, before gradually collapsing into a pool of blood. Barrett cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless man before turning to leave. Wait, however, just as he reached the threshold, the voice of a young girl resonated through the room. "You need not thank me. I am a pirate as well, merely unable to tolerate such an affront." Barrett did not linger. With a swift motion, he approached Jin's side. "Let us go. We shall meet this group." Barrett strode purposefully into the village. "All right, boss," Jean remarked with a hint of a smile, trailing closely behind Barrett. Shortly after the two departed, the girl from the earlier room dashed out, her gaze fixed on them as she hurried to catch up. Within a few minutes, Barrett and Jean arrived at the heart of the village. Ha 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 rock. This village is far superior to the last one. The women here possess a charm that surpasses those in previous villages. Indeed, though they seem rather inexperienced, came the reply. A throng of pirates had gathered at the village center. Some were laughing heartily while discussing, others were moving crates. And a few were engaged in unspeakable acts with a woman on the verge of collapse. On a stone platform in the village, a bearded man was cheerfully sipping his drink, while beside him, a man in a white headscarf was meticulously cleaning a long blade. Ahahaha, this village still has men. You dare not flee, and you even have the audacity to appear here. Barrett and Jin's brazen entrance naturally drew the attention of several pirates, who began to mock them without restraint. Jean, there are too many small fry. Don't you find it a bit noisy? It's time for you to hone your conqueror's haki, Barrett sneered. Indeed, it is time for practice. Jean smirked coldly, his eyes narrowing as a formidable will emanated from him, an invisible force sweeping over the group of pirates. The pirates froze momentarily, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Conqueror's Haki, the bearded man and the middle-aged man on the stone platform stood up in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Who are you, and why have you attacked us? The bearded man inquired sternly. Ha ha ha, do pirates need a reason to strike? Barrett laughed heartily, his gaze icy as he regarded the two men, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. The bearded man and the middle-aged gentleman faltered in their breaths, an awkward expression flitting across their faces as they seemed at a loss for a retort. When one chooses the path of piracy, one must be prepared to embrace the inevitability of death. Barrett smiled coldly, a layer of golden flames swiftly enveloping his fist. You bastard, what do you intend to do? Stop right now. Watching Barrett's movements, the burly man with a thick beard felt his brow twitching and shouted vehemently, Go to hell, you bunch of garbage. Ballet's gaze shimmered with an icy detachment, utterly unmoved. With a single, forceful punch, the center of the village transformed into a molten pool, its radius extending for dozens of meters. The fallen pirates were instantaneously engulfed by the magma, reduced to mere ashes before they could even muster a struggle. You fool! Are you seeking death? Do you not realize that we, the Big Beard Pirates, are under the banner of the White Beard Pirates? The retreating Big Beard glared at Barrett with a countenance fraught with unease, his voice a thunderous bark of bravado. Not far from him, a middle-aged man brandished a long blade, his eyes warily fixed on Barrett. Boss. Jean, upon realizing the adversary belonged to Whitebeard, instinctively turned his gaze towards Barrett. Whitebeard, you say? Barrett murmured softly. He did not look at Jean, but instead slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze directly upon Big Beard. I offer you a chance, inform Whitebeard and summon him here. Let him witness whether I dare to take your life before his very eyes. Barrett approached the bearded man step by step, with each stride elevating his imposing aura. After a few powerful strides, an overwhelming and arrogant presence erupted from him, an invisible force of supremacy swiftly enveloping the surroundings. How could this be? The bearded man was instantly subdued by Barrett's overwhelming might, collapsing to his knees. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man beside them rolled his eyes back and fainted. Indeed, wasn't he merely Whitebeard? What was there to fear? Observing Barrett's audacious and domineering figure, Jin's body swayed, yet his gaze grew resolute. Behind them, the girl from the earlier room watched in disbelief as the once fearsome bearded man who had wreaked havoc in their village now knelt before Barrett. She took out her transponder snail and called Whitebeard, for at least before this moment, he would not meet his demise. Barrett retracted his conqueror's Haki, casting a cold gaze upon the bearded man. You will come to regret this. Trembling, the bearded man pointed a quivering finger at Barrett. In a swift motion, Barrett transformed his palm into a blade, severing the man's entire arm. The intense heat instantly cauterized the wound, preventing even a drop of blood from escaping. The excruciating pain caused the bearded man to writhe on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he rolled about. I detest being pointed at by others. Barrett showed no regard for the pain of the bearded man beneath his foot, speaking with indifference. This is your final chance. Contact Whitebeard. The bearded man trembled under Barrett's icy gaze, desperately pulling out the den mushy to make the call. Brew brew, Mally, do you have business with me? A languid voice soon echoed from the receiver. Is this one of Whitebeard's crew? Before the bearded man could respond, Barrett seized the den mushy and spoke coolly. Who are you? Where's Mally? The voice on the other end grew urgent and grim. Are you referring to the bearded man? He is beneath my feet. Barrett replied flatly. You bastard, do you not realize he belongs to the Whitebeard pirates? The anger was palpable in the voice from the phone. I know. But what of it? You have only 3 days, and I shall be waiting right here. With that, Barrett pressed down forcefully, coldly instructing the bearded man to reveal the island's location. Captain Squirto, I am on Soman Island. Please come to my rescue. The bearded man cried out, tears streaming down his face. Squirto? Upon hearing the name from the bearded man, Barrett recalled the accounts of Squirto from the original narrative, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He took the din mushy and provocatively stated, Squirto, let me tell you, I was once a member of the Roger Pirates. Bastard, you will pay for this. The voice on the line faltered for a moment before erupting into an angry roar. I will be waiting. Barrett whispered softly, casually discarding the telephone bug, then transforming his hand into a blade. In a swift motion, several crimson flashes illuminated the air, and the burly man was brutally severed into a grotesque figure. The excruciating pain caused the man to roll his eyes back and faint. Boss, what shall we do with this fellow? At that moment, Jean approached, dragging the unconscious middle-aged man, whose limbs had been broken. Eliminate him. Barrett cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. With no further ado, Jean crushed the man's throat bone with a swift motion, discarding the remnants into the molten lava created by Barrett. The flesh and blood of the middle-aged man ignited rapidly, turning to ash in mere moments, merging seamlessly with the molten flow. Let us proceed, he said. We must first inspect the ship and erase the pirate flag and insignia. Barrett patted Jin's shoulder and strode confidently towards the shore. Jean cast a glance at the girl concealed within a nearby building, a smile gracing her lips as she followed Barrett's departure. The girl watched the direction they had taken, gritting her teeth before sprinting after them. Moments later, Barrett and Jean arrived at the shore, leaping onto the pirate ship with a single bound. The pirates stationed on the vessel stared at the intruders, momentarily taken aback. Who the hell are you to dare board our ship? A pirate shouted menacingly. Observing the dozen or so pirates aboard, Barrett's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous impact, all the pirates were rendered unconscious. Jean, dispose of them and cast them into the sea. Barrett casually uttered a phrase, leaping forward to seize the pirate flag, the heat emanating from his hand causing the banner to be reduced to ashes in an instant. With a decisive motion, he crushed the throats of a dozen pirates, casting their lifeless bodies into the sea. Not far from the shore, a young girl observed the brutal actions of the two, her eyes flashing with a hint of terror and hesitation, uncertain if she should approach. After a brief moment, it seemed she had made a decision. She dashed to the water's edge and called out loudly, Will you take me with you? We are pirates, do you not fear? Barrett gazed at the young girl with a gentle smile. He had always been aware of her following them, but had chosen to ignore it. He was taken aback that she dared to approach them after witnessing their fierce methods. Jean, standing nearby, observed with keen interest. You are different from them. The girl exclaimed loudly. What makes us different? Barrett replied with a chuckle. I am just like them, a pirate, one of the most detested beings upon the seas. You see, we are capable of taking lives. But I have no home anymore, the girl whispered, her lips pressed together, tears glistening in her eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. Upon witnessing the scene, Barrett and Jean felt their smiles fade swiftly. They had personally witnessed the village's tragic state, and Barrett had even employed his observation Haki, revealing no signs of other living souls. As a traveler from another world, he found such occurrences intolerable, which fueled his rage to slaughter that band of pirates. The young girl before them was the sole survivor on the island. Had she not appeared, he would have remained indifferent, yet now, his conscience compelled him to utter no words of refusal. We can take you with us when we leave, and I shall set you down on the next inhabited island. Barrett finally spoke after a moment's pause. Jean, understanding Barrett's sentiments, merely smiled without further comment. Thank you. Thank you, the girl responded, bowing repeatedly at Barrett's agreement. Jean, first we shall erase the pirate's insignia, and then conceal our vessel elsewhere on the island. Afterwards, we shall await Whitebeard and together witness the prowess of the greatest warriors, Barrett directed. Barrett patted the shoulder of Jean and leaped off the bow of the ship. Is it Whitebeard? Jin's eyes glimmered with fervor, a formidable combat spirit surging within him. Soon after, he jumped down to assist in removing the pirate insignia from the vessel. Observing their peculiar actions, the girl felt a spark of curiosity and slowly approached them. Upon witnessing their efforts to erase the pirate symbols, she could not help but inquire. Why are you removing the pirate insignia? Are you not pirates yourselves? Our pirate crew has yet to be established. Barrett replied with a smile as he turned back. Removing the insignia can spare us considerable trouble. The girl's cheeks flushed at Barrett's sunny demeanor, and she softly asked, "May I join you?" "Of course." Barrett replied without turning his head. The girl nodded earnestly at his words and began to assist Barrett and Jean in their task. Before long, all the pirate symbols outside the ship were cleared away. The trio then split up to tackle the rooms aboard the vessel. Barrett took charge of erasing every pirate emblem in the cabin. Jean focused on gathering treasure, while the girl was responsible for disposing of the previous pirates' clothing and bedding. After about an hour, they had amassed all the clothing and bedding on the shore. Jean pointed his hand, and a burst of flame erupted from it, shooting towards the pile of garments. "How can you also produce flames?" The girl gazed at Jean, who was wrapped in layers, her face brimming with curiosity. Barrett's ability to conjure magma had already astounded her. Discovering that Jean could wield fire only deepened her intrigue. Before Jean could respond, Barrett chimed in. "That is the power of a devil fruit. We have consumed a devil fruit, which grants us the ability to produce flames." "What is a devil fruit?" The girl blinked her bright, expressive eyes, gazing at Barrett in wonder. Seeing her adorable expression, Barrett felt a swell of affection and explained with a smile. "It is a treasure of the sea, appearing in bizarre forms, somewhat like fruit, some strange and misshapen. Consuming one grants various powers. Some may transform into animals, while others can summon lightning or flames. However, those who eat a devil fruit are cursed by the sea and are shunned by it, unable to swim. Should they come into contact with seawater, they will become utterly powerless." "Oh," the girl nodded, her understanding seemingly half-formed. Barrett refrained from saying much more. It was true that he had an affinity for beautiful women, yet he was not the sort to be rendered immobile merely upon encountering one. Subsequently, Barrett turned to Jean and remarked, "Let us venture to the village to see if we can procure a nautical chart or an eternal compass. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves adrift once more." "Indeed," Jean replied solemnly, nodding while also scanning for any provisions. He had noticed that the supplies aboard the ship were scant, though there was an abundance of wine. "I can guide you there," interjected a nearby young woman, her familiarity with the village evident. "I know where the items you seek are located. However, I implore you to assist me in moving the bodies of my fellow villagers. I wish to give them a proper burial." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she bowed deeply to Barrett and Jean. "Very well," Barrett responded. "You assist us, and we shall assist you. It is a fair exchange." Without a moment's hesitation, Barrett readily agreed. "Thank you," the young girl said, bowing deeply to both of them. "Let us be on our way." Barrett strode purposefully towards the village, eager to complete his task swiftly and prepare everything adequately, so he could await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates with a sense of tranquility. Jean exchanged a glance with the young girl before following closely behind. A few minutes later, the girl led the two to a particular household. Inside the house, a middle-aged man lay on the ground with wide-open eyes, while a middle-aged woman lay naked on the bed. Barrett and Jean swiftly turned their heads, while the young girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, silently enveloped the woman in a blanket. In this household, the girl did not solicit assistance from Barrett and Jean. Instead, she painstakingly placed the deceased couple together. With a quivering lip and tears flowing, she retrieved a shovel from the house and, without uttering a word, made her way to the doorway, resolutely commencing her task. "Aren't we going to help?" Jean inquired. It was evident that these two individuals held immense significance for her, and since she had not called upon us for assistance, it was clear she wished to inter them alone. Barrett shook his head and then called out to the young girl, "Hey, you are busy here at the moment. Let us go to the other houses to collect the bodies. When the time comes, we will assist you in bringing everyone to the center of the town." The girl nodded silently. "Let us proceed." Barrett guided Jean out of the house, and then they proceeded to search each dwelling separately. The village was not densely populated, housing merely around 100 souls. After approximately an hour, the two of them had gathered all the bodies of the afflicted villagers in the center of the village. Barrett personally took action, digging a vast pit in the ground. Meanwhile, Junts procured a large stone and skillfully shaped it into the form of a tombstone, inscribing upon it the words "Grave of all villagers of Soman Island." Subsequently, the two placed the bodies of all the villagers into the immense pit. However, they did not hasten to cover the remains. Instead, they sat aside, awaiting the arrival of the young girl. Before long, she appeared, wielding an iron shovel. Upon seeing the stone monument standing before the great pit, she could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Seeing this, Barrett and his companion were at a loss for how to offer comfort. After all, they had never engaged in the art of consolation and could only wait in silence. Fortunately, the young girl exhibited remarkable resilience. After shedding tears for merely a few minutes, she gathered herself, gradually approached the gaping pit, and with reddened eyes, scooped a handful of earth with a spade, pouring it into the chasm. "Come, let us go and lend our assistance." Upon witnessing the scene, Barrett patted Jean and rose to approach the colossal pit. Jean swiftly got to his feet, accompanying Barrett as they made their way toward the gaping chasm. "Do you require assistance?" Barrett approached the pit, refraining from immediate action, and gently inquired. "Thank you." The young girl lifted her gaze towards Barrett and his companion, performed a deep bow, and then suddenly nodded her head. Barrett and his companion exchanged few words and swiftly took action. However, neither of them utilized their abilities. Instead, they each procured a shovel to assist in sealing the earth. Even so, with the aid of Barrett and his partner, the pace of their labor accelerated significantly. After an hour, a substantial mound of earth had taken shape. The girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, turned to Barrett and inquired, "May I use the head of that bearded man as a tribute to honor them?" "Indeed," he replied. Barrett hesitated for a moment before nodding to him. It was inconsequential whether or not to slay the man with the bushy beard. After all, that individual had already been incapacitated by him, destined to perish sooner or later. He had merely kept him alive to await the arrival of the white-bearded figure. However, since the young girl wished to offer the bushy-bearded man's head as a tribute to the villagers, after witnessing their tragic fate, he found no reason to refuse. "Thank you," the girl said, deeply bowing. She picked up a long knife from the ground and approached the dismembered figure of the bushy-bearded man. With a swift motion, she raised the blade, and with a soft thud, blood splattered onto her attire, marking the end of the man's life in unconsciousness. Subsequently, she grasped his hair and, holding the severed head, walked to the gravestone, kneeling reverently before it, bowing her head in respect. Afterward, she placed the head at the foot of the gravestone, driving the knife forcefully into the skull, pinning it to the grave. Rising silently, she gazed at the grand tomb, her eyes reddened and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Boss, how could someone like the bushy-bearded man, who is affiliated with the world-renowned pirate, be such a character?" Jean murmured, contemplating the severed head nailed to the gravestone. "That is quite normal," Barrett explained. "Pirates inherently rely on plunder for survival. Yet, some possess a sense of morality and refrain from preying upon the impoverished. Much like Captain Roger and Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard had an affinity for adopting sons, often taking an individual's based solely on his preference, regardless of their character. Thus, his crew comprised a mix of individuals, making the presence of such characters entirely expected. In truth, this reflects the harsh reality of a world governed by the strong. Take the bushy-bearded man, for instance. He was not truly Whitebeard's son, but merely a rogue claiming his name, brazenly engaging in plunder and slaughter. As he spoke, Barrett patted Jean on the back, saying, "Thus, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one can oppress you. Can you teach me to grow stronger?" The girl interjected, her voice hoarse, stepping forward from her place before the gravestone. "Why should I teach you? What can you offer me? Moreover, our previous agreement remains unfulfilled," Barrett replied. Barrett gazed at the young girl with a bemused expression. While he felt a measure of sympathy for her plight, it was merely that sympathy. Moreover, such occurrences transpired nearly every day in this world. If he were to extend his compassion to every single case, he would abandon his life as a pirate and dedicate himself solely to rescuing others. After a brief moment of silence, the girl turned to Barrett and said, "Please, follow me." With those words, she stepped forward, leading the way. Barrett trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Jean lagged at the rear of the vehicle, alternating his gaze between the girl at the front and Barrett, filled with bewilderment. Before long, the girl led the two to the very first house that had been arrived at. She halted before the entrance, turning back to the two and instructing, "Please wait for me here." Barrett and Jean exchanged nods, waiting outside the house. Moments later, a young girl emerged, clutching a parchment map and a compass with a permanent needle. She handed the items to Barrett, stating that her uncle had once sailed the seas and had drawn this map himself. Additionally, the compass pointed towards a nation known as Dressrosa. "Dressrosa, you say?" Upon hearing the name, a subtle smile graced Barrett's lips. In the original tale, Don Quixote da Flamingo had made his advance into the New World, claiming dominion over this very nation. Moreover, based on the timeline, a formidable swordsman was currently atoning for his past there. "You have completed one transaction. Now, it is time to guide us to provisions," Barrett remarked with a smile. The girl nodded in agreement, leading the two towards the southwestern direction of the house. Shortly thereafter, she brought them into the heart of a forest, where a small warehouse was concealed beneath a canopy of various branches, rendering it quite discreet. The girl pointed at the warehouse, explaining, "This is where our village stores its food, but I have never ventured inside, so I cannot say how much food there is." Barrett nodded slightly, and Jean stepped forward, forcefully removing the large lock from the door, pushing the warehouse door open. A flicker of flame appeared in his hand, illuminating everything within. The warehouse was modest in size, merely 20 square meters, housing a few barrels of wine and several bags of flour. Given the appetites of Barrett and Jean, they could easily consume it all in one meal, yet still leave unsatisfied. The young girl similarly grasped the situation inside, her heart sinking momentarily. She cautiously glanced at Barrett, noting his impassive expression, and felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Barrett might become upset and choose not to take her along. Barrett, however, did not overthink the situation. He was mentally prepared for such circumstances. After all, what could a village, no matter how affluent, possess? Well, this transaction could be deemed accomplished. Barrett had no intention of making things difficult for the young girl, as she had already endured enough hardship, and troubling her further would weigh heavily on his conscience. Upon hearing Barrett declare the completion of the deal, the girl exhaled in relief and nodded earnestly, her previous gloom and sorrow dissipating somewhat. Subsequently, Barrett and Jean began their tasks, one carrying barrels of wine, while the other bore sacks of flour, soaring into the sky before the astonished gaze of the girl. They wouldn't abandon me, would they? Coming to her senses, the girl pouted and hurriedly exited the forest, racing towards the coastline. Upon seeing the grand ship still anchored, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, fearing that the two might leave her behind, she quickened her pace, dashing towards the vessel with renewed urgency. Before long, she reached the shore, panting heavily. "Why are you so exhausted?" Barrett leapt from the ship, observing the breathless girl with curiosity. "Why do you all just fly off without saying a word?" After catching her breath, the girl glared at Barrett, her adorable expression nearly prompting him to reach out and pinch her cheek. "No, didn't I tell you? We still need to wait for someone here. We promised to take you along, and we certainly won't leave you behind," Barrett replied with a smile. "I thought you had abandoned me." Upon hearing Barrett's words, the girl pouted, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to Barrett's leg and began to cry. Standing at around 1.7 meters, her head was perfectly level with Barrett's towering figure of nearly 4 meters, rendering the situation quite awkward for him. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. "Hey, could you please let go? This isn't right," he said awkwardly. "I'm not Hey. I'm Delia," she retorted, her face streaked with tears and snot, as she lifted her head slightly to wipe her nose on Barrett's trousers. "I understand, but could you please release me?" "Don't wipe your nose on my pants," Barrett said, exasperation evident on his face. "Humph." Delia shot Barrett an annoyed look, and after wiping her nose one last time, she finally let go. "You little brat." Feeling the unpleasant stickiness on his trousers, Barrett scowled and delivered a light punch to Delia's head. "Ouch. You fool, you'll make me stupid." Delia cradled her head, glaring fiercely at Barrett. "Boss, what is going on?" At that moment, Jin's voice called out from a distance. "Nothing at all," Barrett replied. Barrett cast a disapproving glare at Delia and waved his hand dismissively. He then addressed Jean, saying, "Jean, please take a moment to scout the surroundings for any uninhabited islands. We shall navigate the ship there and await the arrival of Whitebeard and the others. I am aware of the location of such an island." As soon as Barrett finished speaking, Delia raised her head to interject, a hint of pride evident in her expression. "Did you know?" Barrett cast a puzzled glance at Delia. Approximately 10 nautical miles to the east of Soman Island lies an uninhabited isle. Delia held her head high, resembling a proud peacock. "Are you certain?" Barrett inquired. "The inhabitants of our village are well aware of that small island. However, it is teeming with ferocious beasts, and we dare not venture there." Delia shot an annoyed glare at Barrett. Barrett did not hesitate, addressing Jean, "Quickly go and take a look. If it truly exists, we shall navigate the vessel there." "All right, Captain," Jean replied. With a swift leap, a pair of wings materialized behind him, and in an instant, he vanished into the horizon. Delilah gazed in the direction where Jean had disappeared, her mouth agape, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment and envy. Observing Delilah's expression, Barrett chuckled softly, gracefully leaping onto the bow of the ship. "Hey, could you possibly take me up as well?" Delilah called out urgently. "There are stairs over there," Barrett replied tersely. shouldering the items from the deck as he walked into the cabin. "Miser," Delia scoffed, making a face at the ship before climbing up the stairs to the bow. A few minutes later, Jean returned, confirming that Barrett was indeed correct. As Delia had stated, there was an uninhabited island. Barrett promptly made a decision to head directly to the uninhabited island, intending to spend a night there. This choice nearly caused Delia to faint, as she cried out in desperation to prevent him. That night, on the deserted island, Barrett, Jean, and Delia gathered around a crackling bonfire. "How can you both eat so much?" Delia exclaimed, utterly astonished as she observed the two voraciously devouring meat, their appetites surpassing her wildest imagination. Barrett cast a faint glance at him, casting aside the bone staff and closing his eyes to engage in meditation. To become a formidable warrior, one must first possess the ability to endure. Only through resilience can one withstand and strike. Jean relinquished the bone staff, smiling as he explained, while simultaneously skewering a piece of meat over the flames. He then began to hone his fists against a block of iron, the sound of bones creaking echoing in the air. "Does it not hurt?" Delia asked, her spine tingling with unease as she stared blankly at Jean. In her understanding, no one could withstand the agony of bone grinding. "It does," Jean nodded, then smiled as he added, "but one grows accustomed to the pain. Moreover, the path to becoming strong is fraught with more than just this suffering. It also demands a readiness to confront death." "A readiness for death?" Delia murmured to herself, turning her gaze toward Barrett, who was immersed in his meditation, silently resolving to make a decision. The following day, in the evening, Barrett and Jean had vanquished numerous ferocious beasts and were poised to return to Somin Island in anticipation of Whitebeard's arrival. Unexpectedly, Delia clung to Barrett with unwavering determination, insisting on accompanying him and his companions on their journey back. Barrett found himself in an utterly awkward predicament, as no matter what he said, Delia remained obstinate, clinging to him. Meanwhile, Jean, standing nearby, could barely contain his laughter and rather ungraciously chose to carry the lifeless beast away, justifying it as a means to spare Barrett from losing precious moments of joy. I remarked to Delia that we were not embarking on a leisurely excursion, but rather preparing for a fierce battle. Should a confrontation arise, the island of Somin could very well be sunk, so it would be prudent for her to wait for us on the ship. Barrett, with an expression of innocence, gazed at Delia, who was clinging to his thigh, his demeanor serious. After a moment of silence, Delia raised her tear-streaked face to meet Barrett's gaze and pitifully implored, "You must promise me that you won't leave me behind and will return safely. Rest assured, the ship remains here. We won't abandon you. And we are not so easily defeated," Barrett reassured her, gently ruffling her hair and offering a faint smile. With a soft sob, Delia reluctantly released her grip. "I shall take my leave now." As she let go, Barrett leaped away from the ship's bow, swiftly disappearing into the air as if he were escaping. "You must return safely." Delia anxiously watched the direction of Somin Island, her heart silently praying. At Somin Island shore, Jean, arms crossed and intrigued, watched the newly arrived Barrett, bursting into laughter reminiscent of a pig's snort. "What are you laughing at?" Barrett retorted, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment, regretting ever imparting modern knowledge to this individual, who had now become far too knowledgeable, capable of both retorting and humiliating others. With great ambition yet still unfulfilled, Jean raised an eyebrow, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed ahead, exuding an air of dominance. Barrett could only remain speechless, gnashing his teeth in frustration. If memory served correctly, this posture was one he had struck shortly after their departure from Alabasta, when he single-handedly vanquished a pirate crew and stood at the ship's prow, uttering grandiloquent proclamations. To his surprise, Jean had actually remembered and audaciously mimicked him. It would be one thing if Delia were a striking beauty, but the reality was she was merely a child. As Barrett's embarrassment became evident, Jean laughed unabashedly, relishing in his friend's discomfort. Barrett remained silent, seated on the ground, gazing vacantly into the distance. While he did not oppose the idea of marrying and starting a family in this world, he certainly found it absurd to seek out a young girl. Once matters here concluded, he intended to ensure her swift departure. However, the thought of Delia's nature caused Barrett to frown involuntarily. A person as defenseless as Delia was never meant to board the vessel. After all, the very aftermath of their battles could obliterate her entirely. "Boss, are you upset?" Jin inquired, mistakenly believing that Barrett's prolonged silence was a result of his excessive remarks. "No," Barrett replied. "I am merely pondering the true extent of Whitebeard's strength." Barrett shook his head, his expression growing solemn. "I too look forward to it." Upon hearing this, A flicker of flame ignited in June's eyes, making them appear bright and piercing. Barrett gently patted Jean, slowly rising to his feet, and with a smile explained. Do not overthink, Jean. Focus on your preparations and restore your spirit. Whitebeard is a formidable adversary capable of facing Captain Roger in a one-on-one duel. And his subordinates are no less formidable. My provocation of Whitebeard this time is not merely for the villagers, rather. I seek to ascertain the extent of our prowess in comparison to the world's most elite warriors amidst the brutal dance of life and death. Moreover, I shall venture into the village to procure a weapon. It would be imprudent to commence battle unarmed. Boss, go ahead. I will keep watch here, Jean replied. His expression solemn as he nodded gently, his gaze fixed upon the coastline, a blend of anticipation and trepidation evident in his eyes. During their 5 months adrift at sea, Barrett had imparted much wisdom to him, including tales of the current top-tier warriors, with Whitebeard prominently mentioned. Later, aboard Roger's ship, he learned even more about powerful figures. Yet, the might of Whitebeard is universally acknowledged, with even his own master admitting he could not match Whitebeard's strength. The only one on Roger's ship who could contend with Whitebeard was Roger himself. Thus, when he learned that the formidable Captain Whitebeard had a crew member known as Big Beard, he felt a moment of hesitation, or rather, a sense of dread. However, after experiencing Barrett's audacious provocation, that flicker of fear had transformed into a fervent battle spirit. After all, to wield a blade against a powerful foe imbues the challenge with true significance. Barrett chuckled lightly, leaping gracefully into the heart of the village. He swiftly felled a great tree and carved a mold from its timber. Gathering the iron tools scattered throughout the village, he harnessed his abilities to melt them down, pouring the molten metal into the mold. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from the mold, prompting Barrett to douse it with water, causing a dense steam to rise into the air. As the vapor dissipated, an oddly shaped halberd took form. Damn, it seems that forging such a weapon requires the expertise of a professional. Observing the rather unappealing halberd, Barrett felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he begrudgingly picked up the unsightly weapon and made his way towards the seaside. The following day, a crimson sun rose above the horizon, casting a brilliant red hue upon the ocean's surface, where the shimmering waves sparkled like a poem come to life, enchanting all who beheld the breathtaking scenery. Have you arrived? Barrett gazed into the distance as a ship gradually approached Soman Island, silhouetted against the crimson sun. Beside him, Jean slowly opened his eyes, following Barrett's line of sight. A shiver ran through him, and he became fully alert. Boss, Whitebeard is coming, Jean's voice trembled, laced with an inexplicable emotion. Jean, Barrett let out a light snort, merely a gesture of disdain. We are destined to gaze upon the summit. And if we allow ourselves to be daunted here, how shall we ever ascend to the pinnacle in the future? June exhaled deeply, calming his restless spirit. His gaze fixed upon the approaching pirate ship. He signaled to them. Observing the vessel merely a few dozen meters away, Barrett smiled and patted June on the shoulder. Understanding the unspoken cue, June stepped forward and unleashed his conqueror's Haki. A surge of domineering will soared into the sky, dispersing the clouds above as it advanced toward the Whitebeard pirate ship. Ha ha ha, by Xiaoji, I am here. On the pirate ship, a man clad in a kimono laughed heartily, emanating a fierce will that clashed with June's conqueror's Haki. The two formidable forces met in the sky, crackling with energy. Ha ha ha. At this moment, from the ship nearing the shore, a boisterous laughter rang out. I heard that you sent for me to personally fetch someone. Well, here I am. Bring them out. The souls have been honored. If you wish, I can escort you to see him. Barrett stepped forward with a light chuckle, unleashing a more domineering conqueror's Haki that soared into the heavens. The conqueror's Haki emanating from the Whitebeard ship was instantly shattered, as a formless energy enveloped the vessel. Several ordinary pirates aboard were rendered unconscious in an instant. Ha ha ha, I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared in fury. A tremendous force clashed with Barrett's conqueror's Haki, causing the sky to erupt with thunder and lightning. The clouds above were violently dispersed, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. The sky is split. Someone shouted in terror, pointing upward. Such formidable conqueror's Haki, murmured a man clad in samurai attire at the bow of the ship. Squardo, how did you incur the wrath of such a powerful adversary? At the ship's prow, a young man in a vest, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, inquired of his companion. Marco, I do not know this person, Squardo replied, shaking his head. He contacted me via snail phone with an exceedingly arrogant attitude, insisting that father come. Claiming to be a former crewmate of Roger. A crewmate of Roger? Marco's eyes widened in shock, Reproaching, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You've led us into a dire situation. Ha ha ha, I am Whitebeard." At that moment, Whitebeard bellowed, his aura surging once more, his conqueror's Haki growing even more formidable and overwhelming. "Whitebeard, your conqueror's Haki is insufficient." Barrett roared, his conqueror's Haki intensifying further, surging towards Whitebeard with a thunderous momentum. The rift in the sky widened, as crackling black lightning entwined, clashing majestically in the heavens. "Step forth, boy, and declare your name." Whitebeard, shrouded in clouds, descended heavily upon the bow of the ship, his gaze piercing like lightning as he fixed it upon Barrett. "Douglas Barrett." Barrett withdrew his halberd from his back, gazing coldly at Whitebeard. "Ha ha ha, kid. You have earned the right for me to remember your name." Whitebeard laughed heartily as he leaped down from the ship's bow. "By Xiaoji, this is a worthy opponent. Let me have a go." Behind Whitebeard, a man in a kimono leaped into action, drawing two long swords and fixing his gaze intently on Barrett. "You will contend with me." Jean stepped out from behind Barrett, his eyes sharp as lightning. "No, you are no match for me." The man in the kimono dismissed Jean entirely, his unwavering focus still on Barrett. "Whether out of reluctance or fear, your opponent can only be me." Jean took a step forward, his long sword enveloped in an aura of dominance and flames. One sword style, Flame Bird. With a sharp cry, his sword swung, transforming into a wave of blade energy that surged toward the man in the kimono, accompanied by the vision of a great fiery bird. Two sword style, Light Moon Dual Dance. The man in the kimono wielded his blades, unleashing a slicing wave of energy that collided with the fiery bird. With a thunderous boom, a powerful shockwave erupted, stirring up clouds of dust and a searing heat that forced some members of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat to the stern of the ship. "You are a formidable opponent." "I was presumptuous just now." The man in the kimono, having withstood Jin's strike, recognized his strength and, embodying the spirit of Bushido, bowed respectfully. "Kazuki Oden, I humbly ask for your guidance." He then positioned himself defensively, ready for an assault. Flame King Jin. Observing Kazuki Oden's bow, Jin momentarily paused, quickly regaining his composure to return the gesture. As the two exchanged bows, both Barrett and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves bemused, sensing an odd levity amidst the grave atmosphere of the battlefield. However, as the clash commenced, this levity evaporated instantaneously, with the less resilient fighters retreating to a safer distance. Clanging and flashes of fire filled the air as their swords clashed, their silhouettes colliding incessantly along the shore, the cacophony of their battle echoing loudly. Within a span of hundreds of meters, the air was thick with sword energy, rending the very earth beneath them. "This kid can actually contend with Odin. What manner of monster is this?" Some crew members aboard Whitebeard's ship began to murmur among themselves, their expressions grave. As they observed the fierce confrontation and listened to the discussions, Marco and the other captains wore somber expressions, particularly Squard, who fell silent, his demeanor heavy with contemplation. Barrett was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Jin could contend with Kazuki Oden without faltering. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, while Kazuki Oden might have been somewhat foolish, his strength was undeniable. Although he was not as formidable as he would later become, he had already reached the level of a grand swordsman. The events of Wano were such that, had it not been for Orochi's treachery and Korizumi Kinemon's deceit, it would not have been a simple task for Kaido to subdue Kazuki Oden. Suddenly, Whitebeard burst into laughter and remarked, "Kid, your companion is quite impressive, managing to hold his own against Odin." "Ha ha." Barrett laughed mockingly at Whitebeard, saying, "Do you think I am like you? Merely a scoundrel who resorts to slaughtering innocents and wielding a blade against the weak? You insolent brat, what are you babbling about? Apologize to my father at once." Upon hearing Barrett's insult directed at Whitebeard, Marco stepped forward, glaring furiously at Barrett. The other captains, equally incensed, directed their wrathful gazes toward him. "I declare that Whitebeard has taken in a crew of miscreants." Barrett exhibited no fear, gripping the halberd tightly as dark flames swiftly coiled around it. "Whitebeard, allow me to cleanse the filth." Inferno of scorching flames. Barrett wielded his spear, and the black flames at its tip erupted violently, transforming into a colossal spear of black fire that surged toward the Whitebeard pirates. "You dare to challenge me?" A formidable man brandishing twin blades leaped forward from the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, twirling his swords as a wave of pink energy clashed against Barrett's fiery spear. With a resounding boom, the pink energy was effortlessly dispersed, but the black flame spear remained undeterred, hurtling directly toward Whitebeard. "Stand back, Quake!" Whitebeard bellowed, stepping to the forefront and extending his fist to meet the oncoming spear. In the distance, the fabric of space fractured, and the black flame spear was momentarily halted, exploding with a deafening roar and scattering fiery remnants across the ground. Within moments, the area transformed into a molten landscape, bubbling ominously. How can the temperature be so high? Is he truly intent on killing us? This monster. Many pirates, witnessing the ground morph into magma, cast fearful glances at Barrett. Boy, you've gone too far. With a thunderous stomp, Whitebeard crushed the surrounding clouds beneath him, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Barrett. Have I gone too far? A mocking smile graced Barrett's face. Perhaps one day, when your homeland is laid waste by its own sons, you will stride forward, spear in hand, toward the white-bearded figure. I too hope you can remain indifferent and utter the words you have transcended. Barrett let out a tremendous roar, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick. With a resounding boom, he launched his figure like a cannonball, his halberd aimed directly at Whitebeard. In response, Whitebeard raised his Tsongyun Chia to thwart Barrett's assault. The force of their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air, hurling several pirates into the sea, while commanders like Marco were staggered back several meters by the overwhelming impact. The flames of destruction ignited. Barrett suddenly exerted his strength, and the halberd erupted with a brilliant radiance. Under the influence of this luminescence, it grew immensely in size, the searing heat causing many to break into a profuse sweat. Shatter for me. Barrett's face contorted with ferocity as he summoned all his strength to forcefully press down the Tsongyun cut. Retreat. Whitebeard, sensing the intense heat radiating from the halberd, suddenly changed his expression, urgently shouting. Marco and the others were equally alarmed, each displaying their unique abilities as they leaped into the sea or ascended into the skies, swiftly distancing themselves from the battlefield of the two. The halberd's tremendous force bore down on the Tsongyun cut, unleashing an exceptionally searing energy that crashed heavily onto the ground. A deafening explosion erupted as the black flames surged forth, instantly transforming the earth into molten lava. Even the seawater behind Whitebeard began to boil, bubbling ominously. What an incredible temperature! It's even more intense than that monster from the Navy. The boiling seawater created a cacophony of gurgles as pirates scattered, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their brows twitching in fear. Kid, you might not survive what's coming next. Whitebeard's gaze turned icy as he regarded Barrett, acutely aware of his formidable strength. Initially reluctant to acknowledge such talent, a glimmer of murderous intent now flickered within him. Barrett's power instilled a sense of trepidation. As among the Whitebeard pirates, only Yutian could possibly rival him. Moreover, the hostility Barrett currently exhibited suggested that anyone else who encountered him would face certain doom. It was high time to take this seriously. Barrett tightened his grip on the halberd, a grave expression etched across his face. For he was confronting none other than the man heralded as the strongest in the world. Unlike the frail old man of later years, Whitebeard was in the prime of his life, at the pinnacle of his strength. Quake. With a single stroke, Whitebeard unleashed a devastating blow, causing the space beside Barrett to shatter like glass, producing a series of sharp cracks. The fabric of reality collapsed, and with a resounding impact, Barrett was grievously injured. Blood spraying as his body was raked with numerous gashes, sent hurtling through the air for several dozen meters. Gasping for breath, he rose to his feet, raising the halberd aloft. Flame dragon, he bellowed, as flames coalesced into a dragon, emitting a thunderous roar reminiscent of an ancient beast, charging towards Whitebeard. Quake. Whitebeard swung his right fist, causing the space to rupture once more. The flame dragon collided heavily with the fragments of reality, unleashing a searing heat that radiated outward, transforming the surrounding area into a blazing inferno spanning 100 meters. Barrett, wielding his trident, closely followed the flaming dragon, launching a sudden assault as he traversed the shattered space, raising his halberd to strike heavily at Whitebeard. The cloud cutter transformed into a dark barrier, intercepting Barrett's charge. Undeterred, Barrett pressed forward, relentlessly slashing at Whitebeard. The clashing of countless weapons echoed incessantly as both Barrett and Whitebeard moved with unparalleled swiftness, engaged in a fierce battle. Is this fellow a monster? That's our old man. Someone shouted in disbelief. If he survives today, you must steer clear of him in the future, a captain solemnly advised. The group of pirates nodded earnestly, their eyes fixed intently on the clash, fervently wishing for Whitebeard to vanquish Barrett. Two fierce battles unfolded simultaneously, and the coastal land was already beyond bearing. Parts of it had shattered into countless fragments, while others had transformed into molten lava. Then, with a thunderous boom, Barrett was sent flying several meters by a blow from the cloud cutter, crashing heavily against the rocky shore. The tremendous impact caused the entire cliff to collapse. Is he dead? He should be. The onlookers from the Whitebeard pirates all turned their gazes toward the crumbling cliff, most silently praying that Barrett would not rise again. However, Barrett was not one to fulfill their wishes. He staggered to his feet, his body battered and bloodied. Truly, he was a top-tier warrior. Barrett locked eyes with Whitebeard. Fully aware that throughout their fierce confrontation, Whitebeard had not exerted his full strength. In this world, the pinnacle skill of binding had not been utilized by Whitebeard. Even his formidable Gura Gura Nomi powers had been sparingly deployed, as he merely relied on his swordsmanship and physical prowess to dominate Barrett. Yet, Barrett too was reluctant to reveal his mythical Zoan form, eager to ascertain just how far he stood from a top-tier powerhouse in his ordinary state. Well then, do you wish to continue fighting, young one? Whitebeard did not rush to attack. As a top-tier warrior, he possessed his own pride. Leaning on the cloud cutter, he regarded Barrett, having tempered his murderous intent after their earlier exchange. After all, it was a rarity to encounter a young man capable of enduring for so long beneath his might. Haha, since this is a battle to the death, how could there be a reason to halt? Barrett stepped out of the ruins, his blood-stained face adorned with defiance and resilience. Barrett's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard, boldly proclaiming battle. With this declaration, he grasped his halberd firmly and charged at Whitebeard with remarkable speed. Whitebeard, wielding his Tsong Yun Xia, regarded Barrett with admiration and laughed heartily. Come on. A tremendous shockwave surged through Liao once more, unleashing a scorching heat that enveloped the surroundings. The magma terrain expanded anew, and even in a distant battlefield, Kazuki Oden and Ashura Doji felt the repercussions, momentarily pausing to catch their breath. Whitebeard, may I experience the unparalleled might of this world. Barrett was thrown back several meters, his gaze fixed intently on Whitebeard. After battling for so long, he still had yet to witness the pinnacle skill of this world, the Conqueror's Haki, and he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If that kid dies, don't blame me, Whitebeard said, his expression grave, as the Tsongyun cut in his hand swiftly wove a layer of black lightning. Merely the aura emanating from him instilled a profound sense of pressure in Barrett. This was the essence of Conqueror's Haki. Barrett fixed his gaze intently, his hands clutching the halberd tightly, as black flames coiled around it. Summoning all his strength, he sensed that failure to withstand this blow would surely lead to his demise. Boy, observe closely. This is the power you wish to witness. Whitebeard swung his blade, and crimson-black lightning danced violently. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. The ground beneath them buckled and collapsed under the immense weight. There was no possibility of resistance. He must evade this onslaught. Sensing death looming, Barrett's first instinct was to flee this place. Yet, he realized that if he chose to hide, he would remain ensnared in this fate for eternity. With a swift determination, his gaze sharpened, confronting death head-on, he resolved to shatter his restraints. Breaking through the heavens, under the tremendous pressure, Barrett's Haki surged forth, propelling him into the air. His entire being engulfed in searing flames. The halberd transformed into a colossal crimson-black blade, crashing heavily toward Whitebeard. Upon impact, a tremendous force erupted, the halberd's brilliance piercing the heavens and the earth. The island was shattered, crumbling into pieces, while the rivers surged backward. A portion of the shores of Sphinx Island vanished entirely. Barrett was hurled hundreds of meters away, plunging into the sea, his life hanging in the balance. And the newly forged halberd broke into two. If you can leave a scar on me, you have earned the right to be proud. Whitebeard, gripping Tsong Yun Xia with one hand, touched a small scar on his chest with the other, gazing at the distant sea, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Marco, Whitebeard bellowed, summoning someone to retrieve the boy. Yes, father. Marco, momentarily lost in shock, quickly regained his composure and shouted to the still-stunned crowd. Brothers, go bring him back. A roar of excitement erupted as those without powers rushed toward the sea. Squard, you cannot go. You must first see father with me. As Squard attempted to charge forward, Marco seized him firmly. Marco, why? Squard inquired, perplexed. Father did not say he would kill him. Marco released his grip and moved toward Whitebeard. After a moment of silence, Squard followed silently. On the other side of Leah Island, upon witnessing Barrett being cast into the sea, Jean, with tears streaming down his face, attempted to rush out, but was halted by Kazuki Oden. Jean, rest assured, Whitebeard will not kill him. Jean said nothing further, hastily running toward the shore, anxiously peering into the depths of the sea, oblivious to his own formidable presence. Kazuki Odin shook his head, blood-soaked and draped in tattered cloth, approached Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily upon seeing Odin. Little Odin, you seem to be quite wounded. Whitebeard, you are hardly unscathed yourself. Kazuki Odin spoke casually, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. Although his time aboard the Whitebeard ship was brief, he was well aware of Whitebeard's formidable strength, which could be described as unparalleled in the world. However, he was astonished to learn that Whitebeard had been injured by a mere youth. Marco and the others gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. A careless swipe had left a cut. Whitebeard smiled with remarkable composure. Upon hearing Whitebeard's admission, Marco and the others fell into silence. It was evident from their appearances that Barrett and Jean were not very old. Nevertheless, the prowess of Barrett and Jean left them feeling utterly inadequate, evoking a sense of despondency among the group. Father has been found. He has been found. At that moment, the pirate searching for Barrett shouted joyfully, Marco, go tend to him, Whitebeard commanded, then bellowed to the others, follow me onto the island. The crowd, filled with excitement, eagerly followed suit. On Sabaody Island. Deep into the night, the members of the white group surrounded Jean, their expressions grave and attentive as they listened intently to his tale. Let me tell you, Jean began. My captain once told me that true power does not involve striking down the weak. To do so is the mark of incompetence. After the fierce battle concluded, Barrett was out of life-threatening danger, and with Odin's introduction, Jean quickly became well acquainted with the white group. They commenced a feast, and as the festivities unfolded, the members of the white group found themselves captivated by the conversation between Jean and Odin, encircling Jean to hear his stories. Jean spoke without hesitation, we are pirates. Yet we do not plunder, how else would we survive? Squard interjected disdainfully, you must be Squard. Jean glanced at Squard dismissively and retorted, my captain informed me that your former crew was vanquished by Captain Roger. You have harbored resentment towards him, but dare not confront him directly. Thus, my captain tells me that you are a quintessential coward, one who only dares to strike the weak. You scoundrel! I am no coward, Squard exclaimed. His face flushed with anger as he glared at Jean. Squard attempted to maintain his composure. Marco, sitting beside him, grasped Squard's arm firmly. What are you so worked up about, Squard? Just listen to what he has to say. Nearby, Vista shot Squard a disapproving glare. Since their arrival on the island, they understood the reason behind the fierce conflict. It stemmed from Squard's subordinates wantonly slaughtering civilians, which led to the encounter with Jean and Barrett, igniting the battle. As a swordsman, Vista held his own convictions and despised such acts of violence against innocents, which fueled his disdain for Squard. Marco, let go of me, Squard exclaimed, shaking his arm in an attempt to free himself from Marco's grip. Deeply pained by Vista's contemptuous gaze, he longed to escape the situation. Squard eventually took a seat. At that moment, Whitebeard spoke, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Old man, Squard was taken aback, dejectedly sinking into his seat. Continue, Jean. Noticing Squard's compliance, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Jean. Very well. Jean nodded, unperturbed, and spoke at a measured pace. In fact, my captain has stated that individuals like Squard are exceedingly perilous. Their vision is clouded by hatred, and once exploited, they may turn against their own comrades. Don't slander me. I would never betray my companions, Squard exclaimed in fury, his eyes aflame as he glared at Jean. I believe you would. Suddenly, a somewhat frail voice emerged from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see Barrett, his body wrapped in bandages, approaching with a pallid complexion. Captain, Jean leaped towards Barrett. Barrett, I hope you clarify this. I do not wish for my son to suffer injustice. Whitebeard's gaze was icy as he stared at Barrett. Squard, if someone within the Whitebeard crew deceived you, compelling you to fight for Captain Roger while your crew suffered grievous losses, and then another instigated you on the battlefield, claiming that the former had a deep connection with Captain Roger and intentionally led you to your demise, would you strike at that person? Barrett ignored Whitebeard and fixed his intense gaze on Squard. The crowd collectively turned their attention to Squard. I would kill that traitor. Squard raised his head, his expression becoming grotesque, his eyes glinting with malice as he stared fiercely at Barrett. But what if that person were not a traitor, but instead offered a means of escape, choosing to remain behind to ensure your safety? Barrett's voice, tinged with weakness, struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Squardo's defenses. How is this possible? There simply cannot exist such a remarkable individual. Squardo bellowed in anger. Yet, he remained oblivious to the flicker of disappointment that flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Some among the others nodded in agreement, while others appeared deep in thought. Marco surveyed the expressions of those around him, quietly committing their reactions to memory. What if that person were Whitebeard? Barrett whispered, yet his words detonated like a bomb. Father. The entire white team turned in unison to look at Whitebeard. Not a single one of my sons would dare question this. I am Whitebeard. He took a swig of his drink and erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, Father is the strongest in the world. But tell me, who possesses such power? The members of the white team erupted into laughter. Barrett smiled faintly, remaining silent. With the support of Jean, he walked aside and took a seat. He had indeed sustained significant injuries in today's battle. His earlier remarks were merely a reminder to express gratitude for Whitebeard's mercy. However, whether the members of the White Brigade heeded his words was beyond his control. Yet, within the vast White Brigade, there were indeed astute individuals, such as Marco. Upon noticing Barrett and Jean seated, Marco immediately approached and, lowering his voice, inquired, Barrett, is there truly a possibility of such an occurrence? Barrett gazed at Marco in astonishment. He had not anticipated Marco's arrival. Nor did he expect the seemingly indolent character from the original narrative to possess such remarkable wisdom. Yet, upon reflection, it was only fitting. For Marco would later become the chief steward of the Whitebeard crew, a position that undoubtedly requires a certain level of sagacity to manage effectively. Boss. Today is not about Marco. Your injuries will not heal so swiftly, Jean reminded him. Thank you, Barrett replied, then added somewhat ambiguously, it's uncertain for now. But who can predict what the future holds? This world is inhabited not only by pirates but also by the Navy and the world government. One can never foresee the circumstances that may arise. Upon hearing this, Marco fell into a contemplative silence, quietly sipping his drink while occasionally casting glances at Scordo. His eyes reflecting a profound inner turmoil. As the saying goes, the ship will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes, rather than dwell on worries. It is far more prudent to enhance one's own strength, ensuring that one can ultimately dominate all obstacles with sheer might. As Barrett consumed his meat, he softly reminded. A gesture of gratitude. Although Marco later exhibited considerable strength, it was ultimately constrained. This was due to the fact that the white team was excessively shielded, having scarcely encountered any battles, which rendered them significantly ineffective during the subsequent war on top. Thank you for your guidance, Marco responded, momentarily taken aback. Raising his glass in a toast to Barrett. No need for that. It is I who should express my gratitude for your healing of my wounds. Barrett raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. He had sampled the finest wines of this world, and the flavor was exquisite. Although the alcohol content was high, the exceptional physique of the people here allowed many to consume copiously, not to mention someone with Barrett's extraordinary constitution. Greetings, Barrett. I am Kazuki Oden. At that moment, Kazuki Oden approached and seated himself beside the trio. Hello, Barrett replied with a smile. Although he held little regard for Kazuki Oden, he believed in the adage of not striking a smiling face. Moreover, it was evident from the demeanor of Jin that a bond of camaraderie had formed between him and Oden, a mutual appreciation that was palpable. Ha ha ha, Kazuki Oden exclaimed. Let us share a drink. Oden, you scoundrel, do you not see my captain is covered in wounds? Jin raised his glass, expressing his discontent. I will drink with you. Ha ha ha, I didn't notice. Oden laughed heartily and downed his drink in one go. Jin, I am not so fragile yet. Barrett lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. With a sense of resignation, Jean followed suit. Marco, having untangled his thoughts, joined in. And the four of them engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, sharing laughter and lively discussions, creating an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Bista, known for his straightforward nature, raised his drink and entered the fray. Observing this, Whitebeard erupted into laughter and shared a few rounds with the group. Others gradually joined in the merriment, clustering in small groups, engaging in boisterous conversation and drinking. Only Skuyard wore a complex expression, lost in solitary contemplation as he sipped his drink. As the banquet drew to a close, dawn broke. The moon had quietly slipped away, and the Whitebeard pirate ship arrived in the early light, departing with the rising sun. Barrett and Jean stood on the shattered shore, bidding farewell to the white squad. As the shadow of the vessel receded into the distance, basking in the sunlight, Barrett smiled and inquired of Jean about his sentiments regarding the recent battle. Mitsuda is formidable, yet I can sense a disparity between us. Should the conflict continue, I would undoubtedly be the one to falter, Jean replied with gravity. Indeed, they possess great strength. Barrett murmured, his fingers tracing the scar on his chest, reflecting softly. In the previous skirmish, despite exerting his utmost, He had failed to compel Whitebeard to unleash his full power. Had it not been for White's restraint in that final strike, he would surely have met his demise. Nevertheless, beneath that blade, he vanquished his fears, solidified his convictions, and achieved a breakthrough, elevating his mastery of armament Haki to the third phase. Overall, his progress this time was immensely significant. Next time, I shall ensure that you unleash your full potential. Barrett gazed intently at the crimson sun, his eyes ablaze with fervent brilliance. Next time, I shall surely conquer you. Similarly, Jean harbored thoughts of Odin, designating Kazuki Odin as his foremost adversary to vanquish. Barrett. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from the sea. How did she arrive here? Barrett and the other person lifted their gazes, only to behold a vessel gradually approaching, leaving them exchanging glances in surprise. Barrett, remain still. I shall feed you. June, your injury has yet to heal. You are forbidden from consuming alcohol. Barrett gazed at Delia, who was as persistent as a harping housekeeper, feeling overwhelmed. They had been on their journey for 3 days, and his headache had persisted just as long. Captain, I've had my fill. I will scout ahead, he announced. According to the nautical charts, the next island was named Gigi Island, home to a kingdom. Jean set down the unfinished morsel of meat and fled the dining hall, soaring into the sky. The primary reason for his haste was Delia's incessant nagging. Over the past 3 days, both Barrett and Jean had suffered considerably. To escape, Jean had been darting away at remarkable speed almost every day. Barrett, do you dislike me? Delia asked as she watched Jean take flight once again, noticing Barrett's slightly disdainful expression. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him. Delia, we are merely strangers who have crossed paths for a few days. Your focus should not be on us, but on your own well-being. It is important to remember that Gigi Island is not far away. You must consider how you will survive there. Barrett sipped his drink and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Barrett, are you truly forcing me off your vessel? Delia gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Have you forgotten? This is merely a transaction. Barrett chuckled softly. Barrett, I have no family left. Might I remain aboard your ship? Delia looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her gaze brimming with desperation. No, he replied firmly. There is no room for the weak on my ship. Barrett shook his head and rose to his feet. As he reached the door, he turned back and said to Delia, Jean has prepared some treasures for you. Be cautious, and you should be able to live a prosperous life. With that, Barrett left the kitchen without looking back. Watching Barrett's departure, Delia pouted and sat on the ground, bursting into tears. Half an hour later, Jean returned and, spotting Barrett standing alone on the deck, descended from the sky to land beside him. How far are we from Gigi Island? Barrett inquired softly, gazing at the sea. At our current speed. We should reach it in 2 hours, Jean replied. 2 hours, you say? Barrett murmured, glancing at Delia, who was busy in the room. Jean, please fetch some of the treasures you prepared earlier. Boss, we know each other well enough. Giving her some treasures shouldn't be an issue. Jean responded, puzzled. In his memory, Barrett had never been a miser, so why did he behave differently when it came to Delia? This is for her own good, Barrett explained. Delia is just a little girl. If others find out she possesses such treasures, many will try to take advantage of her. I understand now. Jean nodded and quickly dashed back to the room. Barrett stood silently on the deck, gazing out at the vast sea. Barrett, may I join your crew? Delia's voice broke the tranquility as she approached him from behind. No, you are too weak, he replied. Barrett did not turn around. He simply shook his head gently. I can become stronger, and I possess extensive knowledge of navigation. Aren't you in search of a navigator? Why can't it be me? Delia urged eagerly. You know how to navigate? Upon hearing this, Barrett turned back, gazing at Delia in astonishment. They had been acquainted for several days. Yet Delia had never mentioned this aspect of her background. I have studied navigation since childhood under my uncle's guidance. I have read all his books and am well versed in the knowledge of sailing. However, I have never had the opportunity to set sail, so I lack practical experience. Delia explained. Indeed, we are in search of a navigator, but our navigator must also be formidable. Therefore, I must ask for your understanding that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Barrett furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Delia was now 14 years old, and her physical condition could only be deemed mediocre. Even with rigorous training in the future, the results would likely be subpar. The path to becoming a formidable individual was exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, their current strength was not formidable enough to ensure Delia's safety in the face of danger. I can learn. I can strive to grow stronger. Upon witnessing Barrett's rejection, Delia became agitated and took a step forward, grasping Barrett's hand. Becoming stronger is a painful journey. You may not be able to endure such hardship, so perhaps it's best to let it go. Barrett pondered for a moment before ultimately declining. Delia possessed only mediocre talent. And being a girl, her potential could only reach the rank of a rear admiral unless she were to acquire a formidable devil fruit. Otherwise, her ceiling was deemed perilously low for their early endeavors. You are not me. How can you presume to understand the hardships I can endure? Delia retorted, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Is that so? Barrett replied with a light chuckle. Then how do you propose to demonstrate that? Shall you merely stand there and declare it? What must I do to witness this? Delia glared at Barrett, her eyes brimming with indignation. You've seen our usual efforts. They amount to 200. If we manage to accomplish this before reaching Gigi Island, I shall allow you on board as our navigator, Barrett said, a smile playing on his lips. Unconvinced that the gentle girl could rise to the challenge. Fine, as you say, Delia conceded, releasing her hold on Barrett, placing her hands on the ground, and commencing her push-ups. We are still approximately 40 minutes from Gigi Island. If you do not hasten your pace, you may find yourself unable to finish and devoid of strength by the time we arrive, and I shall have no choice but to cast you overboard. Barrett, who had no intention of allowing Delia on the ship, spoke with deliberate provocation. Breathlessly, Delia disregarded Barrett's taunts, increasing the frequency of her movements significantly, her stamina evidently accelerating as well. Barrett gazed out at the sea, utterly indifferent. This regimen comprised 6 exercises: push-ups, squats, sit-ups, bunny hops, and others. In his early days, even completing a mere 500 repetitions of each had taken him several hours. Though he had since reduced the volume significantly, he believed that Delia, who had never engaged in any form of exercise, could not possibly accomplish this feat, let alone sustain it. Before long, Jean arrived on the deck and observed Delia performing sit-ups. Curiously, he turned to Barrett and inquired about the situation. She wishes to board our vessel, and I have offered her an opportunity. If she can complete 200 repetitions of each exercise we typically practice before we reach Gigi Island, I shall allow her to join us, Barrett explained with a smile. How could that be possible? Jean echoed Barrett's disbelief regarding Delia's ability to succeed. The training methods were those Barrett had imparted to him, and when he first began, he had struggled to manage 300 repetitions of each, only gradually increasing his capacity after several days of effort. If she insists on attempting it, I am left with no alternative. Barrett shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. Meanwhile, Delia, completely oblivious to their disdain, continued to perform push-ups with fervor. Her pace quickened significantly, fueled by their derision, as beads of sweat cascaded onto the deck, soaking her attire in the process. Barrett and the others did not appear particularly impressive. As Barrett turned to gaze at the sea, Jean departed from the deck without a word. However, the relentless determination displayed by Delia as she performed push-ups caught Barrett's attention, prompting him to silently observe her with his observation Haki. Time passed swiftly, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, leaving Barrett and Jean in contemplative silence as they looked out at the port of Gigi Island. In truth, they had arrived at Gigi Island several minutes earlier. Although Delia had only completed 3 sets at that point, her unwavering spirit compelled both Barrett and Jean to refrain from interrupting her. She fell, only to rise again, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion, pinching her skin to inflict pain as motivation, her hands and legs marred with blood. Boss, let her be, Jean implored, unable to watch Delia continue her grueling workout. Sighing softly, Barrett felt moved by Delia's tenacity and resolve. Delia, it's time to stop, he urged gently. Barrett, just give me a little more time. I can still do it, Delia replied, panic flooding her voice as she grasped Barrett's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. We've arrived. You can take a break now. Seeing her distress tugged at Barrett's heart. Barrett, Delia stammered before suddenly losing consciousness, collapsing into Barrett's embrace. I wonder if this will be detrimental to you, Barrett murmured, his gaze filled with an inexplicable emotion. He then called out to Jean, go procure some supplies and medicinal herbs for a bath. We are leaving immediately. Understood, boss, Jean replied, nodding before leaping from the ship onto the dock. Crushing a stone slab beneath his feet, he strode confidently into the kingdom of Gigi, his imposing presence swiftly dissuading any would-be troublemakers lurking in the port. Under the luminous moon and amidst the vast expanse of stars, Delia slowly regained consciousness in her cabin aboard the ship, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. Barrett, she exclaimed, quickly recollecting her agreement with him before fainting. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized with a start that she was indeed in her cabin on the ship. They did not abandon me. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to rise, her weary body protesting as she made her way toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, she found Jean diligently exercising, performing the same movement she had done earlier, albeit at a pace far beyond her own. Barrett sat cross-legged, with Haki resting flat upon his lap, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. "You are awake," he suddenly remarked, his eyes opening to reveal a cheerful smile directed at Delia. Delia replied, her eyes tinged with redness as she nodded. "Now that you are awake, tell me, are you certain you wish to join us?" "We are destined to become pirates," Barrett stated with a serious demeanor. "I wish to join you," Delia affirmed with a solemn nod. "Since you have made your decision, starting tomorrow, I shall train you. I will grant you a period of time. Should you fail to meet my expectations during this interval, you will have no choice but to disembark," Barrett declared coldly. "Moreover, my training could be perilous. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed?" "I will surely succeed," Delia asserted with unwavering conviction. "Since you have resolved to do so, I shall no longer deter you. However, should you fall short of my standards, I will ensure you leave the ship." After a moment of silence, Barrett rose, his gaze fixed intently upon Delia. "I will undoubtedly succeed," Delia replied, unperturbed as she met Barrett's stare. "The medicinal bath has been prepared for you. You should partake in it first. Otherwise, you will struggle to rise tomorrow. Additionally, your training attire has been arranged. You shall wear it from now on." Barrett withdrew his gaze, gesturing towards the room designated for the medicinal bath, and then seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes in silence. "I will not allow you to abandon me," Delia declared, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination as she proceeded towards the room pointed out by Barrett. "Jean, do you think that leaving her behind might lead to her detriment?" Once Delia had departed, Barrett opened his eyes, releasing a deep sigh. "Captain, it is still some time before we can set sail to form our pirate crew. Is it not premature to dismiss Delia's potential at this juncture?" Jean turned to sit on the deck, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Barrett. "Indeed, we are still in the process of gathering strength. Let us observe whether she has the fortitude to persevere and keep pace with us." Barrett paused momentarily, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. "Hee." Jean chimed in lightly, "Boss, do not underestimate Delia. You witnessed her unwavering resolve during the day. I have a feeling she will endure." Upon hearing this, Barrett's expression became somewhat dazed, and he could not help but recall the bloodied girl from earlier. "In that case, starting tomorrow, you shall be responsible for venturing outside to see if there are any beasts on the island and procure some game, lest our nutrition falter." Barrett uttered a terse remark before rising and striding into the room. Upon hearing this, June's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Barrett's retreating figure, his lips twitching in frustration. "Alas, what misfortune befalls me?" June sighed and turned over to commence his training. The following day, at dawn, on the deck, Barrett was wrapped in bandages, his expression grave. Opposite him stood Delia, her hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in a sleek black training outfit, exuding an air of confidence. "Delia, from this moment forth, you are required to complete 200 repetitions of each exercise you previously performed by morning," Barrett stated with utmost seriousness, meticulously outlining the training regimen. "Furthermore, increase the count by 10 each day. In the afternoon, I shall bind you with ropes, and you will swim in the sea, starting with 1 hour. Each day, the duration will increase by 10 minutes. Do you understand?" "Understood," Delia replied emphatically. "Commence," Barrett commanded coldly. Taking a deep breath, Delia began her training, and as she progressed, she suddenly realized that her body felt invigorated after last night's medicinal bath. "Hurry up. Your pace is far too sluggish. Even worse than before. If you cannot endure, simply say so, and I will have you disembark at the next island," Barrett shouted sternly. Delia remained silent, increasing her speed significantly, though the fatigue weighed heavily upon her. "Not enough. Still insufficient. You must accelerate your pace. I have decided to shorten the time for these exercises. You now have only 2 hours." Barrett's relentless admonitions echoed like those of a demon. Delia said nothing, merely quickening her movements. Sweat poured from her, pooling beneath her as she completed each exercise. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and Delia collapsed on the deck, resembling a lifeless fish. "You cannot even withstand this bit of training? Quickly rise, go to the medicinal bath, rest for an hour, and after your meal, commence the afternoon training. Given your outstanding performance this morning, you are granted a special reward, 3 hours of swimming this afternoon." Barrett's devilish voice resonated once more. Understood. Delia shot Barrett a fierce glare, but did not protest. Instead, she struggled to her feet and made her way to the medicinal bathroom. With a resounding slam, Delia angrily shut the door. Will this girl harbor resentment towards me in the future? Barrett stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, Jean descended from the heavens, bearing a colossal beast upon his shoulders. The deck creaked ominously under the weight, and the entire ship seemed to sink slightly. Brother, he exclaimed. Surely you could have chosen something smaller. At this rate, the ship will soon be submerged. Barrett was taken aback, expressing his exasperation. Just moments ago. Had it not been for his keen observation, he might have drawn his weapon. Boss, don't you think with our appetites, whether this beast is sufficient remains uncertain. Besides, it took me over an hour to locate it. June set the colossal creature down and cast an irritated glance at Barrett. That's a fair point, Barrett admitted awkwardly. Rubbing his nose, he drew his black blade and began to carve the flesh. In mere moments, the enormous beast lay dismembered, its innards and unwanted parts meticulously stripped away. June, wait a moment. Barrett, upon seeing Jean, felt an urge to discard the unwanted items and quickly interjected. Boss, you wouldn't want to eat these, would you? Jean cast a disdainful glance at Barrett. I intend to use them, Barrett retorted, glaring at Jean. Tonight, we shall experiment with these to see if we can catch some sea kings. Their flesh is not only exquisite but also teems with energy. As he spoke, Barrett licked his lips, reminiscing fondly about the sea kings. Their meat was delectable, and the energy they contained was unparalleled. During his time aboard Roger's ship, he and Rayleigh would often fish for sea kings to replenish their energy after rigorous training. Boss, you should have mentioned this earlier. I'll prepare these right away. Upon hearing about the sea kings, Jin's appetite was piqued. The last time they had indulged was 3 years ago, after Barrett consumed the devil fruit. He could no longer venture into the sea, and with the absence of sea kings near Flame Island, they were left with only the forest animals to feast upon, which paled in comparison. Just be careful not to spill the blood, otherwise it will lose its flavor, Barrett instructed, shouldering the freshly cut meat. To temporarily assume the role of the cook, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Among the three, the charred meat lacked flavor and merely served to replenish energy. Delia was only adept at preparing vegetarian dishes, her grilling skills being rather mediocre. Only Barrett, having been born in the countryside in a past life, possessed the knowledge of curing meat. After having prepared it in this manner twice, he was unanimously designated as the one responsible for all future meat dishes. I must urgently seek out a chef. As Barrett skillfully handled the beast meat, he pondered to himself. Once he finished the preparation, Barrett utilized his abilities to process the meat, and soon the small boat was enveloped in a rich, savory aroma. June and Delia, who had just emerged from her medicinal bath, were drawn to the kitchen by the tantalizing scent. Without hesitation, they beheld the perfectly cooked pieces of meat and eagerly devoured them. Upon witnessing the scene, Barrett transitioned from a two-handed operation to a single-handed one, using one hand to prepare the meat while the other was occupied devouring it. Before long, the colossal beast brought by June was swiftly vanquished. Once Delia finished her meal, she returned to her quarters and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, June and Barrett ascended to the deck, channeling their vitality to restore energy. With June honing his hands through rigorous practice, Barrett utilized the energy to mend his bodily injuries, having previously sustained multiple fractured bones at the hands of Whitebeard. Despite the miraculous ability of resurrection, he was still not fully restored. In the afternoon, the tyrant Barrett has made his entrance, binding a rope around Delia's waist and casting her into the sea, compelling her to swim under the guise of strengthening her stamina. Perhaps this is what he previously referred to as a man of iron. Nearby, Jin watched with furrowed brows, silently scoffing. As night fell, on the deck, Barrett and Jean bound several substantial pieces of the former behemoth's innards with rope and cast them into the sea, contentedly preparing to fish. Delia, however, was secured to the mast by Barrett, fearing that the commotion from fishing for sea kings might inadvertently cause her to tumble into the water. Both he and Jean possessed formidable abilities, and should they fall overboard, they would be entirely at the mercy of the sea. Delia had attempted to resist, but found her efforts futile, ultimately resigning herself to this humiliating fate. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and with no signs of activity, Delia began to harbor doubts about Barrett and Jean. How long has it been? Why have we seen no trace of the sea kings you spoke of? Are you two conspiring to keep me restrained? Absolutely not. Do not speak nonsense, Barrett retorted, glancing back at her before turning to Jean. Brother, Do you think it's possible that this location lacks sea kings? Boss, we are in the Grand Line. It is inconceivable that there are no sea kings here. Jean replied. It seems we must have erred somewhere, failing to attract them. Impossible. I employed this very method with Master Rayleigh. How could there be a misstep? Barrett countered vehemently, feeling challenged on his expertise. Boss, think carefully. Jean pressed on, unwilling to concede. Could it truly be that we made an error in our approach? Barrett frowned involuntarily, meticulously recalling the details of his past fishing expeditions with Rayleigh for sea kings. The two rascals, upon noticing that they were being ignored, caused Delia to gnash her teeth in frustration, her mind filled with curses. After a moment, Barrett slapped his thigh joyfully, exclaiming, Brother, I just remembered. When we fished for sea kings back in the day, the boat was always moving. This method helped to release the scent of the meat's blood, attracting the sea kings. I'll take the helm, Jean replied without hesitation, swiftly making his way to the mast to raise the sails. Soon, the boat began to glide through the water. While Barrett held tightly to the rope, his expression gravely serious. Jean emerged quickly, drawing his long knife, his demeanor alert. Could it be that a sea king truly approached? Observing their tense readiness, Delia couldn't help but feel a flicker of belief, her eyes wide with eager anticipation. As time passed, half an hour slipped away. Yet no sea kings had bitten. The three found themselves ravenous, their stomachs pressing against their backs. Brother, why don't you go for a stroll and procure tonight's meal? We can discuss the sea kings tomorrow, Barrett suggested, clutching his belly in dismay. He had anticipated a successful catch, having refrained from sending Jean hunting, eagerly awaiting a feast of sea king meat. However, it appeared that all his efforts had been in vain, leaving them all hungry. Boss, it's late at night. Aren't you afraid I might get lost in this vast sea? Jean replied, speechless at Barrett's suggestion. What else can we do? Barrett offered a wry smile. There is nothing for it. If we're left to our own devices, we'll be eating vegetarian tonight. Bound and seething with frustration, Delia had initially hoped to hear something exciting or witness something novel, only to find herself still relying on others to provide sustenance after hours of being tied up. Boss, why not heed Delia's suggestion? Jean tentatively inquired, as he too felt the pangs of hunger. A vegetarian meal would be preferable to an empty stomach. Then prepared to do so, Barrett was about to acquiesce when his observation Haki sensed something approaching beneath the boat. He eagerly pulled on the rope, inching it upward. Jean, equally attuned to the presence below, gripped his knife, his face alight with excitement. Could it be that a sea king truly was on its way? Observing the sudden transformation in their demeanor, Delia felt a renewed interest, her gaze fixed intently on the two. Barrett slowly tugged at the rope until the bound entrail surfaced, skillfully manipulating the line with a rhythmic rise and fall. Here it comes, Barrett shouted, yanking the rope with all his might, as his insides were flung into the air. Simultaneously, a colossal bull's head erupted from the water, surging forth a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Ember, Barrett shouted urgently. In a flash, Jean thrust a blade into the bull-headed sea king. The creature roared, violently thrashing its body, creating a tempest that sent the ship reeling back several dozen meters, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Delia cried out, Barrett, the ship is about to overturn. You must free me at once. Hold steady. Barrett leapt into the air, forcefully propelling himself towards the other end of the vessel. Stabilizing the ship, he swiftly soared towards Jean. Jean, we shall each take a side and swiftly eliminate him, he declared. As Barrett arrived, he grasped one of the bull's horns with a single hand. All right, boss, Jean replied, clutching a long blade in one hand while gripping the other bull's horn with the other. Lift off. With a concerted effort, Barrett and Jean hoisted the colossal Minotaur Sea King, measuring several dozen meters, high into the air. The creature bellowed thunderously, thrashing wildly in its aerial confinement. Indeed, this was a true sea monster. Gazing at the enormous beast suspended in the sky, Delia was left awestruck, her beautiful eyes wide open in fear of missing any extraordinary moment. Barrett and Jean were not inclined to show mercy. Jean released his grip on the long blade, summoning flames that transformed into fiery claws, which he drove into the creature's bull-like head. Simultaneously, Barrett's other fist was charged with searing heat, delivering a powerful blow to the opposite side. The Sea King, not even able to struggle, was thoroughly cooked, and the tantalizing aroma nearly compelled Barrett and Jean to indulge midair. Subsequently, the two hoisted the Sea King and ascended back to the ship. It was indeed enormous. Observing it up close, Delia felt as though her world was woefully small. Unperturbed by Delia's thoughts, Jean held the Sea King, while Barrett returned to the ship first, placing several large barrels upon the deck. He then shouted to Jean, urging him to bring over some of the creature's blood, as it would be a substantial boon for them, not to be squandered. Barrett was already familiar with the benefits of Sea King blood from his time on the deserted island, where he had once assisted Jean in enhancing his capabilities. Furthermore, he had conducted research on concocting medicinal baths using the blood, yielding remarkable results. Thus, during their time aboard Roger's ship, their strength had rapidly increased, and this became their unique secret remedy. However, Roger and Rayleigh eventually learned of it and began their own investigations. Through their studies on the Sea King bloodbaths, they discovered limitations. Only individuals in their growth phase, specifically minors with developing bones, could benefit. Consequently, Buggy and Shanks became the subjects of Roger and Rayleigh's research. Due to a mishap, Buggy inadvertently consumed too much, nearly bursting, prompting the three to realize that dosage should be determined by physique, relegating the rest for medicinal baths. Ultimately, Barrett shared the method for the baths, and to procure the necessary ingredients, Buggy's trove of treasures was depleted within a month. Nonetheless, the physical fortitude of the four was significantly enhanced, prompting Buggy to embark on researching treasure maps not out of greed, as in the original tale, but in pursuit of strength. "All right, Captain," Jean flapped his wings, slowly descending. "Delia, come quickly to assist." Barrett wielded his long blade, freeing Delia from her restraints. "What shall I do?" Delia's petite face flushed crimson, brimming with excitement, for this was her inaugural encounter with the Sea King. "In a moment, I will draw blood. Keep an eye on which barrel fills up, and promptly switch it out," Barrett instructed. "All right," Delia responded eagerly, dashing to the wooden barrels and fixating her gaze on them. With a swift motion, Barrett swung his blade, severing the fishtail, which he quickly caught and set aside. The blood of the Sea King cascaded like a torrential downpour, flowing incessantly. Before long, all 5 of the large barrels he had set out were filled to the brim. Noticing that the blood continued to flow, Barrett urgently called out to Delia, "Delia, hurry and immerse yourself in the blood. It will benefit you greatly. The longer you endure, the more advantageous it will be for you. But remember to keep your mouth tightly closed. The energy within the blood is too potent for you to handle at this moment." "Understood." Delia hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly stepping beneath the cascade of blood. As the first drop landed on her skin, a wave of intense heat surged through her. Yet, mindful of Barrett's words, she firmly shut her mouth and bore the experience. Moments later, as the blood of the Sea King was fully drained, Barrett commenced the task of butchering. In just a few fleeting minutes, the once mighty Sea King was transformed into numerous delectable pieces of meat. Barrett and Jean, regardless of the circumstances on the deck, indulged in their meal without hesitation. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Jean took it upon himself to tidy up the deck, while Barrett commenced preparing medicinal baths. He prepared a total of 3 barrels, 1 for each of the 3 men. Tomorrow as training shall be doubled. Anything less would be a disservice to the efforts made tonight. Barrett cradled Delia, who lay in a pool of blood, and administered a small vial of blood to her before placing her in the most diluted medicinal bath. Subsequently, he shed his shirt and entered the most concentrated bath himself. In no time, Jean followed suit and joined them in the final tub. The 3 of them quietly succumbed to slumber in their soothing immersion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, startling the trio as they looked up at the heavens, where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thousands of silver dragons danced across the sky, which appeared to be torn asunder, shattering into countless fragments that created a wondrous spectacle upon the surface of the sea. The 3 were awestruck by the celestial display. Then, a fierce wind swept through. Bang! Bang! Countless waves relentlessly battered the vessel. "Jean, hurry and start the propeller." Coming to his senses, Barrett leaped from the bath and swiftly stowed the sails. Jean followed suit, racing towards the control room. "You fool, are you not a navigator? Quickly guide me to the control room." Seeing Delia still dazed, Barrett's frustration boiled over as he hoisted her and dashed towards the control room. Just then, after a deafening clap of thunder, hail began to pelt the ship with a relentless thud. The wind howled again, growing increasingly fierce as towering waves rose on the sea, one surpassing the other. "Quickly direct us, or we shall await our doom." Upon reaching the control room, Barrett grasped the helm and spoke with rapid urgency. Delia fought to suppress her fear, focusing intently on the approaching waves. Moments later, she shouted, "Hard to starboard. We cannot sail against the wind. We must harness the favor of the gales." Barrett remained silent, adhering to Delia's commands. The bow of the vessel creaked as it pivoted, waves crashing against the hull, nearly capsizing the boat, though fortunately, it was merely a brief swell. Continuing to turn sharply to the right, we had to complete the maneuver. Delia continued to shout, and Barrett steered the vessel. Just as the ship had not entirely turned, another wave surged, even higher than the last, lifting the hull slightly. He adjusted the helm before continuing to steer hard to the right. Delia grew increasingly composed, her directives no longer tinged with the earlier urgency. Barrett did not inquire but silently obeyed the command. Soon, under Delia's direction, the vessel turned. Barrett, set the sails. Upon witnessing the ship's transformation, Delia exclaimed with delight. Barrett darted forward, swiftly making his way toward the mast. His gaze fixed on the hail as he fervently pulled the ropes to hoist the sails. With each gust of the fierce wind, the vessel's speed surged, cutting through the tumultuous sea with remarkable swiftness. Yet, looming behind him were waves rising ever higher, relentlessly pursuing like a harbinger of doom. Increase to full power, he commanded. Barrett observed the increasingly towering waves and let out a powerful shout as he hurried towards the control room. For at that moment, Delia was utterly incapable of steering the vessel alone. Upon Barrett's return, Delia unleashed her innate command abilities. By dawn, the trio finally distanced themselves from the relentless waves behind them. After a gentle rain, a magnificent rainbow arched across the sky. Yet the three were too fatigued to appreciate its beauty, leaning wearily against the bow of the ship. As noon approached, the oppressive sun hung high in the sky. You damned scoundrel, you filthy wretch. After a night of toil, not only do you deny us rest, but you also demand we train twice as hard. Delia grumbled incessantly while performing her exercises on deck. Delia, you have but 3 hours to complete this set of movements. Afterward, you shall rest for 1 hour before commencing your swimming. Barrett sat in a chair, feigning ignorance to Delia's incessant chatter, his expression cold as he gazed at her. Meanwhile, Jean, who was also engaged in training, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, yearning to inquire who had once proclaimed that one should be gentle with girls. Delia shot Barrett a fierce glare, her body betraying her by quickening its pace. Despite the prolonged training, she felt neither fatigue nor exhaustion. Rather, she sensed her strength increasing gradually. Attributing this to the blood of the Sea King she had consumed the previous night and the large tub she had soaked in afterward. With a steady rhythm, Delia sweated profusely, and soon, the deck training was completed. After resting for a short while, she diligently bound the ropes around herself and leapt into the sea with a splash, commencing her aquatic training, which continued until dusk. Following this, she voraciously devoured the flesh of the Sea King, as Barrett had informed her that it was rich in energy, capable of enhancing her physical capabilities, urging her to consume it in abundance. Lastly came the Sea King's medicinal bath. Each of the three had their own tub, and by the time the next day dawned, they would all find themselves on the deck. This cycle repeated itself for 10 days, during which Delia's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable. However, Barrett still refrained from imparting any combat techniques, focusing solely on physical conditioning. After a decade of the Sea King's medicinal baths, Barrett's body had fully recovered. Concurrently, they had navigated by the eternal pointer to Dressrosa. Presently, Dressrosa was under the governance of the Riku family, the rulers depicted in the original narrative. Although King Rika treated his subjects well, the burdens of celestial gold rendered the nation impoverished. Barrett and his companions exchanged treasures for berries, having to visit several establishments before successfully converting a bag of treasures into currency. Subsequently, Barrett allocated a significant portion of the berries to Delia, allowing Jean to accompany her on a procurement expedition for medicinal herbs and supplies. Delia was elated by this arrangement, eagerly dragging Jean along for a grand shopping spree. Barrett disregarded her and ventured alone to the bullfighting arena in search of the mightiest warrior of Dressrosa, Cyrus, as depicted in the original tale. At just 17, Cyrus was still striving to earn the recognition of his people and was entangled in debts within the arena. It remained uncertain whether he had formed any romantic liaisons. As Barrett approached the entrance, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, after all, in the original narrative, Cyrus was a prince. Yet it was unclear if he had found a companion. If he had indeed become involved, this journey might prove futile. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed and see for himself. After a brief pause, Barrett purchased a ticket at the entrance and stepped into the arena. Rise. Counterattack. As Barrett entered the arena, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of shouts that echoed beneath the dome. How maddeningly loud! Barrett rubbed his ears, overwhelmed by the deafening shouts, feeling an urge to unleash a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Barrett, without seeking a designated spot, leaned against a railing, surveying the vast arena. It was immense, accommodating no fewer than 3,000 spectators, each seemingly driven to a frenzy, their eyes aflame with fervor. The state of these individuals was indicative of one of the three vices, gambling. This vice constitutes a significant portion of Dressrosa's fiscal revenue. It is essential to understand that the grand arena of Dressrosa is not akin to the bullfighting arenas of Europe. Rather, it is a venue for gladiatorial combat, primarily featuring sword fighters. Occasionally, grand contests are held, but due to the excessively bloody and violent nature of these events, children are barred from entry. However, it is apparent that King Riku lacks the managerial acumen of Don Quixote da Flamingo, as well as his formidable prowess. Most of the combatants here are locals, either seeking redemption or aspiring to join the royal army and partake in the king's bounty. In the original narrative, Cavendish was one who rose to prominence through royal patronage, ultimately becoming a prince by marriage. Had Doflamingo not intervened, Cavendish might well have ascended to the throne himself. Nevertheless, the swordsmen and other participants in these duels are generally not particularly formidable. Even those with innate talent are constrained by their limited horizons. One wonders how Cavendish fares in this environment. Barrett had watched several matches, his initial enthusiasm from the first bout gradually waning into a profound tedium. Were it not for the anticipation of Cyrus's appearance, he would have considered leaving outright. Now, let us welcome our valiant champion, Cyrus, alongside the formidable warrior, Ali. Just as Barrett found himself succumbing to ennui, the arena reverberated with the announcement of Cyrus's impending duel. At long last, the moment had arrived. Barrett shifted his gaze downward. The arena's center revealed a vast circular expanse, spanning several hundred meters, reminiscent of the Colosseum from the tale of the Spartan 300. Soon, within this grand circle, a robust man wielding a great sword and another of similar stature, brandishing a hefty axe, entered from opposing sides. Both stood nearly 3 meters tall, their faces rugged yet betraying a hint of youthful innocence, indicating they were not of considerable age. This must be Cyrus. He was easily identifiable, as the original narrative depicted Cyrus as a swordsman, armed with a formidable sword. At that moment, the two combatants commenced their duel, their initial clash revealing an apparent stalemate in strength. The first encounter piqued Barrett's interest, particularly the youth with the axe, prompting him to observe intently. The sounds of their relentless exchanges, the clashing of their weapons, echoed through the arena with fervor. How intriguing, he mused. Barrett's lips curled into a smile as he effortlessly perceived the movements of the two combatants through his observation Haki. Indeed, Cyrus exhibited greater prowess. Yet it was merely in the realm of combat technique. In terms of sheer strength, the youth named Ali was evidently far superior to Cyrus, as evidenced by the slight tremor in Cyrus's hands. This only deepened Barrett's intrigue towards Ali, overshadowing his interest in Cyrus. With a thunderous clash, Cyrus's great sword collided violently with Ali's massive axe. An unforeseen incident occurred. Ali's axe, unable to withstand the force, shattered. Cyrus, unable to retract his strike in time, aimed his sword towards Ali's head, leaving Ali momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Get out of the way," Cyrus shouted anxiously. "Kill him." This scene sent adrenaline surging through the spectators in the arena, with the timid covering their eyes while the bold sprang to their feet in a frenzy. However, at that very moment, a black arm intervened, blocking Cyrus's greatsword, none other than Barrett, who had anticipated the impending danger and acted swiftly. "Who are you?" Cyrus, having been pushed back several steps, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ali was unharmed and turned his gaze towards Barrett. "My apologies, young brother, but he is someone I have taken a liking to, and I certainly do not wish for him to perish so easily." Barrett grinned. "Damn it, who is this bastard? How is this fight to be resolved? Cursed scoundrel, who gave you the right?" Before Cyrus could respond, the spectators in the arena regained their senses and began to vociferously berate. A chorus of disdain erupted from the crowd. Barrett's gaze sharpened as he bellowed for silence. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted, a formidable will that pervaded the arena, exerting an immense mental pressure upon the spectators. In an instant, save for the few rows furthest away, the audience was rendered unconscious, some collapsing forward, while others fainted in place. The remaining spectators covered their mouths in sheer terror, fearful of uttering even the slightest sound. What manner of power is this? Cyrus knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Barrett. "Swordsman, My strength may not be considerable, but would you be interested in exploring the world beyond with me? Barrett retracted his conqueror's Haki and glanced at Cyrus with a faint smile. I apologize, sir, but I have my own nation and a beloved. After a brief silence, Cyrus shook his head. How could you have formed such a bond so early? Barrett secretly scoffed, feeling a subtle discontent brewing within. Barrett cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Ollie, and much of his resentment dissipated. Had he not encountered Ollie, Barrett might have devised a plan to abduct Cyrus. However, with Ollie in the picture, the effort to win Cyrus over seemed rather unwise. Well then, what a pity. I wish you the best of luck. With this thought, Barrett found himself no longer entangled in his emotions. He hoisted Ollie and leaped away, departing from the arena. Who exactly is this person? And what kind of power does he possess? As he observed Barrett's retreat, Cyrus furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. How terrifying. Who was that individual just now? Indeed. Without any movement from him, everyone fell. Once Barrett had left, the arena returned to its previous clamor. However, none of this concerned Barrett at that moment. He was soaring through the skies with the unconscious Ollie in tow, and before long, he arrived aboard the ship. Barrett placed Ollie aboard the vessel and gently splashed water upon his face. After a brief moment, Ollie stirred and gazed at Barrett with a bewildered expression, inquiring, Who are you? Upon hearing Ollie's voice, Nima's eyes widened in astonishment, for Ollie's utterance was unmistakably that of a child. The juxtaposition of a robust man with a child's voice was utterly jarring. Barrett took a deep breath and inquired with curiosity, Young brother, how old are you? I am 12 years old, Ollie replied. Damn, how careless of me. Barrett was utterly astonished. He never expected such a robust young lad to be merely 12 years old, nearly blinding him with disbelief. Young brother, why do you find yourself in the arena at such a tender age? After a brief silence, Barrett inquired. Because my family is impoverished. Being the eldest and able to consume more, my father sold me into this place. Ollie hesitated momentarily before revealing the truth, remembering that Barrett had just saved him. Upon hearing this, Barrett was taken aback. He was aware that human trafficking existed in this world, with countless individuals sold by their own parents, yet he never imagined he would encounter such a situation. However, judging by Ollie's account, it seemed his father had no choice but to make such a decision. Consequently, Barrett asked, Would you like to return home? I can escort you back. No, big brother. I was sold to the arena when I was 10. Since then, I have helped the arena generate profits. I returned home once, only to find that no one was there. According to those nearby, after selling me, my father left with my younger siblings. Ollie spoke with a remarkable calmness, clearly having come to terms with his fate. Then how about you accompany me from now on? Barrett proposed. Big brother, I have quite an appetite. Ollie hesitated. Fear not. The sea is abundant with food, and I can certainly eat far more than you. Barrett reassured him. Barrett chuckled nonchalantly. All right, my brother. Let's agree on this. In the future, do not cast me aside simply because I have a hearty appetite. Ollie replied earnestly. Rest assured, I won't dismiss you. From now on, you shall refer to me as boss. Barrett replied with a smile. Very well, boss. I shall follow you from now on. Hearing that he would be well fed and not cast away, Ollie readily consented. Barrett chuckled. By the way, I heard in the arena that your real name is Ollie. Is that correct? My original name is Johnson. Ollie is a moniker given to me by the arena folk. Ollie shook his head in response. Should I call you Johnson or Ollie then? Call me Johnson. Now that I am free, I shall no longer go by Ollie. All right. I shall address you as Johnson from now on. Barrett patted Johnson's shoulder, adopting a serious tone. Johnson, there are a few rules aboard my ship that you must remember. Boss, please go ahead. Johnson nodded, his expression reflecting utmost seriousness. Barrett asserted 3 cardinal rules. Firstly, betrayal is utterly unacceptable, should one dare to betray. I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth until death. Secondly, one must never raise a hand against a comrade. To do so would render oneself an enemy in the eyes of my entire crew, leading to relentless pursuit. Thirdly, striking a civilian is the act of a coward. As a true warrior, one must wield the blade only against those of greater strength. Understood, boss, Johnson replied with a serious nod. Yes, Barrett affirmed. I will train you henceforth, so prepare yourself. My training is notoriously arduous. With a confident pat on his chest, Johnson declared, Do not worry, boss. I have never shied away from training. Barrett erupted in laughter. Very well. Remember your words. Should you later lament fatigue, you may find yourself without sustenance. I assure you, that will not happen. Johnson responded promptly, his resolve strengthened by the mention of food. All right, I shall hold you to that, Barrett chuckled. Now, let us go eat something while we await my two companions. Of course, boss. At the mention of food, Johnson's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After the earlier battle, he was ravenous and longed for a hearty feast. Yet, he soon found his pride and his appetite challenged. Barrett provided him with meat from the Sea King, a mere few dozen pounds, and that was more than sufficient to satiate him. Meanwhile, Barrett continued to consume without pause, a sight that both humbled Johnson and solidified his determination to follow Barrett. If someone with Barrett's voracious appetite could feel satisfied, surely he could endure. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the sea like a breathtaking masterpiece, Delia and Jean returned to the ship, burdened with various packages. However, upon witnessing Johnson engaged in an array of exercises, both were momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Delia inquired with curiosity. Hello, sister. I am the new crew member. Johnson, he replied, ceasing his activity and standing to beam at her. At the sound of Johnson's youthful voice, both Delia and Jean were struck with goosebumps. Particularly Delia, who felt a chill run down her spine when addressed as sister by a robust man covered in muscle. Uncle, I am only 14. It is quite unreasonable for you to call me sister, Delia protested. I am merely 12. Hence, it is entirely reasonable, Johnson explained earnestly. Upon hearing Johnson's declared age, both Jean and Delia dropped everything they were carrying. Johnson's physique and appearance were in stark contrast to that of a 12-year-old. The only feature that seemed to align with his age was his distinctly youthful voice. Delia took a deep breath, skepticism etched upon her face. Are you truly 12? Indeed. Sister, Johnson affirmed with a serious nod. My goodness, Delia exclaimed, disbelief written all over her face. Hello, brother. You may address me as Jean or Boss Jean, whichever you prefer. Jean adapted remarkably well, having spent the most time with Barrett and having been aboard Roger's ship. He had encountered a myriad of races in the New World. Although Johnson was somewhat surprising, he was not entirely unaccustomed to such occurrences. Greetings, Brother Jean, Johnson said. By the way, where has the captain gone? The captain is in the kitchen preparing meat. I had some free time, so I came out to exercise, Johnson replied, licking his lips in anticipation of the forthcoming feast. Indeed. Jean nodded and gestured towards Delia. This is Delia. You may call her sister or simply Delia. Hello, sister. Johnson greeted. Please, no, Delia quickly waved her hand, offering a wry smile. You can just call me Delia from now on. This is puzzling, Johnson said, his expression one of confusion. Just listen to her and call her Delia, Jean advised, patting Johnson on the shoulder. Now, let us take these items inside together. All right. Johnson replied, nodding as he followed Jean, carrying the items, while Delia trailed behind, somewhat lost in thought. In the Alabasta Sea, aboard Barrett's ship, the sun blazed fiercely, and the heat surged. On the deck, Johnson and Delia were engaged in their respective workouts, sweat pooling on the ground before being quickly evaporated by the soaring temperatures. You have 1 hour remaining. Should you fail to complete your tasks, I regret to inform you that I will reward you with an additional hour of extreme training. Barrett, donning sunglasses and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts, leisurely reclined beneath a sunshade, sipping juice while observing the training of two individuals with keen interest. Upon hearing the command, Johnson suddenly accelerated, his movements now at least twice as swift as before. Damn it, you scoundrel, Delia pouted, muttering curses under her breath as she pushed herself to hasten. An hour of swimming awaited them in the afternoon. Ignoring Delia's invectives, Barrett continued to enjoy his juice in a state of relaxation. Over the past fortnight, Delia had unleashed her curses upon him numerous times. Initially, he would brood in silence. But now he had developed a complete immunity, opting instead to respond with intensified training. Moreover, he always trained the two of them together, ensuring that after their sessions, Johnson would become well acquainted with the essence of a resentful gaze. Boss, we've arrived at Albana. Should we disembark to procure supplies? At that moment, Jin's voice echoed from the bow of the ship. Jean, accelerate the propeller. We must depart from Albana swiftly, Barrett replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation before speaking gravely. Understood. Captain. Jean did not linger in conversation and hurried towards the engine room. A moment later, a thunderous roar erupted and the vessel's speed surged, slicing through the waves as they rapidly departed the waters of Albana. After half an hour, the cacophony subsided, and Jean returned to the deck, inquiring of Barrett, Captain, Why aren't we resupplying in Albana? Is it due to the previous incident? Jean, remember, caution is the key to avoiding significant mistakes. Barrett elucidated that although the incident transpired years ago, it has not been forgotten by the masses. This place has become a bustling hub, teeming with people, compelling us to exercise caution. After all, we are still in a period of dormancy, and it is prudent to avoid exposure whenever possible. Moreover, in the initial stages of the Grand Line and across the seas, the Navy's control is significantly stronger. I understand, Captain. I shall hasten the ship's speed and make haste to depart from Alabasta, Jean affirmed with a nod, turning toward the engine room. He recognized Barrett's apprehensions. The incident had indeed made quite a stir, leading to Alabasta's newfound notoriety and an influx of visitors. Delia, having overheard their conversation, looked at Barrett with a puzzled expression. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Barrett's icy voice cut through the air once more. Do not stare. I will not divulge anything to you, for you are too weak and not my crew member, thus lacking the privilege of knowledge. Additionally, due to your hesitation, you are required to undertake an extra hour of intensive training. Barrett spoke lightly, then picked up his juice and leisurely leaned back in his chair. Delia, taken aback by his words, fell silent and immersed herself in her training, her movements becoming swifter than before. Johnson remained silent as well, diligently focusing on his exercises, a habit ingrained in him from his time in the arena, obediently following the instructor's guidance. With a rhythmic sound of labored breaths, the two continued to sweat profusely as the vessel sped through the waters. Ahead, another ship came to a halt. However, it wasn't long before a warship positioned itself in front of Barrett and his companion's vessel. Barrett swiftly rose to his feet and ascended to the bow of the ship. Gazing across the waters, he beheld a naval warship, where a rear admiral led the charge. The admiral, in his 30s, bore a resolute countenance, complemented by a sparse beard. Clad in a crimson uniform, he donned a white hat atop his head, while a flowing white cloak of justice danced gracefully in the wind behind him. Intriguing, he remarked. Barrett pursed his lips, recognizing the rear admiral before him as Sakazuki, the infamous Red Dog, as he is widely referred to by the sea enthusiasts. To be honest, Barrett held a certain admiration for the Red Dog. Sakazuki was resolute in his judgments and possessed unwavering convictions. Were it not for Sakazuki's profound disdain for pirates, Barrett would have considered inviting him aboard. Jean, bring the ship to a halt. I wish to have a word with this admiral. Barrett shouted towards the mechanical room and stood at the bow, quietly awaiting the approach of the warship. As his voice faded, the roar of the propellers gradually diminished, and the vessel's speed decreased, with the warship halting directly in front of them, merely 10 meters away. May I inquire, Sir Major, is there a specific reason for obstructing our ship? Barrett inquired with a smile, gazing at Akainu. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Sakazuki fixed his gaze on Barrett, feeling an unmistakable sense of formidable pressure emanating from him. Moreover, the more Sakazuki scrutinized Barrett, the more he felt an eerie familiarity, as though he had encountered a similar visage before. Sir, have we met previously? Sakazuki asked. Upon hearing this, Barrett's heart tightened. He was certain he had never crossed paths with Sakazuki, and it was inconceivable that Sakazuki would know him. Thus, the only possibility was that his information had been thoroughly investigated by the Navy and was flagged within their records. Consequently, he feigned ease, responding, Sir Major, you jest. I am merely an ordinary merchant, lacking the opportunity to meet someone of your stature. Is that so? You appear anything but ordinary, Sakazuki retorted, his eyes filled with heightened vigilance. Heh. Barrett chuckled lightly, Sir Major, now that you have completed your inquiries, may we take our leave? Or do you require a search of our merchant vessel? Sakazuki tilted his head, glancing at Barrett's ship. He observed that aside from Barrett, only Johnson and Delia were training on the deck. Utilizing his observation Haki, he was certain that a fourth individual remained on board, concealed within the cabin, yet had not emerged. Sir, I must insist that you summon the person in the cabin. I need to see them, Sakazuki insisted, his brow furrowing. Sir Major, my companion possesses an unsightly appearance and is not suitable for public view. Barrett squinted, taken aback by Sakazuki's unexpected request to meet Jean. However, given Jin's peculiar attire, his appearance in public would undoubtedly draw Sakazuki's attention. No worries, I bear no prejudice against others. Sakazuki's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Barrett, exuding an aura that suggested he would resort to violence should Barrett decline. Boss, since this general wishes to see me, why not let him? Accompanied by a light chuckle, Jin emerged from the mechanical room. Upon seeing Jin's ensemble, a thunderbolt struck Sakazuki's mind, reminiscent of the photograph they had seen in the marshal's office after their promotion. The marshal had sternly warned them that if the two individuals in the photograph ever crossed paths, they must be apprehended with utmost effort. Only Barrett and two others were privy to the existence of this photograph within their cohort. Barrett, Jin. Sakazuki's voice was low and icy as he locked his fierce gaze onto both men. So, you truly have made a name for yourselves in the Navy? Barrett replied nonchalantly. General, you and your subordinates could have departed safely. But now, Barrett murmured, shaking his head as he turned to leave the bow of the ship. You shall not depart so easily. Sakazuki leapt into the air, gliding gracefully as his fist transformed into a magma-infused weapon, radiating an intensity that rivaled the heat emanating from Barrett's own hands. Hellhound. Sakazuki unleashed his right fist at Barrett, conjuring a colossal canine head of magma, exuding scorching heat as it barreled toward Barrett. Magma. Run, Barrett. The sheer ferocity of Akainu's assault left Delia and Johnson in a state of shock, with Delia crying out in panic. Continue your training. Today's session is not yet complete. Barrett did not turn around, remaining unfazed by Sakazuki's attack, his stern expression directed at Delia and Johnson. Before they could respond, a blade of light sliced through the air, obliterating Akainu's strike mid-flight, leaving the two momentarily stunned. General, you should not have allowed me to emerge. Jin's figure now hovered above Sakazuki, his long sword enveloped in flames. His eyes narrowed as he stared down at Sakazuki. One sword style, divine bird. With a fiery blade's flourish, a magnificent phoenix erupted, soaring towards Sakazuki, embodying immense pressure. Block it for me, great fire. Sakazuki's expression twisted in rage as he sensed the explosive energy within the flaming bird. Transforming his entire being into a seething mass of magma, he charged at the creature. The flames danced violently, the ocean's surface boiling from the intense heat, while a powerful shockwave sent waves crashing, propelling ships and war vessels 100 meters away. Is this within the realm of human capability? Who is that, capable of withstanding Vice Admiral Sakazuki? On board the warship, countless sailors stood agape, murmuring in disbelief. Brother Jin is extraordinary, Johnson exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Jin suspended in the air. Jin is truly remarkable. Delia gasped in astonishment. She had witnessed Barrett's prowess and understood his formidable abilities, yet she was taken aback by Jin's remarkable strength as well. Shatter it for me, Sakazuki bellowed from midair, as the temperature around them soared once more, giving rise to a ferocious sphere of flames in the sky. The fiery great bird was immediately assimilated. The magma erupted violently, and the blazing sphere, infused with boundless energy, surged directly towards Jin. One sword style, dragon of fire. Jin's expression turned grave as his long blade swiftly enveloped itself in a layer of darkness, igniting into a roaring flame as he cast a heavy gaze upon the fiery sphere. The blade's aura transformed into a colossal fire dragon that roared ferociously as it charged toward the flaming orb. Boss, a dragon! Johnson exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, pointing enthusiastically at the sky. Is this real? Delia's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the dragon soaring above. That wretched fellow. How dare he steal and conceal such power? Barrett gazed at the fiery dragon in the sky, his teeth clenched in frustration. The technique employed by Jin was strikingly similar to his own flame dragon, making it evident that he had been plagiarized. To make matters worse, it was named the Fire Dragon Emperor. How could this be? On the same warship, countless Navy personnel stared blankly, their faces etched with disbelief. The collision of the flaming dragon and the colossal sphere ignited a sea of fire in the air, enveloping an area of several hundred meters, while the water below bubbled vigorously. Amidst the flames, Sakazuki bellowed, the temperature of the fiery sphere intensifying, hinting at an inclination to assimilate the fire dragon. My flames are utterly ineffective. Jin raised an eyebrow, swiftly lifting his longsword, which transformed into a deep black hue, the rich color of Haki seemingly ready to drip. In that case, I shall forego the flames. With a swift motion, Jin drew another long sword, his dual blades dancing through the air, leaving countless afterimages. Numerous strands of black sword energy coalesced before him. The twin-blade phantom dance commenced. As the long sword descended, a massive blade of energy measuring dozens of meters took shape, emanating an overwhelming force that seemed poised to upend the very heavens as it surged toward the flames. Jin, panting with excitement, regarded the spectacle with keen eyes, a thrill coursing through him. When did Jin develop this? Barrett gasped in astonishment at the colossal blade energy in the sky. This technique had been a boastful exchange between him and Jean, and he was incredulous that Jean had truly brought it to fruition. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appeared that Jean was also unaware of the full extent of this technique's power, prompting Barrett to feel a sense of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the others were engulfed in shock, their expressions frozen as they stared at the immense blade light soaring above. The flame giant, Crimson Fire Lotus. The fiery Sakazuki also sensed the threat of the blade light, summoning all his energy to transform into a towering flame giant. Unleashing a colossal fire lotus that soared several meters high, the blade light struck down upon the fire lotus. With a thunderous crash, the lotus was shattered, disintegrating into fiery fragments that hissed as they fell into the sea, causing the water to boil and releasing clouds of steam. Observing the lotus's destruction, the flame giant roared defiantly, launching a powerful punch at the blade light. The tremendous impact of the punch sent the flame giant crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, the intense heat causing the water to boil instantaneously. The hissing sounds echoing as bubbles surged. Sakazuki is astonishingly powerful. Watching the fallen Sakazuki, Barrett was taken aback. In the original narrative, while Sakazuki was indeed strong, that was only in later developments, and his fruit's capabilities were distinctly different from those in the original story. It was not merely a matter of being stronger than the original. There were numerous peculiar enhancements that enriched his combat techniques, all of which were exceedingly potent. If not for Jin's Haki being superior to Sakazuki's and the battle taking place at sea, Jin would have found it impossible to conclude the fight so swiftly. Major Sakazuki, a fruit user, could not swim. Quickly, enter the water to save him. On the warship, the crew snapped back to reality and leaped into the sea to rescue Akainu. Captain, at the same time, Jin returned to the ship, his face somewhat pale and bearing a grave expression. Let us depart. Barrett observed Jin's hesitance and gently patted him on the shoulder before making his way toward the machinery room. Once Barrett departed, Johnson approached with palpable excitement, gazing at Jin with admiration. Brother Jin, you were phenomenal. That colossal dragon and the blade's radiance. How did you achieve such grandeur? It was simply magnificent. Could you possibly teach me? I promised to study diligently. Delilah, standing nearby, also looked at Jin with eager anticipation. Johnson, let us discuss this after we leave here. Jin replied, patting Johnson on the shoulder before turning seriously toward the machinery room. This left the two of them exchanging bewildered glances. Boss, I feel we ought to refrain from venturing into the four seas, Jin stated gravely as he entered the machinery room. Elaborate on your reasoning. Barrett furrowed his brow in inquiry. Boss, during today's battle, I sense that the naval rear admiral's strength is far more formidable than it appears. Had we not been at sea, where he faced numerous constraints, I am certain it would not have been so effortless to subdue him, Jin articulated earnestly, a grave expression adorning his face. That admiral is extraordinary. He is one of the three naval monsters, a user of the natural magma fruit, Sakazuki. His overall strength is comparable to that of elite vice admirals in the Navy, Barrett responded. Now it makes sense, Jin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. However, boss, I still believe we should avoid the four seas. Following today's encounter, the Navy will undoubtedly realize our return, which will surely rekindle their memories of Albana and lead them to scrutinize us closely. Therefore, we must find a place to remain hidden and gather our strength. You are absolutely correct. Barrett nodded solemnly. Upon recognizing the two individuals from Akainu, he realized that the Navy had not abandoned their investigation into them. However, he was perplexed as to why no bounty had been issued. Now, with Jin suggesting they refrain from venturing into the four seas, Barrett found himself compelled to deliberate cautiously. They were not alone. Alongside him and Jin were Johnson and Delia. Moreover, considering his actions in Albana, neither the Navy nor the world government would easily let him off the hook. If they were discovered, formidable forces would undoubtedly be dispatched to capture them. While he and Jin might evade capture, Johnson and Delia would have nowhere to flee. Contemplating these matters, Barrett quickly resolved to speak to Jin, stating, We shall change our course to Water 7. We need to forge our own vessel. Boss, are you preparing to establish a pirate crew? Jin inquired with excitement. No. Barrett shook his head firmly. We are merely going to commission a ship and then proceed directly to the Sabaody archipelago to purchase slaves. Purchase slaves? Jin looked at Barrett with a bewildered expression, filled with confusion. Having spent considerable time with Barrett, he knew that Barrett despised drugs and human traffickers above all else. He never anticipated that Barrett would entertain the thought of acquiring slaves. Yes, since we cannot traverse the four seas or attract those we desire. It would be more prudent to procure some 12 or 13-year-old slaves to cultivate ourselves. With a smile, Barrett elucidated that since venturing into the world was not an option, he would instead bide his time and develop his resources. He reasoned that it would be more prudent to procure a number of youthful slaves to cultivate, even if their innate abilities might be somewhat lacking. However, under his rigorous training regimen, those who survived would undoubtedly serve as a formidable backbone. Furthermore, having previously benefited from the teachings of Rhine, his pedagogical skills were not to be underestimated. As for loyalty, the indoctrination culture of his past life was profoundly extensive. "Very well, boss, I shall seek out Delia to guide us. We will change our course," he declared. Upon hearing Barrett's explanation, Jean was invigorated. Hastily dashing out of the mechanical chamber, Barrett's maneuvers, if continued, will undoubtedly establish them as a formidable force upon the seas within a few short years. "My sincerest apologies." "Esteemed heroes of the world," Barrett murmured, a look of regret gracing his features. Initially, he had intended to harness the advantage of the Traversers to subdue some of the future's strongest individuals as subordinates, secretly amassing power in the shadows of the seas, biding their time until Roger reached his zenith, at which point they could seize a domain in the new world and reign supreme. However, fate had other plans. Or perhaps it was destiny's intervention that led them to encounter Akainu during their journey, thereby exposing their identities. This unforeseen event compelled him to alter his strategy and reconfigure his plans. Yet, on the brighter side, this would allow for encounters with even more potent adversaries in the future, making the adventure all the more thrilling. Barrett chuckled softly. Sensing a complete change in the ship's direction, he swiftly engaged the propeller. With a deafening roar, the vessel surged forward, cutting through the waves towards new horizons. Meanwhile, in the waters of Alabasta, aboard Akainu's warship, the atmosphere was tense. Akainu sat grimly at the bow, his gaze piercing the horizon. A palpable sense of frustration etched upon his face. The surrounding Marines remained silent, too intimidated to utter a word. "We shall return to headquarters," Akainu declared coldly after a moment, retracting his gaze and rising to his feet, leaving behind those who dared not contest his orders, quickly mobilizing the ship. At Marine headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku occupied the high seat, while Vice Admiral Tsuru, Zephyr, and Akainu were seated on the lower sofa. "Akainu, you just mentioned that you encountered Barrett and Jean, and even engaged in combat with them," Sengoku stated, summoning Tsuru and Zephyr to the office to hear Akainu recount the events from beginning to end. "Indeed, Fleet Admiral," Akainu nodded, then spoke with gravity. "But Barrett did not engage. Only Jean did, and I was not his match." Akainu spoke candidly about his defeat at Jin's hands, feeling a sense of resentment. "You're refraining from deceit. Vice Admiral Tsuru, what is your perspective?" Sengoku inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned his attention to her. "Fleet Admiral." The sudden reappearance of Barrett and his companion after such a lengthy absence, especially after defeating Akainu, clearly suggests that their time away was spent in rigorous training, Tsuru observed, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Moreover, as per Akainu's account, they were not alone but accompanied by two others. It seems evident that Barrett and his cohort are preparing to emerge and establish their own pirate crew. After her analysis, Tsuru's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Furthermore, we are entirely unaware of the extent of their powers after 3 years of clandestine cultivation, coupled with Barrett's intellect. We must proceed with utmost caution. Commander Crane, during this period, you must keep a vigilant eye on our internal affairs, ensuring that Barrett does not exploit any vulnerabilities." Crane's words immediately heightened Kong's alertness. For Barrett had orchestrated a near cataclysm in Alabasta that almost fragmented the Navy. Fortunately, the return of Zephyr had enabled the Navy's rebirth. Should another incident arise, they would lack the assurance for a second renaissance. "I shall remain watchful," affirmed Admiral Crane with a grave nod. Exchanging glances, Zephyr and Rhine, privy to the circumstances, chose silence, for only those who had endured the turmoil could truly grasp the terror that Barrett embodied. In contrast, Sakazuki appeared perplexed. Yet he understood that Barrett was far from ordinary and listened intently. Subsequently, Kong turned to Rhine, inquiring softly, "What are your thoughts on Barrett and his companion?" "Admiral Kong, regarding Barrett and Jin, I recommend that should we discover them and seek to apprehend them, it would be prudent to deploy a fleet admiral to lead. With Borisellino providing support, Rhine suggested after careful consideration. Although she felt indebted to Barrett, Her prolonged tenure within the reformed Navy had garnered her profound respect for its new direction. The high-ranking officials treated her family with great esteem, and her disciples had become the backbone of the new Navy, allowing her to approach matters with a perspective that prioritized the Navy's interests. Teacher Ryan speaks wisely, concurred Akainu. In my confrontation with Jin, I discovered that he possesses the ability to fly and manipulate flames. I suspect he is a devil fruit user. Sakazuki speaks the truth. Jin indeed wields powers from a devil fruit. However, I am uncertain of the specifics, only that he can fly with remarkable speed, Ryan replied, nodding thoughtfully before adding with a wry smile. As for Barrett, I am unsure whether he has consumed a devil fruit. But I can assert with confidence that he possesses the ability to fly, and while he may not rival Borsalino, he is certainly not far behind. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Kong stood rigid, disbelief etched across his face. Zephyr, Admiral Crane, and Sakazuki collectively gasped in astonishment. They were acutely aware of Borsalino's unparalleled speed. They had never encountered anyone who could surpass him in that regard. Barrett employs a unique flying technique, a synthesis of moonwalk, shave, and gale steps, which he has dubbed a step away from heaven, Ryan explained with a rueful smile. This technique is one I developed alongside him. The revelation left the assembly momentarily speechless, their gazes turning fervent towards Ryan. Should the Navy acquire this technique, its potential for future strength was boundless. Teacher Ryan, I wish to learn this technique. Could you instruct me? Sakazuki implored eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on Ryan. His offensive prowess was formidable, yet his speed had notable deficiencies. Although superior to many, he lagged significantly behind numerous formidable adversaries. Sakazuki, while I am aware of the method behind a step away from heaven, I myself cannot execute it, nor can you. Ryan candidly expressed that the concept of a stone's throw away yet worlds apart is indeed extraordinary. During the initial stages of training, one could only rely on sheer physical strength and necessitate formidable recuperative abilities. Even carp from the Navy might find it challenging to master this. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present inevitably dimmed. After considerable time, the higher echelons of the Navy had come to fully acknowledge Ryan's capabilities, offering their teachings without reservation. Within the academy, Ryan garnered even more respect from the students than Zephyr. Among them, Sakazuki was particularly notable, as Ryan had provided him with substantial advice regarding the development of his devil fruit abilities, thereby earning his unwavering trust. So, Teacher Ryan, am I unable to enhance my speed? Sakazuki voiced his frustration. His offensive power was formidable, yet his shortcomings were glaringly apparent. During this voyage, he encountered numerous pirates who were significantly swifter. Should an opponent flee, he found himself utterly powerless. Powerless? It merely depends on your willingness to endure hardship, Ryan chuckled. Teacher Ryan, are you not aware of my resilience? I can certainly endure, Sakazuki responded, filled with renewed enthusiasm. The atmosphere brightened, and the trio of Kong joined in on the laughter, holding great admiration for Ryan's expertise in devil fruits. After all, it is a rarity to witness someone capable of awakening a paramecia-type devil fruit within a mere 3 years. Very well, shortly you can request leave from Marshal Kong, and I shall take you for training. This time, if you commit earnestly, I assure you that your speed will not only increase, but you may also gain a mastery over brief flight abilities, and your Haki could see significant enhancement, Ryan assured with a smile. Really? Sakazuki exclaimed with delight, immediately shifting his gaze towards Kong, silently inquiring for permission. Kong, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, Ryan, taking Sakazuki along is akin to taking a multitude. Why not conduct a special training session together, bringing along the cadets from the training camp? Marshal Kong, that seems rather unreasonable. Teacher Ryan is specifically guiding me in learning new techniques. What does bringing a whole group entail? Sakazuki lamented. Hee, Ryan laughed. Fear not, Sakazuki. Your training location is unique. Others will not disturb you. Let Zephyr handle the others while I assist you in exploring new techniques. I am truly grateful, Teacher Ryan, Sakazuki bowed in appreciation, while the others exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief pause, Kong continued, Vice Admiral Tsuru, we should now be able to issue a bounty on Barrett, correct? We can use the pretext of attacking the Navy. The initial bounty should not be excessively high. I propose 280 million for Barrett and 240 million for Jin, while we will refrain from addressing the other two for the time being. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded in agreement. What do you all think? Kong inquired, looking at the other three. They nodded in concurrence, signaling their agreement. Very well, Tsuru. I entrust this matter to you. Seeing no objections from the others, Kong decisively made the call. In the New World, amidst uncharted waters, a colossal pirate ship, reminiscent of a sea king, glides slowly across the ocean. The ship's prow is adorned with the formidable head of a great white whale, marking its illustrious presence in the sea. This vessel is none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the dominant forces in the New World. Upon the expansive deck of the Moby Dick sits Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard, the man heralded as the strongest in the world. He lounges in his grand chair, guffawing heartily while perusing a newspaper. The reports of Barrett and the young Ember have surfaced, revealing their surprisingly substantial bounties. "Haha, I wonder how Barrett will manage to hide this time," he exclaims. Beside him, Kazuki Odin shares in the laughter, his expression tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Odin, if Barrett and the others knew of your delight, I assure you, they would not hesitate to eliminate you," remarks Marco, who is seated at the bow of the ship, a smile also playing upon his lips, reflecting the same mischievous glee. During their last encounter, the group had enjoyed drinks and conversation, discovering that Barrett and his companion were not eager to set sail just yet, wishing to avoid drawing the Navy's attention. Yet, it seems that it was only a matter of time before Barrett found himself in the spotlight. A remarkable individual cannot remain concealed for long. Those two are destined for the sea. "When we meet again, dear Odin, do not falter," Whitebeard chuckles, taking a hearty swig of his drink. "How could that be?" Odin retorts with a smirk, though a serious glint remains in his eyes. Meanwhile, aboard the Golden Jackson, in the same uncharted waters, Silver's Rayleigh stands at the bow, newspaper in hand, gazing pensively at the tranquil sea. "Rayleigh, are you worried?" Roger suddenly appears beside him, a grin spreading across his face. "Not at all. I merely didn't expect these two youngsters to resurface after such a long time," Rayleigh replies, taking a sip of his drink and shaking his head gently. "Indeed, the next time we catch them, we should first have some fun," Roger exclaims with a mock frown, clearly pleased with the news of Barrett's exploits. "I am their mentor. Should you dare to act, I will have a word with Shanks." Rayleigh shoots a pointed glance at Roger, conveying a clear message. While he is the mentor and can indulge in such antics, Roger should refrain. Roger, taken aback, never anticipated that the usually carefree Rayleigh would partake in such schemes. After a brief silence, Roger mischievously suggests, "How about we go after Buggy? If Jabba dares to show his teeth, we can deal with him together." "That sounds splendid. I've been itching for some action," Rayleigh immediately agrees, and together with Roger, they set off in search of Buggy. "Ah, Captain, Vice Captain, what mischief are you up to?" Buggy exclaims upon encountering them. "Haha, soon." The Golden Jackson is filled with the sounds of laughter, screams, and curses. The Grand Line, the port city of Water 7. On board the vessel, Barrett, in a fit of anger, cast aside the newspaper and exchanged a glance with Jean, both recognizing the irritation and mirth reflected in each other's eyes. Behind them, Delia struggled to suppress her laughter, while Johnson wore a look of sheer exhilaration. "Boss, you are actually being offered such a bounty," Johnson exclaimed, his voice booming with excitement. "Fool, be silent." Barrett and Jean simultaneously glared at Johnson, exclaiming in unison. Johnson appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding situation. Hee. Delia could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Goodness, are the Navy all fools for bestowing such a nickname?" Barrett shot a disapproving glance at Delia, his expression brimming with indignation. "Indeed, I, the illustrious Flame King, have been labeled as Flying Fire. What a mockery." Jean chimed in, equally displeased. "Jean, must you echo such a ridiculous nickname?" Barrett lamented, his face reflecting deep discontent. Jean, however, defended himself. "I did not mention your cunning fox moniker," with a look of grievance. If it weren't for the slight curve of his lips, Barrett might have believed him. Upon hearing the nickname Cunning Fox, Barrett's face turned a shade of green. "Damn it, Cunning Fox? I am far superior, possessing the great 4 happiness and 13 orphans." Barrett, increasingly agitated, suddenly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Damn it, I shall insist that the Navy change my name." The other 3 were taken aback by Barrett's abrupt outburst and turned to look at him in unison. "Let us hasten to resolve matters here," he continued, "and then the 2 of us shall orchestrate something grand, compelling the Navy to bestow upon us new monikers, leaving behind the ruse of the Cunning Fox." Barrett was exceedingly displeased, his anger escalating rapidly. "It is imperative that we change this nickname," he declared. Jean concurred, observing the 2 individuals seething with indignation. Delia and Johnson exchanged glances, seemingly questioning the significance of such a triviality. After a while, Barrett and Jean gradually calmed down, and the four of them gathered together. Jean, Johnson, you two shall remain aboard the ship while Delia and I go to the Carrera Company to finalize the vessel arrangements. Once the ship is secured, we will set sail directly for Shambordi Island, Barrett instructed. Agreed. Everyone nodded in affirmation. The city of Seven Waters, Carrera Company. Barrett, adorned with a mask, arrived at the entrance of the Carrera Company alongside Delia. Barrett, why must we commission our vessel here? She inquired, her gaze fixated on the Carrera sign. A look of perplexity etched across her face. The Seven Water Islands are renowned in the pirate world as a shipbuilding haven, replete with shipyards. As they traversed the area, they encountered numerous shipyards, some of which, in her eyes, appeared rather impressive. She could not fathom why Barrett had chosen the Carrera Company. Because the world's foremost shipwright resides here, Barrett replied with a smile. In the realm of One Piece, when it comes to shipbuilding craftsmanship and technology, one must invariably mention Tom, the fishman shipwright. Tom serves as the master shipbuilder at Carrera and has crafted numerous vessels, the most famous of which is the future Pirate King's ship, the Oro Jackson, belonging to Roger. Is he truly the world's greatest shipwright? Delia questioned, skepticism evident in her eyes as she regarded Barrett. Barrett smiled mysteriously, lifted his foot, and entered the Carrera Company, offering no explanation. He himself could not elucidate the origins of the information he possessed, which stemmed entirely from his status as a time traveler. Observing Barrett's departure, Delia hurriedly followed him. Upon entering the shipyard, a man dressed in a white shirt and sporting a bow tie approached them. Good day to you both. I am Buck, a representative of Carrera Company. Might I inquire if you are here to commission a ship? The gentleman spoke courteously, his subtle smile fostering an immediate sense of warmth. Greetings. Barrett replied, Mr. Buck, we indeed wish to have a ship constructed, but I would prefer that Master Tom be the one to forge it. I apologize, sir. But if you specifically request Master Tom for the shipbuilding, you will need to negotiate directly with him, as I lack the authority to make decisions on his behalf. Buck responded with regret. That is perfectly acceptable. Please guide us to Master Tom, Barrett asserted confidently. Of course, sir, Buck replied with a smile and a nod, then gestured for them to follow him. Please, both of you, come with me. Thank you, Mr. Buck, Barrett said appreciatively. Barrett nodded in acknowledgement, following closely behind Buck along with Delia. Before long, Buck led the two to a dock. Within the dock, a robust merman, resembling a bull, was engaged in conversation with the workers inside. The workers, armed with paper and pen, listened intently, occasionally nodding or focusing their attention on sketching on the paper. However, Buck refrained from interrupting the merman at this moment and apologetically addressed Barrett and Delia, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your patience. Master Tom is currently imparting his skills, and I cannot disturb him. It's quite all right. Barrett waved his hand, scrutinizing Tom closely. Tom resembled the description in the original text, albeit appearing significantly younger and remarkably robust. This was the merman. Beside him, Delia was filled with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with fascination, increasingly intrigued by the forthcoming voyage. Throughout their journey, her knowledge had been gradually expanding, her horizons widening. However, encountering a merman was a first for her. Delia, in the future, we shall visit the Merman Island, a place not only inhabited by numerous mermen, but also home to many exquisite mermaids. Barrett chuckled lightly, harboring a profound curiosity about the mermaid maiden. After all, mermaids possess a beauty far surpassing that of mermen, who, in the eyes of humanity, are regarded as monstrous. Is that truly the case? Barrett inquired. Delia gazed at him with wide eyes, her face adorned with traces of longing. Indeed, Fishman Island is the essential passageway to the New World. Now that we are bound for the New World, we must traverse Fishman Island, Barrett remarked, affectionately tousling Delia's hair with a smile. Stop it, Barrett. You're messing up my hair, Delia protested, swatting at Barrett's hand, pouting as she shot him a disgruntled glance before turning away in a huff. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, Master Tom has concluded his lecture. I shall escort you hence, came Buck's voice at that moment. Thank you, Mr. Buck, Barrett replied. Barrett paid no heed to the temperamental Delia and followed Buck towards Tom. Scoundrel, Delia exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, and angrily trailed after them. Master Tom, this gentleman wishes to construct a vessel and desires to speak with you privately. Buck stated with utmost respect. Good day, sir. What manner of ship do you wish to create? And why must it be I who builds it? Tom inquired politely. Yet his demeanor conveyed an unmistakable air of aloofness. Barrett smiled as he explained, "Hello, Master Tom. I require the construction of a large vessel capable of accommodating at least 1,000 individuals. The hull should be crafted from atom wood, utilizing flames as the source of energy. And it must possess a speed double that of naval ships. I believe only you can accomplish this task in the entire city of Water 7. Sir, the cost of such a ship will be considerable. Atom wood alone is quite expensive, and our company does not possess it. We would need to procure it, which also requires a substantial amount of time, at least 6 months, assuming we can acquire the atom wood," Tom replied. "I have the funds available, and I can grant you 2 years. However, I must see the ship within that time frame. Is that acceptable?" Barrett responded, "Sir, there is another matter to consider." After a moment of contemplation, Tom continued, "The grand vessel you envision may prove to be quite challenging. It is difficult to find such large atom wood. If we were to splice pieces together as the keel, the stability of the ship would be compromised. Therefore, the maximum overall length would be limited to 80 meters. If you desire speed, the ship cannot be excessively tall, restricting the design to 2 decks. Consequently, accommodating 1,000 people would be unfeasible. Only vessels of admiral rank and above in the Navy can achieve such capacity with current technology." Upon hearing this, Barrett realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. No matter how advanced Water 7 may be, it is still a civilian craft and cannot construct a ship of that magnitude. After a brief silence, Barrett inquired, then, "Master Tom, according to your design, what is the maximum capacity?" 200 individuals, Tom replied. "However, this introduces another issue. Many amenities would be eliminated, such as exercise rooms and entertainment areas, which would be replaced with additional cabins. Furthermore, the kitchen, dining area, storage space, and accommodations would all be significantly reduced, leading to a considerable decline in comfort." Upon hearing this, Delia became quite disheartened. The absence of an exercise room and entertainment area was one matter, after all. The deck could suffice for the training enthusiasts aboard. However, if the cabins were to be diminished, it would transform the voyage into a torment rather than a journey of pleasure. Thus, Delia fixed her gaze upon Barrett, conveying a silent warning that if he dared to design it thus, their enjoyment would be severely compromised. "Master Tom, could you kindly inform me of the maximum capacity your optimal design could accommodate?" Barrett smiled wryly, never anticipating that the design of a vessel would prove to be such a daunting endeavor. 50 individuals, Tom remarked with a grin, while ensuring the vessel's performance. "I can accommodate a maximum of 50 people. The only drawback is that the sleeping quarters may be somewhat cramped." Upon hearing this, Delia became displeased and immediately directed her gaze towards Barrett. "Damn it, I must have lost my mind. This is the design of the main ship, after all. It should prioritize comfort above all else." Barrett inwardly criticized himself, constantly pondering the capacity of the vessel, only to find himself ensnared in a dead end, oblivious to the fact that he was no longer merely a ship. In a moment of heated impulse, he completely forgot the term fleet. After Tom's continual reductions, enlightenment struck him, and he remarked, "Master Tom, the rest area is designed for only 20 individuals, but it must be spacious. Additionally, the storage room should be twice its original size, while the dining area and kitchen should also be doubled. The entertainment room can be slightly smaller, but the exercise room should be twice the original size, and the deck must be expansive." "That sounds feasible. And I can also design a secondary energy room for future backup power." Tom nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan." Barrett responded with a beaming smile. Delilah, equally elated, brimmed with anticipation for the new ship. Tom, smiling, said, "Now that we have made a decision, I shall commence drawing the design plans and will present them to you shortly. As for the costs, you may discuss them with Buck." "Thank you, Mr. Tom." Barrett bowed graciously. "No need for thanks. It is my duty. I shall begin the design work now. You two may continue your conversation," Tom stated, making his way to the small room in the dock. "Buck, let us proceed as Master Tom suggested. Please quote me a price for the necessary expenses," Barrett declared, exuding confidence regarding finances. He was unfazed by the cost, as he possessed several chests of treasures from the bearded man's hoard, and during their journey from the New World, they encountered numerous bandits where Barrett and Jean generously assisted, resulting in their treasure multiplying to over a dozen chests. The exact conversion to berries was unknown to them. "Sir, if we adhere to Mr. Tom's specifications, your ship's requirements for atom wood are quite substantial. The market price for such atom wood is approximately 800 million berries. When combined with other materials, craftsmanship, and Master Tom's wages, the total will be around 1.8 billion berries. Furthermore, due to the necessity of atom wood, you will need to provide a deposit of half, amounting to 900 million berries. Not a problem, Barrett readily agreed. However, I will need a moment to procure some berries. I shall return shortly. Sir, you may also settle with treasures. We have professional appraisers here, so you will not incur any losses, Buck responded with a smile. My ship is currently docked. If it is convenient, you may accompany me to exchange all my treasures for berries and additionally assist me in procuring another ship, as I need to travel to the Shambadi archipelago. Upon hearing Buck mention that the Carrera Company could exchange treasures, Barrett decided to simplify matters. Since they required berries for their journey to the Shambadi Islands, it would be more efficient to convert everything here, avoiding further complications. Moreover, their acquaintance with the ship Akanu also intended to acquire a new vessel, so it seemed prudent to resolve everything at once. Mr. Buck, please hold on for a moment. We can await the design draft from Master Tom. Once we have reviewed it, we shall proceed. I will also take this opportunity to report to the manager, requesting that he send someone to accompany me. Very well, we shall wait for you here. Barrett nodded. Sir, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Buck greeted swiftly and departed. Barrett, should I return early? He inquired. Let Jean leave the ship first. Once all matters are settled, he can return. After Buck's departure, Delia whispered, No need. They are aware we are pirates. Revealing Jin's presence serves as a subtle deterrent. Barrett scoffed, given that Water 7 is a renowned shipbuilding hub. It is inevitable they engage with pirates. Otherwise, Buck would not have calmly mentioned that their company also deals in exchanging berries upon hearing of treasure. Ah, Delia exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had not anticipated that such a reputable company as Carrera would conduct transactions with pirates. Delia, this is a customary practice in Water 7. Others may see through it but remain silent. Thus, we must not disclose our identities. Doing so would violate the code and put them in a difficult position, understand? Barrett cautioned softly. Delia nodded earnestly, having learned much from today's experiences. Shortly thereafter, Buck and Tom approached. Sir, please take a look at my design. Tom beamed as he handed Barrett the design, his face brimming with confidence. Barrett took the design blueprint and examined it meticulously, completely disregarding Delia, who was eager to see but unable to reach. The vessel, designed by Tom, measured 81 meters in length and 42 meters in height, comprising 3 tiers with a total of 32 gun mounts. Other specifications were drawn as per Barrett's suggestions, and the propulsion system primarily relied on flames, resulting in an overall commendable design. However, the only aspect that made Barrett feel uneasy was the bow's design, which resembled a ram's head, lacking the imposing presence he desired for his character. Consequently, Barrett bent down, pointed at the bow on the blueprint, and inquired, Master Tom, may I ask if this ram's head design could be altered? That was originally designed to enhance aesthetics. Since you wish to change it, you're welcome to do so. Tom replied, nodding. He then asked, how would you like to modify it, and what should it resemble? Well, Master Tom, if you could provide me with some paper and a pen, I shall sketch a design for you to follow for the bow, Barrett stated after a moment of silence. Certainly. Here you go. I have paper and a pen. Buck, who stood nearby, handed them to Barrett. Thank you, Barrett replied. Barrett took up the pen and began to draw. Before long, a divine bird materialized upon the paper. Its eyes resembled those of a raven, its beak akin to that of a hawk, and its tail feathers mirrored the elegance of a phoenix. Beneath it lay 3 legs, and its plumage blazed with the golden flames of pure yang. The majestic bird held its head high, exuding an undeniable air of nobility and dominance. Sir, what kind of bird is this? Tom inquired curiously, captivated by the imposing creature. Delia and Buck also turned their inquisitive gazes toward Barrett. The 3-legged golden crow. Barrett softly uttered a few words, stating that the world does not possess the legend of the 3-legged golden crow. He chose the 3-legged golden crow for 2 reasons, to stand out as unique and due to the majestic power it embodies, along with his own fruit abilities. The 3-legged golden crow left the 3 individuals in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Master Tom, is this truly feasible? Barrett, not one to squander time on frivolous storytelling, merely smiled at Tom. Very well, Tom said, examining the drawing paper closely before nodding in agreement. I appreciate your assistance. Barrett inclined slightly, offering a polite bow. Then turned to Buck. Mr. Buck, since Mr. Tom has matters in hand here, we kindly request your company. Of course, sir, Buck replied with a smile and a nod. Master Tom, we shall take our leave now. Please take care of the ship." Barrett grinned amiably at Tom. "Safe travels, sir," Tom said, waving cheerfully. Barrett and Delia, accompanied by Buck and his entourage, returned to their vessel. Upon boarding, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Jean, but their surprise was fleeting. After all, Carrera Company had long been engaged in dealings with pirates, and no matter how formidable the pirates, they were no longer a source of astonishment. Everyone tacitly chose to feign ignorance and resumed their tasks with diligence. Soon enough, the meticulous accounting of the treasure, contained in several crates, was completed. "Sir, according to our calculations, the total value of your treasure amounts to 2.5 billion berries. After deducting the deposit of 900 million berries and the 20 million berries for the replacement vessel, we owe you 1.68 billion berries. Here's the accounting sheet for your review." Buck handed a form to Barrett. "No need for that, Mr. Buck. Let us finalize the transaction swiftly so we can depart." Barrett replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he refrained from accepting the document. To Buck, Barrett appeared remarkably nonchalant. Yet, only Barrett knew the throbbing pain that surged within him at the sight of those forms. "Very well, sir," Buck said, nodding with a smile. Before long, their transaction was completed, and Barrett, accompanied by Jean and the others, boarded a new vessel, setting sail towards the enchanting archipelago of Chumba. Barrett and his companions donned attire reminiscent of dragons as they made their way toward the illicit zone known as Sector 12. The Shambadi Archipelago, situated near the naval headquarters, is home to the world's largest red mangrove tree, its roots perpetually exposed above the water, giving rise to this remarkable archipelago, comprising 79 trees, each meticulously numbered. Every tree hosts towns and facilities, collectively referred to as the Shambadi Archipelago. The delineation of regions within the archipelago is distinctly established, based on the numbers on the trees. Numbers 1 to 29 represent the lawless zones such as human trafficking dens. Numbers 30 to 39 are designated as amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 serve as tourist areas, featuring local specialties for sale. Numbers 50 to 59 house shipyards with skilled craftsmen. Numbers 60 to 69 are reserved for the Navy and government access, and numbers 70 to 79 comprise the street of inns and similar establishments. As an entryway to the New World, the Shambadi Archipelago thrives with activity, albeit in a state of considerable disorder, particularly within the lawless zones of 1 to 29. Rife with human trafficking, arms dealing, and narcotics. Here, it is a haven for pirates, where strength reigns supreme. A moment of weakness invites opportunism, and others may readily take advantage of one's misfortune. Conversely, should one display overwhelming prowess, they evoke fear and caution in others, deterring them from provoking conflict. For instance, after Barrett and his companions unleashed a wave of conquerors' Haki, their display left many incapacitated on the ground. Even inquiring for directions yielded assistance, and they swiftly arrived at a slave market specializing in human trafficking. Upon their entrance, a portly middle-aged man approached, his flesh quivering as he ingratiated himself with flattering words. "Esteemed guests," he began, "I am the overseer of this market. Should you require anything, I can personally escort you. What is the price for slaves aged between 12 and 15, free from disease and physical defects?" Barrett spoke softly, harboring no fondness for slave traders. Were it not for his need to bide his time, he would not have ventured into the realm of purchasing slaves or engaging with such merchants. "Sir, these slaves are favored by the nobility, which accounts for their elevated prices," the portly man remarked with a smile. The price, Barrett's gaze sharpened beneath his mask. An imposing aura momentarily sweeping through the air. 20,000 Bailey for the male, 15,000 for the female. The portly man shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "How many of these slaves do you possess?" Barrett inquired. "Approximately 800, the man responded after a brief silence, his voice low. Upon hearing his words, Delia was momentarily taken aback. For Barrett and his companions, however, this revelation seemed entirely normal. Barrett and Jean had encountered numerous slave ships before, rendering them numb to the sight, while Johnson, being a slave himself, understood the grim reality all too well. "I wish to select for myself," Barrett stated calmly. "Right this way, gentlemen." The portly man hesitated briefly, yet recalling Barrett's earlier dominance, he acquiesced, twisting and turning through corridors. The portly man led the group to the area where the slaves were confined. The captives were housed within a massive iron cage, both men and women appearing frail yet possessing intact limbs. Most sat in a daze, their eyes vacant, having seemingly resigned themselves to their fate. "Sir, these cages contain the slaves you seek. You may choose directly if you wish," The portly man gestured towards the enclosures. Barrett nodded slightly, remaining silent, his countenance beneath the mask appearing somewhat burdened. Though he had witnessed this scene numerous times, each encounter weighed heavily on his heart. I am not here to select slaves. Those of you who wish to leave may accompany me, though the price may be death and your loyalty. Barrett's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone within the cage. Most of the individuals remained expressionless, their gazes vacant, as if they had not heard a word. Yet, in the depths of some eyes, a flicker of light emerged. Those who yearn for freedom, stand up and approach the front of the cage, allowing me to witness your fervent desire for liberty. You have but 1 minute. After that, I shall take my leave. Barrett gazed languidly at the cage, his tone unassuming yet imbued with a profound sincerity. Take me away, and I shall offer you my unwavering loyalty. Moments later, a youth approached the cage with trepidation, his eyes ablaze with longing and fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Barrett. You are the first. Barrett cast a glance at the youth, who, despite his tender years, wore numerous scars and was smeared with blood, yet his eyes shone with a remarkable brightness. Following this, he called for the second, third, and fourth. That will suffice. Let them emerge. After a minute had passed, Barrett turned to the rotund man and whispered, Proceed. Very well, sir, the man replied, glancing at the throng of approximately 500 figures gathered before the cages, his face adorned with a broad smile. Such a distinguished patron as Barrett was a rare sight throughout the year. Bring me the records, release these individuals. He commanded with a sweeping gesture towards 2 guards stationed at the other end. Understood, my lord, the guards responded with obsequious expressions, hastening to unlock the iron shackles, liberating one slave after another, while the rotund man took notes nearby. Boss, can these individuals truly succeed? He murmured, observing the emaciated slaves. I have warned them. They may face death. If their resolve to survive is not sufficiently strong, then only death awaits them. Barrett's tone was frigid, exuding an air of utter detachment. How can you behave this way, Barrett? Delia glared at him with discontent. You are not yet my own. Barrett cast a fleeting glance at Delia. A shiver coursed through her as she silently lowered her head. Whether it is you and Johnson, or them, all must endure this trial. Only those who survive will earn the right to accompany me. Barrett disregarded the despondent Delia, striding forward as he spoke. Finally, he fixed his gaze upon the young men and women who had emerged from their confines, sternly declaring, This is your final opportunity. Follow me, and you shall first confront death. Only upon earning my approval will I remove the shackles from your necks. If you lack the courage to endure, you may return. Those willing to follow me, step behind. Among the liberated slaves, some hesitated, for they had merely sought freedom, not a path to demise. However, the majority resolutely moved to stand behind Barrett, for to them, the absence of freedom was tantamount to death. In no time, a considerable throng, nearly 300 strong, gathered behind Barrett. Those still lingering before the cage yearned to join, but Barrett gently waved his hand, stating, You have missed your final chance. Sir, please grant us another opportunity. They implored. Indeed, sir, we wish to follow you. Upon hearing this, the remaining youth's expressions shifted dramatically as they beseeched Barrett to take them in. Having glimpsed the grotesque smile of the corpulent overseer, life presents myriad choices. Some opt for security and self-preservation, while others venture into the unknown, or towards death, or perhaps toward grand adventures. Yet, one must never harbor regrets, for time flows inexorably forward. Barrett's monotonous voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Jean and the others appeared contemplative, while the remaining slaves wore expressions ashen with despair. They did not plead, for they understood that the man before them would offer no further chances. They were herded back into their confinement. Shortly thereafter, the corpulent figure's voice, tinged with harshness, commanded. In. 2 guards menacingly ushered the remaining slaves into the cage. Now, you require a total of 308 slaves. I shall extend a discount, regardless of gender. The total will be settled at 150,000 berries each, amounting to a grand total of 4,620,000 berries. The rotund man approached Barrett with a sycophantic demeanor. Jean, settle the payment and depart. Barrett nodded slightly, turning to the crowd that followed him, and declared, Let us depart. Yes, my lord, the group responded in unison, trailing after Barrett as they left. In the 12 districts of the Sabaody archipelago, on the deck of a grand vessel, Barrett and his entourage of 4 stood at the bow. From this moment forth, your fates lie in my hands. Here, you shall bear no names, only designations. commencing from 1 and continuing to 308. Barrett spoke passionately, declaring that from this moment forth, you shall endure relentless trials. Only upon the conclusion of these trials, should you remain alive and free your necks from the shackles, will you be deemed worthy of reclaiming the names you once bore. Pausing briefly, Barrett locked eyes with the slaves before him and articulated with precision, alternatively, I may bestow names upon you, allowing you to become officers on my ship. My lord, I humbly request the designation of number 1 as my alias. I vow to be the first to shatter the shackles from my neck and serve as one of your officers. In that moment, I implore you to grant me a name. As his words resonated, the youth who had stepped forward first knelt on one knee, proclaiming his intentions with fervor. Barrett chuckled lightly. I hope you can fulfill your promise. From this day forward, you shall be known as number 1. He continued, from now on, you will arrange yourselves in order of numbers. The closer your number is to the front, the greater your rewards will be. However, should you fail to complete this arrangement before we reach our destination, those without a number shall meet their demise. Barrett gazed intently at a group of slaves, his tone devoid of emotion yet piercing, sending chills down their spines. After speaking, Barrett turned and made his way towards the control room, with Jean and Johnson promptly following in his wake. You better commence swiftly. Those without a number will truly perish, he warned as he departed. Observing Barrett's retreat, Delia felt a pang of compassion and called out a reminder before hastening down the ship. I am number 1. Do not contest my claim, or I shall take his life. As Barrett departed with a few individuals, a previously fierce young boy bared his teeth at the crowd, his expression exceedingly menacing. The others fell silent, not due to the boy's ferocity, but because the number 1 was bestowed personally by Barrett himself. With a thunderous rumble, the vessel set sail, jolting everyone back to reality. I am number 2. If you have any objections, feel free to challenge me, declared a girl emerging from the throng, her expression equally fierce. The onlookers regarded her, some seemingly tempted to advance, with several even taking a few steps forward. She is number 2. I am number 3. Whoever dares to touch her shall meet their demise. At that moment, a towering figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, approached the girl from behind, glaring menacingly at the crowd. Those who had contemplated action halted in their tracks upon seeing the imposing man. Subsequently, 5 more young girls stepped forth, sensing the predatory gazes of the crowd. The leader, trembling slightly, spoke, Please do not misunderstand. We do not seek the preceding numbers. We wish for the last 5, numbers 308 to 304. That is acceptable. The crowd nodded in agreement. The 5 girls exhaled in relief and obediently positioned themselves at the rear. Observing this, some individuals displayed contemplative expressions, pondering the possibility of emulating the 5 girls. However, before the crowd could take any action, Barrett's impassive voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing this, a few individuals cast envious glances at the girls, yet no one dared to defy Barrett's command and instead waited for the stronger contenders to establish the outcome. Soon after, dozens more stepped forward, their numbers arranged up to 99. However, when a boy with a beaming smile announced himself as number 100, another boy emerged from the crowd. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon the boy occupying the 100th position. What do you think you are, daring to stand before me? He challenged. The others around them displayed expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding confrontation. You're welcome to try, came the retort. The youth who was spoken to appeared furious, casting a fierce glare at the one who had uttered the words. Humph, the speaking youth retorted, remaining silent as he unleashed a punch towards the boy ranked 100. With a thud, the boy at the 100th position was momentarily stunned, before launching a counterattack, throwing punch after punch at the speaker. The latter, without uttering a word, nearly protected his head in defense. Observing this, the onlookers displayed mocking expressions. The boy at the 100th position also revealed a hint of self-satisfaction, inadvertently slowing his movements. Suddenly, the youth who had been enduring the blows retaliated, biting down hard on the ear of the boy ranked 100, exerting immense force. With a tearing sound, the ear was severed. The boy at the 100th position clutched his ear, howling in agony. Others were taken aback by the gruesome scene, with the timid among them turning away, some retching at the sight of the bloodshed. Before anyone could react, the previously battered boy lunged forward again, mounting the boy ranked 100, delivering blow after blow to his head. The latter had no means of evading and could only emit pain cries. Minutes later, blood pooled on the ground, and the boy who had endured the beating stood, drenched in blood, gazing coldly at the crowd, commanding, I am now ranked 100. Those who dare dispute this may come forth and try. His fierce expression, combined with his bloodied appearance, instilled a sense of dread among all present, deterring any thoughts of confrontation. Among those ranked 99 before him, some wore disdainful looks, while others regarded him with solemnity. Not bad, Barrett, who had been observing from the shadows, couldn't help but silently commend the boy, expressing great appreciation for his performance. After a brief silence, the crowd resumed their ranking, and several hours swiftly passed, during which multiple fierce battles ensued, resulting in further bloodshed and casualties, causing many to hesitate in advancing to secure their ranks, leaving 20 individuals without a number. Time's up, Barrett's voice echoed as the ship came to a sudden halt. Simultaneously, the collars around the necks of the 20 without ranks exploded, shattering their skulls, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining individuals appeared terrified, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and relief. As footsteps echoed, Barrett ascended to the deck, followed closely by Jean and Johnson, who bore 2 large boxes. The last to arrive, Delia, gazed at the blood-soaked deck, unable to suppress her nausea, leaning against the ship's bow to vomit. With a clap of his hands, Barrett smiled and proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have passed the first trial and secured your chance to survive." He then gestured towards the boxes that Jean and Johnson had set down. "Inside, you will find provisions prepared for you. Those ranked 100 can each select 1 item from the boxes. Those ranked 101 to 200 may choose only 1 box. As for the final 80, you will have no choice. If you wish to select, there will be a trial in a month, achieve a ranking, and you shall obtain your desired items." As Barrett spoke, he gestured towards the small island and declared, "Now, I shall grant you half an hour. Within this time frame, you must clean the vessels thoroughly and assemble on the island. Should you fail to adhere to this timeline, I regret to inform you that you will be eliminated. And the fate of those who are eliminated, I trust you are already aware." "Yes, sir," the crowd replied in unison. "Johnson, summon Delia to assist you in distributing supplies. You too shall partake in this trial as well. Once the distribution is complete, join the others for assembly," Barrett instructed Johnson before leaping onto the island. Jean patted Johnson on the shoulder and followed Barrett off the ship. "Jean, we have much to accomplish in the time ahead," Barrett remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he surveyed the island. This secluded isle was his selection for Jean. Situated at the edge of the doldrums, uninhabited and teeming with ferocious beasts, ideal for rigorous training. Moreover, its location rendered it relatively concealed, as it rarely attracted visitors. "Boss, the ferocity of the beasts on this island is formidable. This group may not be up to the challenge," Jean noted, casting a serious glance towards those aboard the ship. "Engaged in cleaning." "Jean, the path we tread is one that cannot afford compassion," Barrett replied, his expression grave. "Understood, boss." After a moment of silence, Jin's gaze hardened with determination. Barrett gently patted Jin's shoulder and smiled, suggesting that he should first procure a few ferocious beasts for a hearty meal, allowing for ample training in the days to come. "You must embrace your role as an instructor," he added. "Understood," Jean replied with a smile, leaping gracefully into the depths of the forest. After approximately half an hour, Johnson and Delia led a group of 282 individuals standing upon a small island. Some among them donned new training attire, wielding long knives, while others appeared in tattered clothing, also brandishing blades. And yet others were clad in fresh gear, but bore empty hands. There were those who were both empty-handed and ragged, their envious gazes betraying their aspirations. Observing the assembly, Barrett exhibited immense satisfaction, for this was his deliberate intent. Only such conditions could stir the competitive spirit within them. "Very well, from this moment forth, your trials officially commence," Barrett proclaimed with a resounding voice. "Johnson, step forward." "Yes, boss," Johnson responded, advancing from the ranks. "From now on, you shall be entrusted with all the men in the team. In 1 month, I will conduct the first trial. Should there be excessive casualties, you will face repercussions," Barrett stated with a grave expression. "Boss, what if they do not take it seriously?" Johnson scratched his head, his demeanor rather naïve. The others, witnessing this exchange, struggled to suppress their amusement, their faces contorted in discomfort as they yearned to laugh yet dared not. "Will you not devise a strategy?" Barrett shot him an exasperated glare. "Is it permissible to kill?" Johnson grinned broadly, his chilling smile sending shivers down the spines of his comrades, transforming their previous mirth into sheer terror. It was not unusual for some to perish during training. Barrett flashed a cold, detached smile. "I understand, boss." A cruel glint flickered across Johnson's face as he turned to the group of young men, his mouth widening into a grin. Boys, you heard what the boss said. So don't make things difficult for me. Yes, the boys murmured, their heads bowed in fear, the exchange between the two sending chills down their spines. Johnson, take them to training first. Of course, boss, Johnson replied eagerly, nodding enthusiastically. He then called out to the boys, all right, follow me now. And don't keep me from my dinner. With that, he stepped ahead. The boys, anxious not to lag behind, hurried to follow. Once Johnson had led them away, Barrett turned his attention to the remaining girls. There were fewer than 30, each appearing quite frail, their eyes reflecting a timidity, save for one little girl, number 2, whose gaze was sharp and spirited. Intriguing, Barrett mused. Barrett chuckled softly as he approached the little girl, smiling as he said, I recall you are number 2. Am I correct? Yes, sir, I am number 2, she replied, her large eyes squinting into crescent shapes, revealing 2 delightful dimples. To be candid, number 2. Women have historically possessed considerably less strength than men, and I harbor doubts about your longevity in this position, Barrett remarked. Sir, I am determined not to fall short compared to them, number 2 retorted, her wide eyes filled with defiance. Heh, Barrett chuckled lightly, turning his gaze to the remaining girls. Inquiring, what about you? Do you believe you will fare worse than the boys over there? I certainly will not, Delia asserted, stepping forward, her face a mask of determination. This is not your concern. You should step aside for now. Barrett shot a glare at Delia, taken aback by her unexpected boldness. Humph, Delia retorted, casting a fierce look back at Barrett, pouting as she turned her head away. What about you all? Do you not feel that you will undoubtedly fare worse than them? Barrett disregarded her and turned his attention to the remaining girls. The girls exchanged glances, some hesitated, their expressions tinged with fear. However, swiftly, 5 seemingly delicate young girls stepped forward. You all are quite impressive, Barrett remarked with a slight smile, recognizing the 5 girls who had previously shown vulnerability on the ship, leaving a profound impression on him. As these 5 girls advanced, the others gradually followed suit. Having witnessed the gruesome scene on the ship, they understood that in the eyes of this man, there was no distinction between genders, only the dichotomy of life and death. Delia, the training is entrusted to you, Barrett said to the sulking Delia as he observed everyone emerge. He then leapt onto the bow of the ship, quietly watching the training unfold. Seeing Barrett depart, Delia quickly organized herself to instruct the group of girls in their movements. Barrett observed for a while and couldn't help but reflect on the notion that individuals often flourish under pressure. Under Johnson's stringent guidance, the boys adapted swiftly, with most of their movements gradually becoming more precise. In stark contrast, on Delia's side, aside from the 5 young girls and the second girl, the others still appeared clumsy and inept. Delia, if you cannot summon the necessary resolve, then the trials a month hence will surely spell disaster for them, Barrett remarked, unable to contain his concern. Upon hearing this, Delia shuddered, her gaze towards the group of girls growing increasingly frigid. She coldly declared, you all heard that. In a month, you too will face the trials. If you wish to survive, you must exert every ounce of effort in your training. Now, follow my lead. Do as I do. And do not cease until I instruct you to stop. Delia bent down and shouted at the gathered girls, under the looming threat of death. The second girl and the 5 young ones promptly complied, while the others, witnessing this, quickly suppressed their distractions and followed suit. The group trained fervently, and within a mere hour, countless individuals had succumbed to exhaustion. Delia, mirroring Johnson's ruthless demeanor, insisted that those who fainted be revived and, after a brief respite, continue their training. Barrett's training has commenced in earnest. He leaped into action, heading towards the doldrums, prepared to capture a sea creature to establish a foundation for his followers. After all, his intent is to recruit allies, not to take lives. As night falls, on an unnamed island, Barrett captured a 50-meter-long sea creature, draining its blood into several large barrels, carefully separating it by gender, and assigning Delia and Johnson the responsibility of overseeing the process. The ritual lasted until midnight, at which point all but Barrett and the 4 others had succumbed to unconsciousness. Delia, Johnson, your training intensity is insufficient. Shortly, you shall don the weighted gear I purchased in the Shambadi archipelago. From now on, you are not to remove it unless faced with a life-threatening crisis, Barrett stated, seated around a campfire, gnawing on roasted meat. I understand, boss, Johnson nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Delia echoed, also nodding in agreement. Jean, starting tomorrow night, you will be responsible for teaching Johnson the 6 styles. His physical fitness is adequate. He merely lacks combat techniques, Barrett instructed. Understood, boss, Jean affirmed with a nod. Johnson grinned broadly, savoring his meal even more. He had long been aware of the 6 styles and yearned to learn them. However, his physical condition had previously hindered him. And now that he finally had the opportunity, he could hardly contain his delight. But what about me? Delia interjected, her impatience evident. Your physical fitness is lacking, Barrett remarked, casting a glance at the noticeably frail Delia. I understand, she replied, her gaze quickly dimming as she sulked over her roasted meat. Boss, why not allow Delia to practice with a knife? It would serve to build her foundation and improve her physical fitness. Jean, recognizing Delia's potential, could not help but voice his support. Upon hearing this, Delia's eyes lit up, her expression filled with resolve as she looked at Barrett. I can handle it. Please believe in me, she exclaimed, standing up to assert her capability. Very well. Tomorrow night, we shall begin with the basics of knife techniques. Once we finish eating, you may procure a wooden sword. Barrett hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. No need. I will fetch a wooden sword now, Delia replied eagerly, her spirits lifted. With Barrett's consent, she dashed towards the forest's edge, excited to craft her wooden sword. Johnson, keep an eye on Delia and make yourself a wooden hammer. It will greatly benefit your physical training, Jean instructed as soon as Delia departed. Sure thing, Brother Jean, Johnson replied enthusiastically, clutching a large piece of meat as he headed towards Delia. Once Johnson had wandered off, Barrett turned to Jean and inquired, Did you send Johnson away to discuss something with me? Boss, you see through everything, Jean said, momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Barrett with a wry smile. Lowering his voice, he continued, Boss, how do you plan to arrange for this group? Barrett quietly elucidated that he would take a year to conduct a selection process. And at the end, he would lead them to Laya Island, where only those who survived would be deemed worthy to become our companions. Boss, are you truly sending them to Laya Island? June gasped in astonishment. He was well aware of the island's terrors, having experienced its horrors firsthand. When he and Barrett first set foot on the island, they were already formidable, yet they still faced near-death experiences. Do not overthink it. My crew must all endure this journey, Barrett replied, devouring the roasted meat in his hand and patting June's shoulder. Finish your meal, and then we shall go for a stroll. Prepare 2 bathing spots for these young ones, or they will not endure. June refrained from further inquiries, silently finishing his meat before rising to leave with Barrett. Soon, a blazing heat and a series of thunderous roars erupted along the shores of the nameless island. A month later, under the relentless sun, the atmosphere was thick with heat. The island was alive with vigorous training, as all its inhabitants engaged in various exercises in the water. Even Barrett and June were not exempt. However, upon entering the water, both became weak, leading the nearby youth to believe they were merely acting. Only Delia and Johnson understood that the two had consumed devil fruits and were practicing their resistance to seawater. Barrett huffed, gasping for air as he exerted himself to perform a push-up. With a resounding splash, he fell into the sea, only to flip over and struggle back to shore, his strength rapidly replenishing. Damn, this is outrageous, Barrett murmured as he gazed at the water. Ever since gaining his powers, he had avoided the sea. It was not until he was cast into the ocean by Whitebeard that he realized even a devil fruit user could retain a modicum of strength. This revelation sparked a notion within him, to train in the sea to build resistance, ensuring that should he fall, he would not be utterly powerless. Yet, he had underestimated the debilitating effects of seawater on a powered individual. Once fully submerged, his strength dissipated entirely. After a month of relentless experimentation, he could barely retain a sliver of strength to struggle ashore. Observing Barrett's training method piqued June's interest, prompting him to join in. However, he nearly faced disaster, as Johnson was nearby, assisting him on several occasions. Nevertheless, they gleaned valuable insights. They discovered that this rigorous exertion led to an increase in their stamina. Thus, the two devised a plan to train by the seaside. As evening approached, following a medicinal bath, everyone sat obediently on the open ground by the shore, aware that they were about to embark on a trial of life and death. I trust you all understand that you will commence a trial at the outskirts of the forest. Only those who survive will be granted the privilege to continue growing stronger. Are you prepared? Barrett approached the crowd, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he gazed upon them. After a month of rigorous training, the group had gradually strengthened, appearing far superior to their former selves. However, the medicinal herbs brought by Barrett and his companions had been entirely depleted. Following the trial, He and Jean would depart to procure more supplies. Are you ready? The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire island. Barrett proclaimed, "Remember, you must survive in the forest for a week. During this time, you will receive no assistance and must rely solely on yourselves. Your only requirement is to stay alive." "Yes, my lord," the crowd responded in unison. "June, have you made all the necessary arrangements?" Barrett turned to Jean, his expression exceedingly grave. The trials he had prepared for the group were meticulously planned in advance. Given their current strength, as long as they remained cautious and unafraid, they could certainly survive the encounter with mere savage beasts. However, should they succumb to fear and neglect their wits, even survival could lead to a fate worse than death. "Boss, rest assured." Jean nodded earnestly. "Everyone." Barrett turned around, his gaze sharp and piercing as he addressed the crowd with a commanding voice. "I hereby declare the commencement of the first trial. Remember, there is no retreat. I shall seal off your escape. Commence." "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison. Bowing respectfully before marching into the forest, leaving the coastline eerily desolate in a matter of moments. "Delia, Johnson, shortly I shall have Jean escort you to your trial grounds, which are tenfold more perilous than theirs. Should you find yourselves unwilling, we shall depart together when the time comes." Barrett's words, though directed at Johnson, were primarily intended for Delia, hoping she would recognize the futility of her endeavor. "Boss, I accept the challenge," Johnson grinned. "I shall accept as well." Delia nodded in agreement. "Jean, lead them forth." Barrett cast a deep glance at Delia before turning to give a command to Jean. "All right, boss," Jean nodded, leading Delia and Johnson away. As he gazed at the distant forest, Barrett's eyes flickered with uncertainty, revealing the inner turmoil he felt. He was acutely aware that many would perish once this group ventured inside. Not long after, the mountains echoed with a cacophony of beastly roars. And Jean descended from the heavens. "Is everything arranged?" Barrett did not glance back as he gazed upon the forest shrouded in darkness, softly inquiring, "Is everything arranged?" Jin's voice was heavy, and upon seeing the group of boys and girls, he seemed to be reminded of his own childhood. "Only by breaking free from our shackles can we truly seize control of our destinies," Barrett murmured. Subsequently, he turned to Jean, shifting the conversation. "Jean, keep a close watch here while I venture into the windless zone to explore for other suitable islands. I have a plan in mind. And once it is set in motion, this place will undoubtedly attract attention. We must prepare in advance and identify a suitable refuge." "Boss, what plan do you have?" Jean inquired. "I haven't finalized it yet. I'll let you know once I do," Barrett replied. "In that case, I'll go investigate while you remain here to keep watch," Jean suggested. "That works, but remember to stay discreet," Barrett cautioned. Barry nodded slightly, acknowledging that the speed of Jean was comparable to his own. However, Jin's endurance far surpassed his. He could soar for days without feeling fatigued. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Jean remarked. Unfurling a pair of crimson wings from his back, he ascended into the sky and, with a powerful flap, vanished beyond the horizon. Barrett averted his gaze. Shifting his attention towards the forest, his eyes clouded with concern. After a brief moment of hesitation, he leapt into the air, soaring towards the woods. While he might manage to remain indifferent towards others, he could not bear to turn a blind eye to Delia and Johnson. Nor could he stand idly by and witness their demise before him. The forest echoed with the roars of various wild beasts, dancing wildly and rampaging through the thickets. Such a significant loss of life was utterly shocking. Barrett activated his observation Haki and meticulously scanned the surroundings. He soon discovered that dozens of young men and women who had entered the forest had already perished. Alas! Barrett let out a faint sigh, yet refrained from taking action. He had just deliberately observed that the creatures within the forest were not formidable, given the current physical condition of these individuals. As long as they did not act recklessly and employed a modicum of intelligence, they should be able to endure these 7 days. Barrett did not linger excessively. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air while utilizing his observation Haki to discern Delia's whereabouts. Soon, on the right side of the forest, he detected a presence, its intensity comparable to that of Delia. Barrett pivoted and surged towards Delia with remarkable speed. Moments later, he arrived at her side, only to witness her fiercely battling a formidable tiger. She bore numerous wounds, yet the beast had also sustained considerable injuries from her strikes. Barrett alighted upon a tree, scrutinizing his surroundings with keen interest. "Ah!" Delia exclaimed, her form flickering as she appeared behind the ferocious tiger, her long blade descending heavily upon it. The mighty beast, sensing her presence, lashed its tail violently towards Delia. With quick reflexes, she retracted her sword, raising it defensively. The tiger's immense force sent Delia flying several meters. Yet she emerged unscathed. In a swift motion, Delia reappeared at the tiger's flank, her blade slicing through the air and carving a deep gash into its side. Blood gushing forth. The tiger, howling in pain, spun around abruptly, snapping its jaws at Delia. Observing this, Barrett tightened his grip on a branch, poised to strike. Unfazed, Delia evaded the attack with remarkable agility. She swiftly repositioned herself to the opposite side of the tiger, delivering another fierce blow to the same wound. The tiger, bleeding profusely and racked with agony, let out a thunderous roar, lunging at Delia once more. Delia deftly sidestepped the onslaught, the tiger relentlessly pursuing her. However, she refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, continuously evading its strikes. Eventually, the tiger, exhausted from its futile chase, staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Delia did not approach immediately. Instead, she waited patiently until the tiger lay still, then cautiously advanced to deliver a final thrust. That girl, Barrett mused, a smile creeping across his face as he observed Delia's adept maneuvers. He then quietly departed, soaring through the forest in search of Johnson. In stark contrast to Delia's cautious grace, Johnson exhibited sheer brutality, engaging in a fierce brawl with a massive bear, the clash resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Barrett glanced a few times, observing that Johnson was out of immediate danger. He then soared toward the outskirts of the forest. Through his observation and perception, he noted that the number of individuals surrounding the area had not diminished before departing the woodland. 7 days later, on an unnamed isle, Barrett and Jean stood at the edge of the forest, awaiting the return of their companions. "Boss, there are considerably fewer of them this time. Should we consider bringing in a new batch?" Jean inquired softly, observing the young men and women emerging from the woods one by one. "No need," Barrett replied. "Have you not noticed? After enduring this life and death trial, their spirits have undergone a profound transformation." Barrett chuckled softly, finding a sense of satisfaction in this experience. Although many had perished and the survivors bore wounds, the remaining individuals exhibited a remarkable transformation in spirit. The previous timidity that once marked them was now entirely absent. Instead, they radiated an aura of fierce determination. "Indeed," Jean nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed. Everyone should be out by now. We shall make our way over." Barrett spoke as he slowly approached the individuals who had just emerged, and Jean swiftly followed in his wake. Soon, the two arrived at the shoreline, where Barrett regarded the group with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, your auras reveal that your strength has ascended once more. I have prepared a medicinal bath for you. After your soak, you may rest peacefully through the night. Tomorrow will bring new challenges." "Thank you, my lord," the group responded, visibly relieved, with expressions of surprise gracing their faces. Delia and Johnson also exhaled in relief, while some among them succumbed to unconsciousness. After all, enduring 7 days of heightened tension and constant vigilance against beastly attacks was unbearable for anyone. "Please proceed to the medicinal bath. Tonight's dinner will consist of seafood. After you have dined, you can enjoy a restful slumber," Barrett instructed. "Thank you, my lord," the group replied, bowing respectfully as they supported one another on their way to the medicinal bath. Barrett and Jean made their way to the shoreline, employing their abilities to conjure a plethora of aquatic delicacies. After 2 hours, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted beast meat, rousing everyone who had been languidly immersed in the medicinal bath. Slowly, they opened their eyes, captivated by the delectable scent. How fragrant! What a delightful aroma! Gulp accompanied by the sounds of eager swallowing. The group of young men and women gradually emerged from the bath, making their way towards Barrett and Jean. "Let us indulge. A hearty meal will ensure a good night's sleep," Barrett remarked with a smile as he noticed their approach. The group wasted no time, voraciously devouring the beast meat, their faces glowing with satisfaction. The following day, at dawn, the remaining youths congregated on the shore, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, their labored breaths echoing across the island. Through this trial, they finally grasped the meaning behind Barrett's earlier words regarding death. It was the fate of the weak and the foolish, while only the strong and the wise could endure. With each challenge came transformation, ultimately shattering the shackles that bound them. Observing the youth's training with renewed seriousness, a smile of contentment graced Barrett's lips. This trial had been merciless. From an initial cohort of 282, only 200 remained, with a staggering loss of 82 lives. 70 boys perished, leaving just 12 girls, and among the boys, 3 had ranked in the top 10. Among them was the first boy to rise, the one who had eagerly sought to stand behind Barrett as number one. Barrett felt a twinge of regret for the young man, whose commendable mindset would have made him a valuable asset had he survived. However, his innate talent was somewhat lacking. After a month of training, he remained merely average. Ultimately, he survived only 3 days in the forest before meeting his demise in a mutual encounter with a bear. "Boss, our medicinal supplies won't last much longer," Jean suddenly whispered, leaning close to Barrett's ear. "How much longer can we hold on?" Barrett furrowed his brow, taken aback by the rapid depletion of medicinal herbs. Initially, on Cambodia Island, he had invested all his remaining funds in acquiring these supplies. "No more than a month," Jean stated solemnly. Barrett remained silent for a moment before addressing Jean. "Starting tomorrow, we shall begin transferring individuals to the small island you have discovered every evening. Once everyone has been relocated, we shall return to this island and embark on our endeavors from there." "Understood," Jean nodded, refraining from further inquiries. That evening, Barrett and Jean commenced their operations, and for 7 consecutive days, they successfully relocated all individuals to the nameless island nestled deep within the doldrums. Barrett entrusted all training matters to Delia and Johnson, who returned to the nameless island that very night. Under the cover of darkness, Barrett and Jean found themselves by the shore. "Boss, what exactly are we doing in the Shambadi archipelago?" Jean inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "We're going to make some money, and while we're at it, have the Navy change my nickname," Barrett replied with a smile. "Come on, tell me more." Upon hearing about the nickname change, Jin's demeanor brightened, radiating enthusiasm and excitement. "Let us proceed. I need to consult with the Master's wife to confirm our course of action." A mysterious smile graced Barrett's lips as he leapt onto the boat anchored by the shore. Upon hearing Master's wife, Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, he hurriedly ascended the vessel. "The Shambadi archipelago, island number 13. "Boss, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Is Master's wife truly here?" Outside a bar, Jean gazed at the establishment's name, his face etched with skepticism. "Rest assured, I would never mislead you." Barrett, with a cheerful demeanor, gently patted Jean and pushed open the bar door with a creak. The establishment was rather desolate, devoid of patrons, save for a strikingly beautiful young woman with raven hair, holding a cigarette that burned away her solitude. Upon witnessing her distinctive gestures and appearance, Barrett instantly deduced that this enchanting figure was none other than their mentor's longtime companion. "Xiachi, what would you two like to drink?" Xiachi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Barrett and Jean, her tone nonchalant. "Boss, 2 glasses of rum," Barrett replied, beaming as he led Jean to a nearby seat. "Please wait a moment," Xiachi said, her lips curving into a subtle, enigmatic smile as she observed the 2 men. Jean glanced at Xiachi, ready to speak, but Barrett promptly shook his head in dismissal. "2 glasses of rum, 100 million berries, no credit allowed," she stated. Moments later, Xiachi approached with 2 glasses in hand, setting them down before the pair while regarding them with a warm smile. Barrett's smile faltered. He was aware of the pitfalls associated with this Shaki, yet he did not anticipate such a profound deception. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the drink. "Boss, this is utterly outrageous." Barrett feigned anger, exclaiming, "Indeed, boss, this is far too unreasonable. With 100 million berries, I could procure an entire shipload of rum." Jean, filled with righteous indignation, was visibly agitated, his fiery spirit nearly impossible to contain. Barrett was utterly bewildered and quickly seized Jean, warning him, "You scoundrel. If you dare to act, I assure you Master will undoubtedly strike you down." "Humph." Xiachi cast a sidelong glance at Barrett and remarked with a teasing smile, "Why are you no longer putting on an act? 100 million berries. Without me, you wouldn't stand a chance. Master's wife, we are all family, aren't we?" Barrett, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly begged for mercy. Master's wife, Jean, standing nearby, was left in shock, staring blankly at Xiachi. "What is the matter? Have you decided against taking action?" Xiachi shot a glance at Jean, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Master's wife, I was wrong. Please, show mercy and overlook my minor transgressions," Jean said, rising to bow sincerely, his attitude exceedingly earnest. Barrett covered his forehead, utterly embarrassed, unable to bear the weight of his desire for survival, as described by Jean. "Humph." Xiachi shot a disdainful glance at the 2, then casually lit another cigarette. Reclining on the sofa as she languidly remarked, "You 2 rascals, what do you want from me? Speak plainly. Instead of learning something worthwhile, you choose to imitate that old rogue's cunning ways." Master, I have a small matter to trouble you with, Barrett replied sheepishly. I just wanted to ask if you know when the celestial dragons will arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. What do you ask that for, you little brat? Xiaqi's pupils constricted at his words, her hand holding the cigarette, pausing momentarily before she took a deep drag, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. It's just that I'm low on funds and was hoping to borrow some from them, while also getting the Navy to help me change my nickname. Barrett wore an expression of indifference. To him, the celestial dragons were largely akin to swine. Kidnapping one of these celestial dragons would not only yield a substantial bounty of resources, but also serve as a means to threaten the Navy, compelling them to alter their monikers, a proposition too enticing to resist. For this reason, one would seek to provoke a celestial dragon. Sakia felt a throbbing pain in her jaw, a sensation that stirred anxiety within her. She had not anticipated Barrett's audacity and recklessness, leading her to regret their hasty acquaintance. Jean was equally astonished, for he had not foreseen that Barrett's method of altering their monikers would involve creating trouble for the celestial dragons. Such an audacious approach was truly unprecedented. The primary obstacle, however, remained the lack of funds. Barrett raised his hands in exasperation, his expression one of helplessness. Their funds had long since dwindled, and the supply of medicinal herbs would be depleted in just over half a month, if they did not devise a solution soon. The training regimen would have to be significantly reduced, a prospect he found utterly unacceptable. Kid, you're not seriously contemplating targeting the celestial dragons out of financial desperation, are you? Those bubble-headed individuals are akin to a hornet's nest. A mere touch could provoke an explosion. Xiaqi, a seasoned veteran of life's tempests, was nearly rendered speechless by Barrett's audacity. The notion that he would resort to provoking the celestial dragons for a mere name change in the Navy and a paltry sum of berries was nothing short of madness. Indeed, boss, echoed another voice. There's no need to resort to such extremes just to change the Navy's name. As for the berries, we could easily target a few more slave owners. There's no shortage of them. Upon regaining his composure, Jean could not help but interject with words of caution. Brothers, such actions would only complicate matters. Robbing the celestial dragons would streamline everything. It's a decision worth pondering deeply. Barrett patted Jin's shoulder with a smile, his demeanor radiating a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the celestial dragons. Damn it, they are merely celestial dragons. After a brief silence, Jean gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and took a hearty swig of rum to muster his courage. Xiaqi observed the two men with growing dismay. She merely intended to open a bar to earn a little pocket money and sell tidbits of information for her amusement, but instead found herself entangled with two lunatics. What troubled her most was that these two madmen referred to her as Master's wife. Regret flooded her thoughts, cursing Rayleigh for accepting such erratic individuals. Have you considered this further? Xiaqi pondered for a moment, deciding to make one last attempt, wondering if perhaps they were jesting. Master's wife, what is there to deliberate about such a lucrative deal? Just provide us with the information, and we shall certainly reward you with a share afterward, Barrett asserted. Upon hearing this, Xiaqi's complexion turned ashen. Should Barrett dare to give her a share, she could guarantee that if she did not flee, she would be left severely battered. Well, tonight, you should visit Island 15. There will be an auction there, and you might stumble upon some unexpected treasures. Taking a deep breath, Xiaqi offered a vague piece of information, eager to send the two harbingers of chaos on their way so she could seek refuge from the impending storm. Thank you, Master's wife. Rest assured, once your matter is successfully resolved, I will ensure you receive your due. Barrett beamed with joy, graciously bowing. No need, no need. Consider it a token of our meeting. Besides, I am planning to venture out for a while, and I shan't return soon. Summerchi promptly waved her hand, politely declining. Very well then. Next time, when the opportunity arises, I shall ensure that my Master's wife and I orchestrate something grand, allowing you to reap substantial rewards. Observing Summerchi's flustered demeanor, Barrett's eyes sparkled with mischief. Summerchi was left speechless, her face darkening like the bottom of a pot. She had anticipated Barrett's intention to involve her in something even more ambitious. Stealing a glance at him, she pondered how to refuse, only to catch sight of the corner of Barrett's mouth curling into a smirk, and suddenly realized she had been outwitted. She swiftly raised her hand and playfully swatted Barrett on the head. You little rascal, even you dare to trick me, Summerchi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Barrett. There is no Master's wife. Barrett let out a bitter smile, inwardly cursing himself for his momentary lapse in judgment. Jean was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the performance of the two, feeling as though he could not quite keep pace. "You two rascals, get out of my sight. Don't bother me without reason," Xiaoqi remarked as she settled down, lighting another cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the duo with her lips slightly parted. "Teacher, we shall take our leave now. Upon our next encounter, we shall certainly present a generous gift. The drinking expenses will be on credit for the time being," Barrett said, pulling Jean and swiftly darting out of the bar. "Damn kids, I hope you remain safe." As she watched the two depart, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Xiaoqi's lips. "No, I must leave first." After a while, Xiaoqi exited the bar, shutting the door behind her and striding away. Meanwhile, Barrett brought Jean to Island 15, where they found a room opposite the auction house to observe intently. "Boss, what do you think about seizing the auction house while we're at it?" Jean squinted at the throngs of people arriving outside the auction house, a fierce glint evident in his expression. Barrett stroked his chin as he gazed at the auction house, deep in contemplation. Presently, the auction venue in the lawless zone could either belong to the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo or remain an enigma, leaving one to wonder about the treasures that might lie within. This was certainly a viable option, yet it was imperative to first ascertain the contents inside. Should there be nothing of value, not only would we waste precious time, but it could also jeopardize our meticulously laid plans. That is indeed a valid point. Jin concurred with a nod. "Let us proceed inside for a closer inspection. If we discover something worthwhile, the moment the celestial dragons make their appearance, we shall act swiftly. You shall be in charge of seizing the valuables, while I will focus on capturing the celestial dragons." Barrett squinted, swiftly formulating a plan. "All right," Jean readily agreed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "We need to find someone to lead us in." Barrett's gaze flickered. They had observed for quite some time and noted that every individual entering the auction house required an invitation. Thus, it was imperative to find someone to escort them inside. After all, they were there with a purpose, and if they attracted attention prematurely, it would significantly impact their subsequent plans. Indeed, Jean nodded in agreement, scanning the surroundings. Soon, Barrett spotted a plump young man, no more than 7 meters tall, with small eyes that resembled peas, darting about on his round face. He wore an air of arrogance as he swaggered over, striding with a distinctive gait. Barrett scrutinized his surroundings and noted that the chubby fellow was devoid of any bodyguards, clearly indicating he was alone. "Jean, follow me." Barrett uttered a brief remark before stepping out of the room, with Jean swiftly following in his wake. Barrett and his companion approached the chubby fellow with an air of quiet determination, positioning themselves one on each side. "Brother, we kindly request your assistance in gaining entry," Barrett articulated smoothly. The chubby man furrowed his brow, about to voice his reluctance, when Barrett's words reached his ears. "Why should I take you in?" he retorted, visibly perturbed. "Not a problem. We can always find someone else." The other, Jean, interjected ominously. "Just look at you two," the chubby man exclaimed, anger flaring within him as he exerted himself to break free from their grasp. However, he clearly underestimated the strength of Barrett and Jean, despite his best efforts. He could not escape, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, realizing he had encountered formidable opponents. "Brother, there are plenty of individuals who can enter the auction house," Barrett remarked with a disarming smile, his demeanor relaxed. I can do it. The chubby man stammered, his body quivering as he hastily assented. "Easy now, brother. Don't be anxious. Remember to wear a smile and act naturally," Barrett chuckled, giving the chubby man a reassuring pat. "Damn it. I must have fallen into a terrible misfortune. What is there to smile about?" The chubby man cursed inwardly, forcing a grimace that resembled a cry more than a smile. "How about this, brother? Is it acceptable?" "Marginally," Barrett replied with a disdainful glance at him. The chubby man, feeling at a loss for words, suddenly realized that today was an inauspicious day to venture out. "Boss, it's time to head inside," Jean said, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle, prompting a reminder. The chubby man readily agreed, nodding vigorously. "Then let us proceed." Barrett felt a twinge of regret, for the chubby fellow was indeed quite entertaining. Upon hearing Barrett's assent, the little rotund man lit up with joy as if he had received a royal decree, and he led the two towards the auction house. Upon entering, he skillfully guided them to a small chamber. Within, there stood an enchanting woman, her long black hair cascading elegantly, with delicate willow-shaped eyebrows, captivating phoenix eyes, and a graceful nose adorned with pearly white teeth. She was undeniably stunning. Beneath her sheer, flowing garments, her fair figure was tantalizingly hinted at, evoking a sense of warmth and a flurry of imagination. As the trio arrived, the woman immediately approached them. "Mr. Nelson, it has been far too long since we last met," she purred, her crimson lips parting slightly, her alluring gaze fixed intently on the chubby man. Barrett and Jean were utterly disregarded. "Lena, cease this nonsense and hand me the catalog for today's auction. Then you may leave," the portly man said, casting a disdainful glance at the woman and waving his hand impatiently. Observing his gesture, Barrett and Jean exchanged a glance, both taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a debauched young man could withstand the allure of such an enticing woman. "Yes, Master Nelson," Lena replied, promptly nodding, not daring to express any resentment. She obediently handed over a catalog and exited the room, clearly wary of offending the rotund gentleman. "Brother, here is the auction catalog," the plump man said, dutifully presenting it to Barrett once Lena had departed. "You know, I must admit, you are indeed a real man," Barrett remarked with a smile as he accepted the catalog. Jean, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The plump man remained speechless, silently cursing. If it were not for those two scoundrels, he would not have relinquished such a captivating beauty, though he could only harbor his frustration in silence. Barrett disregarded the rotund figure, picking up the catalog to examine it closely, while June also leaned in to observe alongside him. Barrett continuously flipped through the catalog, discovering a wealth of remarkable items within: a renowned blade, the swift red moon with a power of 50, and a zoan-type devil fruit. The snake fruit in its python form, along with a logia-type fruit, the cloud fruit. The cloud fruit had never appeared in the original narrative, yet its presence at the auction suggested that its formidable nature had eluded recognition. As a time traveler, influenced by the information age of his previous life, Barrett felt an immense confidence in his ability to harness the potential of the cloud fruit. Moreover, irrespective of its strength, the mere ability to fly and elementalize rendered it vastly superior to many other devil fruits. Naturally, Barrett was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. "Will there be celestial dragons present today?" Barrett inquired, closing the catalog and addressing the plump young man. "Yes. It is rumored that there is a mysterious item up for auction that has not been listed in the catalog. From what I have gathered, it is said to be a mermaid, and the celestial dragons have a particular affinity for such auction treasures, so they will certainly attend." At the mention of the celestial dragons, the young man's flesh wrinkled in a serious expression, his small eyes reflecting utmost gravity. "That's reassuring," Barrett replied. Barrett smiled meaningfully at the rotund man and said, "Thank you for today. We shall take our leave now." "You are leaving?" The man appeared utterly astonished, as he had anticipated a robbery. "Do you not wish for us to stay?" Jean turned to the man, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. No. The man hastily waved his hands, addressing Barrett and his companion. "You two brothers, please take care. Do come back to visit your little brother sometime." "Haha. It is settled then." Barrett laughed heartily as he playfully patted the hefty man on the back before turning and exiting the room, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Jean cast a lingering glance at the rotund figure before following suit out of the chamber. "Damn it, I told you to keep your mouth shut," he muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, the hefty man was momentarily taken aback. Once the two had departed, he slapped himself across the face with a resounding smack and cursed softly. Barrett and his companion emerged from the chamber, mingling with the throng. Through a series of intentional and unintentional inquiries, they discerned that the puppeteers behind the auction house were none other than the notorious Rock family. Renowned as a formidable gang in the Sabaody archipelago, the Rock family wields considerable influence along the Grand Line, maintaining connections with the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo and even the world government. They are deeply entrenched in the trade of slaves, arms, and narcotics, accounting for a staggering 10% of such dealings in the archipelago. Their audacity knows no bounds, as they operate under the belief that none would dare encroach upon their possessions. During each auction, the items for sale are prominently displayed in the backstage area, without any semblance of concealment. This revelation brought a sense of clandestine joy to Barrett and his companion, who, after some investigation, had ascertained the precise location of the backstage. Furthermore, they had also gleaned the whereabouts of the celestial dragons and discovered that they had already entered the venue. Barrett led Jean to a secluded spot and whispered, "Once I seize the celestial dragon, you must swiftly act to procure the auction item. Remember, you may disregard everything else, but the natural devil fruit is imperative. It is no ordinary fruit. Obtaining it will greatly benefit us. After you've secured the item, find a safe place to hide it, and then return to assist me." "Boss, I understand," Jean replied, nodding solemnly. his excitement unmistakable in his eyes. "Are you prepared?" Barrett murmured. In an instant, he surged forward like a streak of light, darting into the room where the celestial dragon resided. Barrett hovered in midair, his right fist enveloped in Haki, and delivered a powerful blow to the room. The impact created a substantial hole, and with a swift motion, Barrett entered the chamber. The tremendous noise instantly drew everyone's attention, compelling them to look up involuntarily. "It appeared to be the chamber of the celestial dragons," someone murmured. "What do you mean appeared?" "It is indeed the chamber of the celestial dragons," another individual exclaimed, panic evident in their voice. Upon hearing this, the once bustling auction house fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Inside the celestial dragon's chamber, there were 3 individuals, 2 men clad in black suits and a young man adorned with a peculiar bubble hat. Barrett gazed at the man adorned with a bubble hat, breaking into a grin as he waved his hand. "Greetings. What brings you, Saint?" Upon Barrett's entrance, the 3 individuals were taken aback, their expressions revealing confusion. "Eliminate this scoundrel." Shortly thereafter, the bubble-hatted man bellowed ferociously. "You wretched commoner, this is Saint Stancelia. The price for offending his lordship is death." Behind the celestial dragon, a figure clad in a black suit swiftly emerged, delivering a powerful punch directed at Barrett. A pack of swine, and they dare to claim the title of saint. Barrett curled his lip, swaying his body to evade the assault, and then reached out towards the celestial dragon. Another figure in a black suit swiftly maneuvered to the side, blocking Barrett's path. "Seeking death, are we?" Barrett let out a chilling smile, his fingers curling into a fist, the dark crimson of his knuckles emanating an intense heat as they descended forcefully upon the man in the black suit. "You wretched scoundrel! You will incite the wrath of the world government," the man in the black suit bellowed, twisting his fist to strike back at Barrett. Barrett remained unresponsive, delivering a powerful punch to the fist of the man in the black suit. With a resounding crack, the bones shattered, and the entire arm was instantaneously scorched. A cry of agony escaped the black-suited man as he was unable to withstand the blow, crashing against the wall. With a thunderous roar, he was propelled through the wall, creating a vast crater. "Now, we can engage in a conversation, my friend." While the others stood in shock, Barrett seized the celestial dragon, grinning menacingly at her. "You scoundrel! Release my master. You lowly wretch. Your actions will provoke the Marine admirals." The remaining black-suited man regained his composure, his face a mask of terror and rage. "Fool! Then hurry and inform the Marines. I shall be waiting." Barrett sneered contemptuously, lifting the terrified celestial dragon and soaring out of the room. "This lunatic." In the private box, the plump boy stared in a daze at Barrett suspended in midair, his mouth agape and his expression one of utter shock. He never anticipated Barrett would possess such audacity to assault a celestial dragon. A grave incident had unfolded. Someone had dared to attack a celestial dragon. Was he courting death? In the auction hall, all eyes turned towards Barrett and the celestial dragon he held aloft, their gazes rendered utterly vacant. Seizing the moment of chaos, Gene swiftly made his way backstage, packing the renowned sword, the devil fruit, and other valuable items, departing quietly without encountering any opposition. At that moment, the Rock family was too preoccupied to concern themselves with anything else, their faces etched with fear and confusion as they stared blankly into the sky. They could hardly believe that someone had the audacity to assault a celestial dragon. "Esteemed guests," Barrett called out, still holding the celestial dragon aloft. Instantly, the tumult within the auction hall ceased, and everyone turned their vacant stares skyward. "My apologies for interrupting your enjoyment. To express my regret, I present you with a spectacle. I kindly request that you notify the Navy or the world government to prepare 5 billion berries for me," Barrett declared, tearing off his mask and bellowing. "Moreover, let the Navy bestow upon me a moniker, call me the goddamn trickster fox. I am the Eastern Emperor." The word madman echoed in the minds of everyone present at the auction house, as they all etched Barrett's visage into their memories, the impression too profound to forget. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, following a phone call, Kong promptly summoned all the senior officials present. Sengoku, Karp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Palusolino gathered in the Marshal S office. "Everyone, we have just received news from the Sabaody archipelago. Trickster Fox has appeared and kidnapped Saint Stanson." Kong sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. "Oh dear. How terrifying," Palusolino said, patting his chest, feigning fear. "Ha ha ha. This kid always stirs up trouble," Karp chuckled, digging his nose with abandon. "Both of you, silence," Sengoku thundered, directing his ire at the two. Palusolino rolled his eyes. while Karp continued his antics, seemingly unfazed. The rest of the assembly exchanged glances. Accustomed to the antics of these two rascals, those two imbeciles, Sengoku muttered through clenched teeth. He then turned serious, addressing Kong. Brother Kong, we must immediately dispatch a team for rescue. After all, the stance and surname is not like the others among the celestial dragons. I understand, but Trickster Fox is not fleeing. He is waiting for us at the Sabaody archipelago, Kong explained. The others paused, glancing at Kong, even Karp momentarily distracted from his nose-picking. Marshal Kong. Does Trickster Fox have any demands? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, her eyes flickering with wisdom. Kong sighed. That rascal is asking for 50 billion berries, along with a request for us to change his nickname to Eastern Emperor. How frightening, Palusolino exclaimed, bewildered, inadvertently voicing his catchphrase. Ha ha ha, this kid truly is character, Karp guffawed. Is he out of his mind? Tsuru questioned, her expression one of astonishment and confusion. For this? Sengoku echoed, equally bewildered. He had anticipated a grand scheme behind Barrett's actions, only to discover it hinged upon such trivial conditions. 50 billion may seem substantial, but for the celestial dragons, it was but a mere trifle. As for the nickname, that was merely a matter of the Navy lifting a finger. The current situation is thus, Kong lamented, surprised that Barrett's demands were so uncomplicated. Marshal Kong, regarding Barrett, I suggest exercising caution. After all, he has exhibited unpredictable behavior before, Vice Admiral Tsuru advised solemnly. Little Tsuru is correct. We must indeed tread carefully where Barrett is concerned. Sengoku concurred gravely. I also agree. Should such matters arise again, I would be at my wit's end. Upon hearing this, Karp lowered his fingers, his playful demeanor fading away. Observing the expressions of the others, the yellow ape appeared utterly perplexed, sensing an underlying mystery beyond his grasp. After a brief silence, he spoke gravely to Sengoku. You shall escort Palusolino on a mission. It would be ideal to secure Barrett, but should that prove impossible, ensure the safety of Stancilia Saint. With that, he turned to Palusolino and said sternly, you shall proceed first, but it is advisable to avoid confrontation. Your instructor, Rhine, has mentioned that Barrett's speed is comparable to yours, and the data indicates that his martial prowess and Haki are exceptionally formidable. What a terrifying fellow, Palusolino scoffed, feeling somewhat discontented and skeptical. Thus far, he had yet to encounter anyone who could match or surpass him in speed. Well then, Brother Kong, we shall take our leave, Sengoku remarked, and he and Palusolino turned to exit the room. Meanwhile, at Sabaody archipelago, the crowd within the auction house had dispersed, leaving the Navy to secure the premises tightly. Barrett, with blood-soaked attire, sat nonchalantly in the room of the celestial dragon, who lay unconscious and covered in blood. Jean trembled beside him, his gaze fixed on the fallen celestial dragon, his eyes ablaze with intense fury and hatred. Opposite him stood a man in a black suit, his countenance twisted in a menacing glare. Do not look at me like that. If the money does not arrive within 10 minutes, I shall sever one of his fingers, Barrett remarked, casting a cold glance at the man in black. You scoundrel, once the Admiral arrives, you will not escape, the man in black retorted through clenched teeth. Jean, proceed, Barrett instructed, disregarding the man's threats with a dispassionate tone. How dare you? The man in black shot back, attempting to intervene. With a decisive stomp, Barrett elicited a pained cry from the celestial dragon. Huh. Jean paused momentarily, his body quaking with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He never envisioned himself wielding a blade against a celestial dragon. Gritting his teeth, he swung the long knife, and with a swift motion, a finger severed from the celestial dragon's hand, blood spilling profusely onto the floor. Staring at the crimson pool, Jean sat down abruptly, dazed, fixated on the long knife in his grasp. Barrett comprehended the gravity of the situation, refraining from calling for assistance. After all, the race to which Jean belonged had endured relentless persecution by the celestial dragons for countless years, never daring to envision a day when they could confront their oppressors with a blade. The celestial dragon cried out in agony, How dare you? The man in the black suit stared, dumbfounded. Huh. Barrett scoffed disdainfully, adding, As a consequence for your earlier provocation, I demand an additional ransom of 5 billion berries. If it is not delivered within 10 minutes, I shall sever another finger. You. Upon hearing this, the man in the black suit glared furiously at Barrett. It seemed he did not grasp the severity of the circumstances. Barrett chuckled lightly, shifting his foot and lowering his head to address the celestial dragon. Hey, swine. It appears your subordinate is unwilling to part with his money. It seems you hold less significance in his eyes. The celestial dragon gasped twice, turning his head to bellow at the man in the suit. You imbecile! Are you trying to bring about my demise? No, my lord. I am merely the man in the black suit, he replied, his head bowed in trepidation. You are but a dog. My life is worth less than that of a mere beast. Have them prepare the money at once. Immediately, the celestial dragon shouted in a fit of rage. Prostrate on the ground. Yes, my lord. The man in the black suit promptly retrieved a den mushy. Add another one, a zoan-type ancient species. You may sit for the time being, but you have only 10 minutes, Barrett interjected, his tone ethereal. The black-suited man paused momentarily before glaring menacingly at Barrett. Did you not hear? Hurry at once. The celestial dragon roared, his gaze fixed on the black-suited man as if he were prey. Yes, my lord. The black-suited man respectfully bowed to the celestial dragon before casting a fierce glare at Barrett. Behave like a dog should. Do not bare your teeth indiscriminately, or you may endanger your master. You dared to glare at me just now. Hence, I shall add an additional 5 billion berries. Barrett regarded the man in the suit with indifference, slightly lifting his foot. What he said is true. Dogs should not bare their teeth. Get things arranged. And should you dare to look again, I shall pluck out your eyes. Seeing Barrett lift his foot, the celestial dragon shouted in fury. Yes, my lord. The black-suited man lowered his head, refraining from meeting Barrett's gaze, and quietly stepped aside to use the den mushy. Jean, do you see this? This is what they call a celestial dragon. Never regard them as exalted and untouchable again. Noticing Jean still seated on the ground, Barrett gently patted him. Jean nodded, slowly rising to his feet, taking deep breaths to calm himself. The shock Barrett had delivered today was overwhelming, trampling on the celestial dragon, exerting his dominance. He had even severed the celestial dragon's fingers with his own blade. In the past, he could hardly have dared to imagine such a scenario. After a considerable time, Jean had fully composed himself, casting a disdainful glance at the now silent celestial dragon, fear absent from his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to undergo a profound transformation. As the conqueror's Haki within him surged, shattering the barrier of intermediate conqueror's Haki and attaining the advanced level. Subsequently, he slightly bowed to Barrett, saying, Boss, thank you. Between brothers, there is no need for such formalities, Barrett replied with a light chuckle. My, how fearsome you are, young man. Just then, accompanied by a lewd and distinct voice, a flash of light appeared 10 meters ahead of Barrett and Jean. Upon seeing the figure, Barrett instantly recognized him. In this world, there was only one person who wielded light, possessed such a lascivious appearance, and spoke with such disdain, Kazuru. Ah, is that not the Navy's monster, Borsellino? What a terrifying old man. Barrett retorted with an air of sarcasm. Young man, you are being rather rude. I am not yet 30, still a youth. Borsellino expressed his dissatisfaction. Just you? Barrett scoffed. Who would know if you hadn't spoken? Have you ever experienced the speed of light? In an instant, a flash of brilliance signaled Borsellino's presence beside the celestial dragon. Not bad speed. Just as he was about to seize the celestial dragon, an exceedingly displeasing voice echoed, accompanied by a swift strike of a black long knife aimed at his arm. Broly's expression darkened. With a flicker of light, he reappeared several dozen meters away. I did mention your speed is merely decent. Before he could utter another word, the knife belonging to Jean materialized beside him. With a resounding thud, Borsellino had no time to elementalize. He swiftly conjured a sword of light to parry the long knife. The clash erupted in a cacophony, propelling Broly several meters back. Nevertheless, Jean offered him no respite, relentlessly pursuing him with his long knife in a flurry of strikes. Broly could only defend himself with his light sword. The sounds of their engagement ringing out incessantly as the unleashed energy detonated throughout the auction house. Barrett hovered in midair, a smile gracing his features as he observed the unfolding scene. Cease. Not long after, a man clad in a black suit entered, carrying 2 large cases. Upon witnessing the fierce confrontation, he shouted urgently. In response, Borsellino unleashed a powerful strike, utilizing the recoil to retreat swiftly several meters, his gaze fixed upon his adversary. I never anticipated that Firefly would possess such strength. Alas, aside from your speed, your other abilities are rather lacking. I haven't even needed to exert my full power. Jean sheathed his long sword, his form flickering as he returned to Barrett's side. Borsellino's expression darkened. He had not only failed to engage Barrett, but had also been unable to compel Jean to unleash his full potential. The man in the black suit disregarded Borsellino and hurried to Barrett's position, exclaiming, We have fulfilled all your requests. You may now release Stansenlia. Of course. I pride myself on my integrity, Barrett replied, nodding with a smile. He then addressed Jean. Brother, inspect the goods. Certainly, boss, Jean responded, nodding as he swiftly kicked the black-suited man aside and opened the two cases. One was filled with berries, while the other contained both berries and a banana-shaped devil fruit. Boss, take a look at this, Jean said, tossing the devil fruit to Barrett. Ancient Zoan, giant ape form. After a careful examination, Barrett's eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such a formidable offering from the other party, a powerful fruit indeed. Jin. Since they have honored their promise, we too must not falter, Barrett exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Clear the way. With a swift motion, Jin swung his long blade towards a wall of the auction house, unleashing a magnificent fiery bird that soared forth. The flames erupted, creating a substantial breach in the wall of the auction house. In an instant, Barrett, alongside the celestial dragon, surged through the gaping hole, with Borsalino's brilliance illuminating their path. Closely following behind, Borsalino catch. Barrett exerted tremendous effort, hurling the celestial dragon into the air. Ah, help me. The celestial dragon cried out desperately. Damn it, Borsalino muttered helplessly, compelled to rescue the celestial dragon first. Borsalino, have the Navy change my moniker to Eastern Emperor, otherwise I'll have to deal with those swine again. And I too shall be known as the Flame King. Just as Borsalino caught the celestial dragon, two voices resonated throughout the auction house below. What utter madness! Borsalino cursed under his breath and swiftly returned to the auction venue, handing the celestial dragon over to the man in the black suit. Eastern Emperor, Flame King. These two names would soon echo across the vast seas. Surrounding the auction house, everyone who heard the commotion simultaneously paused their activities, gazing skyward in hushed whispers. The following day, news spread across the ocean, and nearly every faction became aware of the names Eastern Emperor and Flame King. Those two little rascals are quite the troublemakers. On Snake Princess Island, Haki set down her newspaper, taking a deep drag from her cigarette, her face etched with melancholy. In the New World, members of the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and acquaintances of Barrett engaged in fervent discussions, while even the less familiar Golden Lion began to take notice. Meanwhile, the transformed Barrett and Jin were on island number 18 of the Sabati archipelago, busily procuring various supplies. Under the cover of night, the two loaded the supplies onto their newly acquired small boat, arcing through the air as they swiftly departed from the Sabati archipelago. After flying for about an hour, they gradually lowered the boat into the sea, leisurely taking their seats at the bow. Boss, should we do it again? Jin grinned, handing Barrett a flask of liquor. For now, there was no rush. In the aftermath, both the celestial dragons and the Navy would be on high alert. Barrett took a swig of the drink, chuckling as he shook his head. Having read the original work, he was well aware that the celestial dragons were indeed foolish. Yet, they were also surrounded by formidable adversaries. And repeating such reckless acts would lead not to profit, but to demise. Moreover, the CP organization and the Navy were not to be underestimated. They would undoubtedly be prepared. So, boss, are we heading back directly now? Jin took a sip of his drink, quickly regaining his composure. He was no fool, having been temporarily blinded by the prospect of immense profit moments earlier. Let us rest for a while, and then we shall take to the skies. Barrett pondered for a moment and resolved to proceed with caution. Their previous activities could easily be uncovered with a little diligence. Very well. Jean nodded in agreement. Before long, the two once again hoisted the vessel and swiftly soared towards the nameless isle in the doldrums. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, and 3 months passed quietly. At this juncture, in a clearing on the island, Barrett and Jean stood before a group of young boys and girls who gazed at Barrett with solemnity, fully aware that they were about to face a new trial. Dear students, Barrett proclaimed in a resonant voice, I trust you are aware that today marks your second trial. The rules remain unchanged. However, the duration for which you must survive has now extended to 2 weeks. Thus, strive to endure until the day of liberation arrives. Let us depart. Yes, sir. The group echoed in unison, stepping forward into the forest with expressions of seriousness and vigilance, unlike their previous demeanor. Moments later, only 4 figures remained in the vast clearing: Barrett, Jean, Delia, and Johnson. Boss, Brother Jean, where is our trial site? Johnson inquired eagerly, his face alight with excitement as soon as the others departed. Indeed. Barrett, where is the trial site for Johnson and me? Delia followed up with her question. Delia, I will ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? Barrett, ignoring Johnson, regarded Delia with a grave expression. At his words, Jean also turned to Delia, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Having spent considerable time together, he had come to view Delia as a sister and naturally wished for her to remain. Johnson looked on, perplexed, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two. Barrett, do not think of abandoning me. I have vowed to follow you, and I will undoubtedly pass your trial, Delia declared, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having lost her family, she had come to regard Barrett and Jean as her own kin. The thought of being cast away by Barrett filled her with dread, for she could hardly fathom what she would do alone. Consume this, and you shall be one of us, Barrett said, affectionately ruffling her hair as he produced a union fruit. Over time, he had come to accept Delia, though her talent paled in comparison to Johnson's. No matter the training, her growth and strength had been agonizingly slow. Had he not acquired the union fruit beforehand, he might have hesitated to fully embrace Delia. However, now that he possessed the fruit, her capabilities and safety would be significantly enhanced. Tears streaming down her face, Delia snatched the union fruit and bit into it, fearful that Barrett might retract his offer. It tastes awful, she exclaimed, her face contorting into a bitter expression, yet she resolutely swallowed it whole without uttering another word. Delia, you only need to take a single bite. Why consume the entire thing? Jean chuckled heartily at the sight of Delia's distorted features. Upon hearing this, Delia looked bewilderedly at Barrett and Jean, seeing them stifling their laughter, and her spirits plummeted. How could you both behave this way? Delia stared with wide eyes and a pouting mouth, glaring at Barrett and Jean with evident frustration. Their laughter erupted, filling the air with mirth. Johnson, perplexed by the scene, joined in their laughter, albeit without understanding the joke. Upon witnessing the trio's joviality, Delia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation, prompting her to turn her head away. As their laughter subsided, Barrett affectionately ruffled Delia's hair and said, Delia, the fruit you just consumed is a natural-type cloud fruit. Your entire body can now transform into clouds, rendering physical attacks ineffective against you. Why not give it a try? I'll give it a go, Delia replied, her innocence shining through as she nodded earnestly, then closed her eyes to concentrate. In no time, her lower body transformed into a fluffy cloud. Wow, Barrett, I really have turned into clouds, Delia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at her cloud-like legs, bursting into playful antics. She morphed into clouds, then animals, indulging in her newfound abilities with pure delight. Observing Delia's childlike exuberance, Barrett and Jean couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Johnson stood behind them, utterly bewildered, mouth agape, and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After a while, seeing Delia still frolicking, Barrett playfully flicked her on the head. Ouch, that hurt. Barrett, you tricked me. Didn't you say physical attacks were ineffective? Delia pouted, cradling her head and glaring at Barrett. Jean chuckled softly, unable to contain himself, and remarked, You fool. If elemental transformation were invincible, how could I have ever landed a hit on that Navy officer last time? Really? How did you manage that? Delia inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Jean. See, just like this, Jean replied, turning his finger black and tapping it lightly on Delia's head. Ouch. You jerk, Jean. Didn't you know that would hurt? Delia complained, her big eyes welling with tears of frustration. All right, enough of this nonsense, Barrett interjected, sensing the playful banter. Delia, this fruit is quite extraordinary, and you must learn to harness its power. However, being a natural type is not synonymous with invincibility, as you just experienced. Thus, you must not neglect your physical training and martial arts. Otherwise, I might just double my efforts and leave you with quite a few bumps on your head. I will do my best, Delia replied, still nursing her head, casting a wary glance at Barrett. Johnson, eat this. Barr nodded slightly, disregarding Lydia, and presented a devil fruit to Johnson. This particular fruit, an ancient breed resembling a giant ape, was a contribution from the celestial dragons. From the moment he acquired it, he intended to bestow it upon Johnson, as both his physique and strength were exceptionally suited for martial arts. This devil fruit would significantly amplify these advantages and considerably enhance Johnson's power. All right, boss, Johnson grinned as he accepted the devil fruit. He then performed an amusing act of devouring it, managing to consume it in 3 bites, and afterward, he licked his lips in delight, clearly savoring the experience. Johnson, wasn't it unpleasant? Jean inquired with a curious expression, observing Johnson's reaction. Barrett and Delia turned their gazes towards Johnson. It's not bad, at least it has some flavor. Johnson replied with a hearty smile. Upon hearing this, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Jean led the two to their training ground, while Barrett ventured to the seaside to practice alone. 2 weeks later, on a nameless island. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had elapsed. Barrett and Jean, much like before, prepared their medicinal bath and a sumptuous feast, standing at the edge of the forest in quiet anticipation. "Boss, how many do you think will remain this time?" Jean inquired, casting a curious glance at the woods. "I am uncertain," came the reply. Barrett shook his head. Aside from their initial reconnaissance on the first day, they had devoted all their time to self-improvement, completely unaware of how many would survive. "Perhaps I should take a look," he suggested. "No need. They are emerging now." Barrett indicated towards the forest exit, speaking softly. "Boss, the number of those who have come out is rather few." Jean activated his observation Haki, swiftly discerning the exact count of individuals exiting the forest. "This is the price, and it is life," Barrett murmured. Through his Haki, he too realized that only around 128 people had emerged, meaning that another 72 souls had perished within, a toll not dissimilar to the first encounter. Indeed, it is only through relentless encounters with life and death that one can grow stronger, and only by becoming strong can one seize control of their own fate. Jean wholeheartedly agreed. He understood the significance of power better than anyone, having been pursued since childhood, confined to a laboratory in his youth, and only gaining a semblance of freedom by following Barrett and strengthening his own abilities. "Jean, starting tomorrow, I plan to conduct training in batches to discern who is suited for physical techniques and who for swordsmanship," Barrett announced. "Boss, swordsmanship is manageable, but for the 6 styles, their physical conditioning is insufficient. If they are coerced into training, it may result in bodily harm." Jean frowned. "Who said anything about teaching them the 6 styles? That is our ultimate secret. Apart from the higher-ups who can learn them all, others must earn the right to study them through merit or by competing in battles to attain a ranking." Barrett cast a discontented glance in his direction. He was far from foolish. The 6 forms, as the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, were not to be disseminated carelessly. What if someone mastered them and ultimately betrayed him? "Boss, this is rather reminiscent of the Navy's approach," Jean remarked in surprise. "Indeed, but isn't it the most effective method?" Barrett replied with a smile. "That's true." Jean nodded, continuing to inquire, "What do you intend to teach them?" "Striking techniques, kicking techniques, and resilience against blows," Barrett articulated. Barrett chuckled lightly, noting that the martial arts of the pirate world can be distilled into 3 essential concepts: speed, strength, and technique. The 6 forms, the 8 impact fist, and the fishman karate are all methods that amalgamate these elements, maximizing one's innate power and velocity. "This approach is intriguing," Jean remarked, observing its resemblance to the training regimen employed by Buggy and his crew. "Indeed, this is precisely how Mr. Jabba trained Buggy," Barrett affirmed with a nod. This training method was something they had inadvertently encountered during their time aboard Roger's ship. At that time, both he and Jean had their own training routines and paid little heed to it. However, given that the 6 forms cannot be taught, this method undoubtedly emerges as the finest means of training. Much akin to the art of the sword, it involves relentless practice, honing the fundamentals and cultivating habits. In the future, when one delves into martial arts or a more profound understanding of swordsmanship, the benefits will be manifold, facilitating comprehension and the development of personal combat skills. "Heh," Jean chuckled. "In that case, those fellows are in for a challenge. I recall the hardships Buggy endured. This is for their own good, enhancing their chances of survival. Should they falter, their demise would be well-deserved. After all, the path to strength is fraught with sacrifice." Barrett's tone was flat, bordering on impersonal. "Let us proceed," he said, leading Jean forward. The following day, on the open ground of the nameless island, Barrett stood at the forefront, with Jean positioned just behind him, while a group of young boys and girls quietly stood opposite Barrett. "Ladies and gentlemen," Barrett proclaimed, "congratulations on once again enduring the trials and surviving. Today, you shall embark on a new phase of training, during which I shall impart to you the art of offensive techniques. The next trial is scheduled for 6 months hence, at which point I will orchestrate a new challenge and reassign your ranks. The individual who attains the highest position will earn my endorsement, thereby freeing themselves from the shackles around their neck and qualifying to become an intern within my faction. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon them 3 techniques from the Marine 6 styles. The second-place contender shall receive 2 techniques from the Marine 6 styles, while the third will be awarded 1. Is this truly the case?" The moment he finished speaking, the young girl, number 2, gazed intently at Barrett. As the others regained their composure, they collectively turned their eyes towards him, their expressions brimming with an insatiable yearning and hope. After all, any person of sound mind would not wish to bear a collar around their neck, particularly one that signifies a shameful identity. Indeed, Barrett nodded with a smile, deeply impressed by the young girl number 2. Her training intensity was on par with that of the boys, and her mind was remarkably agile. Most importantly, she possessed a fierce determination and held a profound admiration for Barrett. "Yay!" the girl exclaimed, bouncing with joy and revealing a sweet smile. "This is wonderful. First place is mine. No one else has a chance to take it from me." Upon hearing this, the others erupted in cheers. Upon witnessing the scene, Barrett merely smiled and refrained from intervening. This embodies the hope that lies beneath the weight of oppression. If he were to engage solely in monotonous training and repetitive drills, it would not be long before some among them succumbed to lethargy and grew weary of their cultivation. Doubts would also arise, leading them to question whether Barrett was deceiving them, gradually eroding their trust in him. This was not the outcome he desired. Thus, he chose to enhance the situation in this manner. Not only does it stimulate their enthusiasm and foster a sense of competition, but it also allows them to glimpse a glimmer of hope. A few moments later, once the crowd had quieted, Barrett spoke once more. "Now, we shall commence the allocation. Those who wish to learn the way of the sword, step forward." As his words fell, 80 individuals stepped forth, leaving only 48 behind. Barrett raised his gaze and observed that many sought to learn the art of swordsmanship, including the previously infamous number 100 youth who had seized his position through bloodshed, the astute 5 sisters, and the original number 5 boy among others. However, what surprised him even more was that the young girl ranked 2nd had chosen to remain and study martial arts. "Well then, since you all have chosen to pursue the path of swordsmanship, starting today, Jean will be your instructor," Barrett stated, diverting his attention back to the assembled youths. After Barrett concluded his words, Jean stepped forward to stand alongside him and shouted to the assembled swordsmanship students, "All of you, follow me out of here at the swiftest pace to craft a wooden sword." "Yes, my lord," responded those who stepped forward, bowing before hastily dashing into the forest. "Boss, I shall proceed ahead," Jean called out as he turned to leave. "From this day forth, I will train you all. Now, each of you shall execute 10,000 punches and 10,000 kicks in the water." Once Jean departed, Barrett gazed with a cheerful smile at the remaining 48 individuals. "Yes, my lord," they exclaimed, visibly thrilled at the prospect of being trained personally by Barrett. They dashed out excitedly, with number 2 running the fastest, closely followed by his brother, the burly number 3. "Your punches must be steady, not the chaotic flailing you have displayed thus far." Barrett approached the shore and unleashed a powerful punch, producing a resounding boom that resonated through the air, creating a swirling vortex upon the sea's surface. Witnessing Barrett's formidable strike, those studying martial arts widened their eyes in astonishment. They were aware of Barrett's prowess, yet they had not anticipated it would be so extraordinary. As training commenced, irrespective of the ferocity of the waves, it was imperative to maintain stability in their punches. Barrett slowed his fist and executed a perfectly balanced punch. He, along with number 2, took the lead, becoming the first to practice the punch, while Barrett stood firmly on the shore, earnestly guiding the training of the group. Among them, numbers 2 and 3 exhibited the greatest talent, and after just a couple of brief instructions, their punches began to take on a commendable form. Not far from them, another group of young men and women wielded wooden swords, relentlessly striking at the water, with Jean attentively supervising their efforts. In an instant, the small island was abuzz with fervent activity, the sounds of training echoing throughout the entire isle. As night fell, Barrett leapt into the air, soaring toward the heavens. And moments later, he descended upon another island. Barrett, the leader. As soon as Barrett descended, Johnson and Delia hurried over. "My apologies for arriving late today." Upon seeing them, a faint smile graced Barrett's face. Their presence here was a deliberate arrangement by Barrett, firstly, to conceal their fruit abilities, and secondly, because their strength far surpassed that of the group of young boys and girls, rendering collective training rather futile. Thus, for the past 3 months, Barrett and Jean had been dedicating a session each week to train the 2 of them individually. "It's quite all right," they both replied, shaking their heads in unison. "Come, take a seat. I have a few questions for you." Barrett waved at the 2 individuals and settled onto a stone. The pair followed suit, taking their seats beside him. Barrett, what do you wish to inquire about? Delia asked, her gaze fixed curiously upon him. Oh, nothing of great importance. Merely wondering how proficient you both have become with the 6 styles, Barrett replied with a smile. I have mastered all but the moonwalk, Delia declared, tilting her head proudly as she gazed at Barrett. Boss, I can utilize them all, Johnson chimed in, his simple face radiating a sense of pride as well. Is that truly the case? Barrett responded, skepticism etched across his features. The 6 styles, exclusive to the Navy, were not as easily mastered as one might presume. When he himself had been learning the 6 styles, it had taken him a year of diligent practice. Only with Rhine's guidance did he manage to grasp them swiftly. And it was through numerous battles that he finally achieved mastery. The notion that Delia and Johnson claimed to have mastered the techniques in just a few months was beyond his belief. Even graduates from elite training camps would hesitate to assert they had fully mastered them. I mean mastery in the sense of proficient application, not merely having learned them. Barrett quickly clarified, concerned that the two might misconstrue his words. Sensing Barrett's doubt, Delia, in a huff, activated the shave technique, vanishing from sight with a whoosh. In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as her head collided with a tree. Fortunately, being a Logia user, she felt no pain. See, that is what I call mastery, Delia exclaimed, eliciting an immediate scowl from Barrett, who inwardly cursed. Johnson, why don't you give it a try? Barrett's voice was deep, and his expression was somewhat somber. With a sudden motion, Tyson unleashed his power, and with a resounding boom, the ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust. This is what you refer to as mastery. Barrett rose, his gaze icy as he regarded the two individuals before him, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He had held them in high esteem, yet their response had proven to be utterly disheartening. Indeed, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Delia and Johnson exchanged apprehensive glances, intimidated by Barrett's demeanor. Though he had always been stern, he had never displayed such ire before. In an instant, Barrett executed a swift movement, appearing silently before Delia, his piercing gaze locking onto her. You just informed me that aside from the moonstep, you have mastered everything else. Delia's face paled in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Without hesitation, Barrett shifted towards Johnson, his voice rising in fury. You just claimed that you could utilize everything at your disposal, and this is how you wield it? Boss, I'm sorry, Johnson murmured, his head bowed in shame. Unable to meet Barrett's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Barrett sighed deeply. Very well, this fault lies with us as well. We should not have entrusted everything to you. He then turned his serious attention to Johnson. From this day forth, your burdens shall be doubled, and your physical training shall be intensified. Each night, you must venture into the forest to confront beasts. Moreover, during these battles, you may only employ the techniques of the slice, the finger gun, and the iron block. This will not only expedite your mastery of the 3 techniques, but also, through the trials of injury, continually awaken your fruit abilities, thereby fortifying your physique, enhancing your vitality, and amplifying your strength. I understand, boss, Johnson replied, nodding solemnly. Barrett nodded slightly, then turned to glance at Delia, who stood not far away, and said with irritation, Aren't you coming over? Do I need to come and fetch you? I'm sorry, Barrett, Delia replied, cautiously approaching, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. With a flick of his hand, Barrett responded brusquely, Delia, if your haircut remains like this when I return next time, you had better hide in the sea. Otherwise, I will turn you into a pig's head. And I shall bear your surname. Delia covered her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded rapidly, acutely aware that if she hesitated, Barrett would not wait for another occasion. She could very well become a pig's head today. Barrett coldly addressed Delia, stating that from this day forth, her burden would be doubled. Under such circumstances, he demanded her to push the limits of her abilities. Furthermore, like Johnson, she was to enter the forest to engage in combat, with no allowance for elemental transformation. The more Delia listened, the lower her head sank, as she felt an increasing sense of dread that Barrett intended to eliminate her. With this approach, she feared she would either perish or be left incapacitated. Lastly, he emphasized the development of her abilities. Barrett remained oblivious to Delia's hidden intentions. Noticing her earnest demeanor and softened tone, he became more receptive. Upon hearing about the development of abilities, Delia's interest was piqued, and she listened attentively. The yun fruit symbolizes a celestial phenomenon within the natural world, a concept that. Barrett spoke eloquently, while Delia listened intently, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Delia, this is something I have prepared for you. It contains my insights on the cloud fruit. With that, Barrett presented her with a book he had authored, a compilation of his thoughts on clouds since Delia consumed the devil fruit. He included various types of clouds, such as volcanic clouds, cumulonimbus clouds, and even the whimsical somersault cloud. After all, the development of the devil fruit relies heavily on imagination, and once these concepts are successfully harnessed, Delia will become a living catastrophe, able to summon any weather she desires from high altitudes, making it nearly impossible to capture her. Thank you, Barrett. Upon realizing the book was filled with insights about the cloud fruit, Delia joyfully accepted it, and, after casually flipping through a couple of pages, became utterly engrossed. Johnson, come over here with me. Barrett, wishing not to disturb her, gently patted the still guilt-ridden Johnson and led him away. As they reached the shoreline, Barrett paused and softly addressed Johnson. I neglected to mention earlier that the 6 styles are merely foundational combat techniques. As you practice, I encourage you to explore and develop your own fighting style. However, I suggest you select a weapon. After all, no matter how formidable your fists may be, they cannot rival the sharpness of a weapon. With a puzzled expression, Barrett continued, I recall during our time in Dressrosa, you wielded an axe. Would you like me to procure one for you? You could blend the 6 styles with your own unique axe techniques. No need, boss, Johnson replied, shaking his head. I used the axe back then because of my strength. It was simply the most suitable weapon in the arena. What weapon do you desire then? Barrett inquired. Boss, I'm not very clever. Even with a weapon, I wouldn't be able to develop anything remarkable. It's better for me to master the 6 styles. I believe with my strength, I can still become quite formidable, Johnson said with a broad smile. Is that so? Barrett pondered for a moment. Realizing that Johnson was indeed correct, Johnson, with his uncomplicated mindset, dedicated himself solely to honing his physical prowess, neglecting the practice of weaponry, which might very well lead to greater achievements. Subsequently, Barrett addressed Johnson, saying, Your devil fruit is that of the ancient giant ape, a colossal beast renowned in antiquity for its formidable physique, vitality, and strength. The techniques of the 6 styles are rather monotonous and do not fully harness your potential. Then what should I do to enhance my strength? Johnson inquired. Barrett furrowed his brow in contemplation. Though he hailed from a distinguished lineage, the martial arts passed down through his family were merely conventional techniques, ill-suited for this world. Unlike weaponry, which remained effective on the battlefield due to its inherent lethality and grandiose maneuvers, the martial arts he possessed were primarily designed for training rather than combat. However, after acquiring the 6 styles over the years and combining the memories in his mind with these techniques, he had gradually formulated a nascent style of his own. From now on, Johnson, you shall incorporate an additional element into your daily training. Perform 20,000 kicks and 20,000 punches. After a period of practice, I will teach you a comprehensive martial art. After some reflection, Barrett resolved to impart the rudiments of his self-developed martial art to Johnson, allowing him to gradually explore his own combat techniques. After all, Johnson was naturally inclined towards grand and sweeping maneuvers. Thank you, boss, Johnson replied with a broad grin. Barrett waved his hand and continued, however, it is imperative that you swiftly master the 6 forms. Once you have acquired this skill, I will teach you the technique of life return and a method to refine your physique. This will significantly accelerate the development of your devil fruit abilities. Once the fruit awakens, your vitality, strength, and physical condition will be greatly enhanced. Understood, boss. I will master the 6 forms as quickly as possible, Johnson replied solemnly. Very well, that will be all for today. Tomorrow, I will collaborate with Jean to develop a martial art suited to your capabilities. Once we have perfected it, I will return to instruct you. You may continue your training without concern. I will take my leave now. Barrett chuckled as he patted Johnson on the back and leaped into the sky. Boss, I shall strive with all my might. Johnson gazed at the heavens, clenched his fists, and then turned to walk into the forest. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, through rigorous training, 128 young men and women entered a rapid growth phase. Among them, the second girl was the most fortunate. 5 months prior, after a particularly exhausting training session, she found herself weary and famished by the seaside. Unexpectedly, a devil fruit drifted to her from an unknown source, and unable to resist her hunger, she bit into it without hesitation. When training resumed the next day, she nearly drowned upon entering the sea, prompting Barrett to realize that she had consumed a devil fruit. He called her aside for inquiry, and after some investigation, Barrett discovered that she had ingested the special paramecia-type gum-gum fruit, the very one that the character from the film, Gasper, had consumed. Upon Barrett's confirmation, he promptly announced that the young girl, designated as number 2, would become an intern, liberating her from the shackles around her neck. The girl immediately expressed her desire for Barrett to bestow upon her a name, to which Barrett, with evident delight, named her Achina. At that moment, both Achina and the burly individual designated as number 3 were nearly moved to tears. Subsequently, Barrett instructed Jean to escort her to the island where Johnson and the others resided, and tasked Jean with teaching her 3 of the 6 techniques. Furthermore, he took the time to compose a developmental direction for the gum-gum fruit specifically for her. In profound gratitude, Achina promised to dedicate herself to rigorous training. Additionally, following Achina's remarkable experience, Barrett pledged that if anyone encountered a devil fruit, surrendering it would result in immediate liberation from their shackles. Should they choose not to join them, they could cease their training, free themselves from the shackles, and attain complete freedom upon their departure. The first proposition garnered little belief among the masses, who scarcely entertained the notion, yet the prospect of becoming an intern ignited aspirations in many. It is often said, the heart that plants flowers may find them wilted, while the careless insertion of willows may yield shade. However, not everyone possesses Achina's fortune. Devoid of such luck, many endured exhaustion, searching fruitlessly for several nights before reluctantly relinquishing hope. Yet, what brought Barrett the greatest joy were the advancements of Delia and Johnson. After 6 months of arduous training, Johnson not only made rapid progress in mastering the 6 techniques, but 2 months prior, Barrett had also imparted the methods of life restoration and the integration of iron blocks to him. Johnson lived up to expectations, swiftly grasping the concepts, earning praise from Jean, who gave him a thumbs up. Moreover, while teaching Johnson the art of life restoration, Barrett also shared the foundational techniques he had previously promised him. Every 3 days, either Barrett or Jean would visit the island to spar with him, imparting insights from their past regarding various martial arts and helping him refine his new techniques. Johnson's prowess in martial arts proved exceptional. Within a mere 2 months, he had honed a style uniquely suited to him. According to Barrett's observations, Johnson's integrated martial arts bore resemblance to Muay Thai from his previous life, utilizing fists, legs, knees, and elbows, all enhanced by the Navy's 6 techniques. This combination not only improved his agility and speed, but, when paired with Johnson's innate strength, resulted in devastating and increasingly ferocious attacks. Should Johnson transform into an ancient giant ape, even Jean would hesitate to confront him without using Haki, as his combat prowess would rival that of a Navy rear admiral. Subsequently, Barrett also instructed Jean to teach Johnson the methods for awakening Haki. Should he succeed in awakening it, Johnson's combat capabilities would ascend to even greater heights. Furthermore, after consuming a devil fruit, Delia entirely abandoned the swordsmanship path, opting to merge the 6 techniques with the abilities granted by the gum-gum fruit as her means of attack. Over the course of 6 months, Delia became proficient in utilizing the 6 techniques. Additionally, she displayed remarkable talent in developing skills from the gum-gum fruit. Utilizing the books provided by Barrett alongside some nautical knowledge, resulting in the creation of numerous powerful abilities, including the remarkable flying nimbus. Although their speed may not rival that of monkeys, they are nonetheless capable of traversing the clouds with human passengers, surpassing even the swiftest of blades. Most astonishing to Barrett was the unintentional awakening of Delia's observation Haki, which, upon awakening, rapidly ascended to an intermediate level, exhibiting an astonishing range that far exceeded even Jin's initial prowess. This brought Delia immense pride for quite some time, while Barrett and the others felt a lingering sense of frustration. However, Barrett and Jean were not without their own gains. Through extensive training in the ocean, they had transformed from inept swimmers into capable individuals. Now, as long as they were not fully submerged, they could function without debilitating weakness. Despite their inability to utilize their abilities or engage in combat, their endurance had significantly improved, thanks to prolonged exposure to seawater. Moreover, to hone their Haki and physical prowess, they had not hesitated to flatten numerous small hills in the windless areas surrounding them. They often employed their conqueror's Haki to train the others, instilling a degree of resistance to it among all. Notably, Johnson, Delia, and Akina received special attention, and after 6 months, they had developed enough fortitude to withstand Jin's conqueror's Haki without succumbing to unconsciousness. However, Barrett's conqueror's Haki proved too overwhelming for the trio, who could only endure for about half an hour before losing consciousness. The others, too, had gained some resilience through rigorous training, enabling them to withstand ordinary instances of conqueror's Haki. In summary, after 6 months, everyone had experienced considerable growth. Nevertheless, the progress of Barrett and Jean regarding their abilities seemed to have plateaued. Their physical strength and mastery of fire appeared to have reached an insurmountable limit, leaving them somewhat disheartened. They resolved to seek alternative methods after departing from this place. As the sun descended in the west, on the shores of an unnamed island, Barrett and Jean stood at the forefront, with Johnson, Delia, and Akina positioned behind them. This was their final stretch of time here. As they awaited the return of the challengers, Barrett, someone is emerging, Delia suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the forest's exit. Upon hearing her words, the group raised their eyes and observed that approximately 30 individuals had emerged, their expressions furrowed in concern. Akina, in particular, stared intently, noting that her brother, the robust figure known as Number 3, was not among them. Delia, Akina, Johnson, please go and tally the bestiaries. Once everyone has emerged, I will proceed with the rankings, Barrett promptly instructed. This time was distinct from the previous two, while the earlier trials had solely focused on developing survival skills. This endeavor aimed to enhance everyone's combat capabilities. Prior to the group's entry into the forest, he had established a set of rules. Each individual must hunt a ferocious beast, with the ears serving as proof. Those who chose to evade would face his direct intervention. Furthermore, the competition would be based on the quantity of beasts hunted to determine rankings. Understood, boss, they replied. The three of them responded in unison, making their way towards the forest's exit to commence the tally of those who emerged. As night fell, all the survivors exited the woods. The mortality rate was notably high. Out of 128 individuals, only 68 remained, resulting in a tragic loss of 60 lives. However, there was little sorrow among the group. From the very beginning, Barrett had informed them that they would first endure death before being able to unlock their chains. This was their own choice, and it could be seen as a commendable fate, certainly preferable to a life of servitude that could lead to a brutal demise. Soon, the trio of Delia completed their count. She waved to Barrett and his companion, calling out, Barrett, Jean, we have finished our tally. Please lead the others over there. We will join you shortly. Barrett gestured towards the vacant space by the shore and walked over with Jean. Moments later, Delia and her companions approached, leading the remaining 68 individuals, and stood before Barrett and Jean. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on once again passing the trial. You have taken a significant step towards breaking the shackles. Barrett, as is his custom, offered another round of encouragement. He then turned his gaze toward Delia and inquired, Delia, please announce the results of your statistics aloud. Following that, I shall fulfill my promise and proceed with the re-ranking. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned eagerly to Delia, filled with anticipation and hope. Delia stepped forward, her small face adorned with a serious demeanor, exuding an aura of strength that starkly contrasted with the tearful girl she once was. She declared, according to the rules, only the top 3 will receive rewards. The rest will merely be ranked to obtain new identifiers. The first place is Number 3, with a tally of 20 beasts slain. Yay! As soon as Delia's words echoed, a china sprang up, and a broad smile spread across the face of the robust Number 3. Come here. Barrett beckoned the burly figure with a grin. Yes, my lord, the strong man responded, bowing with excitement, fully aware that the shackles around his neck would soon be lifted, liberating him from slavery. The others looked on with a mix of envy, jealousy, and deep-seated resentment. Barrett produced a key, and with a swift motion, the slave collar fell away from Number 3's neck with a definitive click. Brother, you are finally free, Achina exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears, leaping into the arms of the strong man, sobbing softly. Thank you, my lord, the strong man said, gently patting Achina and setting him down before bowing again to Barrett. Thank you. Boss, Achina followed suit, performing a deep bow. There's no need for that. You have earned this freedom through your own efforts. Barrett smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He then addressed Number 3, you are now eligible to become my apprentice. Would you prefer to reclaim your original name, or shall I bestow upon you a new one? My lord, since the moment Achina and I were sold, the past has become irrelevant to us. We desire a fresh start, and we humbly request you to grant us a new name. Number 3 replied without hesitation, bowing to Barrett once more. Very well, Barrett chuckled lightly. In the future, my forces will include the 3 kings of Lingshao, the 5 divine generals of the locked firmament, the 7 stars of Moonslaying, and the 9-star warriors of trembling heaven, totaling 24 divine generals. Among them, the Flame King shall lead the 3 kings, becoming my future deputy, while the 5 divine generals will serve as esteemed high-ranking officials, with the 7 and 9 stars following closely behind. Currently, apart from the Flame King, the remaining positions are vacant. I hope you can aspire to the stature of the 5 divine generals and become one of my 5 war deities, charging into battle on my behalf. Thus, I shall name you after a Western deity, henceforth known as Ares. Can you bear this title? As he spoke, Barrett locked eyes with number 3, and the others collectively turned their attention to him. Except for Jean, nearly all present wore expressions of envy. Even Delia and Johnson were no exceptions. Boss, I shall never bring shame to this name, number 3 affirmed resolutely. Without hesitation, number 3 knelt on one knee, his head bowed as if taking an oath. Ha ha. Barrett laughed. Ares, from this day forth, you shall be mine. Remember, here, there is no act of submission. Not even the heavens can compel us to bend or bow. Barrett spoke with an imposing charisma, igniting a fervor among the crowd, their eyes reflecting newfound admiration for him. Yes, boss, Ares responded, standing tall with fervor. His voice resonating firmly. Positioned behind me, Barrett waved to Ares with a smile. Ares nodded, quickly advancing to stand directly behind Barrett, maintaining his upright posture. Delia. Barrett then called out, urging her to continue. Second place, number 100, with a total of 18 kills. Upon hearing his rank, the young lad, number 100, displayed a flicker of regret and dissatisfaction on his face. Ah, what a pity, Jean sighed softly upon hearing the count. Do you hold him in high regard? Barrett inquired with a grin. This kid possesses exceptional talent in swordsmanship. I initially thought he would secure first place. I was unaware that Ares would surpass him, Jean remarked. Nodding, his admiration for the young swordsman evident. I remember this lad well. His ferocity and decisiveness left a profound impression on me. He is indeed a promising talent. And I had high hopes for him from the beginning. However, I did not anticipate his swordsmanship would be so remarkable, Barrett replied. Talent is but one aspect. What I admire most is his unwavering belief in his own strength. His conviction to grow stronger is no less fervent than ours was in the past, Jean responded. Barrett paused for a moment, taken aback by Jin's high regard for the youth known as Baihao. He then cast a glance at Baihao and spoke softly, Jean. While we cannot alter the rules, we can certainly modify the rewards. Initially, I had designated the second place reward as 2 techniques from the 6 styles. After the ranking is complete, you may inquire if he would prefer to exchange that for foundational swordsmanship. Very well, I shall speak with him shortly, Jean replied, nodding. He added seriously, his talent in swordsmanship is remarkable. Introducing him to authentic sword techniques at an early stage would undoubtedly benefit his future. Then do ask him when the time comes, Barrett concluded. Barrett nodded in agreement with Jin's assertion, recognizing that the art of swordsmanship differs significantly from physical martial arts. Mastery of physical techniques necessitates a certain level of physical fitness, whereas swordplay imposes no such rigid requirements. Rather, innate talent is paramount, and early exposure is advantageous. Subsequently, the 2 fell into a contemplative silence, awaiting the next development. The last individual, previously numbered 125, had achieved a kill count of 3. Moments later, Delia's voice resonated through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your rankings correspond directly to your achievements. There are currently 67 of you. You shall be designated by numbers 1 to 67. As her words echoed, Barrett stepped forward and declared, moreover, you will have a day to recuperate today. Tomorrow, we shall depart from this island and journey to a new location, where you will face your ultimate trial. Those who survive until the end will be unshackled and will join my crew as apprentice sailors. Thank you, esteemed sir, the group responded in unison, bowing deeply, their bodies trembling with excitement, clearly moved by the momentous announcement. Barrett, with a beaming smile, departed without saying much more, followed closely by Johnson, Delia, Archina, and Ares, leaving only Jean behind. The first and second numbers remained, while the others dispersed. Once Barrett and the others had left, Jean addressed the remaining group. Yes, my lord. They all replied with a bow, casting envious glances at the first and second numbers before turning away from the empty space. Second number, according to the rules. You may choose one of the 6 forms. Please inform me of your choice. After the crowd had departed, Jean turned to the second number. My lord, I choose the aspect of mobility. The second number, a golden-haired youth with prominent brows and large eyes, stood impressively tall at nearly 2 meters. One of those training in martial arts under Barrett. A wise choice, Jean remarked with admiration. Once we arrive at the new trial site, I shall instruct you. For now, you may take your leave. Thank you, my lord, the second number replied with a bow before exiting. After the second number departed, Jean turned to the first number and spoke softly. First number, According to the rules, you may acquire 2 of the 6 forms. However, I recently conferred with the leader and believe your swordsmanship talent is remarkable. I shall grant you an additional option. You may exchange your reward for foundational swordsmanship. Now, please tell me your choice. My lord, I choose swordsmanship. The second number, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and nodded decisively in agreement. Excellent. You possess a keen mindset. Jean was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the first number, a youth, would exhibit such insight, resolutely opting for swordsmanship. Very well. Return to rest for now. When we reach the new trial site, I will personally instruct you. With that, Jean waved his hand and turned toward the direction of Barrett and the others. I shall undoubtedly succeed, the first number declared. His gaze shimmering as he looked out at the sea, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In the dead of night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Barrett and his companions gathered together at the shoreline. Delia, how many individuals can your clouds currently support? Barrett wore a remarkably grave expression, for his intention was not to embark upon a vessel or traverse Fishman Island, but rather to directly soar over the Red Line, a route that promised greater swiftness. In this scenario, the clouds conjured by Delia would become pivotal, for a single misstep could prove catastrophic. Apart from himself, Jean, Delia, and Johnson, the remainder would require rescue. Given the capabilities of he and Jean, they would only manage to save a fraction, leaving the rest undoubtedly stranded. If only the skies above the Red Line were at stake, it would merely result in the loss of a few lives. However, should they traverse the skies above the Red Line, the situation would escalate far beyond mere fatalities. The formidable celestial dragons would inevitably intervene. Should that occur, the casualties would not be limited, and without vigilance, they too could meet their demise. If they were to reduce their speed, I could carry a maximum of 50 individuals. Yet such a maneuver would drastically slow their progress, requiring 2 hours to cross the Red Line. After a moment of contemplation, Delia remarked that at her utmost velocity, she could transport no more than 10 individuals, allowing them to traverse the Red Line in 10 minutes. And you, Jean, how many can you carry? Barrett paused contemplatively before turning his gaze towards Jean. In my fully beastified form, I can transport up to 300 individuals across the Red Earth continent within a mere 5 minutes, provided there is a means to support them. Jean, seemingly unfazed, adjusted his ear. At this, Delia and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment, fixating on Jean. I can manage a few more than Jean. I should be able to carry 500, Barrett murmured, casting a disdainful glance at Delia, adding, without comparison, there can be no hurt. Delia, speechless, pouted in displeasure, feeling as though the two were teasing her, questioning her capacity to transport such a number. Oh dear, Barrett sighed wistfully. It's a pity the Red Earth continent is so elevated. Although my speed is swift, ascending to great heights remains a formidable challenge. At this, Delia brightened, casting a proud glance at Barrett, as if to assert, you can't do without me. However, she felt confident in her ability to carry 50 individuals without difficulty. Just as Delia basked in her moment of pride, Barrett spoke up again. Barrett, how can you be like this? Delia glared at him, visibly displeased. I possess flying capabilities myself. Carrying 300 is certainly within my grasp, and I can soar quite high. At that moment, Jean joined in with a chuckle, and the others smiled knowingly at Delia. You lot, Delia, no fool, realized she had been played, her eyes reddening as she glared at the duo, her expression threatening to bite them. As Delia appeared on the verge of tears, Barrett quickly ruffled her hair, smiling gently. Oh, crybaby. I asked if you had something to attend to. After all, both Jean and I cannot reveal ourselves. How annoying. Delia swatted Barrett's hand away, frowning. Why not just tell me directly? Why go me like this? Laughter erupted among the group, all amused by Delia's antics. She shot them a disgruntled look, her expression fierce yet endearing, resembling an irate little tiger. All right, enough teasing for now. After a brief pause, Barrett stifled his laughter and addressed, Achina, Ares. You two should work together to acquire a substantial quantity of explosives for me. Additionally, procure a cage from the slaver, not too large. Just enough to hold 100 individuals, but it must be sturdy. Understood, boss. The two responded in unison with a nod. Barrett continued. Delia, you remain hidden, keeping a vigilant watch over Achina and Ares. However, you must not reveal yourself. Your sole responsibility is to assist them. Once the objective is secured, you will return to the previous small island with your companions. Understood, Delia nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Barrett patted Jin's shoulder, advising. You will leave shortly to scout the area around the Red Earth continent. It is imperative that you ascertain the optimal route for our leap. Once you have gathered the necessary information, return to the original small island. Boss, I comprehend, Jean replied solemnly, his mind racing with anticipation, knowing Barrett's plan, and feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of avenging past grievances. Boss, what about me? Johnson interjected, feeling anxious as he realized he was the only one without a task. Can you lead a group now? Barrett inquired. Absolutely. Johnson nodded vigorously. Very well. You will commence leading a team to that small island shortly, while I arrange for the boat, Barrett instructed. Understood, boss, Johnson grinned widely. After distributing the tasks, Barrett added, All right, Jean, you depart first and ensure your safety. Jean replied earnestly, leaping into the air and soaring towards the sky. Subsequently, Barrett turned to Johnson and said, Johnson, you go fetch Bailey. All right, Johnson complied, rushing off to retrieve the money. Then, Barrett smiled at Delia. Delia, conjure up the cloud for me to observe. Humph. Delia huffed in dissatisfaction, waving her hand to summon a large, vibrant cloud beneath her. Come aboard. Delia leapt onto the colorful cloud, playfully beckoning the two. Echina and Ares, filled with wonder, cautiously climbed onto the cloud, and upon discovering its stability, they both gave Delia a thumbs up in approval. Delia, change the color of the cloud to black. It's nighttime. Do you want to draw attention to ourselves with such vibrant colors? Barrett's face darkened as he glared at Delia, who had a tendency to provoke him. Always scolding me, Delia pouted, kneading the cloud, which promptly transformed to a dark hue. Thump. Barrett lightly tapped her head, expressing his displeasure. How can you be so ungrateful? Don't you realize the perilous nature of our mission? One misstep could cost many lives. Well, it could make one dazed. Delia rubbed her head, eyeing Barrett cautiously. Boss, I'm here. Just then, Johnson arrived, carrying a large box. Johnson, hand it over. Delia swiftly snatched the box from him, urging the dark cloud to ascend rapidly, blending into the night sky. Johnson stood there, bewildered, staring vacantly at the sky. Go on, hurry and transport the others. Barrett, with a head full of dark thoughts, leaped into the air, soaring towards another small island, intent on retrieving the previous vessel to that very isle. A week later, on the nameless island, the moon rose brightly over the sea. Barrett stood alone by the seaside, quietly admiring the breathtaking view. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing beside Barrett. It was Jean, who had parted ways with him earlier. What had transpired? Barrett turned to face Jean, who appeared disheveled and battered, bearing numerous wounds and exhibiting a disordered breath. Even his mask was shattered, leaving him in a pitiful state. It's nothing, Jean remarked. I encountered a madman who jumped down from the sky during my inspection. He insisted that I become his subordinate, which led to a confrontation. Jean wore an expression of frustration. He had not anticipated encountering such misfortune. He then added earnestly, however, that madman possesses formidable strength, rendering my attacks utterly ineffective against him. Is this madman characterized by a pair of horns atop his head, a towering physique, and wielding a spiked club? Upon hearing Jin's description, Barrett instantly deduced that it must be Kaido. After all, given Jin's current prowess, even Whitebeard would sustain some injuries. At sea, only Kaido could withstand Jin's onslaught without consequence. How do you know this? Jean inquired, astonished. I not only know this, but I am also aware that in the original narrative, you were one of his loyal subordinates. Barrett pondered silently for a moment before glancing at Jean. He had not anticipated the profound connection between Jean and Kaido, that even on a mere outing, they would cross paths. The individual referred to as Kaido was a member of the Rocks Pirates from a bygone era, Barrett elucidated. The Rocks Pirates, he added. Jean appeared utterly perplexed, evidently unaware of the lore surrounding Rocks. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were also crew members of Rocks, Barrett continued. And it was Rocks who launched an assault on God Valley, only to be vanquished by the combined might of Captain Garp and Roger. Observing Jin's insatiable curiosity, Barrett embarked on an enlightening discourse. Upon hearing this, Jean was left astounded. He had personally witnessed Whitebeard's formidable strength, capable of rendering them nearly incapacitated without even exerting his full power, coupled with the thunderous prowess of Golden Lion. It was astonishing that such a powerful coalition could be defeated. However, what bewildered him most was the revelation that the revered Roger had allied himself with the Navy to strike against pirates. This notion was intolerable to him. Captain, why would Roger act in such a manner? Aren't the Navy and pirates supposed to be adversaries? Jin's voice was low, tinged with indignation. Jean. Captain Roger had his own reasons for his actions. We must focus on our own responsibilities, Barrett replied. Barrett said little, gently patting Jean and suggesting he recover. Delia and the others should be arriving soon. Jean did not press further, silently making his way into the forest. Moments later, the woods erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Captain, you have your own path, and I have mine. I only hope your successor does not interfere with me, Barrett murmured, his gaze chillingly fixed upon the moonlit sea. Time ebbed away, and a dark cloud gradually descended upon the island. At last, it has returned. Sensing the cloud's approach, a smile crept upon Barrett's lips. The dark cloud descended slowly, its movement steady, taking considerable time to reach the ground. Barrett, we have arrived. Delia dispersed the cloud beneath her feet and waved persistently at Barrett, while Akina and Ares stood beside her, beaming. Behind them loomed a sizable black cage, approximately 50 meters in diameter, alongside two dark wooden crates. You all come over first. Barrett smiled and waved. Barrett, we have accomplished everything you asked of us. Upon hearing this, Delia immediately utilized her abilities to flash to Barrett's side, proudly lifting her head with an expression that declared her prowess. Well done, Barrett said, ruffling Delia's hair. He then addressed the slowly approaching Achina and Eris, remarking, you both performed admirably as well. Once we reach the new world, I will have Jean impart all 6 techniques to you. If you master them within a year, I will consider promoting you to leadership positions. Thank you, boss. The siblings replied in unison. Take a moment to rest. When Jean arrives, we shall gather everyone and depart, Barrett said with a smile. Boss, I will go fetch them. Eris volunteered, hastening towards the camp. Before long, everyone had assembled and boarded the ship in an orderly fashion, departing under the cover of night. Concealing their movements during the day and emerging at night, Barrett and his crew arrived at the foot of Mariewa on the 3rd night. Mariewa. The seat of the world government's headquarters is situated between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, atop the Red Line, and serves as one of the 2 pathways to the New World. It is also a confluence of the world's pinnacle of power, home to the so-called celestial dragons, the so-called creators of the gods, and once the homeland of Jean. Johnson, go tell everyone to enter the cage and inform them that under no circumstances should they make a sound, or they will face dire consequences. Upon reaching the foot of the Red Line, Barrett gathered a few individuals together and spoke rapidly. Achina, use your fruit powers to envelop the cage. Yes, boss. She responded promptly, moving swiftly to prepare. Delia, follow suit and conjure a mass of dark clouds to envelop the cage's exterior. Barrett contemplated for a moment, deeming it unwise, and continued to issue instructions to Delia. All right. Without hesitation, Delia swiftly made her way over. Ares, proceed to the hold and retrieve the 2 crates of explosives. And while you're at it, bind them together with rope. I will find use for them shortly. Barrett continued to delegate tasks. Understood, boss. Ares responded, hastening to manage the explosives. Are you truly going to detonate Mariewa? After a few had departed, Jean approached Barrett, swallowing hard, his heart racing. The previous kidnapping of the celestial dragons could be overlooked, but this plan to directly blow up Mariewa left him in a state of agitation. Having been absent for so long, we must ensure the sea knows we still exist. Otherwise, it will be challenging to establish ourselves in the new world. Barrett chuckled lightly. His purpose in doing so was twofold. Firstly, to establish his authority, conveying to all that Barrett was audacious and unafraid to undertake any venture, warning them not to provoke him. Secondly, it was to signal that even the celestial dragons were not beyond reproach, laying the groundwork for his future influence. Boss, this is utterly insane, Jean remarked, his brows twitching, yet an indescribable thrill surged within him. What are you so excited about? In 2 years, when our power is fully formed, I will ensure the world government rescinds the bounty on your kin, allowing you to walk openly in the sunlight, Barrett stated, patting Jean on the shoulder. Boss, Jean shivered, his voice choking with emotion, recalling how that bounty had harmed countless members of his clan. Even he could not reveal his true identity, forced to conceal himself behind a mask. Who could fathom such suffering? Yet, Barrett remembered. Not only that, but he intended to help Jean resolve this matter once and for all. Regardless of the outcome, Barrett's sentiment would not be forgotten. Pathetic. Why are you crying? The ones who should be in tears are those above us, Barrett chided with a grin. Jean nodded heavily, standing silently at Barrett's left side. Approximately half an hour later, Johnson and the others returned, standing before Barrett. Delia, you will lead Johnson, Echina and Ares will follow Jean, adhering to his path. Barrett instructed solemnly. Also, expand the cloud cover to obscure Jin's form. I will join you in the cloud. The moment I depart, you will immediately follow Jean at full speed, without concern for my safety. Understood, the four responded in unison, nodding. Thereafter, Barrett patted Jean on the shoulder and asked, Brother, are you able to lift off? If not, we shall abandon this operation. Boss, trust me, there will be no issue, Jean assured, thumping his chest. The weight of this significant event weighed heavily on him. He could not bear the thought of forfeiting it due to his own shortcomings. A regret he would carry for a lifetime. Very well, let us proceed. Delia, elevate the cloud, Barrett grinned. With a single command, Delia began to gather the clouds, while Jean swiftly transformed into the phoenix, flapping his wings as he lifted the cage, soaring rapidly into the sky. Barrett and the others swiftly ascended the clouds condensed by Delia, closely trailing behind Jean. Jin's speed was astonishing, as if propelled by an unseen force. Soaring to an altitude of 3,000 meters above Mariewa in mere minutes, Delia, exerting every ounce of her strength, hastily pursued and finally caught up with Jean. Jean, you take them away, I shall follow shortly. Barrett lifted two boxes, suspended in midair, hovering beside the clouds. Be careful, boss, Jean cautioned briefly. With a swift motion, he soared towards the new world, carrying the cage. Boss, take care of yourself. Delia and the others exchanged worried glances at Barrett before urging their clouds to hasten towards Jin's direction. Mariewa, here I come. Barrett grinned menacingly as he plunged downward with the box in hand. Upon reaching a vantage point where he could clearly see the palace of Mary Joa, Barrett halted midair. Hee. Barrett directly launched two crates of explosives towards the palace, which succumbed to the ground. The bombs whistled through the air, descending upon the majestic structures of the palace. Moments later, a cacophony of relentless explosions erupted, illuminating the skies above Mariewa with fiery brilliance, as countless palatial edifices crumbled, sending the inhabitants into a frenzy of panic. It was time to reveal one's true identity. Barrett brandished his halberd and once again plunged downward, halting mere dozens of meters above Mariewa. Who could that be? And how did they come to be there? It must be that scoundrel who dropped the bomb. Quick, seize him. As soon as Barrett came to a stop, he was spotted by the inhabitants of Mariewa, and a multitude of figures surged towards him. Remember this, I am Barrett, the Eastern Emperor. Before those figures could close the distance, Barrett bellowed, swinging his halberd. An intense heat ignited the air, and with a fearsome roar, a colossal fire dragon soared from the sky towards Mariewa. Quick, intercept it. Someone shouted in a panic. Where's CP? Get out here and block it. The fire dragon advanced, causing chaos below, and those rushing towards Barrett were thrown into disarray, swiftly retreating in the face of the fiery beast. Just then, a robed man emerged, wielding a long blade, and unleashed a 100-meter arc of blade energy aimed at the fire dragon. The collision of the blade energy with the fire dragon ignited the sky, transforming it into a brilliant crimson as countless sparks scattered down upon the ground of Mariewa, setting ablaze numerous structures. Damn, this is truly formidable. Barrett cursed under his breath and immediately activated the ability to traverse great distances, swiftly propelling himself toward the new world. Yet, how could he possibly escape in such a manner? At that moment, a figure resembling a bird streaked through the air, closely pursuing Barrett. Damn it! The specter of persistence clung to him. Barrett sensed a presence behind him and swiftly turned, thrusting his spear with precision. The spear's radiance instantly transformed into a formidable surge of energy, striking heavily toward the avian figure. Humph! The birdman scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a powerful kick, he soared through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Countless silver blades surged forth from his feet, morphing into dozens of lethal gusts that collided violently with Barrett's spear. The air resounded with a cacophony of explosive impacts, and in an instant, Barrett's spear dissipated into nothingness. Yet, a dozen more razor-sharp gusts hurtled toward him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Barrett was utterly unable to evade. He could only brace himself with his spear. With a series of resounding clashes, he endured over a dozen slashes of razor-sharp energy, his body reeling from the immense force and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, in a similar turn of fate, he too was propelled beyond the confines of the red Earth continent by the sheer might of the blade's aura. Barrett compelled himself to summon his spirit, maximizing his efforts to traverse the vast expanse, vanishing into the horizon. Barrett, I shall remember you. The birdman, upon realizing Barrett had vanished, refrained from pursuit. Casting a lingering glance towards the direction of Barrett's disappearance before turning back to soar towards Mariewa. One must not succumb to faintness. Barrett took a deep breath. Exerting all his strength to employ the technique of inch from heaven, soaring unsteadily through the air, on the verge of crashing down at any moment. The captain, Barrett, was unaware of how far he had flown. In a state of dazed bewilderment, several urgent voices reached his ears, causing him to lose his grip on consciousness and plummet towards the sea. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kong, Vice Admiral Tsu, Sengoku, Akainu, and numerous other high-ranking officers gathered in the conference room. Shock, confusion, and a hint of inexplicable emotions adorned their faces. What on earth does Barrett intend to accomplish? After a prolonged silence, Kong managed to regain his composure and was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence, each officer exchanging glances. Unable to decipher Barrett's intentions, perhaps it is to make a name for himself, Vice Admiral Tsuru tentatively suggested. The others paused, taken aback by the notion, while it seemed plausible. It also felt implausible. There were countless ways to forge a reputation. Why choose to assault Mariewa? Yet, recalling Barrett's previous actions, they found merit in the idea. I concur with Tsuru, Sengoku added. Barrett operates outside the bounds of conventional reasoning. Last time, he resorted to kidnapping a celestial dragon to alter his name. Perhaps this assault on Mariewa is indeed for the sake of his reputation, especially since he has been absent for nearly a year. A wave of frustration washed over the officers. Dealing with such a madman was no easy task, as his motives remained utterly inscrutable. Regardless, we must assert our stance. Let's increase the bounty. Kong expressed his exasperation, opting for decisive action. 1 billion. Additionally, let GARP circulate a bit to demonstrate our position to the higher-ups. Tsuru added. Agreed. The others echoed in unison. Very well, 1 billion it is. Tsuru, please contact GARP. Kong concluded firmly. The following day, countless seagulls soared towards the sea as a news report ignited the entire world, etching Barrett's name into the minds of all once more. In the new world, within uncharted waters aboard the Roger ship, the crew sat huddled together, each wearing expressions of disbelief. Rayleigh and Roger appeared utterly bewildered. Rayleigh, I can't shake the feeling that you, as a mentor, are outshined by your pupil. Look at Barrett. He has only just begun, yet has already achieved monumental feats. With a bounty of 1 billion berries, Jabba remarked, casting a curious glance at Rayleigh. Jabba, witnessing the excellence of my 2 apprentices, you must be envious, Rayleigh retorted. Rayleigh composed himself, casting a sidelong glance at Jabba. Jabba, at a loss for words, candidly admitted his envy. Not only were Barrett and his companion formidable in strength, but they also possessed remarkable intelligence, managing to orchestrate significant events without being apprehended. Their names resonated across the seas, and whenever Barrett was mentioned, Rayleigh's name would inevitably follow. A glance at himself brought Jabba to a sobering realization. He shot a fleeting look at the bewildered Bucky. Without comparison, there could be no pain. It seemed Bucky's training regimen was somewhat lacking. Resolute, Jabba silently vowed to cultivate a figure of influence himself. Nearby, Bucky shuddered, sensing that something ominous loomed on the horizon. Aha! Rayleigh's companion, Roger, erupted in laughter. Everyone, since Barrett's name echoes throughout the ocean, we should celebrate. Today, we shall feast. Laughter erupted among the crowd in response. Roger, laughing heartily, bore a flicker of uncertainty and concern in his eyes, pondering Barrett's intentions and whether they might disrupt his plans. Simultaneously, after the initial shock, the Whitebeard pirates commenced their revelry. The Golden Lion, believing Barrett to be an ally, dispatched his subordinates to search far and wide. Kaido, upon reading the newspaper, shed tears of frustration, lamenting the absence of his own presence in such a monumental event. Following the astonishment, other notorious pirates in the New World were stirred to madness, eager to emulate Barrett and carve their own names into the annals of history. In an instant, the pressure on the Navy intensified, and Barrett inadvertently gained countless admirers. In the New World, on Leah Island, Barrett stood alone by the sea, gazing into the vast expanse of water, his body swathed in bandages, his complexion somewhat pallid. It seems my strength is still insufficient, he murmured. Since departing from Leah Island a year ago, he had believed that his power, while perhaps not on par with the highest ranks, was not far behind. However, following the recent assault on Mary Geos, the injuries he sustained were no less severe than those inflicted upon him by Whitebeard in their last encounter. This experience illuminated the reality that his prowess was not as formidable as he had previously imagined. In the presence of true powerhouses, he had much ground to cover. The man wielding the blade at Mary Geos, along with the birdman pursuing him, undoubtedly possessed immense strength, at least not inferior to that of a vice admiral. Simultaneously, this served to underscore the complexity of Mary Geos and the formidable nature of the celestial dragons. His own capabilities, evidently, were still woefully inadequate. Boss, as Barrett pondered. Jean approached from a distance and remarked that the training grounds had been entirely cleared. Additionally, I instructed Johnson to take the lead in constructing several houses along the periphery of the island, thereby resolving all accommodation concerns. With a shift in tone, Jean continued with gravity, Boss, since our arrival here, I've conducted a thorough survey of the surroundings and discovered a medium-sized island located 100 nautical miles to the left of Lee Island. The island's location is peculiar. It is surrounded by swirling currents and shrouded in a thick mist. Upon further observation, I noticed individuals navigating their vessels into a massive cavern, an unknown island. Barrett squinted his eyes, listening to Jin's words, realizing that the terrain of this island was indeed formidable, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. As a base of operations, it was no less advantageous than Wano country. Moreover, its proximity to Rhea Island would facilitate training in the future. However, he pondered the nature of the power that resided there. Was there a kingdom or the like, or was it a member of the world government? After a moment of silence, Barrett instructed Jean to diligently gather intelligence on that island, to ascertain if it was occupied, and to thoroughly investigate all surrounding islands. Once I have recovered, I will take care of it, he added. Additionally, look into the slave masters of the New World. Once you have gathered information, clarify their contact details and the islands where they are stationed. Organize everything and store the information securely. It may prove useful to us in the future. Understood, boss. Jean replied before swiftly departing. Such a splendid island had crossed his path, and it was a clear sign that it was destined to belong to him. Barrett whispered, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Among the few suitable strongholds in the New World, Totland was occupied by Big Mom, who was busy with childbirth and hosting feasts. Footvalton Island served as Whitebeard's base, a haven for nurturing his sons. Wano country remained secluded and highly exclusionary, with Kaido poised for action. The other islands were either unfamiliar or unsuitable. Now that he had encountered this island, it must be fate. If the heavens did not take it, disaster would surely follow. Regardless of its power, he must seize it as a stronghold. After all, establishing a foothold in the New World necessitates a solid base. Perhaps this serendipitous encounter would serve as a remarkable trial. Barrett chuckled softly as he made his way toward the forests of Liao Island. Just moments ago, he had conceived an excellent idea to transform this unknown island into a new arena for trials. 1 month later, on Liao Island, on the training grounds by the shore, a group of individuals was diligently honing their skills. Ladies and gentlemen, Barrett stepped into the training ground, positioning himself at the forefront, and loudly proclaimed for everyone to halt and gather around him. Upon hearing his command, the crowd promptly ceased their exercises and swiftly assembled before Barrett. Esteemed comrades, Barrett declared with a resonant voice, it has been a month since our arrival in this new world, and I now have a task to bestow upon you. This task is a singular opportunity, allowing you to accumulate battle merits, which can be exchanged for the 6 styles or a deeper mastery of swordsmanship. My lord, please assign the task, cried someone eagerly as soon as he finished speaking. The others inhaled sharply. They had witnessed the formidable power wielded by Barrett and his companions through the 6 styles and swordsmanship, which had captivated them, and now, with the chance to learn, they were determined not to let it slip away. Haki, Barrett chuckled, I am pleased to see your enthusiasm. To that end, I shall also establish a competition. The top 3 performers in each endeavor will be granted the privilege of lifting their shackles early and rewarded with the 6 styles or swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Barrett with excitement. Since their arrival in the New World, Barrett had refrained from initiating trials, and they had presumed his previous words were mere fabrications. Now that the trials were to commence, and with the prospect of freedom, their exhilaration was palpable. Noticing the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred, Barrett continued, located 100 nautical miles to the left of our island is another isle, home to a pirate crew of approximately 1,000 rogues. Your mission is to land upon the island and eliminate every pirate present. I will ensure that the kill count is recorded and rankings will be determined accordingly. This information had been gathered by Jean over the course of a month. The pirate crew had only recently discovered the island, and aside from their encampment, the The rest of the isle was an untamed forest devoid of habitation. According to Jean's findings, the climate on the island was temperate, suitable for human settlement, and the pirate crew, known as the Blood Axe Pirates, had a penchant for plundering civilians. 2 months prior, they had been vanquished by the Navy, and in their retreat, they inadvertently came upon this small island while gathering the remnants of their forces. Understanding this, Barrett felt no burden of conscience. Upon hearing Barrett's words, some individuals were filled with elation, while others trembled with fear at the thought of taking lives, and some remained silent. "What, are you afraid?" Barrett scoffed. "To survive, one must inevitably take lives. If you do not kill, you shall be killed." As he spoke, Barrett's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the group. "Remember, you bear shackles around your necks. Rather than concern yourselves with others, you should contemplate how to remove those shackles." Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered, realizing they remained slaves, wholly unqualified to consider anyone else. "We depart at 8 this evening. Tardiness will not be tolerated." Barrett uttered a final remark before turning away. Once he had departed, the others followed suit, each going about their preparations. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Barrett's group assembled, all donning masks as they boarded a grand vessel. "Set sail," Barrett bellowed, and the ship began to move slowly. "Barrett, are we truly going to commit murder?" As the vessel set forth, Delia appeared exceedingly anxious, her body trembling incessantly. Beside her, Archina mirrored her unease, her eyes reflecting a sense of resistance. "Delia, I have asked you countless times if you are certain about boarding my ship, and your answers have always been resolute and affirmative." Barrett spoke, slowly turning to meet Delia's gaze. "But now, you dare to question whether I truly committed murder. Thus, I shall pose a query to you once more. Are you willing to depart?" He continued, "If you wish to leave, based on our past affection, I shall not hold you accountable for anything and will allow you to exit unscathed." "Barrett, I do not wish to leave. I am simply afraid," Delia replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Barrett with a sense of injustice. "Delia, you must remember that this world is one where the strong devour the weak. If you choose not to kill, others shall surely seek your demise. Moreover, our journey is aimed at ensuring a better survival in the future. If you are truly fearful, then I advise you to leave now, for such conflicts will undoubtedly persist." Barrett pressed his hand against Delia's head and spoke softly. "Barrett, I will not leave." After a moment's hesitation, Delia summoned her courage, lifted her gaze, and looked at Barrett. "Then you must be prepared." Barrett gently rubbed her head and then turned to Akina. "Akina, your experiences must surpass those of Delia. You ought to comprehend the law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. Therefore, do not succumb to fear, confront the slaughter, face the adversary. Conquer your inner turmoil, and sever the chains of dread." "Boss, I understand," Akina replied, taking a deep breath and nodding emphatically. "Boss, why don't you talk about us?" At that moment, Johnson interjected, gazing at Barrett with an earnest expression. Barrett was rendered speechless. Johnson's sudden interruption diminished the impact of his motivational speech by at least half, prompting him to give Johnson a light slap. Johnson looked bewildered, staring blankly at Barrett. "Ha, hee hee." The others momentarily paused before bursting into laughter, while Delia and Akina felt a subtle shift in their tense and fearful demeanor. Noticing this, Barrett's eyes sparkled as he shared a few jokes with everyone, transforming the atmosphere into one of merriment, and the collective mood lightened significantly, dispelling the previous tension. 3 hours later, Barrett anchored the boat 3 kilometers from the unknown island, standing at the bow and observing intently under the moonlight. The unknown island, indeed, appeared as Jean had described, enveloped in a thick shroud of mist, with swirling currents surrounding it for hundreds of meters, leaving only a single navigable passage. At the end of this passage lay a waterfall, several dozen meters wide, with water spiraling upward against the current for over 100 meters, facing the inverted mountain in a breathtaking display. At the waterfall's summit was a colossal cave, suspended high above, presenting a peculiar and magnificent sight. As Barrett gazed at this wondrous spectacle, his heart raced with excitement, as if the island had been crafted specifically for him. Such an extraordinary island could likely only be compared to those in the Land of Harmony. Barrett withdrew his gaze, inhaled deeply, and turned to face the crowd. "Your objective is the Blood Axe Pirates on this island. Since their emergence from the sea, they have laid waste to countless villages and towns, leaving behind a multitude of tormented souls. Therefore, when you confront them, you should carry no burden of conscience. Remember, there are no innocents among them. They are all pirates. Even if you encounter a child, you must not hesitate to eliminate them. Otherwise, You might inadvertently find yourselves at the mercy of that very child. Boss, we understand, Johnson replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding first. Ares followed suit, albeit a beat slower. After a brief moment of hesitation, both Akina and Dilia nodded in unison. Barrett continued, furthermore, should there be no formidable adversaries beyond your capabilities this time, neither Jean nor I will intervene. Thus, it is imperative that you remain vigilant. Should you fall, the most I can do is provide you with a grave. Barrett intentionally spoke in such a manner to elevate the vigilance of a few, so that they would not falter when the time came. Boss, Barrett, we understand, they replied, their faces now adorned with a hint of caution. All right, set the ship in motion, prepare for action. Barrett waved his hand, signaling the four to depart. Yes, boss, they replied, nodding solemnly as they went to prepare. Boss, we truly won't take action. As soon as they left, Jean, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Jean, we will follow closely, but they must not face a life-threatening crisis before we engage. After a moment of silence, Barrett spoke gravely. Without confronting death and the lessons of blood, they may never truly mature. I understand, boss, Jean replied with a serious nod. A few minutes later, the vessel spiraled upstream against the torrential waterfall, the fierce currents rendering the faces of the crew pale. Yet, under the imposing presence of Barrett and Jean, they dared not utter a sound. The swift-flowing waters propelled the boat forward with such force that within 10 minutes, they had reached the mouth of a cave. Instinctively plunging inside, everyone exhaling a long sigh of relief. The cave was short, merely several dozen meters, devoid of any obstructions. The boat passed through unscathed, emerging to reveal an island. The island was encircled by a broad river, its terrain thickly wooded, reminiscent of a primeval forest. Most astonishing was the towering peak that pierced the clouds above the island, the bright moon hovering beside it, complemented by the ever-shifting clouds in the sky. Resembling an ancient divine mountain, breathtaking and extraordinary. Upon witnessing such a marvel, the crew lowered their hands from their mouths, casting aside their fears as they gazed in wonder at the spectacle before them. The vessel navigated along the river for some distance until a vast lake unfolded before their eyes. Several large ships were anchored upon the lake, each adorned with flags displaying a red axe and skull motif. Strangely, the ships emitted no light and appeared eerily silent. Esteemed comrades, this marks your first battle, as well as our inaugural fight to establish a foothold in the new world. I hope you will give it your all. Upon seeing the ships, Barrett suddenly pressed his hand down, his spirit stirring. After so long in this world, he had been training and lurking without a permanent residence. However, after this battle, he would finally have a true stronghold. Yes, my lord. The crew's eyes sparkled with fervor, knowing that from this moment on, their restraints would gradually begin to lift. Let us set forth. Barrett took a deep breath, waved his hand decisively, and led the charge onto the island. Utilizing his observation Haki, he ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, Barrett and his companions arrived at a clearing. Surrounding the clearing were several pirates, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in animated discussions. Upon noticing Barrett and his group, one of them bellowed, "Who are you? Are you not aware that this is the stronghold of Blood Axe?" The other pirates, sensing the formidable presence of Barrett and his companions, drew their swords, glaring menacingly at them. Attack! Barrett disregarded several pirates, swiftly issuing the command to attack with a grand gesture. As the words left his lips, Johnson's form flickered, and in an instant, he closed the distance to the pirates. Before they could even register what was happening, Johnson unleashed a flurry of punches, overwhelming them with such ferocity that blood splattered and flesh was left strewn across the ground. The sensation was a long-lost thrill. Johnson bellowed, striding boldly into the open space. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, some members of the team, led by Ares, snapped back to reality and hurried to follow Johnson. Conversely, those like Delia and Achina paled, remaining rooted in place as they retched incessantly. I commanded action. Have your ears gone deaf? Barrett furrowed his brow, his expression dark as he bellowed. Kill Achina, he shouted, suppressing his revulsion as he charged toward the open ground, leading the others who followed Achina with pale faces. Only Delia remained, standing still in place. Delia, after the battle, I shall arrange for your departure. A flicker of disappointment crossed Barrett's eyes as he strode purposefully towards the open ground. Barrett, Delia cried out, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face. Delia, you truly do not belong here. Ember, equally disheartened, cast a glance at Delia before vanishing from sight, following closely behind. Ember, Delia's strength gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, bereft of Barrett and Ember's approval, as if her very soul had been wrenched from her. No, I refuse to leave. After a moment, Delia rose, transforming into a wisp of cloud, swiftly soaring towards the open ground. I shall annihilate these wretched beings. Meanwhile, the cacophony of battle echoed across the open space. As under Johnson's command, all who encountered them were mercilessly slain, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, as rivers of blood flowed upon the earth. Littered with the remnants of the fallen, Barrett and Jean stood aloof at a height, observing the scene with an air of indifference towards the sanguinary spectacle before them. The true battle had commenced. Suddenly, Barrett whispered, turning his gaze towards the depths of the forest. Jean followed his line of sight, his focus sharpening. Where do these bastards come from, daring to assault our blood-axe pirate crew? As his words echoed, a thunderous roar accompanied the appearance of a burly middle-aged man wielding a blood-red axe, emerging onto the battlefield. Behind him trailed hundreds of men, each bearing fierce expressions. Brothers, let us slay them. Johnson wiped the blood and flesh from his face, grinning savagely. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch towards the leading man. The middle-aged man, taken aback by Johnson's sudden onslaught, hastily raised his massive axe to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the man was sent staggering back several meters, dust and debris swirling around him. You bastards, brothers, kill them for me. The middle-aged man roared in fury, his voice dripping with menace. Annihilate this rabble. Let them witness the might of the blood axe. The throng behind him surged forward with menacing grins, charging towards Johnson and his companions. Kill, Ares shouted, boldly advancing, with others quickly rallying behind him, cries of battle filling the air. You brat, die for me. The middle-aged man propelled himself forward, leaping high into the air, his hands clenching the massive axe, aiming a ferocious strike at Johnson. Overlord elbow. Johnson's face twisted into a fierce grin, his arm bending as he thrust his elbow forward, hurtling towards the middle-aged man. Upon impact, a thunderous sound erupted, the ground trembling beneath the force of their clash. In rapid succession, they both unleashed their attacks in perfect synchrony, the violent confrontation compelling those nearby to retreat. Impressive, Barrett remarked, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he watched Johnson fight. Indeed, he is a natural-born warrior. Jean nodded in agreement. Ares, be cautious. Suddenly, Echina cried out, panic etched across her face. Ares turned to see a middle-aged swordsman had stealthily appeared to his left, a long blade menacingly aimed at his waist. Caught off guard and entangled, Ares had no time to evade. Just then, a cloud rushed in, crashing into the swordsman with a resounding thud. Your opponent is me. As the cloud dissipated, Delia's figure materialized. Barrett and Jean exchanged a knowing smile at the scene before them. With the crisis averted, Ares and Echina cast grateful glances at Delia, their assaults becoming increasingly fervent. The middle-aged swordsman, representing the nature faction, rose from the ground, gritting his teeth as he coldly regarded the newly arrived Delia. I shall not abandon this ship, Delia declared, her gaze unwavering as she turned towards Barrett and Jean, determination gleaming in her eyes. Barrett remained unmoved, his gaze calm as he surveyed the battlefield, while Jean offered her a faint nod. I shall not disappoint you again. Delia bit her lip and nodded earnestly. The nature element is not invincible. Overlooked, the middle-aged swordsman felt an unprecedented humiliation surge within him. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, brandishing his long sword as he advanced 3 paces, striking heavily towards Delia. Even without the power of the fruit, you are no match for me. Delia's eyes turned cold. She deftly sidestepped the swordsman's slash. Stormfoot Cloudblade. She then unleashed a flurry of kicks, releasing a wave of white blade energy. The swordsman, taken aback by the proximity, paled, realizing he had no time to evade and could only hastily attempt to block with his long sword. With a resounding thud, he was propelled back by an overwhelming force, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. The swordsman was drenched in crimson, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. Uncertain if he still drew breath, to strike at a serpent and not kill it is to invite peril. Seeing this, Delia intended to depart when Barrett's voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. She shuddered and turned her gaze towards the middle-aged swordsman, her expression gradually growing icy. In a flash, she appeared beside him, observing his labored breaths, her eyes brimming with compassion. Go on, girl, act, Barrett urged. In the world of pirates, there are only victors and vanquished. There is no right or wrong. Strike. The swordsman, witnessing Delia's hesitation, appeared surprisingly unperturbed, a smile gracing his face as though he welcomed death. "I'm sorry." Delia trembled, raising her hand as she activated her pistol, which pierced through the swordsman's heart. "My blade, please find it a worthy owner." A look of relief washed over the swordsman's face as he entrusted her with his final wish. "I will." Delia sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she nodded fervently. "Binks." The middle-aged swordsman hummed a melody, slowly closing his eyes. After a brief silence, Delia composed herself, stowing away her tears, and retrieved the longsword. Her gaze sharpened. She transformed into a cloud, gently ascending into the sky. Moments later, the clouds above the battlefield ignited in a fiery crimson, as if ablaze. "Fiery cloud, rain of flames." As a chilling voice echoed, the red clouds in the sky suddenly descended, morphing into countless embers that plummeted with ferocity. "Fire rained from the heavens, run." A pirate shouted, scrambling for safety. "How can flames fall from the sky?" Some stood in disbelief, staring blankly at the heavens. "Is Delia out of her mind?" Johnson exclaimed, retreating swiftly alongside his axe, keen to escape the fiery tempest. "Those from the training camp, follow me." Ares was taken aback, letting out a thunderous roar as he fled towards the edge of the fiery clouds. The members of the training camp quickly regained their senses and hastily evacuated the battlefield. "Run for your lives. Fire." The others, witnessing the chaos, sprinted desperately, hoping to escape the engulfing flames. A torrential rain of fire descended, unleashing violent explosions that ignited the ground beneath them. Those unable to evade the inferno were consumed by flames, severely burned. The searing heat swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield, transforming a significant portion into a raging sea of fire. "Boss, are you pushing too hard?" Looking at the nearly devastated battlefield, Gene was astonished. He never imagined that Delia possessed such a formidable move. The temperature had decreased slightly, and the pace had slowed a bit. He would have to discuss it with her later. Barrett chuckled softly, stroking his chin as he offered his commentary. "What a pity," Gene muttered, a burning curiosity gnawing at him, wondering if Barrett was indeed a devil. After all, a kind-hearted girl had been driven to madness by his actions. Where was his conscience? "Gene, maintain control of the flames. Do not allow the battlefield to expand." Suddenly, Barrett's expression shifted, and with a parting remark, he leaped into the sky. "Wretched fate," Gene murmured, drawing his long blade and soaring upward, wielding it with precision to swiftly quell the raging inferno. Barrett soared through the air with incredible speed, swiftly reaching the fiery clouds below, where he embraced the plummeting Delia. "My dear, rest well," he murmured, observing the unconscious Delia. Cradling her, Barrett darted through the sky, returning in an instant to their previous location. "Boss, Delia has just returned." Gene approached, concern etched on his face as he glanced at Delia. "She is merely exhausted," Barrett replied with a gentle smile, then continued, "Gene, inform everyone that the battle must conclude within 1 hour, or all results will be nullified." "Understood, boss." Gene leaped into the air, commanding with an imposing voice, "Everyone, heed my orders. The battle must end within an hour, or all results will be voided." Upon hearing this, the trainees felt a surge of anxiety. They had fought tirelessly for recognition, and the thought of their efforts being rendered meaningless was unbearable. In a frenzy, they launched attacks against the surrounding pirates. In an instant, the pirates, still reeling from Delia's devastating strike, found themselves decimated. "Spare me. I surrender," one pleaded, kneeling in desperation, but death awaited him instead. For Barrett had no intention of leaving any alive. "Run for your lives. They are lunatics," some cried, attempting to flee, but Gene would not allow their escape. With a series of sweeping strikes from his longsword, he created a fiery barrier, forcing countless pirates back, under the scorching flames. The pirates had no choice but to fight desperately. Determined to eradicate them, the trainees rallied, their eyes ablaze with fury. "We'll take down at least one," someone roared, leading the charge against the trainees. "Kill." The pressure mounted for the trainees, and soon casualties began to arise. Yet this only fueled their ferocity, plunging them into an even more frenzied melee. Within the fiery domain, the two sides engaged in a brutal clash, bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing. Impervious to the heat, the cacophony of battle persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. As Gene dispelled the flames and surveyed the battlefield, he found no trace of pirates remaining, save for a few who stood amidst the carnage. Even Gene, accustomed to death, gasped in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Survivors of the training camp, gather your fallen comrades. The war has ended. I decree that those who remain will be unshackled and elevated to the rank of apprentice crew members. From this moment forth, you may address me as Captain Jean or Vice Captain. Yes, Captain Jean. The standing trainees, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted in unison. With a thunderous crash, silence returned to the battlefield as Johnson, bloodied and weary, returned with his axe, carelessly dropping it to the ground. Meanwhile, Achina and Ares had gathered the remaining trainees, ready for the next chapter. At a glance, Barrett observed that among the 68 participants in the training camp, only 25 remained, each bearing their wounds, with several suffering from severe injuries. Those unscathed promptly made their way to the ship to retrieve medicine, tending to the ailments of their comrades. Barrett bellowed, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions as he gazed upon the crowd. From an initial assembly of 308 individuals to a mere 25 remaining, merely a year had transpired. Yet, he found himself powerless. To establish oneself in this world, one must embrace ruthlessness to gain a foothold. Only through the tumult of the waves can true gold emerge. You all take a rest. I shall fetch the medicine. As Barrett's voice faded, a figure swiftly darted through the air, vanishing in an instant above the battlefield, leaving behind only a distinct utterance. Barrett recognized that it was Jean, but chose not to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted Delia onto his back and strode confidently towards a gathering of individuals. He beckoned to Achina, saying, Achina, please come over and take Delia to rest for a moment. Understood, Captain. Achina swiftly approached Barrett, took Delia from him, and found a clean patch of ground to tend to her. Once Delia was settled, Barrett stepped forward and addressed the remaining members of the training camp with a resounding voice. Congratulations to all of you for passing the trial. Just moments ago, Jean assured you that those who survived would have their shackles removed and become our apprentice crew members. Additionally, I am pleased to offer you a reward. You may choose between the 3 styles of 6 or the 1 style of 6 along with the core inheritance of swordsmanship. A chorus of "We salute you, Captain," erupted as everyone, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on one knee in unison. Rise. My crew kneels to no one. Barrett raised his hand, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yes, boss, he declared. With that, everyone rose to their feet, heads held high, standing tall. Even those bearing grievous wounds, with the support of their comrades, lifted their heads in defiance. Beeping incessantly, Barrett produced a key and deftly manipulated it, one by one. The shackles binding the 25 individuals fell away. This accursed contraption was finally gone. Ha ha, I am finally free. Amidst the jubilation, cries of despair and shouts of unrestrained joy echoed as the collars of servitude fell from their necks. Some wept profusely, while others reveled in ecstatic abandon, showcasing the myriad facets of human experience. Barrett did not disturb the others, simply waving at Johnson. Johnson quickly approached and inquired about the matter at hand. Expressing his satisfaction with today's performance, Barrett patted Johnson on the shoulder and smiled, instructing him to gather a few uninjured individuals and retrieve the bodies of their comrades, selecting a suitable spot on the island for burial. The remaining bodies were to be cremated, their ashes scattered into the sea, which would serve as their final resting place. Understood, boss. Johnson nodded and moved among the grieving, calling a few to join him. Ares, come here for a moment, Barrett beckoned. Ares jogged over, asking, what is it? Boss, keep up the good work, and later I shall reward you, Barrett replied, patting Ares on the shoulder. Once they have calmed down, take a few of the lightly wounded and go collect the treasures of the blood axe. Boss, they have fought all day, let me handle it. Ares was eager to volunteer when suddenly, Jean descended from above, landing next to Barrett with a bag in hand. Have you brought back the medicine? Barrett inquired. Indeed. Jean replied, patting the bag and tossing it to Ares. Hurry and treat the brothers. Yes, boss Jean, Ares nodded, shouldering the bag and rushing to the wounded. I also forgot. You are indeed the expert in treasure hunting. Barrett chuckled to himself as Ares departed, recalling old memories. Of course, you should remember. I am quite skilled at unearthing treasures. Jean laughed in response to the reminiscence. Perfect. While you search for treasures, also gather some food and drink. I shall play the role of chef and prepare a sumptuous dinner for the brothers, Barrett said with a grin. I will go shortly, Jean nodded, then excitedly asked, Boss, should we form a pirate crew? Not just yet, Barrett replied with a smile, shaking his head. He gestured toward the sea, stating, this waterscape is still too tranquil. We await someone to guide it into tumultuous waves. How long will that take? Jean inquired. Barrett chuckled, proclaiming that in no more than 4 years. This vast sea would be utterly tempestuous. It would then become both our stage and battlefield. Now is the time for us to amass our strength. And when the day of fury arrives, let the ocean tremble. I understand, boss. I shall attend to it immediately. Jean, stirred by his words, vanished from sight in an instant. Time is drawing near. Gazing upon the scene of devastation, with ruins scattered about, Barrett's eyes sparkled with fervor. No matter the current state, soon this land would serve as his stronghold, the foundation for future domination. As evening fell, the bonfire blazed brightly. The members of the training camp sang and danced exuberantly, celebrating with wild abandon, as if releasing the pent-up frustrations of the years, while also rejoicing in their newfound freedom. Barrett, Delia, and Johnson sat around the flickering campfire. Johnson incessantly feasted on the meat, while Delia gazed vacantly, entranced by the long knife in her hand. Barrett wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, indulging in drink and meat while observing the revelry of the crowd. Boss, at that moment, Jean approached and took a seat beside Barrett. So, how much treasure do we have? Barrett casually tossed a flask of liquor to Jean, smiling as he inquired. Jean took a swig, grinning widely. The haul was quite satisfactory, totaling nearly 5 billion berries, discovered within the confines of the Blood Axe's secret chamber. As he spoke, Jean produced a devil fruit and handed it to Barrett, a paramecia-type swimming fruit, of little value, intended for future sale when the opportunity arose. Barrett inspected it with a hint of disdain before tossing it back to Jean. A swimming fruit. Jean stared blankly at the fruit, momentarily at a loss for words. Its abilities were rather trivial, allowing one to swim anywhere except in seawater, Barrett elucidated. Indeed, it is of little use. Jean smacked his lips, nonchalantly tucking it away. Then inquired, Boss, shouldn't we consider naming this island? Barrett pondered for a moment and smiled, remarking that this island was shrouded in mist, its entrance resembling an inverted mountain, requiring a winding ascent, akin to a celestial peak concealed within the ocean. In Eastern mythology, the golden crow descends upon the Fusang tree, landing upon Mount Diyu. Perhaps we shall name it Diyu. Does the captain possess an island with such fish? Jean appeared somewhat bewildered, wearing a look of confusion. Barrett, feeling a sense of helplessness, as a visitor from an ancient Eastern nation, naturally wished to pay homage to his past life. However, he was taken aback by the cultural disparities that rendered his thoughts difficult to articulate. After some contemplation, he realized that the name Diyu indeed bore a resemblance to dried fish, lacking a certain grandeur. Henceforth, he decided to name the island Helios. And the city that would be established there would be called Iliad. After pondering for a moment, Barrett recalled the mythological tales from the West, which, in contrast, offered names more palatable to the inhabitants of this world. A smirk formed on his lips as he uttered the two names, Helios and Iliad. They were quite appealing. After mulling it over, he smiled. Subsequently, he turned to his superior and inquired, now that we have established our territory, should we reach out to the slave owners? Our numbers are insufficient, and recruiting pirates is precarious. Given the current circumstances, we can only expedite our growth through slaves. Barrett nodded. Shall we proceed as before? Selecting slaves aged 12 to 15? He continued. Barrett pondered for a moment, then shook his head and replied. The slaves aged between 12 and 15 are merely a means for cultivating our future combat prowess. However, to establish a thriving settlement, a population is essential. I plan to procure 10,000 slaves aged 20 to 40, with an equal distribution of men and women, to populate our territory. Furthermore, I intend to acquire an additional 5,000 slaves aged 12 to 15, employing a method akin to a windbreak to filter them, thereby augmenting our influence. Additionally, we must seek out a diverse array of skilled individuals, such as shipwrights, architects, and physicians, across various trades to assist in our construction efforts. Lastly, I would like you to explore the vicinity of Lyria Island to identify any nearby medium-sized islands that are suitable for habitation, so that we can relocate a portion of our people there as our secondary base. Helios will eventually serve as our main stronghold, but it is prudent to keep it concealed until our power is fully established. The approach is sound, the leader remarked, but with so many tasks at hand, our manpower is insufficient. Jean furrowed his brow with a wry smile. Barrett, with a simple smile, acknowledged that the remaining members of the training camp were indeed capable individuals who required ongoing training. As for the slaves, it would suffice to establish certain rewards to instill a sense of hope, thereby ensuring their diligent labor. The search for work would necessitate a gradual approach. Boss, what about the money? Jean continued, With the additional 5 billion berries we've acquired, we barely reach 12 billion berries. Given our ongoing expenditures, it won't last long. Do not fret, Barrett replied, patting Jean on the back with a mysterious smile. I know of a place abundant in gold, if the timing aligns. We may even cross paths with our master and Captain Roger. Really? Jean exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know we will encounter them? Ah, Barrett sighed. Because the path taken by Captain Roger diverges from ours, and the place I speak of happens to contain what he seeks. Thus, he will undoubtedly venture there. What could this precious item be that holds such significance for Captain Roger? Jean pondered, filled with curiosity. The true history. Barrett took a sip and gently uttered 4 words. Upon hearing this, June fell silent, sipping his drink, appearing somewhat melancholic. As a member of the Lunaria tribe, he was aware of many matters that others did not comprehend. He understood the significance of historical texts and the dangers they entailed. However, he also recognized Roger's temperament, seemingly carefree and unrestrained, yet profoundly stubborn. Once he made a decision, there was no turning back. Barrett said little, gazing into the distance as he sipped his drink slowly. The following day, Helios. Barrett stood expressionless in the clearing. Behind him were China, Ares, Johnson, and Delia. Opposite them were the members of the training camp. However, unlike yesterday, only 12 individuals were present at this moment, with the remaining 13 mysteriously absent. The countenance of everyone present was profoundly somber. A few minutes later, Jean descended from the sky. A hint of ire etched upon his face. Have they all been slain? Barrett spoke softly, his voice icy and laced with a chilling aura, causing all present to involuntarily shudder. Apologies, boss, but all others were eliminated. Only Subject 1 diverged from the group, plunging into the whirlpool of the ocean, Jean said. Lowering his head in embarrassment, a flicker of anger and guilt crossing his eyes. While he might not hold the same regard for the others, Subject 1 was of utmost importance to him. Moreover, Subject 1 had received the foundational swordsmanship teachings from the Frostmoon clan, alongside 6 unique techniques. During the importation, he had even taken care to share certain precautions, rendering Subject 1 akin to a half-disciple. The defection of Subject 1 now filled him with profound rage and contempt. It matters not, Barrett gestured dismissively, his tone frigid. Since they dared to defect, they must bear the consequences, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. I shall place a bounty of 200 million berries on the 2, explicitly stating that only their corpses are desired, not live captives. As his words fell, the remaining members of the training camp fell silent, exchanging glances of both relief and trepidation. Boss, I will take care of it shortly, Jean replied, gritting his teeth. There's no rush, Barrett shook his head. First, provide the slave master's contact information to a China and Ares. With Subject 1's fate uncertain, we cannot gamble on their survival. Expedite the matter concerning the slaves, accomplish as much as possible within 3 days. If our affairs are leaked, other factions will undoubtedly intervene. Understood, I will relay the information to them shortly, Jean nodded affirmatively. Barrett then turned to a China and Ares, stating, remember, when selecting slaves, ensure they have been captured for over a year. A smaller number is acceptable. Within 3 days, select as many as you can. Yes, boss, they both replied in unison, nodding their agreement. Barrett withdrew his gaze and turned to Delia, speaking softly. Delia, I have a task for you. Please scout the surrounding islands and gather any survivors from destroyed villages or towns. Regardless of their age, bring them all to Lia Island. Can you accomplish this? I can. Delia replied, her experiences from the previous day having matured her significantly. She exuded a newfound decisiveness that tempered her former innocence. Very well, Barrett nodded. Then turned to the remaining 12 individuals, specifically the 5 girls who were the last left. You 5, step forward. He pointed at the girls. Yes, boss. They responded in unison, stepping forward without hesitation. To his surprise, these 5 had indeed remained until the end. Barrett regarded the 5 girls with a gentle smile. They had left a deep impression on him. Though they were not related by blood, they had formed a sisterhood after becoming slaves, supporting one another to reach this point. All thanks to the care of their leader. We owe it all to you, boss, they chorused. Well, since you call me boss, it is time for you to reclaim your names. You may restore your true identities, Barrett said with a smile. Please grant us our names, boss. The 5 exchanged glances before speaking in unison. I previously mentioned that I would have 24 commanders under my command. Since you request names, I hope you will achieve greatness in the future. Selena. Barrett chuckled softly as he took a few steps forward, approaching a small group of individuals. He extended his hand. pointing toward the first girl on the left. She possessed flowing golden locks and striking azure eyes, her beauty radiant. She was the eldest among the five. At the tender age of 16, Rabello, he introduced. The second girl had cascading blue hair and warm brown eyes, her complexion the fairest of all. Equally enchanting at the age of 15, she held the position of second eldest. Yayoi, he continued. Next was the third girl, with ebony hair and dark eyes. Her refined features reflecting an Eastern visage. She too was 15, ranking third in the hierarchy. Tia, he announced. The fourth girl, with fiery red hair and crimson eyes, resembled a blazing flame. She possessed the most alluring physique and was the tallest among them, complemented by her exquisite visage, yet at 14. She appeared mature while still retaining a youthful innocence, thus occupying the fourth position. Sally, he stated. Lastly, the fifth girl had silvery hair and striking azure eyes. Her visage youthful and delicate, being the youngest at just 14. However, she was the brain behind their endeavors, her strategies pivotal whether in moments of vulnerability or during trials. Thank you, big brother, she expressed gratefully. Upon Barrett's words, the five individuals immediately bowed with cheerful smiles. Hee. Barrett chuckled lightly. You five will accompany Delia on her mission. Upon your return, I shall reward you. Yes, boss, the five responded with eager nods. They had clearly heard that Delia's task involved searching for orphans and destitute individuals, which posed minimal danger. Moreover, after their previous leap over Mariawa, they were aware that Delia possessed the ability to fly, further diminishing the risks involved. The remaining 7 youths gazed at the five with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Delia, on the other hand, was filled with joy. She had not anticipated that Barrett would assign her 5 girls. Subsequently, Barrett approached the remaining 7 youths with a smile. Since you have chosen to stay, it signifies your acceptance of me as your leader. You may now reclaim your names and start anew. Please, announce your names loudly. Boss, I am Hubert, declared the first blonde youth, eager to introduce himself. I remember you. You were previously number 2, skilled in physical techniques. From now on, you will follow Johnson. And I will have further arrangements for you, Barrett replied with a smile. Rest assured, boss, I will strive to do my best, Hubert exclaimed, his fair visage flushed with excitement. Boss, I am Rail. Boss, I am Gario. Boss, I am Federer. Boss, I am Nix. Boss, I am Cade. One after another. The 5 youths introduced themselves, and Barrett greeted each with a smile as he passed by them. However, when he reached the last youth, the boy remained silent. With black hair and dark eyes, his sharp brows and piercing gaze conveyed a chilling demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. Young man, what is your name? Barrett gazed at the youth and softly inquired. The boy pointed to his mouth, then knelt down, inscribing 4 characters, Shuangyua Lanche, Wano Country. Upon seeing the name, Barrett felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that among the liberated slaves there would be a member of the illustrious Shuangyua family from Wano. It is worth noting that the Shuangyue family is no ordinary lineage. They are one of the 5 great families of Wano, with a long-standing tradition of swordsmanship. Their ancestors produced legendary swordsmen such as Shuangyue Longma, who single-handedly repelled countless pirates from the nation's shores. The later figure, Zoro, is one of the inheritors of the Shuangyue swordsmanship. However, the boy before him was not only mute but, judging by the past year, had evidently never been exposed to the art of the sword. The youth nodded in surprise, having not expected Barrett to be familiar with Wano. Since you are a member of the Shuangyue family, why have you not learned the Shuangyue swordsmanship? And how did you become a slave? Barrett pressed on. A shadow of dejection crossed Shuangyue Longche's face as he knelt down to write another line. I am merely an adopted son of the Shuangyue family, unworthy of learning the family's swordsmanship. During my escape, I unfortunately fell into the sea, and when I awoke, I found myself a slave. After reading, Barrett felt a sense of clarity. The original text documented that a portion of the Shimatsuki family had departed from Wano country, specifically the lineage of Master Zoro. Thus, if the opportunity to return to Wano arose, would you consider rejoining the Shimatsuki family? Barrett inquired. Shimatsuki Ryuma shook his head, inscribing on the ground. I am merely an adopted son. Returning holds no significance. It was the eldest who granted me a new lease on life, and I wish to follow him henceforth. Very well. Then you shall accompany me from this day forward, Barrett replied with a smile. Ryuma knelt upon the ground, his hands forming an unusual gesture, resting upon his forehead, and solemnly bowed before Barrett. The others observed in astonishment, initially believing Ryuma was merely ingratiating himself. Only Barrett recognized this as the gesture of fealty among the warriors of Wano, and he quickly assisted Ryuma to rise, insisting, "I require only brothers, not vassals." "The ceremony is established. From this day forth, I shall be your vassal." Ryuma stubbornly shook his head, writing another line. Upon reading the words, Barrett fell into contemplation. Well aware of the implications of becoming a vassal in Wano, once one pledged allegiance, betrayal was virtually unheard of for a lifetime. After a prolonged silence, Barrett placed a hand upon Ryuma's shoulder and declared, "Ryuma, from this day forth, wherever I go, you shall go. Remember, you are not my vassal, but my brother." The others were momentarily taken aback, filled with admiration and confusion, yet devoid of jealousy. After observing for some time, they understood Ryuma's sentiment. Essentially, he wished to remain a servant. Were they in his position, they could hardly fathom such a choice, having fought through countless perils to attain their freedom. Ryuma, deeply influenced by the culture of Wano, felt his eyes glisten with tears, about to kneel again, only to find Barrett had grasped his hand, preventing him from doing so. "Ryuma," Barrett said, "my people may kneel to parents and teachers, to all of humanity. However, they shall not kneel before power and might, not even before deities or the heavens. For none have the right to compel you to bow." Barrett, with a determined tone, articulated to Frost Moon Long Che. "For there exists no power that can compel us to bow or kneel. If such power were to exist, then even in death, we would shatter our knees rather than yield to tyranny and might." Barrett's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity, causing all present to feel an inner tremor. Profoundly stirred, Wu Shuangyue Long Che, with reddened eyes, clenched his right fist and placed it against his chest, bowing solemnly to Barrett. Barrett patted him on the shoulder and took a few steps forward, facing the other youths. Shuangyue Long Che followed closely behind, stepping just behind Barrett. Upon witnessing this, none of the others spoke. They tacitly accepted Shuangyue Long Che's actions. Having observed the brief scene prior, they were now aware of the stubbornness of this mute. And all they felt was admiration. "Bear, Riel, Gario, from today onwards, you will follow Johnson. I will assign your task shortly," Barrett stated. Not paying much